September 1971. In Liui Village, Qingxi County, Shuangshan City, Heilongjiang Province, a group of people rushed to the riverbank, shouting. In the river, a man in a green military uniform was struggling to swim to the shore with a drowning woman. Isn't that the new youth from the city? How did she fall into the river? Maybe she couldn't handle the farm work and jumped in? Last year, a youth from the neighboring commune couldn't take the hard labor and jumped into the river.
Don't say that.
Our team is up for an award this year. If a youth jumps in, we might lose our chance. Right, my bad. The youth just accidentally fell in. If they win the award, it would be impressive for her to visit her family. Luckily, the party secretary's son came back just in time. Otherwise, by the time we got here, she might have been gone. She's saved. She's saved. Oh no, it looks like she's not breathing. Really? What should we do? Some brave one stepped closer, then quickly backed away. She really isn't breathing. How sad. She's so young. Seeing that the woman had no breath, the man in uniform hurried to perform rescue efforts. Hey, Liu Chongxing, why are you touching the youth's chest? Isn't that inappropriate? Even in death, she deserves respect. Shouted a round-faced woman. Shut up. My brother Chongxing is saving her, do you understand? He's a proud member of the People's Liberation Army, not someone who would act inappropriately. A young man who helped pull her out retorted loudly. After a while, seeing Liu Chongxing still pressing on her chest, the round-faced woman couldn't help but say, "Isn't this taking too long? Don't tell me you're taking advantage of her, because she's pretty. Suehua, if you don't understand, don't speak out of turn. This is called chest compressions, and the commune leaders and doctors have said it can save lives." Liu Chongxing ignored the surrounding arguments, noticing the woman still unresponsive. He frowned and finally leaned down to give her rescue breaths. Oh no, he's kissing her, Suehua exclaimed. The scene erupted into chaos. In a daze, Su Emo felt like she was suffocating, her head pounding, and the noise around her was overwhelming. Just when she thought she couldn't take it anymore, a rush of air flowed into her lungs, and Su Emo suddenly coughed. A large amount of water surged out from her mouth and nose as she coughed. Su Emo had not yet had the chance to feel happy about being able to breathe when endless darkness engulfed her. When Su Emo woke up, it was already 2 days later. During these 2 days, her mind was filled with unfamiliar memories, playing like a movie, making it hard for her to fully awaken. Finally, those memories seemed to merge with her, and only then did Su Emo break free from her confusion and wake up. As Su Emo opened her eyes, she saw a rough, simple, and unfamiliar room. It was not a large space, containing 3 somewhat old hospital beds. The floor was made of concrete, and although the walls were white, they appeared slightly yellow and rough in texture. On the walls hung portraits of great leaders, accompanied by slogans like "Build while producing," "Ensure the health of the people." Looking at the decorations that clearly belonged to a special era, combined with the memories and the words she heard before losing consciousness, Su Emo concluded that she must have entered a story. She had entered an old novel about a strong female lead starting a business, and tragically, she had become the supporting character, Su Emo, who dies at the beginning. In the story, the main character, Yang Suyun, is a hardworking, wise, and brave woman of the new era. At the start of the reform and opening up, she seizes opportunities, decisively quits her job, and ventures into business, working hard to eventually become successful and wealthy, one of the first to do so. After becoming wealthy, Yang Suyun does not forget to give back to her country, opening factories in various places and helping many people escape poverty. She also generously donates to education, establishing scholarships at universities and building schools in impoverished areas, becoming a well-known patriotic entrepreneur and philanthropist, earning numerous provincial and national honors. The book not only details Yang Suyun's struggles in starting her business, but also her romantic entanglements with her high-ranking husband, Gong Yi. They initially divorced due to misunderstandings, parting ways as lovers. In the end, with the help of the second male lead, they resolve their misunderstandings, remarry, and happily spend the rest of their lives together. In short, it is a story of how the main character, Yang Soo-yoon, through her efforts, ultimately achieves both love and career success, gaining countless honors. Originally, it was an inspiring entrepreneurial story, but there is a major flaw in the book. The startup funds for Yang Soo-yoon's business came from her deceased good friend, Soo Mo. It can be said that without that funding, Yang Soo-yoon would not have succeeded so easily. After her success, Yang Soo-yoon was grateful to those who helped her, always mentioning them during media interviews, but she never mentioned Soo Mo or her family, who provided her with the startup funds, except for occasional memories. This point was also something many readers disagreed with at the time, believing the author did not handle it well. Given Yang Soo-yoon's grateful character, she should have mentioned Soo Mo. Soo Mo is from Haishur. Her family has a history of being wealthy capitalists. Her father, Soo Ting-chien, is a university professor, and her mother, Mo Yurong, is the director of a food factory. She herself works as a publicity officer in a textile factory. Soo Mo's grandfather, Soo Zongli, secretly supported the current political party during the war. After the country was established, he actively responded to the call for public-private partnerships, donating a large amount of assets to the state, and was recognized by several important leaders. Soo Mo's uncle, Soo Tingda, joined the current political party at a young age and participated in the revolution. He now holds the position of division commander in a military district in Guizhou province. Under normal circumstances, with such a family background and being the only daughter, Soo Mo should not have gone to the countryside. However, due to special circumstances, Soo Ting-chien was wrongfully accused and suspended for investigation. To protect his daughter from the fallout, he publicly severed ties with her and quickly arranged for her to go to the countryside as a youth worker. Thus, Soo Mo found herself in the countryside with a new group of youth workers during the autumn harvest. As a city girl, she struggled to adapt to the demanding physical labor and worried about her parents. Overwhelmed, she fell ill after more than half a month. Unable to cope any longer, she asked the team leader for half a day off to go to the commune health clinic for medicine. At that moment, she received a letter from Yang Soo-yoon, learning that her parents were to be sent for re-education. This news hit her hard, and while crossing a bridge, she lost her balance and fell into the river. In the original story, Soo Mo tragically passed away. Upon receiving a telegram from the commune, Yang Soo-yoon was heartbroken and rushed to the countryside to collect her dear friend's remains. While sorting through Soo Mo's belongings, she discovered a significant amount of cash and 2 large bankbooks, along with property deeds for several houses in Haishur hidden in the suitcase's lining. When Soo Mo's parents learned of their daughter's death, they were devastated and soon followed her in grief after not lasting 2 years in the cow shed. Soo Mo's uncle, who had repeatedly helped his brother's family, was also caught up in the situation and was sent away. After the chaos settled, he returned to his former unit, but lost his previous position. Later, during a war, he and his 2 sons applied to go to the front lines to earn merit, but they all perished in battle. After the Soo family was left in ruins, the belongings left by Soo Mo naturally became Yang's. When the main character decided to start a business, she used that money as her initial capital. Originally, Yang Soo-yoon could be said to have received good karma for coming here. However, in the book, the female lead has a peculiar habit. After achieving success, she always pulls Soo Mo out of her memory to compare. Each time, she leaves a remark. Back then, the Soo family was so glorious, but now they are ruined. Soo Mo doesn't understand the female lead's mindset, but as someone who shares the same name, she feels a bit uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Soo Mo clenched her fists. This is outrageous. No matter what happens in the book, now that she is Soo Mo, the Yang family will not take advantage of the old Soo family any longer. She will treat the original character's family as her own and protect them well. She remembers that the original character's parents were sent to a place nearby, just across a mountain from Liui village. She plans to find a way to regularly send them food and supplies. If they can get through these years, everything will be fine. Recalling the time she read about protagonists in time travel novels having special abilities, Suemo suddenly felt excited. She wondered if she had any special abilities too. Warning: 1. This story is about love that develops after marriage. Please be cautious if you prefer pure love stories or strong female leads. 2. Although the female lead comes from a post-apocalyptic world, she was just an ordinary planter in a base, living a decent life, not struggling for survival or being ruthless. Please be cautious if you prefer strong female leads. 3. The female lead has visited the black market twice, which is emphasized. Please be cautious if you dislike any mention of the black market. Suemo silently called for the system in her mind for a long time, but there was no response. It seems she doesn't have any special abilities. She looked at her wrists, touched her neck, and searched through her pockets, even checking under her pillow and the cabinet next to her bed, but found nothing like a family heirloom. It appears that things like planting spaces or cultivation spaces have nothing to do with her. Suemo then tried to sense if there was any personal space. Sigma, there really is a space. But why do the items inside seem so familiar? It looks like her own space, just smaller than before. She decided to investigate further. The pile of things inside is just her meager possessions earned during the apocalypse. So her special ability is her power? The universe truly does not deceive her. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. She can trust herself. Suemo felt a bit more at ease. Since her spatial ability had come along, her wood ability should have arrived too, right? After sensing it, she indeed felt a faint energy. Although it was weak, Suemo was still moved to tears. Her wood ability, her most important companion, was what allowed her to survive in the apocalypse. Sumo's spatial ability awakened 3 years after the apocalypse began, but her wood ability awakened right from the start. It was this wood ability that helped her survive for so long. Her wood ability was focused on mutated planting, allowing her to grow plants faster than other wood ability users, and she produced more of the same type of seeds. After the base was established, she was protected and worked in the agricultural department. In her free time, she grew some food, vegetables, and fruits to sell. Life wasn't exactly rich, but it was stable. The only downside was her lack of combat strength. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been in such a dangerous situation during the zombie siege. But being in that situation was fine. It meant she had traveled into a story. Although this era was a bit poor, the overall environment was stable, without rampant zombies and monsters. She didn't have to live in constant fear of her fellow humans turning dangerous after society collapsed. In such a peaceful time, she felt very fortunate. With her abilities, she was sure she could live well. As for adapting and fitting in, those were not issues for Suemo. Having witnessed life and death in the apocalypse, she was just happy to live again and wouldn't be picky. Moreover, she had the unique experience of living through a story, something many people did not have. Sumo's greatest strength was her optimistic and content nature, along with her resilience. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived for over 10 years in the apocalypse. When the apocalypse began, she was only 14 years old, suddenly facing the tragic death of her parents and a major societal upheaval. Without strength, survival would have been impossible. Once she confirmed that her abilities were her special advantage, Suemo began to think about her future. After merging with the original owner's memories, she considered herself the original owner and started planning how to help herself and the Su family thrive in this era. Of course, she also wanted to seek revenge. Regarding her identity, she knew she couldn't be too high-profile. It was better to stay low-key for a few years. Once those years passed and the country opened up, that would be the time for her to truly shine. The author showed great respect for the historical context while writing this book. For Suemo, who has studied history and read many novels set in different eras, she is quite clear about the money-making opportunities after the reforms. As she reflects, she silently plans in her mind. First, the main character usually has a special aura, so to avoid being influenced by this and ending up as a minor character again, she should avoid contact with Yang Siyun. Next, there is the issue of taking care of her parents. Her life in the apocalypse was average, and her supplies and her space are limited. She has powers that ensure she doesn't have to worry about food, but daily necessities are too different from this era, and many cannot be used. From her memory, when the original owner went to the countryside, she hardly brought anything except for money and clothes. So, there are many daily necessities she needs to buy. She is also unsure about the situation in Qingxi County and whether she can find what she needs. Historically, supplies were very scarce during this time. Not to mention buying things, getting them delivered to the barn is not easy. New items won't work. They need to look old and used. Moreover, the barn cannot store much. When she delivers food, she can't give too much at once, or else her parents won't have space, and if discovered, it could lead to big trouble. All these tasks will take time, making it inconvenient for her at the youth point. She needs to find a way to leave the youth point, preferably to build her own house or rent an empty one in the village. However, the youth point is still quite spacious and not crowded at all. Without a good reason, the team leader is unlikely to approve her request. She needs to think of a solid plan. Also, there's the matter of her uncle. She must quickly write to him to stop running around, to avoid giving others an opportunity. Right now, her uncle is the support of the Su family and must not fail. With him around, if there's a chance to return to the city, it will be much easier. Time is tight and there's a lot to do, so she needs to recover quickly. Su Imo used her weak powers, circulating them around her body, and instantly felt much better. Although her wood powers are focused on planting, they carry strong vitality. While she can't heal others, she can adjust her own condition. Unfortunately, her wood powers seem to have dropped from level 6 to a newly awakened state. At level 6, she could stimulate an apple seed to bear fruit 3 times at once. But in her newly awakened state, it might take 3 or 4 tries just to grow a vegetable. This is really delaying things. The priority now is to upgrade my abilities. She still has some crystal cores in her space, but they are all high-level and not suitable for someone who has just awakened their powers. Luckily, her wood abilities are mutated, allowing her to absorb the vitality of plants for energy. So, she just needs to find opportunities to secretly absorb some plant vitality and use her powers more, and her wood abilities will gradually upgrade. As for her space abilities, she doesn't know how to upgrade them yet. However, the newly awakened space is about the size of a room, and she doesn't have many items, so it's enough for now. She'll look for ways to upgrade her space abilities later. Although her space can't hold people, it is still a great place to store food since it is static. While Su Imo was thinking, she heard footsteps and a woman's voice outside the door. "Third brother, I'm telling you, if she doesn't wake up today, I can't take care of her anymore. I only took 2 days off." As the voice spoke, the door to the hospital room opened, and a man and a woman walked in. The man was tall, probably over 6 feet, wearing a green military uniform. He was handsome and had a strong presence. His facial features were clean and sharp, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, someone who wasn't immediately stunning, but was unforgettable after a glance. He caught Sumo's attention. The woman was also tall, around 5 feet 7 inches, wearing a plaid shirt and black pants, with 2 braided pigtails, a popular style of the time. She had thick eyebrows and big eyes, looking quite spirited, fitting the era's beauty standards. "Hey, Su Jiqing, you're awake." Lu Xiaolan entered and quickly helped Su Imo sit up comfortably. "How do you feel? Are you hungry? I brought you some porridge made from rice. It smells great. You should have some soon." Su Imo smiled gratefully at Lu Xiaolan. "Thank you for taking care of me these past 2 days." Even though she hadn't fully awakened, she was aware that a girl had been looking after her. No need to be polite. We're all comrades in this cause. "I'm Lu Xiaolan, and my dad is the village secretary. This is my brother, Lu Chongjing. He's the one who rescued you from the river." "Thank you, Comrade Lu." Su Imo quickly expressed her gratitude. It was a matter of life and death. "You're welcome." Lu Chongjing nodded slightly, placing the lunchbox he was holding on the table before stepping out again. "You've been burning with fever for 2 days and didn't wake up, which really worried the clinic's doctor. If you didn't wake up soon, they would have sent you to the county hospital," Lu Xiaolan said straightforwardly. I'm sorry for causing trouble. At times like this, it's best to be sweet with words. It really is a hassle. The team is busy with the autumn harvest, and there's no one to take care of her. They asked her third brother to look after her, and in the end, she had to take leave to care for herself. Though she thought this, Lu Xiaolan spoke kind words. The autumn harvest is quite tiring. Since you just arrived, it's normal to find it hard to adapt. Next time, if you're too tired, you should tell the team leader to help you switch to a lighter task. Otherwise, you might get sick, which costs money and delays earning work points. As Lu Xiaolan spoke, she opened her lunchbox and scooped half a bowl of porridge from the table. The smell of rice wafted through the air, and Sumo's stomach, which had been empty for 2 days, immediately growled. Suemo felt a bit embarrassed and blushed. Lu Xiaolan handed the porridge to Suemo with a smile, saying, "Eat up. You haven't eaten for 2 days, so you must be hungry." Just as Suemo picked up the porridge, footsteps were heard at the door. Lu Chongjing returned with the doctor, and Suemo had to put the porridge down again. The doctor checked Sumo's temperature and confirmed that her fever had gone down. He told her to get ready. She could be discharged. In those days, it was not easy for farmers to earn money. Usually, when they got sick, they would try home remedies, and only if it got serious would they go to the clinic for medicine. Very few were hospitalized, so the beds at the commune clinic were often empty. With the autumn harvest going on, it was even less likely. The doctor was sensible. He wouldn't keep anyone who could go home. After the doctor left, Suemo quickly finished the porridge. When she prepared to get up, she suddenly realized she was still wearing the loose hospital gown and felt shy. Luckily, the original owner wasn't well endowed. Otherwise, it would have been awkward. "Xiaolan, do you know where my clothes are?" Suemo asked a bit shyly. Lu Xiaolan handed Suemo the bag she had brought earlier, saying, "Here they are. I washed them for you. Hurry and change." With that, she left with Lu Chongjing. Suemo opened the bag and found her clothes neatly folded inside, with a faint scent of soap. She picked up the top white shirt and discovered a bra underneath. In this era, bras were not sold in the country. This one was bought by the original owner using foreign exchange vouchers at a friendship store in Haishur. It was imported and quite expensive, costing around 10 yuan. Suemo quickly changed into her clothes, a white shirt, black pants, and a gray Lenin-style jacket. By the end of September, the temperature in Hejiang province was already quite cool. For someone like the original owner, who came from the southern region, this outfit was suitable, though it didn't look like something for farm work. Suemo found the leftover 8.5 yuan in the pocket of Lenin's outfit. The original owner had taken some money and tickets when she went out that day. She spent a little on medicine and bought some buns at the state-run restaurant because she was hungry, putting the remaining money and tickets in her pocket. The medicine and buns were wasted, but surprisingly, the leftover money was still there. From saving lives to taking care of others, she really owed a big favor to the Liu siblings. After changing her clothes, Suemo went with the Liu siblings to settle the hospital bill. The total for 2 days in the hospital was 13.43 yuan, mainly due to her being unconscious and receiving saline and glucose, along with some fever-reducing medicine. In this era, the cost of treatment was not low. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Suemo looked at the Liu siblings and said, "Could you lend me 5 yuan? I'll pay you back when I get home." The original owner had brought a lot of money and tickets to the countryside. Not to mention the 2 bank books her father gave her, she had over 1,000 yuan in cash. After selling her work for 800 yuan and adding the more than 200 yuan she had left, she brought it all with her. Lu Chongjing took out 5 yuan from his military uniform pocket and handed it to Suemo. At that time, 5 yuan was equivalent to a steelworker's wage. Suemo then noticed that Lu Chongjing's military uniform had 4 pockets, and thinking about the characteristics of this era, she raised her eyebrows slightly, realizing he was probably an officer. He seemed quite aloof and not very talkative, likely a character type of a cool and handsome officer in the book. After thanking him and taking the money, she settled the hospital fee. The 3 of them left the clinic together, and Lu Xiaolan proudly pointed to the clinic behind them, saying, "Isn't our commune's clinic impressive? It's not much different from the county hospital, the best around here. Other communes just have 2 mud brick rooms, and if someone is seriously ill, they have to go to the county hospital, but we don't have to. Suemo looked at the clinic with its blue bricks and white walls and nodded. It really is impressive. Her father had put a lot of thought into arranging for her to go to the countryside. If the Hongqi commune wasn't good, she wouldn't have come here. Okay, I'm heading home. You should go back to the team with my brother. Lu Xiaolan waved her hand, ready to leave. Aren't you going back to the team? Suemo asked in surprise. No, Lu Xiaolan shook her head. I'm already married, and my in-laws live in this commune. Lu Xiaolan was 20 years old and got married earlier this year. Her husband worked for the commune, and she also worked at the commune supply and marketing cooperative. Her in-laws' house was nearby, so she only went back to the team to see her parents during her days off. I'm really sorry to trouble you. Suemo didn't expect that Lu Xiaolan was already married and still came to take care of her. Oh, there's no need to be so polite. We're all comrades. It was just a short walk for me. I work at the supply and marketing cooperative, so you can come to me if you need anything from there. Lu Xiaolan waved her hand and walked away briskly. Left with Suemo and Lu Chongjing, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Just as Suemo was thinking about how to start a conversation, Lu Chongjing spoke first. Let's go, I'll carry you back. Saying this, he walked towards the bicycle park nearby. Lu Chongjing swung his long leg over and sat on the bicycle, signaling for Suemo to get on. Suemo responded and quickly jumped onto the back seat of the bicycle. With a strong push, Lu Chongjing pedaled, and the bicycle zoomed off. Suemo was startled and quickly held onto the back frame, and only after settling down did she remember that in this era, it seemed that only couples could sit on the back of a male comrade's bicycle. Was it too late for her to jump off now? However, to others, she still looked like a patient, so it shouldn't be a problem. In this era, reputation was very important for women. If one's reputation was damaged, they would not only face gossip but also various unwanted advances. People wouldn't sympathize. They would just say that flies don't buzz around a seamless egg. No matter the era, women always faced extra difficulties. Speaking of reputation, Suemo suddenly remembered that before she fainted, she vaguely heard someone say that Lu Chongjing had touched her and ruined her purity. Suemo felt a headache coming on. Was she starting off in hard mode? She needed to think of a way to make those gossiping aunties believe that her purity was intact and not spread rumors about her. While Suemo was deep in thought, a voice came from Lu Chongjing in the gentle breeze. When I saved you, I had to perform some emergency measures, and there are already some rumors in the village. If you're willing, we can get married. Suemo was startled and almost jumped off the bicycle. What kind of extraordinary person was this? He saved her and was talking about marriage. Rural areas are different from cities. The villagers' thoughts are quite traditional. You had stopped breathing, and I had to perform CPR and rescue breaths. To the villagers, it looked like I had touched and kissed you, and now you've lost your purity, Lu Chongjing explained. Lu Chongjing was not a conventional person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen from a backgroundless rural youth to a deputy battalion position in just 7 years. He wouldn't marry a woman just because of a few rumors from the villagers. If he didn't want to, even if someone pointed a gun at him, it wouldn't matter. Although he had come back to meet someone, he had no intention of marrying Suemo before entering the hospital room. It wasn't that he was irresponsible. He just didn't think he had done anything wrong by saving someone and didn't want to encourage the foolish idea that saving someone meant he had to marry them. Lu Chongjing was 24 years old and wasn't in a hurry to get married. However, his grandfather was getting older and his health was declining. In a recent letter, his grandfather expressed a wish to see him start a family before he passed away. Lu Chongjing admired very few people, and his grandfather was one of them. The old man was a veteran who had fought in the war and had retired due to injuries. Lu Chongjing joined the military because of his influence. Since it was his grandfather's wish, he was willing to fulfill it, so he came back to meet someone. His family had already found a candidate for him, and they were just waiting for him to be satisfied after the meeting to get married. The candidate was from a performing arts troupe, and he had seen her from a distance while in the army. She seemed interested in him, but he didn't feel anything special towards her. He initially thought he would meet the female soldier from the troupe and, if they were compatible, get married.
But now his thoughts had changed.
As he pushed open the hospital room door, he caught a glimpse of the beautiful woman sitting on the bed, her face full of lively charm. When she saw them enter, her surprised expression, with her eyes widening slightly, was etched into his heart. At that moment, Liu Changjing felt a stirring in his heart. Suddenly, he felt a strong desire to protect her. The thought of her being troubled by the village rumors became unbearable for him. After careful consideration, Liu Changjing spoke up. While he wanted to marry her, he also respected her wishes. If she didn't want to, he wouldn't force her. If she refused, she might not be able to stay in the village, as the rumors could drive her to madness. If that happened, he might have to use connections to transfer her to another team or find her a job to help her leave the village. That way, it would be a way to honor his first feelings. Seeing that she didn't respond, Liu Changjing asked, "Comrade Su, what do you think?" "Comrade Liu, I understand this is a normal emergency procedure, and I am very grateful that you saved my life. I won't let you marry me just because of these normal medical touches. That wouldn't be fair to you," Suemo quickly replied. In truth, she had also been struggling with her feelings. Although she was not worried about basic needs in this harsh world, she had lived in constant fear and pressure. They have all entered the story, and it is a peaceful time. She thought, why not indulge a little? Liu Changjing is quite attractive to her. In this era, he would make a good marriage partner. She had imagined sweet romances while reading novels before. So, should she take the chance to have a quick marriage with him, like in the stories, and then fall in love afterward? But after thinking it over, she decided against it. She is a person with a conscience and cannot repay kindness with harm. A forced marriage will not be happy. Hearing this, Liu Changjing suddenly stopped. He said to Suemo, "Comrade Su, please get off first." Suemo? Confused, Suemo jumped down, and then Liu Changjing followed, parked the bicycle properly, and stood straight to salute her. "Report, Comrade Suemo. I am Liu Changjing, 24 years old, with a high school education. I joined the army at 17 and am now the deputy commander of a battalion under the 11th Regiment of the 4th Guard Division in the Shenyang military region." Note: in 1955, after the Korean War, the military regions were restructured from 6 wartime regions to 12, and the Northeast Military Region became the Shenyang Military Region. There are 12 military regions, which oversee 19 guard divisions. My grandfather and parents are all alive, and I have 3 siblings, 2 brothers and 1 sister, all of whom are married. I am in good health, have a proper demeanor, and no bad habits. While Suemo was still in shock, Liu Changjing continued. I want to establish a revolutionary friendship with you, not because of rumors or impulse, but after careful consideration. From the moment I first saw you, I was deeply attracted to you. I hope you will seriously consider my request and agree to establish a revolutionary friendship with me. As a soldier, he believes in moving forward boldly. Hesitating is not his style. If he likes someone and has made up his mind, he must say it out loud.
Zu Montag was Troli Stund.
So, is he confessing? Don't you want to get to know me first? I can get to know you after we get married, Liu Changjing said loudly, looking strong, but his ears were turning bright red.
Schummer.
Young man, do your parents know how reckless you are? If you really meet someone bad, it will be too late to understand each other after marriage. Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person? I believe Comrade Su is not a bad person, Liu Changjing replied seriously. As a scout, he has dealt with many enemies and can sense who is good or bad. Seeing him so serious yet with red ears made Suemo want to laugh. Do we have to get married first? Can't we just date? I'm only 18, and I don't want to get married so soon. Liu Changjing felt a jolt of joy. Did she just agree? Sure. We can date for a while before getting married. Suemo. I mean, let's date for some time and then think about marriage. Comrade Su, the chairman said that dating without the intention of marriage is just playing around. Are you trying to play around with me? Suemo. The chairman did say that, as a scout, he has dealt with many enemies and can sense who is good or bad. Seeing him I don't know you well yet, so I need to understand you better before deciding on marriage. What do you need to know? Just ask me anything, and I promise to be open and help you understand quickly. We can get to know each other quickly, but what about your family? Marriage involves two families. Liu Chongjing suddenly thought of his leader, who often stayed with him due to family issues, and understood. Comrade Su, are you worried about getting along with my family? Don't worry, my family built me a separate house, so we won't have to live together. After we get married, my family will split, and you just need to take care of our own little home. I will also work hard to ensure you can join the army soon. How did the conversation get here? But she had to admit, she felt a bit excited. She was thinking about how to move out of her current place, and if marrying Liu Chongjing meant not living with his family, that would be perfect. But was she really going to get married? It all seemed too convenient. A separate house and splitting the family after marriage. Could it be that Liu Chongjing came back just to get married? Did you come back specifically to get married? Sumo's expression turned serious. She didn't want to be a third party in a love triangle. Yes, I came back to meet someone suitable for marriage. My grandfather is old and not well, and he wants to see me married soon. But I want to build a revolutionary friendship with you. Sincerely. Has your family found you a suitable partner? Suemo suddenly felt a bit angry. There are candidates, but I haven't met anyone yet, so they aren't partners. Now that I have Comrade Su, I won't look for anyone else. What if I don't want to get married soon? Will you continue looking for someone else? In the past, I could find someone suitable and get married, but after meeting Comrade Su, that's no longer an option. Comrade Su, if you really don't want to rush, I will tell my family to take it slow, Liu Chongjing said seriously, hinting at his feelings. Hearing this, Suemo felt a bit more at ease. What about your grandfather? I'll tell him to try a little harder and wait for his granddaughter-in-law a bit longer, Liu Chongjing replied, a bit silly. Suemo couldn't help but laugh at that. This man seemed cold at first, then serious, and now a bit silly. Liu Chongjing's eyes sparkled, knowing Suemo was starting to soften, and he smiled, looking charmingly mischievous. His personality was a mix of cheeky and tough. Those who didn't know him thought he was aloof, but those who did knew he was quite playful. His earlier seriousness was just nerves after all. It was his first confession. Comrade Su, let's head back, and you can think it over, Liu Chongjing called as he got on his bike. Some things don't need to be rushed. Sometimes taking a step back can lead to unexpected results. Biking was fast. What would take over an hour on foot, Liu Chongjing managed in 20 minutes. As they passed the village center, a group of women were drying rice and sitting together to shell peanuts. Aunt Suehua, with her round face, was among them. Seeing Liu Chongjing biking with Suemo, Aunt Suehua's eyes lit up, and she stood up, calling out loudly, Su, the educated youth, you're back. Are you feeling better? Suemo was a bit surprised by her enthusiasm. In the original memories, she had never received such a warm welcome. In fact, because she worked slowly, the villagers had looked down on her. But since she was greeted, she replied politely, Thank you, Aunt. I'm feeling much better. That's great. When are you going to treat us to a meal? Aunt Suehua's eyes sparkled. She was determined to confirm their relationship. Suemo thought, is the whole village waiting for her and Liu Chongjing to get married? Suemo didn't respond, but Liu Chongjing replied in a while. He didn't slow down, and soon they passed the village center. Aunt Suehua was thrilled with the positive response. She felt she finally had the upper hand over Liui. Aunt Suehua, Li Suehua, had been rivals with Liu Chongjing's mother, Liui, since childhood. They had always competed, even as they grew older. As children, they compared clothes and food. Once married, they compared husbands. After having children, she feels inferior. Now that she is getting older, she feels even more so compared to her daughter-in-law, and soon she might feel lesser than her grandson. However, no matter what, Li Tsuehua always feels shorter than Liui. Both were born in the 1920s, and their names suggest that Liui's family is better off. Liui even attended a private school for 2 years, while Li Tsuehua only listened from outside for a few days. As they grew up, both married into the Liu family village. Initially, their husbands had similar backgrounds, but suddenly Liui's father-in-law returned from the revolution, bringing many underground party members with him. After the country was established and reforms took place, Liui's father-in-law became the village secretary, making Li Tsuehua feel even smaller. Eventually, when her father-in-law retired, Liui's husband became the new secretary, while Li Tsuehua's husband only became the militia captain, making her feel even more inferior. Later, when their children grew up, Li Tsuehua's younger son, Liu Xingyou, and Liui's younger son, Liu Chongzheng, both joined the army. Liu Chongzheng became an officer, while Liu Xingyou returned home 2 years ago, making Li Tsuehua feel even smaller. Fortunately, after returning, the army arranged a job for Liu Xingyou in the county transport team, earning a monthly salary of 48 yuan. This made Li Tsuehua quite proud for a while. However, after asking about Liu Chongzheng's salary, she was so upset that she lay at home for 2 days. Luckily, her son married a city girl a year ago, who works at the county machinery factory and earns 28 yuan a month, bringing 2 earners into their household. In the entire village, who else could match her family with a city daughter-in-law earning a salary? This was her unique pride. Then she heard that Liu Chongzheng was coming back to meet a girl from the army's art troupe, which made her feel that her daughter-in-law was being compared unfavorably. This couldn't happen. But fate intervened when Liu Chongzheng saved a young woman from the countryside. She had to seize this opportunity to solidify their relationship, otherwise, she would be wasting a chance given by fate. With this, none of Liui's 3 daughters-in-law could compare to her younger daughter-in-law. She finally felt victorious. She heard from her older son that things in the city were chaotic, and those young people sent to the countryside might not return. So, what if the young woman from Haishur came from the city? If she couldn't go back, she would have no skills to support herself in the countryside, earning less than the children. It was clear she would rely on Liu Chongzheng. Moreover, the young woman looked delicate and weak, and it was uncertain if she could have children. With Liu Chongzheng's strength, who knows if he could handle it? With that, Liui's most successful son became a widower. Li Tsuehua couldn't help but laugh as she thought about it. "Tsuehua, why are you so happy about Liu Chongzheng getting married?" asked a nearby aunt, confused. Li Tsuehua and Liui had always been at odds, so why was she so pleased about her rival's son getting married? "Well, I was just thinking about the feast. It's been a long time since I've had meat, and just thinking about it makes me happy," Li Tsuehua chuckled. "It really has been a while since we've had meat. I wonder when they'll slaughter a pig. My family has worked hard this year, and our points are higher than last year, so we should get a good amount of meat," another aunt said, smacking her lips. "Wait, Tsuehua, your family has 2 earners, bringing in quite a bit of money each month. Why haven't they bought you some meat to enjoy?" One aunt, noticing Li Tsuehua's hidden motives, asked with a hint of sarcasm. In the whole village, everyone knew that Li Tsuehua always bragged about how her son and daughter-in-law honored her, bringing home meat every time. Now, just to see Liui in trouble, she was using the excuse of wanting meat. "Oh, of course they honor me. There are many people in the family and I love my grandchildren, so I can only have a few bites. Liu Chongzheng is an officer, so his wedding feast will surely be grand. We all need to save up our appetites for it." Li Tsuehua quickly changed the subject, guiding everyone to talk about the feast instead. Liu Chongzheng was in a great mood as he took Su Mo back to the youth station. "Comrade Su, look, everyone is already waiting for the feast. Should we speed things up?" Su Mo shot him a glare. Liu Chongzheng smiled. "I'll follow your lead, Comrade Su. Whenever you say, that's when we'll do it." Feeling cheerful, Liu Chongzheng thought that since Su Mo hadn't opposed him earlier, if he put in a little more effort, he could win her over. He could start preparing in secret. Comrade Sue, you should go inside and rest for a bit. While you're resting, I'll help my mother with some work. You should take a couple of days to recover. There's no rush to start working since the autumn harvest is almost done. Farming is tiring, and anyone who has done it knows that. He never liked it since he was young. After getting married, he wouldn't let her work. His allowance was more than enough to support her. Go on in, Liu Changjing urged Su Emo to rest. He needed to quickly discuss things with his mother. He had finally found someone he liked and didn't want to let her down. If others had something, she should have it too. If others didn't, she should still have it. Liu Changjing was already planning in his mind what to prepare for the wedding. Liu Changjing's new house is almost ready, with 2 rooms set up and the kong, a traditional heated bed, prepared. The kong table and stools are also made. He thought for a moment and realized he still needed a dressing table. His wife clearly likes to look nice, so he must get that made quickly. As for the wedding items, he needs to check if the family has the necessary tickets. If not, he must find a way to get them so they can go to the city together to buy what they need. He also needs to get the marriage certificate and quickly send a telegram to the army for approval. Actually, a phone call would be faster, so he plans to make a call soon. They need to take wedding photos, not just of them together, but also some individual shots of his wife, which he can take to the army to look at later. He is currently a deputy battalion commander and needs to reach the rank of battalion commander to apply for his wife to join him. He must work hard, so she can join him soon. Feeling motivated, Liu Changjing urged Su Emo to rest before he hurried off. Su Emo watched him leave in a rush, feeling speechless. Is this how people are in this era? Always in a hurry?
She sighed.
Even though she has entered a story and thought about being carefree, she feels a bit lost at this point. Should she just get married? Isn't it common in this time for people to marry when they find the right match? Since they are here, maybe she should follow the customs of the place. From any era's perspective, Liu Changjing seems like a good choice for marriage. He is a deputy battalion officer with a decent salary, has his own house, and won't have to live with in-laws after marriage. They can also separate their households immediately, avoiding any conflicts with relatives. Even his absence is a plus for her. With a house ready, many problems are solved, which is great. Most importantly, Liu Changjing is quite attractive to her. Su Mo covered her face, shook her head, and turned back to the youth station. The youth station consists of a row of 5 mud brick houses, with a kitchen and dining area in the middle, which also serves as a place for guests. The 2 rooms on the left are for male youth, and the 2 on the right are for female youth. There is a large vegetable garden at the entrance, filled with various greens. The toilet is in a corner of the garden, made of thatch. The entire youth station and garden are surrounded by a bamboo fence, with a gate for entry and exit at the front. Using her memory, Su Mo found the room where the original owner lived. In this era, rural areas rarely have the habit of locking doors, and the same goes for the youth stations, where doors are only latched and not locked. Su Mo unlatched the door and pushed it open. The room was large, with a long kong, a traditional heated bed, which could easily accommodate 5 or 6 people. Since there were not many young people now, 3 of them shared a room, making it quite spacious. The room Su Mo stayed in was occupied by others who came down with her. When they arrived, it was during the autumn harvest and they had no time to gather supplies, so the room lacked cabinets or furniture, making it feel quite empty. They had to find a wooden board to place on the ground for their luggage, while frequently used items were kept on the kong. Su Mo found the bedding of the original occupant, with some clothes she had washed a few days ago stacked on top, likely collected by her 2 roommates. Since they had just arrived, they were all adjusting and supporting each other, so their relationship was quite good. The original occupant had rushed to the countryside without much preparation, and her bedding was very simple. She only had a straw mat on the kong, covered with a sheet, and a thin summer blanket, similar to a modern air conditioning blanket, without even a pillow. It was hard to imagine how the original occupant, a young lady, managed to endure this. When she came to the countryside, the original occupant brought 2 suitcases. One suitcase was on the kong, and the other was on the wooden board, one large and one small, both locked. Although Su and Mo had merged with the original occupants' memories and had a general idea of what was inside, she still felt the need to check for herself. The most important items were those 2 bank books. The books did not specify the exact amounts, only mentioning a large sum. The original occupant received the bank books and property deed from her father just before going to the countryside. She had tucked them away and never had the chance to look at them, so she had no idea how much money was involved. Su and Mo was very curious. Using her memory, Su and Mo found the keys to the 2 suitcases in the hidden pocket of the larger suitcase on the Kong. She first opened the large suitcase and took out the 2 bank books from the compartment, feeling a bit nervous. The moment to witness history had arrived, sisters. One bank book looked a bit old, likely made of craft paper, with its rough fiber material clearly visible. It had the words "Current Savings Bank Book" written on it, along with a pattern and a line of small text below that was slightly faded, making it hard to read. The other bank book was newer, with an orange cover featuring a quote from a great leader, and below it, the words "Current Savings Bank Book" printed in red, with China People's Bank Haisher branch in black text at the bottom. The back cover also printed a summary of the report from the 8th plenary session of the 11th Central Committee. It has a distinct character of this era. In the 1970s, there was a passbook. Image from the internet. Please remove if infringing. Su and Mo first opened the new one, which had the name Mo Yurong, the original owner's mother, with a bank stamp below. On the right side were handwritten records showing only 3 deposits with no withdrawals. Each record had stamps from the accounting and verification staff. There were 3 deposits, one in January 1970 for 2,000 yuan, another in October 1970 for 500 yuan, and the last in June 1971 for another 500 yuan, totaling 3,000 yuan. This was likely the money saved by the original owner's parents over the years. In a time when even 100 yuan was a lot, this was a significant amount. Su and Mo then opened the old passbook, which was under the name Su Zhongli, the original owner's grandfather. The handwritten records of deposits and withdrawals were more numerous, spanning several pages. Su and Mo flipped through and saw that the first deposit was in 1957, likely dividends given to capitalists after a company merger, with the first deposit exceeding 20,000 yuan. In the following years, there were only deposit records, but in 1960, 1961, and 1962, there were several large withdrawals. Su and Mo recalled that during those years of natural disasters, the original owner's grandfather had often used connections to purchase food from abroad to donate to the surrounding poor people. Those years of hard work led to Su Zhongli falling ill and passing away in 1963. Many important leaders from Haisher attended his funeral. The deposit records continued until 1966, and the earlier dividends had mostly been withdrawn by Su Zhongli, leaving nearly 80,000 yuan from the later years. What does 80,000 yuan mean in that era? It might be worth more than 80 million in later times. With that 80,000 yuan as capital, even someone as unskilled as Yang Xiyun could thrive in that money-making era. Su Mo's fists clenched. She felt no goodwill towards the female lead, Yang Xiyun. When Yang Xiyun received the passbook, the original owner's uncle had not yet encountered any trouble. With such a large sum, she didn't return it but kept it for herself. Even if she didn't have the original owner's uncle's contact information, her father knew him, so there must have been a way to reach out. What a family of self-righteous individuals. After reviewing the passbook, Su and Mo began counting the original owner's cash. She gathered the money from 2 boxes and counted a total of 1,035 yuan and 40 cents. Oh, I still owe Lu Chongjing 5 yuan, which makes it 1,030 yuan and 40 cents. In this era, that's quite a lot of money. The tickets are in a thick stack, varied and colorful: foreign exchange coupons, industrial coupons, food tickets, meat tickets, oil tickets, vegetable tickets, sugar tickets, fabric tickets, shoe tickets, cotton tickets, and even milk powder and watch tickets. However, most of them are only usable in Haisher, and very few are valid nationwide. In a time when everything requires tickets, having money doesn't help if you can't buy anything without them. Su and Mo suddenly felt worried. Without tickets to buy things, she would probably have to go to the black market, and she wasn't sure if she could get some local tickets then. Suemo sorted the money and tickets into categories, planning to count everything in her space later. After finishing that, she began to check the original owner's other belongings and found that most were clothing and personal items. There were 2 long wool coats, several dresses, shirts, jackets, sweaters, and pants. Suemo wasn't an expert on fabrics, but everything felt comfortable and of good quality. There were also 4 sets of underwear. She had 3 pairs of leather shoes and 2 pairs of cloth shoes. These items were all purchased with foreign exchange coupons at the Friendship store in Haishur. There was also a polyester shirt that the original owner bought to be fashionable but found uncomfortable after trying it on, so it was never worn again and was brought along this time. Besides clothing, there were some hair ties, hair clips, moisturizer, hair oil, soap, eyebrow pencils, and even a lipstick. While these items weren't useless, they certainly weren't practical for farming. The only suitable items were the 2 sets of blue work clothes and liberation shoes bought before going to the countryside. The original owner wore those work clothes for the 10 days during the autumn harvest. The clothes the original owner brought were not suitable for the Northeast. They were fine for spring, summer, and autumn, but in winter, they would be far too cold. What was most needed in the Northeast, cotton coats, cotton pants, cotton shoes, and cotton blankets, were all missing. However, Suemo noticed a significant number of cotton tickets in the pile, suggesting that the original owner planned to buy cotton here and have someone make them. The original owner was in such a rush that she only brought 2 towels, a lunchbox, and a water bottle, essentials for the train. There were no enamel mugs, basins, toothbrushes, or toothpaste. These daily necessities were meant to be bought once she arrived, but she never found the time. For the past few days, she had to borrow others' basins to wash up and could only rinse her mouth with plain water. Now, having lost those items in the river, she wondered if they were still usable. Seeing a dressing mirror nearby, Suemo picked it up and looked in it, letting out a surprised "oh." Although she knew from her memories that the original owner was beautiful, she didn't expect her to be this stunning. With elegant willow-shaped eyebrows, expressive peach blossom eyes, a straight and delicate nose, and naturally rosy lips, she was a typical beauty from the Jiangnan region. Her skin was fair and smooth, almost like it was made of fine jade. Even though she had been working in the fields for over 10 days and looked a bit worn and dull, it added a touch of vulnerability that made her even more endearing. No wonder Liu Changjing fell for her at first sight.
Sigh. Men.
Sumo's appearance was somewhat similar to the original owner, but during the apocalypse, for safety, she had always worn thick bangs and bulky glasses, making her look quite plain. Now, suddenly seeing the light of day again and looking even more beautiful, she felt happy and couldn't help but admire herself in the mirror a few more times. After finishing her self-appreciation, Suemo organized her things, putting away the property deed, bank book, and cash into a corner of her space. There were 3 property deeds, different from modern property certificates. They were called land and property ownership certificates, just a single page stating the owner's name and the property's address, without mentioning the area. It was stamped by the local government, dated 1951, likely changed when the country was just established. From this certificate, it was unclear what kind of house it was, but from the original book, she knew it was for 3 Western-style houses. In the future, they could be worth a lot. After counting the original owner's assets, Suemo prepared to take stock of her own. Confirming that there was no one at the youth station, she locked the door. Then, with a wave of her hand, she took everything out of her space. Unfortunately, her space wasn't as organized as others. Now that it was smaller, everything was piled together, making it quite chaotic. She could only take things out first and then sort them before putting them back in. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient to retrieve items later. After quickly sorting and storing her items back in the space, she focused her mind and began to take inventory. First, there were food supplies like grains and oils. There were several hundred pounds of rice and flour, along with a few boxes of flatbreads and rice noodles. She had several barrels of peanut oil in 6L containers. There was also a good amount of cured meats and sausages, as well as many canned meats, including 2 large hams weighing 10 pounds each. There was no fresh meat available. By the time she awakened her spatial abilities, fresh meat had become quite rare. Whenever she managed to get some, she usually ate it the same day to satisfy her cravings. She had plenty of seasonings, with several boxes and a large assortment of various spices. There was no choice. She stayed at the base during the apocalypse, focusing on researching food, so she had plenty of spices. The only nutritional product was a few cans of milk powder. There were also some snacks like candies and cookies, but not many. Next, there were daily necessities. She had complete bedding, with more than 2 sets and a down comforter. Towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, and body wash were all well stocked, enough to last for several years. However, she was running low on sanitary pads, with only 6.5 packs left. She also had a good amount of skincare and makeup products, as she needed them for her appearance. There were 3 rechargeable desk lamps and a complete set of kitchen supplies. As for clothing, she didn't need to go out to fight, so her clothes and shoes were durable and she hadn't replaced them, resulting in a small stock. Most of her clothes were loose-fitting sportswear that didn't show gender. Compared to other book travelers, she was probably the poorest. Although her supplies were limited, they were accumulated over the years from selling food and fruits. Then, there were many books. When the apocalypse started, she was 14 and preparing to apply for Tsinghua University's youth program. After settling at the base, she regretted not going to college, so she exchanged some textbooks while selling goods and taught herself. She also collected various useful books and many novels to pass the time, including the one she was currently in. She quickly searched for this book but couldn't find it after a long search. So, had she really entered the book and now it was missing? Frustrated, she exclaimed. Although she didn't find the book, she did come across several history books about this era and one titled Essential Skills for Time Travelers. She set these aside in another part of her space to check later for anything useful. Additionally, she had a set of outdoor solar batteries and an 800W solar panel, which she had saved for years to obtain during the apocalypse. In sunny conditions, if she unfolded the solar panel for 2 to 2.5 hours, the battery would be fully charged. During the apocalypse, she used it for lighting at night, and one charge could last over a month. Besides these, her space contained a large collection of various crop seeds, fruits she had cultivated for sale, and some random items like a machete and a stun baton for self-defense. Now, her space had shrunk, with fruits taking up nearly 2/3 of it, making it very cramped. If I go to the black market, I should see if there's a chance to sell these items. Sumo took out the original owner's watch from a hidden compartment in her small suitcase, checked the time, and realized it was almost time for everyone to finish work. She left the room, planning to take a shower before everyone returned. She needed to wash her hair well. She hadn't washed it since falling into the river and felt it had an unpleasant smell. Starting a fire was not a challenge for Sumo. In this harsh world, people like her had to gather firewood. While waiting for the water to boil, she went to the vegetable garden, pretending to pull weeds, but actually absorbing the energy from the wild plants. Though small, the wild plants still had energy. In her hands, they quickly dried up, and she easily pulled them out by the roots. Soon, she cleared all the wild plants from the garden and nearby area. She gathered the dried plants and took them to the kitchen to use as fuel for boiling water. The bathhouse at the commune was a small space made of mud bricks, located in the corner of the kitchen. Once the water boiled, Suemo quickly filled 2 buckets and took a nice shower. After her shower, Suemo sat at her door, drying her hair while thinking about her next steps. Although the original owner was wealthy, there weren't many useful items left behind. She had 2 bank books, both from Haishur, but in this era, money couldn't be withdrawn across provinces. Moreover, the 80,000 yuan left by Su Zhongli belonged to the 2 brothers, Su Tingqian and Su Tingda, so it was up to them to decide how to use it. She planned to keep the 3,000 yuan from her parents for a future return to the city. The remaining 1,030 yuan looked like a lot, but books said that black market prices were extremely high. Without tickets, if she had to buy everything from the black market, it wouldn't last long. Plus, she needed to save money to take the college entrance exam and fulfill her dream of attending Tsinghua University. Then, with the winds of reform, she could invest in real estate, start a business, and become wealthy. So, she needed a source of income. What could she do to earn money? Use her abilities to grow fruits and vegetables to sell? That was just a backup option. In this era, fruits and vegetables were cheap and wouldn't sell for much. She could only sell rare varieties out of season to get a better price. Also, she had never been to the black market and didn't know if it was safe, so she needed to scout it out first. Until she found a safe way, this idea could only be considered a backup. Since the benefits of producing low-value items are not high, she should focus on producing high-value ones. She remembered that there were many wild ginseng plants in the Northeast. If she could find wild ginseng, she could sell it. She had read many stories from the past, and it seemed that a piece of wild ginseng could sell for 1 or 200 yuan. If she could sell a few each year, her income would be similar to those who earn a salary. However, this would only be a private income and could not be made public. In a world where fresh meat is scarce, she wanted to live a life where she could eat meat. To live well without being criticized, she needed a visible source of income. The original owner worked as a publicity officer in a textile factory and had strong writing skills. While in Haisher, she often submitted articles to newspapers, and almost all of them were accepted. Originally, during this special period, submissions did not receive payment. They usually offered coupons or sample issues instead. Later, an editor at the newspaper recognized her talent and helped her get a temporary correspondent certificate, similar to a part-time job, allowing her submissions to earn payment. Unfortunately, this certificate was approved just over a month before the original owner went to the countryside. Su Mo recalled that last month, the original owner had received over 20 yuan in payment. In 1966, the Ministry of Culture proposed a unified payment standard for newspapers, magazines, and publishers, with payments for original works ranging from 2 to 8 yuan per thousand words and translations from 1 to 5 yuan per thousand words. However, during the Cultural Revolution, direct payments to authors were stopped, replaced by sample issues, coupons, or goods. It wasn't until 1977 that direct payments resumed. Sumo remembered several books of people's daily golden sentences and many motivational songs she had heard later and thought this could work. As a top student, she believed she could manage it with some study and practice. This way, she would have a visible source of income. In this era, having articles accepted by newspapers was quite prestigious, which would also elevate her status in the community. If there were any teaching positions available, it would likely be easier for her to compete for them. She might manage simple farm work like weeding and planting vegetables, but she doubted she could handle more strenuous tasks. It truly made her emotional. Moreover, she remembered that in 1972, U.S. President Nixon would visit China. The official media would be alert to certain signals and would likely serialize some American novels to convey specific messages. At that time, she could also apply to the newspaper for translation work, providing her with another source of income. She had received bilingual education since childhood, so her English was quite good. The original owner knew some English and was not afraid of being discovered. The reason the original owner had so many remittance vouchers was that her uncle, Su Zhongqing, immigrated with his family abroad shortly after the founding of the country. In 1955, when the government started using ration coupons, Su Zhongli wrote to his brother overseas. It's unclear how they communicated, but every year after that, Su Zhongqing would send them some money. Thanks to the remittance vouchers, the original owner's family rarely ran out of coupons. Occasionally, they would also send some items back, including foreign books. Su Tiqian had studied abroad when he was young and knew English, so he taught Su Mo some. Now, she felt she had a few ways to make money. For now, this was enough, and she would look for more ways later. With the money-making plan settled, it was time to buy supplies. She remembered that the original owner's parents would be sent to the neighboring team's cattle shed in half a month. Since the original owner hadn't brought any warm clothing, their situation would be even worse, so she needed to prepare these items in advance. The original owner had quite a few cotton vouchers, but it wouldn't be enough to make everything she needed, so she had to get more cotton. Getting the cotton was just the beginning. She also needed to learn how to make cotton clothes from others. Otherwise, she wouldn't know who could make them for her parents. As for quilts and bedding, she could find someone to make those. If anyone asked, she could say she was getting married and needed them as dowry. She also needed to hurry and buy other daily necessities. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient. Now that the autumn harvest was nearing its end, the original owner worked slowly. If she mustered up the courage, she could probably ask for leave. She planned to take a day off tomorrow to go to the county town. She would buy everything she needed and also get a gift to thank Lu Xiaolan for taking care of her these past few days. As for Lu Changzheng, she felt he didn't need anything in return. Thinking this way, Su Imo turned back into the room, took out paper and pen, and wrote a letter to Su Tingda to send when she went to the county town tomorrow. In this era, phone calls could easily be overheard, so writing a letter felt much safer. In the letter, she subtly mentioned that she heard from Yang Suyun that her parents were being sent to the neighboring team, and she would find a way to take care of them, asking her uncle not to worry and risk being taken advantage of. She also reminded him that her uncle's remittance should arrive soon, and he should arrange for someone to sign for it to avoid letting someone else take it. Although this was a special time, the country needed foreign currency, and remittances were always accepted. Liui was very happy to see her eldest son come to help her with work. Although picking peanuts was easy, she appreciated her son's kindness and decided to take a break. Although Lu Changzheng didn't like farm work, he was quick at it and finished the tasks assigned to Liui in no time. Liui went to the scorekeeper to record her work points for the day, earning 7 points. After finishing, the mother and son headed home together. In the Lu family village, each day before work, everyone was assigned tasks. If they finished early, they could go home sooner. If not, they had to complete their work no matter how late it was, or they would be penalized. Liui felt proud looking at her handsome son. He was truly remarkable. Since childhood, he had been smart and was one of the best looking in the village. He had worked hard to achieve his current position at a young age. However, thinking about the scars on her son's body made Liui feel both proud and heartbroken. It was not easy for rural kids to succeed. You should prepare for the matchmaker visit in a couple of days. The other party is from an arts troupe, and since you're in the military, it's a good match, Liui said. Mom, I'm not going to the matchmaker. I'm dating Su Jiqing, he replied.
What?
Liui was so surprised she almost jumped up. Is it because of those gossiping women in the village? You don't need to worry about them. I'll deal with them. The commune leaders have already come down to educate us that such bad habits are unacceptable. In recent years, many young people had come to the countryside, and due to differences in experiences and habits, there had been many conflicts. Therefore, the commune regularly sent people to educate the members of each production team. No, it's because I like Su Jiqing, Lu Changzheng answered firmly. Liui was speechless, overwhelmed with thoughts, and didn't know how to respond. After a moment, she managed to stammer you. Why do you like her? What's wrong with her? I think she's great, Lu Changzheng replied. Liui was concerned. Su Jiqing was pretty, but she seemed delicate. Just because someone looked nice didn't mean they were strong. Most young people from the city were well-groomed, but Su Jiqing seemed different. She looked like she had been pampered. Someone like her coming to the countryside likely meant something had happened at home. The Lu family production team subscribed to newspapers, which her father-in-law and husband read. She often listened in on their discussions and had some understanding of the situation in the city. Setting aside whether dating her would affect her son's future. This woman is just too beautiful, and that's not a good thing. There's an old saying that beautiful women often have short lives. To be blunt, Su Jiqing doesn't seem like someone who will bring good fortune. If I really marry her, what good can come of it? Changzheng, do you want to think this over? Liui felt bitter. Her son has always been determined, and once he decides something, it's hard to change his mind. Su Jiqing doesn't seem like someone who can work. She's not suitable for our family, she said. If she can't work, that's fine. I don't plan to make her do farm work. I'll support her. She just needs to take care of our little home. Lu Changjing replied.
What are you talking about?
Liui raised her voice. She worked hard to raise her son, and he never said he wouldn't let her work. Now that he has a girlfriend, he's ready to support her. No wonder people say that when a man gets a wife, he forgets his mother. What an ungrateful son. Liui was truly upset. What about the match you were supposed to check out with Su Jiqing? Liui's tone was sharp. Just say it directly. I already have a girlfriend, so I won't be going, Lu Changjing said.
How can you do that?
She was introduced by the Women's Federation director. Liui disagreed. What if her son went to meet her and liked her? Even though it seems unfair, she would rather her son be unfair than lose his chance. There's nothing wrong with saying it. The match is supposed to be mutual. If I already have a girlfriend, it's worse to go, he insisted.
Well.
Liui wanted to say more but was interrupted by Lu Changjing. Mom, the whole country is emphasizing proper conduct. Are you trying to make me make a mistake? If people find out I have a girlfriend and still go to look at others, my military uniform will be in trouble. Mom didn't mean to make you make a mistake, Liui was startled. It's just that it's so new. Others don't know yet. Now I'm afraid everyone knows. When I brought Su Jiqing back, we passed by the team office, and those women working there saw us. Liui felt a rush of heat to her head. Her son must have done this on purpose. Why go to the youth point when he could avoid the team office? And now those gossiping women saw them. Thinking about how Li Tsuehua was there drying grain today, Liui felt dizzy. With Li Tsuehua's nature, she probably already spread the news to everyone in the team. It seems that meeting is not going to happen. Just like that, she offended the Women's Federation director. She was still thinking about whether she could compete for the position once the village's women's director stepped down, but it seemed hopeless now. So, what about your grandfather if you date her? Didn't you agree to get married when you came back this time? We'll date for a couple of days first. You can propose in a few days and by then, we'll get our marriage certificate. Are you that eager? Does Su Ziking even want that? In her home village, there were people who married educated youth, but they didn't rush into marriage like rural folks. They would date for half a year to a year first, passing the revolutionary test before getting married. Su Ziking seemed more delicate than those people. It was hard to believe she would want to rush into marriage with her son. She's very understanding. Our family situation is special, so she'll be willing, Lu Changjing said. If he tried a bit harder, it should work out. After finishing her letter, Su Emo went outside and saw that no one had returned yet. She guessed they were helping the new educated youth with their work again. This batch of new educated youth had 5 members, 2 boys and 3 girls. They arrived just in time for the autumn harvest and had no time to adjust, so they often couldn't finish their work. The older educated youth would complete their tasks and then help them. Currently, there were 11 educated youth at the center, 6 boys and 5 girls. Everyone was getting along well, and they often helped each other. Thinking about how the older educated youth had taken care of the original owner recently, Su Emo decided to make a nice meal for everyone. After the autumn harvest, everyone looked a bit thinner. Su Emo took out the leftover bag of rice from the apocalypse, which had about 2 pounds left, and poured it into a bowl. Then she added 2 bowls of cornmeal to prepare a rice and corn porridge. After rinsing the rice twice, she put it in a pot with a good amount of water, set it on low heat, and let it simmer slowly. Next, she went to the vegetable garden and picked 3 large cabbages and a few tomatoes. From her storage, she took out a piece of cured meat weighing a little over a pound to make stir-fried cabbage with meat. There were 2 pots at the Educated Youth Center. Usually they didn't eat together, but they did during the autumn harvest. Now, one pot was for porridge, and the other could be used for stir-frying. The tomatoes were cut fresh and sprinkled with a little sugar for a salad. In this era, such a meal was already considered quite good. There was rice porridge, meat, and even something sweet, similar to what an average family might have during the new year. When the educated youth returned, they could smell the delicious aroma of the meat from afar. Hungry, they quickened their pace toward the center. Seeing Su Emo cooking in the kitchen, the enticing smell made their mouths water. Ma Xiaowan, who is closest to Su Emo, quickly ran over and happily shouted, "Suemo, you're back. Are you making braised pork? It smells so good." Ma Xiaowan is Sumo's roommate, along with another girl named Chenlan. "It's not braised pork. I brought some cured meat from home to share with everyone." "I really appreciate all your help recently," Suemo smiled. The original person was truly the worst at working. Almost everyone had helped her with tasks. Hearing this, the older youth felt a bit more at ease. The leader of the youth group, Ma Jianmin, smiled and said, "We're all comrades. It's only right to help each other." In reality, the older youth weren't very eager to help the new youth. However, they were all part of the same group, and the villagers were somewhat unfriendly towards the youth. If they didn't stick together, they would be at a disadvantage in the village. Moreover, after the autumn harvest, winter was coming soon. If the new youth couldn't finish their work, they wouldn't earn many work points, which meant they wouldn't get much food. Since they all lived in the same youth center, if the new youth ran out of food, they would definitely borrow from the older youth. Their own supplies were barely enough, and if they lent to the new youth, they wouldn't make it to the next food distribution. So, they had no choice but to help them out, hoping they could earn more work points and get more food. They did help, but there were some complaints in their hearts. Now that Suemo was thoughtful and brought out good food to thank them, they felt much better. "Suemo, I really didn't expect you to be such a good cook," Chenlan said, swallowing hard, her eyes fixed on the pot, which had quite a bit of meat. Seeing her delicate appearance before, they thought she was someone who couldn't do any work, but it turned out she had some skills. Suemo smiled and didn't say anything. To make her vegetables taste good, she had studied cooking a lot during tough times. How could her skills be lacking? The vegetables were quickly cooked, and Suemo took a large bowl to serve them at the table. Sumo's knife skills were impressive. She sliced the cured meat thinly, paired with tender green cabbage, making it hard for everyone to look away. "Wow, Suemo, how much meat did you put in this?" An older youth named Zheng Kaiping exclaimed. "Not much, just a little over a pound, I guess." "You cooked all that at once?" Zheng Kaiping nearly shouted, looking at Suemo as if she were wasting money. "I saw everyone looking a bit thin after the harvest, so I thought I'd make a bit more for everyone to enjoy a good meal," Suemo explained. "All right, Zheng Kaiping, she's inviting you to eat meat. Why do you have so many complaints? Hurry up and eat. If you're not hungry, we still are," Zhao Guoping scolded. He was really exhausted. After finishing his own work, he still had to help others, which was frustrating. Yes, it's time to eat." Some of the young people had already gone back to get their lunch boxes. One of them lifted the lid of another pot and exclaimed, "Rice porridge." At this, everyone fell silent and quickly returned to get their lunch boxes, fearing they would miss out. The older young people had been here for a year or two, and rice porridge was something they only had during special occasions or when they were unwell. During the meal, everyone ate quietly. It was so delicious that if they didn't remember they were still young workers, they would have wanted to grab it like the village aunties. Of course, the main dishes were porridge and stir-fried cabbage with cured meat, while the tomatoes were completely overlooked. It wasn't until they were almost done that someone took a piece of tomato. "It's sweet. Did you add sugar?" Suemo nodded. "I added a bit of white sugar." Everyone quickly grabbed tomatoes, and when they tasted them, they realized the sweetness was more than just a little. They ate faster in silence. Suemo had added the sugar earlier, so by the time everyone returned, it had already dissolved and no one noticed. In the future, white sugar is small and snowy white, but Suemo didn't know what it looked like now. To avoid being discovered, she had sprinkled it on early. The food was so good that everything was gone. Even the sweet water was shared among a few young men who poured it into their porridge. After the meal, everyone politely thanked Suemo and then went to boil water, wash up, and rest in their rooms. As for political study sessions, they could wait until after the autumn harvest. Everyone was too tired. Suemo sat for a while before returning to her room. At this time, there was no electricity, and lighting was provided by a kerosene lamp. Suemo and her friends had only one lamp brought by Chenlan, and the kerosene was borrowed from the older young people. With such a large room lit by just one lamp, the light was barely enough to see. Su Emo couldn't do much, so she spread out her bedding and prepared to sleep. She planned to wake up early the next day to go to the county town. Just then, Ma Xiaowan returned from her shower and leaned closer to Su Emo, suddenly curious. What did you put on? It smells nice. Su Emo's heart skipped a beat. She had used shampoo to wash her hair. The scents of future daily products were nothing like what was available now. I used a bit of hair oil from the friendship store, Su Emo replied simply. Ma Xiaowan didn't suspect anything. They shared a room, and when Su Emo had taken her clothes earlier, she had noticed that those clothes looked like imported goods. Ma Xiaojuan's family is doing well, and she has shopped at the friendship store before, so she has good judgment. However, with many children at home, one had to go to the countryside, so she volunteered to go. Her family supports her financially every month, so she isn't worried. She will do farm work if she can, and if not, that's fine. Among the youth, Su Mo is the least hardworking, and Ma Xiaowan is just one step above her. Are you feeling better? I wanted to take a leave to take care of you, but the team leader wouldn't allow it, saying we need to be proactive in our work. It really frustrates me, Ma Xiaowan said angrily, as she was hoping to take a break. Unlike Su Mo, who truly can't work, Ma Xiaowan tends to be lazy. The team leader dislikes such behavior, so he wouldn't approve her leave. If other hardworking youth asked, he would approve them. The other 3 young women didn't want to lose their work points, so they didn't offer to help Su Emo. The team leader had no choice but to ask Liu Changjing to check on her occasionally, knowing the clinic has doctors to take care of her. I heard some rumors from the village aunties these past few days. You're not really planning to marry that soldier, are you? Ma Xiaowan asked with concern. Her mother is a doctor, so she knows this is a normal emergency measure, but the ignorant villagers do not understand. Yes, I'm currently dating him, Su Emo replied.
What? Ma Xiaoyuan exclaimed.
Are you being pressured? We can go to the commune leaders together. This is a serious matter. Su Emo is so beautiful. Perhaps the soldier has feelings for her. No, he's a good person. Even so, you shouldn't be with him. If you marry him, you might end up living in the countryside forever. Sometimes the countryside isn't so bad, Su Emo said, not wanting to discuss it further. She changed the subject. The autumn harvest should be finishing soon, right? What are you all doing now? We're digging up peanuts. I heard from the Annies that once we finish digging, it's mostly about drying and storing them, and then we just wait to deliver the grain, Ma Xiaowan replied. Should I buy some meat after the harvest and treat everyone to a meal? Ma Xiaowan, noticing Su Emo didn't want to talk more, shifted the topic. If conditions allow, I think that's a good idea. After all, we've troubled the old youth a lot during this time, Su Emo responded.
Great.
After the harvest, I'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some meat and maybe some eggs to treat everyone, Ma Xiaowan said. Xiaowan, why don't we all chip in together for the meal? Chunmon happened to walk in and immediately suggested. Her family is average, and if she invites everyone separately, she can't afford it. That's fine. We can invite everyone together later, Ma Xiaojun replied straightforwardly. At the same time, the Liu family was having dinner. The main dish was steamed buns made with a mix of cornmeal and wheat flour, with more wheat flour since Liu Changjing was back. There was a large bowl of egg drop soup, a bowl of eggplant and green beans with some pork cracklings, and a bowl of radish stew with fish. The fish was caught by Liu Changjing from the river that morning. Liui divided the buns for everyone, 2 for the adults and 1 for each child. Since Liu Changjing rarely came home, she gave him an extra one. Although their family was better off than others in the village, they still had to be careful about their food. She was always worried after the 3 years of famine, so she saved some grain each year to prepare for any future disasters, ensuring her family wouldn't have to eat roots and tree bark. The Liu family had many members. Liu Changjing and his 3 grandchildren, his older brother Liu Xingjuan's family of 5, and his younger brother Liu Weiguo's family of 4, making a total of 13 people gathered around a large round table, enjoying their meal. The Liu family's house was one of the few brick houses in the village. The front had 5 rooms, with 3 more on each side, and the central courtyard was paved with bricks for drying things. Near the kitchen, there was also a well. In front, There was a large vegetable garden, and a simple toilet was built with mud bricks beside it. The 5 front rooms included the main room for guests and meals, with 2 rooms on the left for Liu Qingyan and Liui and Liu grandfather Liu Boming, while the 2 rooms on the right were for the kitchen and previously for Liu Xiaolan. The 3 rooms on the left were for the eldest son's family of 5, and the 3 on the right were for the second son's family of 4. The Liu family's house was newly built 2 years ago. They originally planned to build 3 more rooms, but there wasn't enough space. When they built it, they got Liu Changjing's approval to build his 3 rooms elsewhere. At that time, there were some conflicts between Liu Changjing and his mother-in-law, and they heard about the opportunity to live separately, so he naturally agreed. This year, they built 3 brick houses not far from the Liu family home for Liu Changjing. During the construction, he sent extra money back, so those houses turned out to be more impressive. The floors there were paved with cement, mixed with lime and fine sand, and the walls were painted white. The whole place looked clean and bright, without dust. The roof was also made with wooden boards, which keeps it cool in summer and warm in winter, making it a nice addition to the village. On the right side, a large room was built with mud bricks, divided into 2 spaces, a big one for firewood and storage, and a small one turned into a toilet. The toilet was a dry one, so it was clean. A water well was also dug in the yard. At that time, the villagers advised Liu Qingyan that since Liu Changjing didn't come home often and would likely take his wife with him when he married, there was no need to dig a well, as it would be a waste of money and effort. However, Liu Qingyan had a different opinion. After all, the 3rd son was an officer, and it wouldn't be proper for him to go to other homes to fetch water when he visited. After dinner, the children went out to play, and Liu Dazhao and Liu Erzao cleaned the dishes. After washing the dishes, they also had to do laundry. I heard from your mother that you are dating Su Jiqing, Liu Qingyan asked Liu Changjing.
Yes.
Have you thought it through? Liu Qingyan asked again. He could guess that Su Imo must have come down to escape some trouble at home. He didn't believe his son would notice. He was also worried that his son might not understand, so he added, when Su Jiqing came, she brought 2 suitcases. In those days, anyone who could afford suitcases was not from an ordinary family. If they weren't from a regular family and came to the countryside, it was either to set an example because of their influential family or because something had happened. Given Su Jiqing's appearance, it was likely her family had encountered trouble. I've thought it through, Liu Changjing replied firmly. Everything he had now was earned through his own hard work, and no one could take that away from him. He also didn't believe the situation would last long. The country needed to develop, and the leaders wouldn't let things get out of hand. All right, as long as you've thought it through, Liu Qingyan took a puff of his pipe. What are your plans? He feared his father wouldn't last much longer. Don't worry about me. Just follow your own plans. Knowing you have someone makes me feel at ease, Liu Boming said. This strong man, despite being old and in poor health, still tried to sit up straight. Liu Changjing was his favorite and most promising grandson. He had previously worried that Liu Changjing was too focused on his career and might end up alone, so he mentioned wanting to see him settled before he passed away. He understood his grandson's character. If he didn't truly like Su Jiqing, he wouldn't date her just to save someone. I'll try to get married before I return to the team, Liu Changjing said. His return to the team would mean he wouldn't be back until next year. Since he had been away, what if someone else took his place with his girlfriend? He must establish his status before leaving. That needs to be decided soon. There is a lot to prepare for the wedding, Liu Qingyan said. What do you mean? Are you just inviting a few close people for a meal, or the whole village? The Liu family village is quite large, with over 150 households and more than 1,000 people. Even if just one person from each household comes, that would be around 20 tables. The whole village, Liu Changjing replied. If he is going to marry, he cannot let others think he is marrying her out of necessity. He must give her the respect she deserves. Liu Xingjuan and Liu Weiguo were just listening, but when they heard the 3rd brother say he wanted to invite the whole village, they frowned. So many people would require a lot of food. I will find a way to handle the food. You 2 just need to help find people, Liu Changjing said. That won't do. When your 2 older brothers got married, we also hosted 10 tables. How can we let you do everything?
Liui immediately disagreed.
Over the years, the eldest and second brothers had benefited from the third brother. How about this? You just take care of the meat, and we will prepare the grains and vegetables, Liui said. Eldest second, you have no objections, right?
No, no.
Lu Xingjuan and Lu Weiguo quickly shook their heads, not daring to disagree under their mother's fierce gaze. Then it's settled, Liui said firmly. As for the bride price, your eldest and second brothers received 50 yuan when they got married. But that was during a difficult time, and 50 yuan was a lot in the countryside back then. Over the years, you have sent back quite a bit of money, and most of this house was built with your contributions. So, I discussed with your father, and the family will give you 200 yuan for the bride price. Eldest, second, you have no objections, right? Lu Xingjuan and Lu Weiguo shook their heads vigorously. They wouldn't dare object, especially since their mother said the house was built with the third brother's money. It had cost nearly 1,000 yuan to build. The 2 bicycles at home are for your eldest and second brothers. When you get married, the family will also buy you one. These are all we can prepare for you. For anything else, you'll have to rely on yourself, Liui said. In reality, she had already prepared tickets for a bicycle, sewing machine, and watch for her youngest son. She had inquired, and these were the 3 most popular items for weddings in the city now. Families without some means couldn't afford them. She thought about how he was interested in a female soldier from the art troupe, so she couldn't be stingy. Now that the person has changed, she is not very satisfied, so she won't bring it up for now. In the evening, before going to bed, Lu Weiguo talked to his wife about this matter. Lu Erseo, Lu Hohot, sat up immediately upon hearing. What did you say? His third uncle is not going to see the female soldier from the art troupe anymore? He wants to marry Sue, the educated youth? Lu Weiguo was startled. Keep your voice down. Lu Hohot pouted. It's not a shameful thing, so why whisper? Then she leaned in with curiosity and asked, will your mother agree? When she wanted to marry Lu Weiguo, Liui did not agree. If it weren't for her and Lu Weiguo having a child together, the marriage might not have happened. Over the years, she has been humble and has given birth to 2 grandsons for their family, which has finally earned her mother-in-law's approval. Lu Chongjing is her mother-in-law's most successful son, and she cares a lot about his marriage. When the female soldier from the art troupe came to visit, although her mother-in-law didn't show it, she was quite happy and satisfied inside. Now, with a rural educated youth instead, would her mother-in-law agree? She didn't say she disagreed. She even brought up the banquet and the dowry, so that should mean she agrees, Lu Weiguo said. That Sue is very pretty. I heard she came with 2 big suitcases. The clothes she wears are materials we've never seen before. Her family must be well off, otherwise your mother wouldn't agree. You know, your brother is really lucky. When he joined the army, so many people tried but didn't get selected, yet he did and became a high-ranking officer. Now he comes back to marry a wife who is not only beautiful but also from a good family. Is she really that pretty? Lu Weiguo couldn't help but be curious. Lu Weiguo works at the commune's wood processing factory, leaving early and returning late, so he has never seen Sue Mo. Lu Hohot rolled her eyes at him. So what? No matter how pretty she is, she's still your sister-in-law. Lu Weiguo was speechless. What nonsense are you talking about? You said she was pretty and I was just asking. Lu Hohot is not bad-looking either. Otherwise, Lu Weiguo wouldn't have insisted on marrying her, even going so far as to sneak a taste of forbidden fruit to get his family to agree. Did your mother say how much the dowry is? My mother said 200. Lu Hohot pouted. See, that's the difference. I only got 50 from my sister-in-law. However, that can't be compared. Everyone knows how much money the younger brother has sent back over the years. Giving 200 is reasonable. What else? Did she say anything else? Lu Hohot asked again. Just buy a bicycle, nothing else, Lu Weiguo replied. Then your parents are fair. Of course, my parents do things right, Lu Weiguo said proudly. But for the third brother's banquet, he wants to invite the whole team, so it will probably be at least 20 tables. What? Lu Hohot jumped up again. How much will that cost? The third brother is an officer, so the meal can't be too simple. If we count 10 yuan per table, That's at least 200 yuan. Not that much. We don't have to give a gift for the meal, so after that it will probably just be a few dozen yuan, Lu Weigua said casually. Anyway, he said the meat would be taken care of by the third brother, and the family just needed to provide some grains and vegetables. If there are many people, they can just make more porridge. You think so? Nowadays, many people give 2 jiao for a meal, Lu Hohat said, speechless. That's not your concern. The third brother said he would handle the meat, and the family just needs to provide grains and vegetables. That's good. Lu Hohat sighed in relief. But even for grains, we need to provide a lot. I hope we don't run out of food after the banquet. Why worry? If we run out, won't Mom buy from the team? Hey, didn't we say that once the third brother gets married, we will split the family? Haven't Mom and Dad mentioned it? Or are they not splitting now? They haven't said, but they should split, Lu Weigua replied, his eyelids growing heavy, and soon he fell asleep. Lu Hohat looked at the sleeping Lu Weigua and thought, I hope they don't change their minds about splitting. Her husband earns 28 yuan a month, and he gives 20 yuan to the family, leaving them with only 8 yuan. After deducting Lu Weigua's expenses and food costs, when they don't bring meals, they can't save much. If they split, that 28 yuan salary would belong entirely to their small family. Although relying on her alone to earn points won't provide enough food, buying grains from the team won't cost much, and they could save a lot. Lu Hohat suddenly felt hopeful about their future, wishing that Lu Chongjung would get married tomorrow and split the family the day after, not worrying about food anymore. On the other side, Lu Dage, Lu Xingjuan, and Lu Daji Lu Yuji were saying the same thing. Lu Yuji just listened quietly and said nothing. Mom and Dad have arranged everything. We just need to follow their plan, Lu Yuji said. But remember, we agreed that once the third brother gets married, we would split the family. Ever since the second brother started working at the lumber factory, his family has been acting strangely, as if we are taking advantage of them. I'm really fed up with it. Mom and Dad said we would split the family, so it will happen, Lu Xingjuan said. Actually, Lu Xingjuan also felt uneasy and wanted to split the family. Among the 4 siblings, the second brother runs a lumber factory, the third is an officer, and the sister works at a supply and marketing cooperative, all earning a salary. He is the only one in the countryside. Although he is the village accountant, he only receives a small allowance and no salary. Moreover, since the family hasn't split, the year-end bonuses from the village are all handled by Liui, who only gives each household a little spending money each year. When the second brother was in the same situation as him, it didn't seem like a big deal, but now that the second brother has a salary, the comparison is clear. Now, at 29, he also wants to experience having money and being in charge. The main household has 3 children. The first 2 are girls, and the third is a boy. The eldest girl is 9, the second girl is 7, and the youngest boy is 4. The second household has 2 sons, the eldest is 7, and the younger is 5. Before the sons were born, Lu Yuji felt quite constrained. Whenever there was something good to eat, Lu Hohat would rush to give it to her son, claiming the eldest grandson should eat more. Her daughters had to go gather pig grass to earn points, while the 2 boys from the second household just played around the village. Before Lu Weigua went to the lumber factory, the 2 from the second household earned 8 and 6 points respectively. Her husband was the village accountant, and points were calculated based on the highest earners in the team. Even she earned around 7 or 8 points, and the children also gathered pig grass for points. When the second household took advantage of the first household before, they didn't say anything. But since the second brother got into the lumber factory 2 years ago and started earning a salary, Lu Hohat has become difficult to deal with. She often pressures her, pushing more household chores onto her, claiming that her family is taking advantage. Over time, the conflict between the first and second households has deepened. Liui has mentioned it a few times, and while Lu Hohat would behave for a few days, she would soon return to her old ways. Understanding the need for separation, the couple decided to wait until the third son gets married to split the family. At that point, everyone can live their own lives in peace. After all, each of the 3 sons has 3 rooms, so there's not much to discuss. As soon as the wake-up call sounded, Su Mo immediately woke up. likely due to the reflex developed during the past few days. Ma Xiaojun and Qianlong were also sitting up, getting ready to dress. Su and Mo, hurry up. We need to gather at the village office by 5:30, Ma Xiaojun urged. During the autumn harvest, the wake-up call is at 5, and everyone gathers at the village office by 5:30 to hear the village leader outline the day's tasks. The Liui village has over 1,000 people, with more than 800 able to work. These 800 are divided into 8 production teams, and each team has 5 smaller groups. The team leader assigns the work tasks to the production team leaders in the morning, and then the team leaders distribute the tasks to the group leaders. The group leaders take their members to the work site and assign tasks based on the situation. That's basically how it works. Su and Mo, hurry up. Today's breakfast is sweet potatoes, and if you're late, the bigger ones will be taken. Ma Xiaowan urged again. During the autumn harvest, everyone leaves for work very early, so there's no time to eat breakfast at home. They prepare it the night before and take it with them to eat on the way. Xiaowan, I want to take another day off today to buy some things in the county. It's better to finish things early. If something unexpected happens, she'll have time to adjust. Waiting until after the harvest might be too tight. You need to talk to the team leader. He might not approve. Ma Xiaowan also wanted to take a day off, but she felt the team leader was a bit biased against her and wasn't sure what she had done to upset him. If you can get the day off, could you help me buy some things in the county? I'll give you the money later. Okay. After Ma Xiaowan and Qianlong left, Su and Mo changed her clothes. She picked a simple pair of khaki pants and a white shirt from the original owner's clothes, then put on some cloth shoes. She loosely braided her hair and let it fall over her shoulder. The young people washing up outside were surprised to see Su and Mo dressed like this. Su, are you not going to work today? Zhang Kaiping asked, a hint of envy in her eyes, wishing she had such clothes. Yeah, I'm not going. I have something to do in the county. If you don't work much, you won't earn enough food. The winters here are long. Zhang Kaiping reminded her. Even though Su Mo might only earn 4 work points in a day, 4 points are still something. I know, it's fine. My family will send me things and money. Zhang Kaiping. It seems she worried for nothing. Sumo probably didn't care about those work points at all. If it were 2 or 3 years ago, she might have said Sumo didn't have the right mindset and should support rural development. But after 3 years in the countryside, she understood that people like them were sent from the city and were not welcomed anywhere. Those who came to the countryside with her, if their families had any means, found ways to return to the city. Su and Mo wet a towel to wipe her face. As for brushing her teeth, she could only rinse her mouth. Although she had a toothbrush in her space, she didn't have one in plain sight, so she had to endure it. She needed to hurry and buy some things. It was really uncomfortable to go without brushing her teeth. Su and Mo hung the towel on a line in her room, thinking about how to ask the team leader for leave when she heard someone calling her from outside. Just as she was about to go out, Ma Xiaojun ran in, making faces at her. There's a soldier outside looking for you. He's quite handsome. Is he your boyfriend? Su and Mo thought for a moment. The only handsome soldier in the area was probably Liu Changzheng, so she nodded. That's not bad. If it's him, that's okay. Su and Mo. Just yesterday, she had advised her not to marry, and now Ma Xiaojun was acting like this, being such a looks-oriented person. Go on out, he's waiting. Ma Xiaojun pushed Su and Mo, and then pulled her back. By the way, if you go to the county, can you bring me back a pound of sponge cake? If it's not too much trouble, could you also bring back an enamel basin? After saying this, she handed Su and Mo some money. In their room, only Qianlong had an enamel basin, and they had to take turns using it, which was too much trouble. She didn't dare ask Su and Mo to bring back anything else since Su and Mo looked quite delicate and probably couldn't carry much. Su and Mo took the money and went out. Liu Changzheng was standing outside the fence of the youth station. When he saw Su and Mo coming, his eyes lit up. Her boyfriend was indeed good-looking. Comrade Liu, are you looking for me? Liu Changzheng took 2 warm-boiled eggs from his pocket and handed them to Su and Mo. These are freshly boiled eggs. Eat them while they're hot. In this era, eggs were precious. Many people in the countryside relied on these chicken bank eggs to trade for things. Even though this was her new boyfriend, Su Emo still felt a bit shy. Used to relying on herself, she wasn't quite used to being cared for. What about you? Have you eaten? You eat. Lu Chongjing didn't answer, but urged Su Emo to eat quickly. As a big man, he didn't need to eat eggs. His girlfriend was recovering from an illness and needed nourishment. We can each have one. Su Emo peeled the egg at her hand and offered it to Lu Chongjing. Seeing that he wouldn't take it, she brought it directly to his mouth. Lu Chongjing smiled widely. His girlfriend really cared for him, wanting to share her food. In the end, he couldn't refuse her kindness and opened his mouth to swallow the egg. Then he took another egg, peeled it quickly, and handed it to Su Emo. Watching her finish the egg, Lu Chongjing finally handed her the basket he was carrying. I traded for some eggs in the village yesterday. Now that you're better, you should eat 1 or 2 every day to regain your strength. Su Emo was a bit surprised. She didn't expect this man to be so caring. The basket was woven from wheat straw, shaped like an oval cylinder, and quite deep, able to hold many eggs. Lu Chongjing had placed some straw on top, so it was hard to see how many were inside, but there were definitely at least a couple of pounds. No, you should take them home, Su Emo said. It felt like too much. If it were just a few, she might have accepted. After all, she hadn't eaten eggs for a long time in this harsh world. We have enough food at home. You just got better, and now is the time to nourish yourself. Lu Chongjing frowned, not liking Su Emo's polite attitude. Hadn't she just peeled an egg for him? But it's a bit too much, Su Emo replied. In this time, eggs were quite precious. Lu Chongjing's mood shifted instantly. His partner was truly a good person, not greedy at all. Even thinking this many eggs was too much. It's not too much, just take it, he insisted, handing the basket back. What were a few eggs, anyway? He was also planning to ask in the county town if they had any milk powder to buy her a couple of cans. Milk powder was a valuable item, usually only found in large cities, and it might not even be available in their county town. Su Emo finally accepted the basket. It was heavy, probably over 2 pounds. Are you going out later? Lu Chongjing asked. From his partner's outfit, it didn't look like she planned to stay at the youth station to rest. Yes, I want to take a day off to go to the county town and buy some things. Perfect, I need to go to the county town too. I'll take you with me. It was just a coincidence that he also needed to go there. During the autumn harvest, there were no donkey carts to the county town, so it would take you 2 or 3 hours to walk. I'll take my bike and it will be faster. Su Emo thought about it and replied, Thank you, Comrade Lu. You're welcome. Just wait at the youth station, and I'll come to pick you up soon. After saying this, Lu Chongjing left. The people at the youth station were already curious. When they saw Su Emo come in with a basket, Zheng Kaiping couldn't help but ask, Su Emo, who is that? What did he bring you? My partner, Su Emo said, with nothing to hide. Really? When did you get a partner? Zheng Kaiping was surprised. The faces of a few male youth at the station also looked a bit uneasy. Su Emo was the prettiest there, and now someone had taken her away. Yesterday, Su Emo replied briefly. Seeing him in a military uniform, could he be the son of the village secretary who was an officer? Su Emo nodded, not wanting to say more, and went into the room with her basket. The expressions of the older youth became complicated. They had been there long enough to know that the village secretary had a son who was an officer, and they heard he held a significant position. They didn't expect Su Emo to be so lucky to start dating him right after arriving in the countryside. No wonder she wasn't working today. Another female youth, Lin Xia, looked even more upset. When Lu Chongjing's house was built, the village women went to see it, and she had also taken a look and liked it very much. Although she came from the city, her family of 6 squeezed into a small 2-bedroom apartment, and she didn't even have her own room, having to share a bunk bed with her sister in the living room corner. She was also attractive and had fantasized about Lu Chongjing visiting home, and them hitting it off, imagining herself moving into that house. Now, she couldn't believe Su Emo had taken that chance away from her. She gritted her teeth in anger, secretly cursing, calling her a schemer. Maybe that day, Su Emo was deliberately waiting by the river, timing it perfectly to jump in when Lu Chongjing arrived. Otherwise, why would she choose that day to take a day off? She was truly calculating. Su Mo was unaware that she had been labeled as a scheming woman. But even if she knew, she wouldn't care. She didn't want to have too much involvement with the people at the youth station. Just a nodding acquaintance would be enough. If their relationship was too good, after she moved out, it wouldn't be as convenient for her to do things since they would often come to visit her. Su Mo pushed aside the straw and counted the eggs, finding 23. She guessed she had traded with several families to get them. Su Mo felt a bit warm inside. After placing the eggs carefully and covering them with straw again, she set the grass basket next to her small suitcase. Since everyone could see it, she couldn't store it away. Once everything was ready, Su Mo followed the young workers to the team office to ask the team leader for leave. The atmosphere felt a bit strange along the way, as the other young workers looked at her with curious eyes. Su Mo didn't mind and continued walking with Ma Xiaojun. When they reached the team office, Su Mo went straight to the office to find the team leader. Team leader Liu Bagua was assigning tasks when he heard a knock and looked up to see Su Mo, which surprised him a little. "Su, how are you feeling? What do you need?" "Thank you for your concern, team leader. I'm feeling better. I came to ask for another day off. I need to go to the city for something." Liu Bagua was the older brother of Li Tuihua's husband, and he had already heard about Liu Changzheng and Su Mo from his talkative sister-in-law last night. Although the commune leaders said that forcing marriage due to physical contact was an outdated practice and should be stopped if both parties were willing, he couldn't interfere. "Are you going with Changzheng?" Liu Bagua asked. Su Mo was taken aback but nodded. "All right, go ahead," Liu Bagua said, waving his hand to approve it. Even though taking leave during the autumn harvest was usually not allowed, it was almost over, and Su Mo couldn't do much work anyway. Besides, if they were likely to get married, how could they not let her go to the city to buy some things? The team should be understanding. Su Mo had prepared a lot of things to say, but she didn't expect it to be so easy to get the leave. She felt a bit dazed and didn't even know how to leave the office until Ma Xiaojun called her back to reality. "Did you get it?"
Ma Xiaojun whispered.
Taking leave during the harvest was frowned upon, so they couldn't let the villagers hear.
"Shumonari."
"The team leader didn't scold you?" Su Mo shook her head.
Ma Xiaojun pouted in displeasure.
"Then why did I get scolded when I asked? I even had a good reason to take care of you at the clinic, and they still wouldn't approve it. I think the team leader has something against me. What bad luck. I don't know what I did to offend him." Ma Xiaojun began to think about whether she should give the team leader a gift after the harvest ended. At home, they said she should stay in the countryside for at least 2 or 3 years before she could return. If the team leader kept targeting her, her life would be difficult. Su Mo couldn't say much. Neither she nor the original owner knew much about this team. "Once you go to the county town, remember to buy me some egg cakes. I really crave them. It feels like I'm never full. If you can carry an enamel basin, buy it. If not, forget it. And if you can, get me a pound of sugar too." Even though she didn't usually like sweets, she had seen Lin Xia, an old, educated youth, sneakily eating sugar a few times, which made her crave it too. She wanted to buy a pound to keep for when she felt like having some. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have been so eager to pack light and should have brought more things from home, making her current life harder. "All right, you should go quickly and quietly, so no one sees you. Remember, buy food first. I can get the enamel basin later," Ma Xiaojun instructed with concern. Su Mo laughed at Ma Xiaojun's craving and softly replied, "Okay, I will definitely remember to buy food for you first." Not long after Su Mo left, Liu Qing'an arrived at the team office. Liu Bagua saw Liu Qing'an and smiled. "Oh, Secretary, is your family preparing for a celebration?" Liu Qing'an wondered where Liu Bagua had heard that. They hadn't even mentioned it yet. So how did he know? He didn't show it on his face, replying, "That depends on what the young people want. We, as parents, just support them." Liu Bagua secretly laughed at the old fox. He was pretending. The future daughter-in-law was likely going to the city to prepare her dowry. However, he said, "Yes, yes, yes. The country now promotes love and marriage freedom. We elders should listen to the young people." Back at the educated youth site, Su Mo took out the tickets the original owner had brought, which were valid nationwide, and counted out 200 yuan, putting it all into the original owner's beige crossbody bag. This bag looked a bit like a retro style from the future, and in an era filled with serve the people green bags, the original owner's bag was quite special. Su Mo recalled how the original owner's family dressed. They were quite refined, which was indeed inconsistent with the hard and simple style of that era. Although they earned their money honestly, while others were struggling, how could they not feel jealous of their well-dressed appearance? Moreover, in the eyes of some people, the Su family, being wealthy, was a big target, and if given the chance, they would go after them fiercely. The family's downfall was being too flashy and misjudging people's hearts. Before long, Liu Chongjing arrived. Su Mo heard him calling her from outside, so she quickly secured the door and went out. Seeing Su Mo, Liu Chongjing greeted her seriously. "Comrade Su, I have a request and hope you can approve it." Su Mo was startled by Liu Chongjing's serious expression and asked, "Is something wrong? My grandfather heard that I have a girlfriend and wants to meet you. I wonder if you would agree." Su Mo had a feeling that Liu Chongjing wouldn't easily give up on his plan to marry soon. She had also come to a decision and was waiting for him to make a move. Hearing this, she nodded in agreement. Liu Chongjing respectfully bowed to Su Mo again, then rode his bicycle with her toward his home. The youth station was a bit far from the Liu family home. The station was at the village entrance, while the Liu family lived at the end of the village. As Su Mo sat on the bicycle, she carefully observed the village for the first time. If all went well, she would be living here for several years. The Liu family village had over 150 households and was quite spacious. With Liu Chongjing's cycling speed, they had been riding for several minutes without reaching his home. After a few more minutes, he finally rode into a courtyard and stopped. "We're here, Comrade Su," Liu Chongjing said. Su Mo got off the bike and looked at the house in front of her. Although she had heard that the party secretary's family was well off, she was still a bit surprised to see it in person. Before her stood 3 impressive rows of blue brick houses. The middle row had 5 rooms, while the 2 side rows each had 3, resembling a courtyard layout. The yard was very clean, and the vegetable garden at the entrance was full of plants, showing that the family was quite diligent. As Liu Chongjing led Su Mo toward the main room, he introduced, "The 3 rooms on the left are where my older brother's family lives, and the 3 on the right are for my second brother's family. The middle row is where my parents and grandfather live. Our place is not here. It's about a 5-minute walk from here. I'll take you to see it later." At that moment, 2 little boys ran out of the main room, playing and shouting. They stopped in surprise when they saw Liu Chongjing and called out together, "Third uncle." Liu Chongjing nodded and asked, "Where's your great-grandfather?" The taller boy replied, "Great-grandfather is resting in his room." He said this while curiously sneaking glances at Su Mo. Seeing the boys looking at Su Mo, Liu Chongjing said, "This is your future third aunt." The boys quickly responded, "Hello, third aunt." Su Mo shot Liu Chongjing a glance, but didn't deny it. She reached into her bag and took out 6 pieces of malt candy, giving 3 to each boy. "Hello, please have some candy." This malt candy was found by her yesterday while organizing her space. There are still a dozen pieces left, all wrapped in transparent paper without any printing, so she wasn't worried about being discovered. On the way here, she thought about how Liu Chongjing's brothers were all married and would surely have children at home, which is why she secretly took some from her space and put them in her bag. "Thank you, Aunt San," the 2 children called out even louder. Seeing the candy they had never seen before, the shorter one asked, "Aunt San, is this milk candy?" He had only tasted the milk candy sent by his uncle once, and he still remembered that flavor. "This isn't milk candy, it's malt candy." "What is malt candy?" "It's candy made from malt," Su Mo said, unsure how to explain it to the 2 little kids. Before they could ask more, Liu Chongjing sent them off. "You 2 go play." The children were clearly afraid of Liu Chongjing, and as soon as he spoke, they quickly ran away with the candy. "That is my brother's son. The tall one is my second brother's youngest son, 5 years old, named Liu Guoyang. The shorter one is my eldest brother's son, 4 years old, named Liu Guoqiang." Su and Mo smiled. The names in their family had a unique charm. Our names were all chosen by my grandfather, who was a veteran of the war. The names carry his hopes. My eldest brother. At that moment, Liu Boming lifted the door curtain and walked out. Upon seeing him, Liu Chongzheng hurried over to support him. The elderly man had silver hair and a strong face, standing tall but thin due to age and pain, still exuding a sense of strength that hinted at his former glory. He wore an old gray military uniform, which still showed slight creases, likely put on after hearing Sumo's voice. Even with Liu Chongzheng's support, the elderly man walked with a slight limp, trying hard to walk straight. His left sleeve was empty, clearly missing his left arm. Su and Mo stared for a moment, suddenly feeling moved. She seemed to see in him the revolutionary heroes who had come out of the flames of war, those who dedicated their lives to this vast land. She also seemed to see the brave individuals at the beginning of the apocalypse, sacrificing themselves to help more civilians escape. Su and Mo raised her hand and, with all her effort, gave a salute that she could manage as a proper military gesture. She didn't know why, but she felt it was the right thing to do. Suddenly, she remembered a song she had heard before, with lyrics that sang, "How I wish to reach out and hold you tightly, to tell you that everything is settled. The new China you dreamed of 100 years ago is so beautiful." Liu Boming looked at the girl, whose eyes were filled with tears as she saluted, and he returned the salute. The respect in the young girl's eyes was genuine, not a forced act to gain favor. He seemed to see a legacy in her, a message to them old folks. "Don't worry, we will fulfill your hopes. One day, we will create the prosperous world you desire." At first, he was concerned because he heard his wife say the girl seemed delicate. But now, he had nothing to worry about. Although she looked fragile, the determination in her eyes surpassed that of many. Liu Chongzheng was also taken aback, not expecting to see such a scene. Suddenly, he felt closer to Su and Mo. Because she understood. She understood that feeling, that belief, that commitment. Years ago, he gave up college to join the army, and many people did not understand, including his parents. They couldn't grasp why he would turn away from a bright future to become a soldier. But the salute Su and Mo gave made him realize that she understood. He felt happy to have a woman he liked and who understood him by his side, a true happiness that came from deep within. So, Liu Chongzheng also saluted. None of the three spoke, but they all understood each other's feelings. Finally, it was Liu Boming's cough that broke the respectful silence. Liu Chongzheng quickly lowered his salute and reached out to support him. "I'm old. I'm of no use," Liu Boming chuckled helplessly, and then called to Su and Mo, "Su Jiqing, please come inside and sit." Su and Mo wanted to help him, but when she saw his empty sleeve, she held back her hand. "Okay. Thank you, Grandpa Liu." Su and Mo smiled at him, though her smile hid a hint of sadness. Due to her abilities, she had a strong sensitivity to life force. This old man's vitality was already weak, and she feared his time was short. The salute earlier had clearly taken a toll on Liu Boming, as he seemed less spirited once he sat down in the main room. "Chongzheng, your mother cooked peanuts last night. Go get some for Su Jiqing to try," Liu Boming instructed Liu Chongzheng. Su and Mo quickly waved her hand. "No need, Grandpa Liu. I've already had breakfast. Please save the peanuts for the children." Liu Chongzheng looked at Su and Mo and noticed her expression, realizing she truly did not want to eat. So he said, "Grandpa, it's fine.
She's not a guest."
Liu Boming also did not insist. Peanuts weren't a great treat anyway, and there was not much else to offer. "Your name is Su and Mo, right?" "Yes, Grandpa Liu. My mother's surname is Mo originally. My father named me Su and Mo, but my mother thought Mo wasn't a good name for a girl, so she changed it to Mo from Jasmine." Su and Mo explained the origin of her name. "Your parents have a deep bond. That's wonderful." Liu Boming thought of his late wife and felt he had lived a good life, but he owed her so much. Su and Mo smiled, knowing that Su Tiqian and Mo Yurong had a strong relationship. "I hope you and Chongzheng will be the same. You are both good kids." Liu Boming had been holding back, but after a few sentences, he couldn't help but cough. Lu Changzhen quickly patted his back to help him breathe easier. After a while, Lu Boming stopped coughing and told Lu Changzhen, "Go to my room and bring me the wooden box from the innermost cabinet of the Kongqin." Lu Changzhen quickly retrieved the box and handed it to Lu Boming. My ancestors were once local gentry, but during the turmoil, they left behind little. In recent years, life has been tough, and there's even less now. All that remains is this pair of bracelets, which I gave to your grandmother when we married. Lu Boming took out an item wrapped in a handkerchief from the box. As he unwrapped it, it revealed a pair of beautiful jade bracelets. He called Su Mo over. "Dear, one bracelet is for Changjing's mother, and one is for you. But for now, you can't wear them. Wait until the time is right." Su Mo quickly shook her head. "Grandpa Lu, I can't accept this. Such heirlooms should be passed down to the eldest son and daughter-in-law, shouldn't they?"
Dear, please take it.
Lu Boming took a breath and continued, "This is from us as grandparents to our granddaughter-in-law. You must accept it. I hope these can be passed down in the Lu family. Only you can ensure that. If given to someone else, they might sell them off quickly. When you have time, tell the children about their great-grandmother, how brave and strong she was." Lu Boming gently touched the bracelets, his eyes filled with deep nostalgia. Understanding his words, Su Mo accepted the bracelets seriously and promised, "Okay, I will." Lu Boming smiled with relief and waved his hand, saying, "You all go ahead and get busy. You don't need to stay with me. I'm old and can't sit for long. I need to lie down." Lu Changzhen quickly helped his grandfather back to the room. However, Lu Boming's earlier words felt like a final farewell, making both of them feel heavy-hearted. Although aging and death are natural parts of life, it becomes harder to accept as the time approaches. After leaving the Liu family, the two lost interest in visiting the new house and went straight to the county town. On the way, they were both silent. "Comrade Su Mo, thank you for what you did earlier," said Lu Changzhen. "Thank you for showing respect to a revolutionary veteran and for helping an elder fulfill his wish. No need to be polite. Grandpa Lu is a respected elder," Su Mo replied. There is a certain aura about people, and when Su Mo first saw Lu Boming, she felt he was someone to be respected. "My grandfather was born during the Qing dynasty and lived through various upheavals. He was an advanced thinker at the time and wanted to join the revolution. But since he was the only son, my great-grandfather insisted he stay to carry on the family line before he could go. So, my grandfather hurriedly married my grandmother, and after my father was born, he only saw him once before leaving to join the revolution. For many years, he only returned occasionally, and my grandmother managed the household alone. It wasn't until my father grew up and got married that my grandfather returned home after being injured. Even after returning, he didn't rest. He often secretly gathered food and sent it to the front lines. After the country was established, he didn't take any official position offered by the government. His disability benefits were arranged directly by the leaders at that time. Lu Boming received a disability allowance each month. It started at 8 yuan and is now 18 yuan. When I was young, I asked him why he didn't become an official. He said that compared to his colleagues who had lost their lives, he was lucky to be alive. His original intention in joining the revolution was to drive out the invaders, and now that goal was achieved, he didn't need to ask for more from the country. Moreover, at the beginning of the new nation, there was so much to rebuild, and positions should be given to those more capable. The spirit of dedication from his generation is something we cannot match. My grandmother managed the whole family without complaint, while my grandfather fought for the revolution for most of his life and then walked away without asking for anything in return. There were many like him in that generation. Yes, they are all admirable people. They have endured all the hardships and left the sweetness for future generations. We should not forget their sacrifices and strive to become the people they hoped we would be, Su Mo said. Yes. Lu Changzhen nodded vigorously. Comrade Su Mo, I would like to formally make a request again, hoping you can approve it. I have 15 days left before I return to my unit, and I wish to become your revolutionary partner before then. This is not only because of my grandfather's health, but also because I am eager to start a family with you. I hope you will consider it. Su Mo initially thought that visiting Grandpa Liu was Lu Changjing's idea, but when she met him, she realized it was the old man who truly wanted to see her. Now that they had received the family heirloom, there was no need for pretense. Okay, Su Mo agreed. They both had their needs. He wanted to marry quickly, and she needed a place to live. Since they didn't mind each other, they could be together. Lu Changjing felt relieved, and the car sped up. I'll ask my mom to go to the youth station tomorrow to propose. Once we reach the county, I'll call the army to apply for the marriage certificate. Once the application is approved, we can get our license. Su Mo wasn't too worried about the political review. When she first went to the countryside, Su Tingqian assured her to relax. He had taken care of everything and wouldn't leave any issues behind. She estimated there wouldn't be a problem. Since we're going to the county today, we might as well take our wedding photos, Lu Changjing planned clearly. I'm not dressed festively enough today. Isn't it inappropriate to take wedding photos? After adjusting to the speed of the conversation, Su Mo felt more at ease. Then we'll take one today, and another on the day we get our license, when you're dressed festively. My wife is so beautiful. No matter what she wears, the photos will look great. I'll bring some pictures to the army, and those guys will be so envious. Such sweet talk. How many girls have you tricked with that? She teased, noticing his sudden charm. Wife, that's unfair. I've only liked you all these years. Lu Changjing relaxed, showing a bit of his playful side. I'm serious in front of others, but I can be myself with you. But you weren't like that just now. Hee. That was because, Comrade Su, you hadn't agreed to be my wife yet. I was afraid of scaring you away. Are you not afraid of scaring me away now? Lu Changjing whistled. Not at all. Comrade Su is not someone who goes back on her word. Lu Changjing and Su Mo rode their bikes, chatting and laughing as they passed by the commune supply and marketing cooperative, completely unaware of Lu Xiaolan, who was staring at them in shock. What's going on? When did her brother become so close with Su, the educated youth? They seemed to be having a great time together. Wasn't he supposed to be meeting with the female soldier from the art troupe? What was happening now? Lu Xiaolan felt anxious. Why hadn't anyone from her family come to explain the situation to her? If he wasn't going to meet with the soldier anymore, they should have told her in advance, so she could inform her husband to speak with the Women's Federation director to avoid any misunderstandings. Her husband, Yang Jingming, was the organizational officer of the Hongqi commune. It was the Women's Federation director, Lu Guangying, who had approached Yang Jingming about her niece in the art troupe wanting to meet Lu Xiaolan's brother. After hearing about the niece's good qualities, Lu Xiaolan had agreed to help set it up. Finally, Lu Xiaolan managed to wait until noon, skipping lunch, and rode her bike to the Lu family village. When she arrived, the family was having lunch. Liui heard her daughter's voice and felt a pang of worry. Was she back because of a fight with her husband? Lu Xiaolan rushed into the living room, poured herself a glass of cold water, and gulped it down before asking Mom, "What's going on with my brother and Su? I saw them on the same bike this morning, looking like they were going to the county together." "Oh, they're dating now." "What? They're dating? Why didn't you tell me? Didn't we agree they would meet the day after tomorrow?" Lu Xiaolan was truly upset. "I was planning to tell you this afternoon, but I just didn't get the chance," Liui replied. "Oh, come on, Mom. This is not something you can delay. You should have told me first thing this morning. Now look at this situation." Lu Xiaolan was really frustrated. "How am I supposed to explain this to Director Liu?" Lu Boming cleared his throat and said, "Qing'an's wife, you should go with Xiaolan this afternoon. Bring some snacks and 2 bottles of wine. We really should apologize for this." "Okay, I understand, Dad," Liui replied quickly, showing her respect for her father-in-law. Fortunately, she hadn't made any firm commitments with the other party, or it would have been difficult to handle. "Have you eaten yet, daughter?" Liui asked again. Lu Xiaolan shook her head, feeling too anxious to eat. "Big girl, go get a set of dishes for your aunt." Liui instructed Lu Dage's daughter, Lu Fengqin, and then comforted Lu Xiaolan, saying, "Don't worry, Mom will talk to her this afternoon." After lunch, Liui and Lu Xiaolan went to the commune supply and marketing cooperative. They bought 2 pounds of cake, 2 bottles of strong liquor, and saw some apples, so they bought 2 pounds of those as well. The 60 degrees strong liquor cost 2.39 yuan per pound, totaling 4.78 yuan for 2 bottles. The apples were 0.48 yuan per pound, totaling 0.96 yuan for 2 pounds. The cake was 0.96 yuan per pound, costing 1.92 yuan for 2 pounds. Note: the prices mentioned are from Hunan prices over 40 years, reflecting the retail prices in Changsha's state-owned stores in 1971. They spent 7.66 yuan, which made Liui feel a bit pained. It's important to note that Lu Xiaolan's monthly salary at the cooperative was only 24 yuan, meaning they had spent nearly a third of her salary. Thinking about having to play nice later made Liui's head hurt. After Lu Xiaolan got her leave approved, the mother and daughter went to the commune's office building to find her son-in-law, Yang Jingming. When Lu Guangying saw Yang Jingming bringing Liui and Lu Xiaolan over, with Liui carrying items, she felt a jolt in her heart but maintained a smile. "Hey, sister-in-law, what brings you here?" After bringing them over, Yang Jingming quickly slipped away, as he was only a connector. The discussions were between his mother-in-law and Director Liu. "Well, Director Liu, I'm really sorry, but it seems the match won't work out," Liui said apologetically.
What? Why?
Did Changjing have other requests? Lu Guangying was shocked. Although she had a feeling something was off, she thought there might be more conditions to discuss, not that it would be completely off. Well, on the day Changjing returned, he saved a young educated worker, and they hit it off and started dating, Liui explained. "Since they are already together, of course, we can't proceed with the match." "Is that so?" Lu Guangying sighed in relief. "Don't worry, sister-in-law, I'll handle this. What's the name of that young educated worker? I'll arrange a meeting. Helping someone is a good deed. We can't use that to force a marriage." It's surprising that she is a young educated worker and doesn't have the right mindset. "Director Liu, you misunderstood. There is no forced marriage. It's just that the two young people like each other." Lu Guangying's expression immediately turned serious. "Sister-in-law, that's not fair. My niece specifically took leave from the art troupe to come back. My brother's family has already prepared the dowry. How can you suddenly say the match is off? This isn't a case of regret over a marriage proposal," Lu Guangying said angrily, seeing the ideal match slipping away. "Hey, Director Liu, you can't say that. We agreed to meet first. I made it clear that whether it works out depends on Changjing's feelings. I can't decide that. We haven't even met yet, so how can it be called regret?"
Liui immediately countered.
If this was regret, it would reflect poorly on them. Even if the man was a soldier, he shouldn't be blamed. And besides, we haven't even met yet. Whether it works out is still uncertain. Why are your brother and others preparing a dowry? Is there something wrong with the girl that makes them eager to marry her? Liui was not someone to be easily intimidated. Lu Guangying thought to herself, isn't it true that they are eager to marry? Her niece, Lu Ping, was already 22, and her other niece, Lu Mei, was 20. But because Lu Ping was still unmarried, Lu Mei's relationship, which had lasted 2 years, was also stalled. This year, the boys' family said they would wait for 1 more year at most. Otherwise, they would break up to avoid burdening their son. Lu Mei's partner was the son of the county's machinery factory director, a great match that couldn't be lost. Lu Mei was distressed, and her elder brother was worried too. Unfortunately, after Lu Ping enrolled in the art troupe, she became very picky. She turned down every match suggested by the family and didn't find anyone in the troupe either, remaining single at 22. Lu's elder brother had to give her an ultimatum. She must get married this year, or he would cut ties with her. Only then did Lu Ping relent, claiming she liked a military officer in the army. Upon inquiry, Lu's elder brother found out that the man was not only a deputy battalion officer, but also from the same county's Hongqi commune. He was delighted, thinking it was a perfect match. It didn't matter that the man hadn't expressed much. In this day and age, the woman could take the initiative. Since Lu Guangying worked at the Hongqi commune, Lu's elder brother asked her to help make the connection. Feeling for her brother, Lu Guangying went to the man's home, intending to discuss the engagement directly. However, the man's family only agreed to a meeting first. Lu Guangying thought Lu Ping was quite impressive in both looks and work, so it should have been a sure thing, but unexpected issues arose. Sister-in-law, what are you saying? The girl can't have any hidden issues. It's just that she's busy with work in the army and doesn't have much time. My brother and sister-in-law are anxious, which is why they prepared the dowry early. Your son is also in the army. He knows how busy they are, Lu Guangying said, trying to keep her composure. The town of Qingxi is not very big. If rumors spread about Lu Ping having a hidden illness and being desperate to marry, she might have a hard time finding a good partner in Qingxi in the future. They are busy with work, and so is my son Changzheng. That's why it has taken so long. His older brother already has 2 kids at his age, and it worries me, Liui agreed. As long as the other party doesn't press the issue, Liui is willing to be humble. After all, who wants to ruin relationships when they can resolve things peacefully? Yes, children are a responsibility. My older brother is also very worried about his 2 daughters, Lu Guangying said with deep feelings. Well, we feel quite embarrassed. My husband asked me to buy 2 bottles of wine to apologize to Brother Liu, Liui said. It's all about fate, something we can't control. If the 2 kids like each other, there's nothing we can do. The chairman has said that marriage should be based on personal choice, and as parents, we shouldn't arrange marriages, right? Lu Guangying was momentarily speechless. Could she say otherwise? If she did, it would mean her views were less enlightened than those of a farming woman. Of course, now everyone has the freedom to love and choose their marriage. Since the kids have partners, this matter is settled. Lu Guangying forced a smile, knowing her brother would have more worries. Then please let Director Liu know, and I apologize for the trouble, Liui said as she pulled Lu Xiaolan up to leave. Hey, sister-in-law, take the things with you. We won't take anything from the people, Lu Guangying quickly called out to them. Oh, Director Liu, you misunderstood. I know your rules. My husband is also the village party secretary. This is for Brother Liu, since it's our side that caused the trouble. Please pass it on to him, Liui said, pulling Lu Xiaolan along as they left. After all, she had bought 2 sets of gifts, so they could divide them however they liked. Once they left the commune, Lu Xiaolan still felt a bit dazed. Was it really that easy to resolve? Lu Xiaolan asked her mother.
Why wouldn't it be?
Liui replied, looking exasperated. The 3rd son is a deputy battalion commander, the same rank as the commune secretary. What could Lu Guangying do to him? Besides, since the interest was mutual, if one side no longer wanted to pursue it, that was perfectly normal. They were just being polite by bringing gifts to apologize. If they were less considerate, it would have just been a matter of having a middleman convey the message. Changzheng and Su Emo were unaware of everything happening in Hongqi commune. After arriving in the county, the 2 headed straight to the post office. Su Emo wanted to send a letter, while Lu Changzheng was going to call the army. Are you sending a letter home? Lu Changzheng asked. Yes, I'm sending it to my uncle. He is in the army in Guizhou province. Since they had decided to get married, Su Emo didn't want to hide her family situation from Lu Changzheng, but she also wouldn't share everything. After all, she had only known him for 2 days. Should we send a telegram to your family about the wedding? No need, my parents have cut ties with me. Su Emo didn't elaborate, but she revealed enough information. Cutting ties meant something had gone wrong. If this man changed his mind, it wouldn't matter much. Don't worry, I'm here for you, Lu Changzheng said softly, giving Su Mo's hand a reassuring squeeze. Although he had suspected it, hearing it confirmed made Lu Changzheng feel for Su Mo's situation. Just then, a car from the County Revolutionary Committee sped past the post office, with 2 people tied up and wearing signs in the back seat. Lu Changzheng frowned. He didn't know what had happened to his future in-laws, but he could imagine that Su Emo must have had a tough time. A person who had been cherished all their life suddenly found their whole family shattered, and now they had to go far away to work in the countryside. Most people would struggle to handle that. Don't worry, I will make sure you have a good life. Once things settle down, I will help you find out about your parents, Liu Chongjing promised quietly. Su Mo didn't expect Liu Chongjing to care so much and even want to help her learn about her parents. She smiled gratefully at him. Thank you, Comrade Liu. You are my wife. Your matters are my matters, Liu Chongjing said firmly. In those days, sending a letter cost 4 cents locally and 8 cents for outside areas. Most stamps were either 4 or 8 cents, with a few at 22, 43, and 52 cents. The higher value stamps were for international mail, with 22 cents being for international airmail. In China, if the distance was far, you needed to add an extra 8-cent stamp. For example, sending a letter from Heilongjiang Province to Guizhou Province required 2 8-cent stamps. Because she planned to submit articles to various newspapers in the future, Su Mo bought 58-cent stamps at once, spending 4 yuan. She also bought 50 envelopes, 2 cents each, 10 notebooks, 10 cents each, and 2 bottles of ink, 24 cents each, totaling 6.48 yuan including the stamps. After Liu Chongjing finished his phone call and came out, he saw Su Mo buying a lot of envelopes and stationery. He thought she was going to write him a letter, so he happily reached out to take them and carried them himself. The supply and marketing cooperative in the county was not far from the post office. Liu Chongjing hung the items on his bike's handle and they walked over together. I want to buy some cotton, but I don't have enough tickets. Do you know where there is a free market? Su Mo asked quietly. She wanted to test the waters this time so she would know where to go next time. Liu Chongjing's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed his wife was not as naive as he thought. Given how familiar she was, she probably visited the black market often in Haishur. However, with her looks, it was not safe for her to go there. I'm wearing my military uniform today, so it's not convenient to go there. How much cotton do you need? Liu Chongjing was not a stickler for rules and did not reject the idea of a free market. If the cooperative didn't have what they needed and it was urgent, they had to go there. Su Mo calculated and replied, about 30 pounds, I think. Liu Chongjing was startled. What did his wife need that much cotton for? Did she know how big 30 pounds of cotton was? He was riding a bicycle, not a tractor. Wife, what do you plan to do with that? Well, for our wedding I want to make 2 quilts, Su Mo said, feeling a bit shy. Liu Chongjing's mood instantly brightened, and he smiled widely. It seemed that this marriage was not just his one-sided enthusiasm. His wife was already preparing a dowry. You can just order that directly from the commune. Our commune has its own workshop, and you can order there without needing tickets. You just pay the market price. The Hongqi commune grows cotton, and every year, they keep enough for their collective workshop, selling the surplus to the purchasing station. Is it really that good? Su Mo's eyes lit up. Can they make cotton jackets too? I'm not sure about that. We can ask when we get there, Liu Chongjing replied. He had heard about it in letters from home a couple of years ago. The new secretary, who came a few years ago, was indeed capable. Since he arrived, the economy of the Hongqi commune had improved significantly, and the members' lives had become much better. Since he came, there had been no more famine in the commune. As they chatted, they arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative. Since all the communes were busy with the autumn harvest, there were fewer people in town, so the cooperative was not very crowded. In this small county, the supply and marketing cooperative was not divided into different types like in Haishur. Instead, it was one large cooperative with different counters for various types of goods. Su Mo first went to the counter selling daily necessities and said to the saleswoman, "Hello. Could you please get me 2 enamel basins, 2 enamel jars, 2 metal thermoses, 2 toothbrushes, a tube of toothpaste, a bar of soap, and a bundle of toilet paper?" The saleswoman was momentarily surprised by the long list, but then smiled and said, "Are you preparing for a wedding? It sounds like you are getting things ready for your dowry." Su Mo smiled and nodded. She decided to buy everything at once to save herself from having to come back later and carry it all again. Although she had space to store things, she wanted to avoid drawing attention since she had recently become the focus of many aunties. If she suddenly lifted a lot of items, it would seem out of character for her delicate image. She noticed that the supply store sold bamboo baskets, which she could use to carry her items discreetly. The saleswoman added, "Is this soldier your partner? You both look so good together. You make a lovely couple." She was pleased to see someone preparing a dowry, as it meant more sales for her. Even though they had stable jobs, they still had monthly targets to meet, and falling short could lead to criticism from their supervisor. "I'll get you the ones with peony flowers and good luck symbols. They are bright and festive, and they're the most popular choice," the saleswoman cheerfully recommended. "All right, I'll go with your suggestion," Sue Mo replied. At that time, most items were similar, and she didn't have any specific preferences. Seeing that Sue Mo accepted her recommendation made the saleswoman happy, and she quickly gathered all the items, filling the entire counter, and then began to calculate the total. The enamel basins are 2.53 yuan each, so 2 are 5.56 yuan. The enamel jars are 0.98 yuan each, so 2 are 1.96 yuan. The metal thermoses are 5.40 yuan each, so 2 are 10.80 yuan. Toothbrushes are 0.34 yuan each, so 2 are 0.68 yuan. Toothpaste is 3.60 yuan per tube. Soap is 0.51 yuan per bar. Regular soap is 0.38 yuan per bar, and toilet paper is 0.23 yuan per roll. That comes to a total of 19.97 yuan, plus 4 industrial coupons, the saleswoman said with a smile. Popular science. Industrial coupons were issued at the end of 1961, with a wide range of items available for purchase: towels, blankets, yarn, handkerchiefs, batteries, axles, iron pots, aluminum basins, aluminum lunch boxes, enamel basins, enamel cups, enamel bedpans, knitted gloves, iron water bottles, bamboo thermoses, sneakers, umbrellas, rubber shoes, sewing needles, sewing thread, oilcloth raincoats, and laminated raincoats, as well as products made from artificial cotton, nylon underwear, leather shoes, alarm clocks, radios, belts, scissors, imported blades, various bags, chocolate bars and cigarettes, tea and liquor beyond the set amount. The distribution of industrial coupons was based on salary, with 1 coupon for every 20 yuan earned. When purchasing industrial goods, roughly 1 coupon was needed for every 5 yuan spent. P.S. This information was gathered by the author. Corrections are welcome. Sue Mo quickly paid and received the items. The saleswoman happily placed everything into a net bag for her, setting the 2 fragile water bottles aside. After packing, she handed the items to Liu Changzheng and cheerfully asked, "Comrade, we also have new bed sheets and covers. Would you like to see them?"
Sure. 주문하리.
Previously, when reading novels, it was said that the attitudes of salespeople at supply and marketing cooperatives were poor, but this saleswoman was truly exceptional. Sue Mo was extremely satisfied. If there were a rating system, she would definitely give her a perfect score. While the saleswoman was fetching the bed sheets, Sue Mo took the opportunity to buy a large bamboo basket. The basket had 2 bamboo hooks on one side, allowing it to be hung on a bicycle. This large bamboo basket was likely produced by the collective workshop of the commune and cost 20 cents without needing a coupon. Liu Changzheng took the basket and organized the items inside. The saleswoman quickly returned with the bed sheets and introduced them to Sue Mo. "This is a new quilt cover from the south. Look at how festive the color is, and the print is so delicate, and the design is fresh. This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful cover. Perfect for young people like you. I thought you seemed like a straightforward person, so I brought it for you to see. We don't have many, just 2 or 3. Seeing Sue Mo buy so many items without hesitation, she understood it was for a big wedding. It's not expensive either. Such a beautiful cover is only 10.13 yuan and requires 5 fabric coupons. At this time, ready-made quilt covers were rare. Most people bought the fabric and sewed them themselves. Basically, with 15 feet of cotton fabric and a quilt cover, you can sew a duvet cover. This double-sided printed sheet looks nice, with many new patterns, and it only costs 8.45 plus a 5-foot fabric ticket. Sue Mo remembered that the original owner also had a sheet, so she said, "All right, let's get one of each." The older sister laughed, "Great. That totals 18.58, plus 1 yard of fabric ticket. Do you need cotton fabric?" For such a high-quality quilt cover, it's best to use fine white cotton. Okay, let's get that too. How many feet do we need to sew a duvet cover? Suemo asked, as she wasn't very familiar with this. The quilt cover is wide, so an additional 1.5 yards will be enough, the older sister replied with a smile. The original owner had previously worked in a textile factory and mostly bought clothes from the friendship store, accumulating quite a few fabric tickets, many of which were usable nationwide. Suemo quietly calculated and thought it should be enough, so she said, "Then let's get 1.5 yards. All right, this white cotton fabric costs 0.28 per foot, totaling 4.20. As the older sister spoke, she quickly measured the fabric. After measuring 15 feet, she moved the fabric about 10 centimeters before cutting. I'll give you a bit more so you won't have to rush while sewing. It can be a bit more generous. Since cotton fabric has some stretch, there can be a difference of 1 to 1.5 inches when laid flat. She pulled the fabric a bit hard earlier, worried about the size being insufficient, so she cut a little extra. After cutting, the older sister quickly folded the fabric and wrapped the 3 pieces in a large oil paper, tying it with string. Fabric is precious, so I wrapped it up for you to keep it clean on the way. Altogether, that's 22.78, plus 2.5 yards of fabric ticket. Suemo counted the money. Luckily, the fabric tickets were just enough. She handed the fabric tickets and 23 yuan to the older sister, who returned 0.22. Seeing that Suemo was not from the area, the older sister kindly reminded her, in our local customs, it's best for the bride to make 2 vests for the groom. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative has ready-made vests. Would you like to buy 2? The older sister thought Suemo didn't seem like someone who would make clothes, so she didn't let her pull fabric and instead introduced her to ready-made garments. They're 1.20 each, and you need 1 fabric ticket for 2. I'm sorry, I don't have any fabric tickets left, Suemo said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Liu Chongjing quietly took out a 1-foot fabric ticket for behind and handed it to her. While Suemo was shopping, Liu Chongjing didn't take out any money because he thought it was better for her to pay for her dowry. But he also didn't want her to spend too much, as he planned to add this amount to the bride price when he proposed the next day. Suemo saw the fabric ticket that Liu Chongjing handed over and said, "Then I'll take 2 pieces." Sure. The older sister happily went to get 2 white vests for Suemo. That'll be $2.40, 1 foot of fabric ticket. Suemo paid the money. Do you want any candy? Yes. Suemo noticed the older sister's look was different. If this were a later time, she would definitely be a top seller. Indeed, there are always talented people in every era. If the reforms happened, the older sister would surely be among the first to get rich. The older sister happily took Suemo to the food counter, pushing aside the salesperson there. "Little sister, what do you want? I'll make sure to get you the best. I'd like 2 pounds of egg cake and 2 pounds of fruit candy, packed separately. 1 portion was for Ma Xiaojun, and 1 was for herself. Okay, I'll pack it right away and choose the best egg cakes for you." The older sister quickly packed the items. The egg cake is $1.30 per pound, and this glass-wrapped fruit candy is $1 per pound, totaling $4.60.
Shumopad.
These high-priced cakes and candies did not require tickets. By the way, do you have white rabbit milk candy? Suemo remembered the white rabbit milk candy often mentioned in novels and wanted to try it.
Oh.
Sister, this kind of high-end, popular item is only available in big cities. Our county supply store doesn't have it, and even the city might not have it. Suemo felt a bit disappointed. It seemed she wouldn't be able to get the white rabbit candy. Suemo then picked a porcelain basin with a galloping horse design for Ma Xiaojun and asked about snowflake cream. She thought it looked average and remembered the original owner had a bottle of unused cream, so she decided to give that to Liu Xiaolan. After paying for the porcelain basin, she pointed to the dark brown fabric on the counter and asked, "Sister, what kind of fabric is that?" "Oh, that's coarse cloth made by the commune. It's very rough and not suitable for someone as delicate as you. How much is it per foot? I was thinking of buying it to make a cover-up to wear while working. You're good at managing your life." This coarse cloth is 25 cents per foot and doesn't require a ticket. This coarse cloth is narrow and needs to be pieced together for anything, and it's quite uncomfortable to wear. In the city, families that aren't struggling prefer to save fabric tickets and pay a little more to buy cotton fabric. Sue Emo smiled knowingly. The novels didn't deceive her. This coarse cloth indeed didn't require a ticket. After considering, she asked, "Sister, how many feet are there in a roll of this coarse cloth?" The older sister was surprised. Could this unsold coarse cloth actually sell today? This coarse cloth is 20 meters long, about 60 feet. All right, then I'll take a piece. Are you sure? Once we sell it, we can't take it back. Yes, I'm sure, Sue Emo nodded. The older sister was thrilled and quickly picked out the best piece for Sue Emo. That will be 15 yuan. Sue Emo paid and took the cloth from the older sister, marking the end of her shopping. This coarse cloth was perfect for making cotton clothes and quilts for her parents. Inside, they would use white cotton fabric, and the outside would be this coarse cloth. Liu Changjing noticed something about Sue Emo buying a whole piece of coarse cloth, but he didn't say anything or ask. He believed that when the time was right, his wife would tell him. After looking around, Liu Changjing didn't see any milk powder and asked the older sister about it. The older sister smiled. "Oh, soldier, we don't have such expensive items at our county supply store. You need to check in the city, but it might not be available there either. You probably need to go to the supply store in Harbin." She had heard about it during her last visit to the city supply store. It was said to be a high-quality nutritional product, costing around 30 to 40 yuan for a can weighing less than 2 pounds, which was too expensive for people in their small county. The two of them left the supply store with the older sister smiling. By then, the bamboo basket was almost full, and thankfully, Liu Changjing was there to help carry it. Otherwise, it would have been awkward for her to carry it alone. Sue Emo had also borrowed scissors from the older sister to cut a piece of coarse cloth to cover the bamboo basket tightly. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about others seeing what she had bought. It was already noon, so Liu Changjing took Sue Emo to the state-run restaurant for lunch. When Sue Emo saw the red braised pork on the small blackboard listing the day's dishes, her eyes lit up. She hadn't had fresh meat in a long time. "I want a portion of red braised pork, a stir-fried cabbage, and a bowl of rice," Sue Emo told Liu Changjing. Naturally, it was the man's responsibility to treat her to a meal, and since they were getting married, Sue Emo didn't hesitate to let him pay. Liu Changjing nodded and also ordered a tomato and scrambled egg dish, and a plate of dumplings filled with pure meat. The red braised pork cost 1.60 yuan, the dumplings 1.20 yuan, the tomato and scrambled eggs 0.50 yuan, the stir-fried cabbage 0.30 yuan, and the rice 0.20 yuan. Together, they spent a total of 3.80 yuan plus 4 liang of grain tickets. Since moving to the countryside, the original owner probably hadn't eaten well. Although Sue Emo cooked a meal by herself last night, she didn't get to eat much because there were so many people. So when the food arrived, she was very hungry and quietly started eating. She finished a large bowl of rice. The braised pork was quite tasty, and the chef's skills were good, but Sue Emo thought the other dishes were just average. Liu Changjing noticed that Sue Emo was only eating plain rice and hardly touched the dumplings, so he made a mental note. It seemed that his wife preferred rice over noodles. They didn't grow much rice here, and most of it was given as tax. The village usually distributed corn and wheat instead. It looked like he would need to trade some ration tickets with his comrades to send back rice for his wife. After the meal, Sue Emo remembered that she owed Liu Changjing 5 yuan and quickly took out the money to give it to him. "Comrade Liu, I borrowed 5 yuan from you yesterday, and I'm returning it now." Liu Changjing was about to refuse when Sue Emo interrupted. "I borrowed that before we were together, so I must pay it back." Since Sue Emo insisted, he accepted it. After all, money would eventually be shared, so it didn't matter. However, he admired her integrity. She was a good person who believed in paying back debts. After finishing their meal, the two went to a photo studio to take pictures. There were two options, a large format camera or a Seagull 120. The photographer explained that the 120 camera produced better quality images and had a wider frame. Naturally, Liu Chongjing chose the best option. At that time, taking a photo cost 0.43 yuan, and a 6 by 6 centimeters print was an additional 0.30 yuan. Enlargements cost 1 yuan. They took 2 group photos, one sitting and one standing, and also a solo photo of Su Mo. Liu Chongjing decided to get one enlargement of each of the 3 photos. The total cost was 1.29 yuan for 3 photos, 0.90 yuan for the enlargements, and 2 yuan for the 2 enlargements, making a grand total of 4.19 yuan. They could pick up the photos in 3 days. After the photo shoot, they returned to the commune to inquire about making cotton quilts. Liu Chongjing initially wanted to ask Liu Xiaolan for information, but she was on leave, saying she was out running errands with her mother. Liu Chongjing realized she was likely dealing with matters they preferred to keep private. Liu Chongjing asked other salespeople about the situation. When they saw he was Liu Xiaolan's brother and an officer, they kindly took the 2 of them over. With a familiar guide, they quickly arrived at the collective workshop and found the production director. This workshop was somewhat like a handmade workshop, divided into several sections, including carpentry, blacksmithing, an oil mill, a sewing shop, and a cotton workshop, gathering craftsmen from various trades in the commune. When there was work, these craftsmen came to the workshop to earn daily wages. When there was no work, they returned to their production teams to participate in agricultural labor. During the off-season, the workshop would also produce some items or take on tasks from larger factories. The products made were sold to members of the commune and to collection stations. This not only generated income for the commune but also helped solve the shopping difficulties for farmers and increase some families' incomes, thus revitalizing the commune's economy. After Su Mo explained her needs to the production director, he immediately agreed. "Su, don't worry. This year's new cotton just arrived, and you will get the freshest cotton," the production director said with a smile. As long as it benefited the commune, he was happy. "Our workshop has craftsmen with 20 to 30 years of experience. Their skills are excellent. The quilts they make are soft and warm, and the mattresses are just the right firmness, breathable and cozy, making you feel like you're sleeping on a cloud." Su Mo thought, "That's a bit exaggerated. I definitely trust the skills of our commune's craftsmen. Please calculate the cost for me," Su Mo replied with a smile. "It's no trouble at all. We serve the people. You need 2 double quilts weighing 7 pounds each and 2 double mattresses weighing 3 pounds each, right?" "Yes." "You will need 20 pounds of cotton. The cotton from the supply and marketing cooperative is sold for 1.15 yuan per pound with a ticket. The secretary said our workshop is here to improve the lives of members. For items made in the workshop, commune members don't need a ticket, just pay the price. As a youth worker in our commune, you are naturally one of us. At 1.15 yuan per pound for 20 pounds of cotton, that's 23 yuan. The labor cost for the quilts is 1.50 yuan each, and for the mattresses, it's 1 yuan each. For 4 items, the total labor cost is 5 yuan. Adding the cost of cotton and labor, it comes to a total of 28 yuan. The production director said as he wrote a note for Su Mo, "You can come to pick it up in 3 days." Su Mo paid the money and received the receipt, then asked, "Can the workshop make cotton clothes?" The production director was taken aback. In the countryside, people usually bought cotton and fabric to make things themselves. Although there wasn't such a business before, it could still be done. Clothes made by a sewing machine are naturally better than those sewn by hand. We serve the people. If there's a need, we can certainly do it. However, you'll need to get the fabric from the supply and marketing cooperative. Okay, thank you, director. On the way back to the team, Su Mo quietly calculated her expenses for the day. She spent 6.48 yuan at the post office, 62.65 yuan at the supply and marketing cooperative, and 28 yuan at the commune workshop, totaling 97.13 yuan. In just one day, her 100 yuan was almost gone. This shows that money can disappear quickly when spent properly. Fortunately, most of the big purchases will last a long time, at least for a few years. The most important bedding issue was resolved. Now she just needed the cotton clothes. To make an adult cotton coat, about 2 to 3 pounds of cotton is needed. With 3 people making 1 set each, 10 pounds of cotton should be enough. Then there's the fabric. For her size, 10 yards of fabric would be sufficient for a full outfit. Mo Yurong is about the same size as her, while Su Tingqian is a bit taller, so he would need an additional 2 yards. For her parents' cotton clothes, they would use rough fabric on the outside, and she just needs about 9 yards of cotton fabric for the lining. Adding her own 10 yards, she will need a total of 19 yards of fabric tickets. She remembered that in this era, getting married comes with fabric ticket subsidies, but she wasn't sure how much. Today, Liu Changzheng wore a military uniform and didn't go to the black market. He would need to try again another day. Since he was carrying a basket of items, Liu Changzheng deliberately took a less crowded path back to the youth station. After moving the items to Sumo's door, he prepared to head back. There were no adults at home, so he needed to return to look after his grandfather. "Wife, I'll have my mother come over to propose tomorrow," Liu Changzheng said before leaving. "All right, but I have to work tomorrow, so it will have to be after work," Sumo replied. Liu Changzheng frowned. "You just recovered from being sick. Don't go. It's not worth that little bit of work points. I've already taken a few days off. It wouldn't be good to miss more," Sumo said. She mainly wanted to take the opportunity to gather some peanut vine energy while harvesting peanuts. Since the vines were unwanted anyway, she could earn work points and absorb energy at the same time. A win-win situation. "It won't have any bad effects. I can take care of my wife," Liu Changzheng declared confidently. "It's fine. I'm just pulling peanuts. It's not tiring. I don't want others to say I'm going to marry the secretary's son and not do any work." "Then don't overwork yourself. I'll help you pull them tomorrow. First, I'll help my wife, then I'll help my mother." After Liu Changzheng left, Su Mo moved her things back into the room. She took out Ma Xiaojun's items and placed them on her bedding, then organized the toothpaste, toothbrush, soap, and toilet paper. She also arranged the egg cake and fruit candy. Then she took out a vintage cup from her space to use for rinsing her mouth. The other items, especially the enamel basin, enamel jar, and thermos with wedding symbols, were still kept in the bamboo basket, covered with coarse cloth. She planned to borrow the enamel basin from Ma Xiaojun for the next few days since she wouldn't use it anyway. When she went to the bathroom, she would use her plastic bucket from her space. After putting the remaining money into her space, Su Mo counted and found she still had 933.27 yuan. She also wanted to buy a bicycle. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient to go to the county town. But she didn't have enough money. Buying a ticket on the black market would cost about 40 or 50 yuan, and with the cost of the bicycle, she would be down 200 yuan. She needed to start making money soon. While she still had time, Su Mo took out a history book and studied it seriously. In a couple of days, she planned to go to the commune post office to buy some current newspapers to familiarize herself with the writing style of the time. Once she earned some money, she would buy a semiconductor to keep up with national affairs every day. The room at the youth station had a small window, and by evening, the light became dim. Su Mo took out a desk lamp and read for a while before putting away the book and lamp to prepare dinner. Cooking was on a rotation schedule at the youth station, and today it should be the boys' turn. However, their cooking was terrible, so Su Mo had to cook for herself to ensure she could eat. There wasn't much good food to begin with, and anything overcooked tasted awful. When they first arrived, the brigade lent each of them 10 jin of cornmeal, 20 jin of corn husks, and 30 jin of sweet potatoes. Their daily meals consisted of these items and vegetables, with the occasional meal of scrambled eggs with green peppers, where the peppers were more than the eggs. The meal Su Mo made last night was the best they had since coming to the countryside. Su Mo started by cooking corn husk porridge, adding a few pieces of sweet potato and some red beans she had saved as seeds from her space. She tossed in a handful of beans. These items could be grown anytime after her ability upgraded, so she wasn't worried about using them. Don't worry about the source. The original owner has 2 large suitcases and no one knows what's inside them. Then, she went to the vegetable garden to pick some eggplants and green beans and pulled up a few cabbages, planning to make a dish of green beans with eggplant and stir-fried cabbage. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liui and Lu Xiaolan came out of the commune office and went to the supply and marketing cooperative together. When she was shopping at noon, She saw some leftover big bones from the meat section, which were only 50 cents without a ticket, so she bought them to put in the cooperative. After finishing her errands, she would go back to take them home to stew with cabbage and potatoes. Although there wasn't much meat, it would still add some flavor. Usually, such items are consumed internally by the cooperative, but since her daughter works there and knows them well, they sold it to her. When the mother and daughter returned to the cooperative, they saw other salespeople gathered together, seemingly chatting about something. "Hey, what's the news? Share it with us," Liu Xiaolan said with a smile. "They're talking about your family," said the older sister who had previously taken Liu Changzheng and the others to the collective workshop. She was saying good things, not afraid of them knowing. "Oh, what about my family?" Liu Xiaolan's smile became a bit forced. The Hongqi commune was small, and her third brother's matchmaking was known not only to the people of Lujia village, but also to some of her colleagues at the cooperative. "They say your brother's partner is not only beautiful, but also generous." "She spent 28 yuan without hesitation," the older sister said. She didn't leave immediately, but listened for a while before leaving. The older sister, surnamed Huang, had a father-in-law who was the secretary of another brigade. Last year, when a salesperson at the cooperative had a baby, she used her connections to get in and has been there ever since. However, she was just a temporary worker, earning only 14 yuan a month. 28 yuan was equivalent to 2 months' salary for her. What? Liu Xiaolan didn't understand. Sister Huang repeated the story about Su Imo ordering bedding and then, holding Liui's hand, smiled and said, "Auntie, you are truly blessed. Your future daughter-in-law is beautiful and has great style. She must come from a good family in the city. Your son has great taste." She thought it was strange that they had heard he was supposed to meet a female soldier from an art troupe, but suddenly it changed to a better-educated youth. The secretary's family from Lujia village was indeed clever, always getting the good things. How could such a well-qualified youth not be assigned to their brigade? She still had a younger brother who wasn't married yet. If they could connect with a wealthy relative from the city, imagine how much benefit they could gain in the future. That Su Jiqing comes from an unusual family. She has a nice watch on her wrist, and her clothes are clearly made of high-quality fabric, paired with cloth shoes. Those shoes are not sold in local stores. They probably come from a big city's department store. The way she handles money shows she is used to it. The 28 yuan in her hand seems as casual as 2 yuan. It's a pity that such a good match has already been taken. Because the village is trying to recognize outstanding members, the villagers of Lijiakan kept quiet about Sumo's accident, so Sister Huang is still unaware of the reason behind it. After hearing this, Liui felt frustrated but smiled and said, "Oh, thank you, little sister. Su is indeed a good child. The more I see her, the more I like her." These two troublesome people didn't even give her a hint. Just this morning, she was still a match, and now they are already making quilts. She hasn't even mentioned her own daughter yet. Fate is hard to predict. I was worried that my third child would remain single and was trying to arrange something. I didn't expect that as soon as he returned, they met and hit it off without his parents needing to worry at all. They were supposed to meet, but now that's not necessary. Just earlier, I was going to apologize to the matchmaker. We country folks are honest and feel guilty about things. But now, with love being free, we older generations have no say. No wonder they say grandchildren have their own blessings. Sometimes, as parents, it's better not to meddle. Liui felt guilty, but she was good with words and had never lost an argument with the chatty women in the village. "Auntie, matches can succeed or fail. If it didn't work out, it just means there was no fate. You bringing gifts to apologize is already very thoughtful," said another colleague of Liu Xiaolan to comfort her. After chatting a bit longer, Liui hurried home with a big bone and a pound of sugar. When she got home, Liu Changzheng was indeed there, chatting with his grandfather in Liu Boming's room. "Third son, come here for a moment," Liui called from outside. "Mom, what's the matter?" Seeing Li Yui's serious expression, Liu Changzheng thought something had gone wrong with the meeting with Director Liu. "What's going on? Didn't we say to wait a few days before proposing? Why are you already making quilts today?" In their area, they usually prepare dowries only after the proposal. She is planning to buy cotton today, but she doesn't know the market here. You have no idea how scarce cotton is in big cities. If you don't prepare early, you won't be able to buy any later. Luckily, I remembered that our commune has a workshop. I asked around, and if they can do it, we can decide on the spot, saving us another trip. Liu Changjing explained for his wife. By the way, we plan to get married soon. Mom, can you invite a few close friends tomorrow to go to the youth station to propose? Once we get the approval, we can go get our marriage certificate. Liui laughed in surprise. She was impressed by how well everything was arranged. Proposing is much simpler now than it used to be. Back then, there wouldn't have been enough time to prepare. Am I going to propose tomorrow? Do you have everything ready? Liu Changjing paused. What do we need? I'll go buy it early tomorrow. Is it just a formality, or should it be more formal?
Liui asked.
Of course, it should be more formal. Then let's buy 2 pounds of cake, 2 pounds of fruit candy, and 2 pounds of red dates. Liu Changjing nodded. Should the betrothal gift be what we discussed the other day? She mentioned preparing 200. I'll give you 200 more, making it 400. That's so much? Liui almost jumped up in surprise. 200 is already a good betrothal gift in the city. 400 is more than even some officials give for their daughters. Suddenly, Liui seemed to think of something and asked, did something happen in her family that requires money? Mom, where did that come from? Liu Changjing replied helplessly. Mainly, his mother hadn't proposed yet, so he didn't want to mention that his wife had prepared many dowry items, fearing it might leave a bad impression on her. He understood his wife. It probably wasn't easy to go to the county town, so it made sense to buy everything in one trip to avoid the hassle of going again. Since you're getting married, have you checked what her family situation is? Did something happen? Will it affect you? Liui was still a bit worried. It wasn't easy for her son to reach this point, and she felt pain just thinking about his scars. Nothing serious. It won't affect me. She has an uncle who is a division commander in the army in Guizhou. Liu Changjing didn't want to say much to avoid making his mother worry. Hearing that there was an official in the family eased Liu's mind. As long as it didn't affect her son, she was relieved. What do her parents do? Her dad is a university teacher, and her mom works at a food factory. On the way back, Su Imo briefly told Liu Changjing about her family situation. A teacher, no wonder. In these times, teachers are often in trouble. It could be that one of his students reported them. Liui felt a hint of sympathy for her future in-laws. After work, the young workers returned to their station and were happy to see Sumo cooking again. However, when they smelled the food, they were disappointed not to detect any meat. Ma Xiaojun excitedly ran over. Suemo, did you buy the things? Suemo smiled. I bought everything and put it on your bedding. I'll give you the remaining money after dinner.
Great.
Ma Xiaojun exclaimed and dashed into the room. Sure enough, she found 2 packages in the enamel basin on her bedding. As she opened the larger package, a strong aroma of cake filled the air. Ma Xiaojun quickly grabbed a piece and stuffed it into her mouth. She had been craving this for over half a month. Finally, she was enjoying cake again. Chunlan, seeing Ma Xiaojun enter the room and wash her hands, followed her inside. Ma Xiaojun handed over the oil paper package. Chunlan, have some cake. Chunlan thanked her and took a piece, then turned to see the bamboo basket and exclaimed, how much did Suemo buy? Ma Xiaojun peeked over and saw a large bamboo basket on the floor, filled with items but tightly covered with coarse cloth. She really bought a lot, Ma Xiaojun said before continuing to eat her cake. I wonder what she bought. Why is everything covered? Who doesn't cover their purchases these days? Otherwise, if someone hears about it on the way, it will spread everywhere. The gossiping women in their neighborhood knew exactly how many onions each family bought. Having suffered from this, Ma Xiaojun despised the behavior of prying into what others had bought. Chunlan wanted to encourage Ma Xiaojun to see what Su Emo had bought, but seeing that Ma Xiaojun was not interested, she could only helplessly pout. However, she didn't dare to check herself. Su Emo already seemed to have a good family background, and now she was dating the son of the village leader. Chunlan didn't want to offend her. Otherwise, in this rural area, if her future father-in-law decided to give her the worst tasks, she would have no place to complain. Soon, the call for dinner came from the kitchen, and Ma Xiaojun and Chen Lan hurriedly grabbed their lunch boxes and went out. Meanwhile, Lu Guangying finally finished work. She grabbed her things and rode her bicycle to her brother's house, not even stopping at home. When she arrived, the Lu family was having dinner. They were surprised to see Lu Guangying come in with her belongings. "Guangying, what brings you here? Have you eaten?" Lu's sister-in-law asked in surprise. "Not yet, I came to talk to you about something," Lu Guangying said breathlessly as she placed her things on the nearby table. After riding her bike all the way here and rushing up 4 flights of stairs, Lu Guangying, who wasn't young anymore, needed to take a moment to catch her breath. The Lu family was well off, with all 4 members earning salaries, making them a good family in Qingxi County. Lu's older brother was the workshop director at the county's machinery factory. Lu's sister-in-law worked at the canning factory. The eldest daughter, Lu Ping, joined the cultural troupe, and the youngest daughter, Lu Mei, also worked at the machinery factory. The family of 4 lived in a spacious 2-bedroom apartment provided by the factory, which was both respectable and roomy. Lu Mei poured a glass of water for Lu Guangying and went to get some bowls and chopsticks. "Aunt, we made chive and egg dumplings today, and we also cooked braised pork. Come eat with us." After finishing her water, Lu Guangying set the cup down. "Don't rush to eat yet. I'm here to tell you that Lu Ping's match didn't work out." "What? How did it not work out?" "They haven't even met yet." The Lu family's expressions changed dramatically. "The guy already found someone else, so they won't be meeting." "That's impossible. When I came back, I asked around, and Lu Chongjing didn't have a girlfriend at all." Lu Ping stood up excitedly. "He found someone after returning. On the day Lu Chongjing got back, he saved a young person from their team who fell into the water, and they hit it off right away." "What's wrong with Lu Chongjing? Why would he choose someone from the countryside over me, a star of the cultural troupe?" Lu Ping struggled to accept this. Lu Ping's voice was quite loud, and in the not-so-soundproof building, neighbors began to take notice. "Lu Ping, watch your tone. No job is better or worse. We all contribute to society in different ways, including those who go to the countryside." Lu Guangying quickly redirected the conversation to avoid being misunderstood. Lu Ping still found it hard to accept and anxiously grabbed Lu Guangying's hand. "Aunt, what's the background of that person? Is she the daughter of some high-ranking official?" "How would I know? I don't even know her name yet." "Then how do you know they are together?" Lu Guangying pointed to the items on the table. "That's from Lu Chongjing's mother, who brought it to my office to apologize. She said it herself, and from her tone, it seems they will be having a wedding soon." "How can it be so fast?" Lu Ping was deeply affected. "Their family is eager to get married." Lu Guangying had learned some details during her visit. It was because of Lu Boming's health that the Lu family was in a hurry to marry, which made Lu Guangying feel confident about the situation. "Aunt, can you help me check the file of that educated youth? I won't be satisfied unless she's not better than me." "What else can you do if you're not satisfied? Create problems and ruin their relationships?" Lu Guangying replied sharply. "Aunt, please help me check. Otherwise, I'll ask their team myself." Lu Ping clenched her fists, looking stubborn. "Dear, just let it go. I'll find you someone better." Lu Dazhao quickly tried to persuade her. They weren't unreasonable people. If a marriage had been agreed upon and someone backed out, they wouldn't let it go easily. But since this was just the beginning and gifts had been sent as an apology, it was hard for them to say much.
"No."
Lu Ping's stubbornness shocked both Lu Dazhao and Lu Guangying. Lu Mei, unable to watch any longer, spoke up. "Sister, just let it go. It shows you two aren't meant to be. There are many excellent people in the county. We can look at others." "Shut up. If it weren't for you, would I be in such a hurry to get married?" Lu Ping snapped at Lu Mei, her expression fierce. "Are you happy that I can't find someone?" With that, she stopped eating and stormed into her room, slamming the door loudly. Lu Mei was taken aback by the outburst, looking upset. "Mom, look at my sister. She's just in a bad mood. Try to be patient." Lu Dazhao could only comfort her daughter this way. But she didn't expect Lu Ping to be so fond of Lu Changzheng. Lu Dazhao and Lu Dazhao exchanged a glance, both looking troubled at Lu Guangying. Lu Ping had been spoiled since she was little. She had to achieve what she wanted, or there would be trouble. The file of that educated youth was at the Hongqi commune, and it wouldn't be difficult for Lu Guangying to check it out. In the end, Lu Guangying relented. All right, I'll check it out tomorrow. The reason Lu Ping was so agitated was not only because she liked Lu Changzheng, but also because he was her last hope. When Lu Ping first joined the art troupe, her beautiful voice made her a star. But over the years, she hadn't practiced much, and new talent had taken her place, pushing her to the sidelines. Moreover, she had a proud personality and didn't get along well with others in the troupe. So, this year's discharge list might very well include her. Among the two sisters, Lu Ping had always been the outstanding one. She couldn't imagine how her family would view her if she was discharged. If she could marry Lu Changzheng, she might not be discharged at all. Even if she were, she would still be an officer's wife, remaining the best in her own way. After finding out that Lu Changzheng was single, she asked her family to help her out. She thought things were looking up, but in the blink of an eye, all hope was gone. The next day, Sumo put on her blue work uniform and liberation shoes and went to work with the young people. Today they were still harvesting peanuts. According to the team leader, there weren't many peanuts left, and in a few days, they would be done. Then they would dry and store them, pay taxes, calculate work points, and divide the grain and money. Thanks to the team leader's motivation, the villagers, who had been exhausted from over a month of autumn harvest, were now full of energy and ready to work hard. After all, farmers work all year for this time to receive their grain and money. This year, the new irrigation system was in use, and the team had planted several times more fine grain than in previous years, leading to a great harvest. Their work points should be quite valuable. Many women were discussing what they would buy once they received their money. As they passed another grain drying area, Su Mo noticed a group of men using something that looked like diving fins to hit the wheat stalks on the ground. A few older men were guiding donkeys, pulling a stone mill in circles. Curious, Su Mo quietly asked Ma Xiaojun, "What are they doing?" Just then, an older woman nearby overheard and explained, "They are threshing wheat. They need to knock the wheat down, dry it, and then bag it for storage." "What is that thing they are using? Can they knock it all down like that?" "That's called a flail. Threshing wheat isn't easy. First, they use the flail to knock the wheat down, then they remove the straw and continue to thresh and separate. Once the large straw is cleared, they use a wooden shovel to toss the wheat chaff and short straw away, leaving only the full grains to be dried." The woman explained enthusiastically. "That's really hard work."
Ma Xiaojun exclaimed.
"This year's wheat has grown well, so a little hard work is fine. What we fear most is when it doesn't grow well and all the effort goes to waste," the woman said with a smile, clearly satisfied with this year's harvest. When they arrived at their location, the team leader started assigning tasks, and Su Mo was the last to be assigned. Looking at the small plot of land in front of her, Su Mo was stunned. Although she wasn't very familiar with measurements like acres and points, she could tell that this piece of land was definitely less than 1/10 of an acre. "Team leader, why do I have so little?" Team leader Lu Guoping scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, Brother Changzheng told me not to give you too much land." Lu Guoping had always been a follower of Lu Changzheng and listened to him closely. Even after Lu Changzheng joined the army, he would write letters to ask for his advice on various matters.
"Shuma."
"Don't listen to him. You should divide it however you want. Otherwise, with just this little bit of land, how can I earn work points?" She was joking. She was still waiting to absorb energy. With this little, it would be better to pull weeds nearby. In the end, Lu Guoping couldn't refuse Su Mo and gave her 3 plots of land. He figured this was her limit. Maybe most of it would be taken by Brother Changzheng later. After Lu Guoping left, Su Mo began to squat down and pull up peanuts. She grabbed the peanut plants close to the ground to absorb the wood energy inside. At first, she didn't get the hang of it and ended up taking some dried ones, but gradually she figured it out, absorbing about 1/3 of the energy from each plant. This way, the peanut plants didn't look too different. Even if they looked a bit dried out, others would think it was just sunburned. While absorbing energy, she kept pulling. The land Lu Guoping had given her was easy to work with. Soon, Su Mo had cleared a large area. When Lu Guoping stood up after pulling peanuts for a while to check if his team members were slacking off, he noticed that Su Mo had already cleared a significant patch of land, and it looked almost as good as his. Being a team leader these days wasn't easy. You had to take the lead, work quickly and well, and supervise your team to prevent anyone from slacking off and harming the group's interests. Every day, he was among the first to arrive and the last to leave. Lu Guoping had been elected team leader by the villagers because he worked quickly and efficiently. He blinked in disbelief, realizing it really was a large area. Could it be that Brother Changzheng had come by earlier? But he looked around and didn't see Lu Changzheng anywhere. During his observation, Su Mo pulled up a small patch of land. Only then did Lu Guoping believe that she had done it herself. Lu Guoping was shocked. His brother Changzheng was truly impressive. In just a few days, he had transformed a slacker into a diligent worker. If Brother Changzheng returned as the team leader, their team would surely be a model team by now. When Lu Changzheng arrived and saw that Su Mo had cleared such a large area, he was also surprised and quickly walked over to ask quietly, "Wife, did you do all this?" As soon as Lu Changzheng got close, Su Mo immediately stopped absorbing energy. "Yes, why? My wife is really amazing," Lu Changzheng praised quickly. You can't judge a person by their appearance. He thought she was delicate and not suited for farm work, but now he saw that she pulled up peanuts just as quickly as his mother. "I don't need your help with pulling. Just take the peanuts to the team's drying area," she said. Pulling peanuts isn't just about pulling them out, they also need to be taken to the drying area for the older women to sort. The tender peanut plants are collected to feed the donkeys and cows in winter, while the rest are dried and shared for firewood. Lu Changzheng quickly bundled several bunches of peanuts, balanced one on each end of a bamboo pole, and headed to the team's office with impressive speed. Lu Guoping, watching, felt a wave of admiration. His brother Changzheng excels at everything. Lu Guoping grabbed his own bundle of peanuts and hurried after Lu Changzheng. Seeing others returning with peanuts, the children in the village, who had been waiting, set off with small bamboo baskets. While pulling peanuts, some are always left behind in the field, and the children go to collect these leftovers. The peanuts they gather can be exchanged for work points or taken home to eat. Previously, some women would intentionally leave some for their own children to collect, but after a few heavy penalties, this behavior of taking advantage of the system gradually stopped. By 10 a.m., Su Mo had finished pulling her 3 plots of peanuts. After absorbing energy all morning, she felt warm and full of vitality. Based on her experience, she believed her abilities had officially reached the early stage of the first level. At this stage, she could stimulate the growth of a vegetable seed from planting to maturity in one go. Seeing Ma Xiaojun in the distance, who had barely finished half, Su Mo went over to help her and absorb a bit more energy. Although Su Mo didn't plan to interact much with the young workers, she found herself liking Ma Xiaojun after spending the last few days together. Ma Xiaojun seemed carefree but was actually open-minded and considerate, making her a good friend. Ma Xiaojun also had 3 plots of land. Pulling peanuts earns 1 work point per plot. In reality, pulling peanuts isn't hard. An experienced person can pull 1 or 2 acres in a day. The challenge lies in carrying the peanuts back, as most peanut fields are located far from the team and aren't suitable for growing grains. Therefore, half the time spent on pulling peanuts is dedicated to carrying them back. Ma Xiaowan had long noticed that Su Mo was very quick at pulling peanuts, but since they were far apart, she didn't want to shout. Now that Su Mo came over, she immediately asked, "Good sister, tell me your secret for pulling peanuts so fast. How do you do it?" "What's secret? Just pull hard," Su Mo replied, tugging at a peanut plant with effort, then frowned. "This ground is harder than mine. Mine is easier to pull," she added.
Wow.
"So that's why those ants pull so fast. They have better land," Ma Xiaowan said, feeling frustrated. Was this because they thought she was an outsider? She decided that after the harvest, she would make sure to befriend the team leader and the squad leader so they would give her better land in the future. Even though she didn't rely on work points, no one wanted to be seen as lagging behind. Before, Suemo was at the bottom, but now that role fell to her. Why don't you take the peanuts back first? I'll help you pull them so you can finish and rest sooner, Suemo urged. Ma Xiaowan reluctantly went to bundle the peanuts. Her shoulders were sore and raw from carrying them. Suddenly, she envied Suemo for having someone to help her with the peanuts. Should she find someone to help her too? She quickly dismissed the thought after recalling the young men she had seen recently. It wasn't worth it just for this. Besides, there were other young men in the commune. After the harvest, she could buy some meat to treat them. No need to compromise herself for something so small. A partner like Sumo's was rare, even in the city. Lu Chongjing returned after pulling peanuts and noticed his wife was missing. He looked around and found her in another field. Lu Chongjing thought, isn't she tired? Why does she love working in the fields so much? He wanted to tell her to come back soon because his mother was coming over to propose at noon. After picking up the last 2 bundles of peanuts, Lu Chongjing walked over to where Suemo was pulling peanuts and quietly said, "Wife, come back soon. My mother is coming over at noon." Suemo nodded and replied, "Okay." Lu Chongjing smiled, feeling happy. Even though he called her wife, it felt real now. This was a commitment. He planned to go to the commune later to check if their marriage application had been approved. If it had, he would take her to get their marriage certificate the next day. "Once I finish this, I won't come back. I need to help my mother," he said. Lu Chongjing said, and then instructed his wife, "Just help with the pulling, but don't help with the picking. The road is tough, and it's heavy." Suemo nodded, and only then did Lu Chongjing start carrying the peanuts. The aunties saw Lu Chongjing helping Suemo, and many of them started to feel jealous. Just a few days ago, they were discussing how Lu Chongjing had kissed and touched Su Jiqing, thinking he should take responsibility. But now that he really was taking responsibility, they felt it was unfair. Such a good young man, now in the hands of an outsider. It hurt. If I had known this would work on Lu Chongjing, I would have told my daughter to wait for him on his way back, and it wouldn't have gone to an outsider. I didn't expect Lu Chongjing to actually date Su Jiqing. Didn't the commune leaders say we shouldn't judge such acts of bravery with old views? It's all that Li Cuihua's fault, spreading rumors as if everyone didn't know her intentions. Now such a good young man has fallen into the hands of an outsider. That Su Jiqing isn't even half as capable as my daughter. I don't understand what Lu Chongjing sees in her. Why isn't he being more assertive this time? A few years ago, there was a girl in the village who liked Lu Chongjing. Her family was well off, and she was pretty. When Lu Chongjing returned to visit his family, she conspired with her parents to lure him to the back mountain, intending to falsely accuse him of ruining her reputation and force him to marry her. But Lu Chongjing was quite brave. He accused that family of slandering a soldier. They ended up being held at the Revolutionary Committee for quite some time. If it weren't for some connections, that girl might have faced severe punishment. Afterward, her parents married her off far away, and that family became much more low-key in the village. Some people in the village, who had other intentions, also gave up on their plans. What does he see in her? She's pretty, of course. If it were your daughter, maybe he would have been more assertive, one aunt joked. Her daughter had been married for several years and had a grandson, so she just enjoyed the gossip. What nonsense are you talking? My daughter is great, a capable person inside and out. How many girls in this village can match her, working hard every day? In those days, the highest work points a woman could earn was usually 8 points. Your daughter is a hard worker, but she's big and strong. Not only would Lu Chongjing not be interested, my son wouldn't be either. Get lost. My daughter doesn't even like your son, looking like a pretty boy. He earns less than women do, and will end up relying on his wife in the future. The woman threw down the peanuts and rolled up her sleeves. Are we going to fight? My son just doesn't like farm work. He's smart, and will get a good job to show you all. The woman arguing with her curled her lip but didn't say anything. She knew she couldn't win against her. Other women pretended to mediate, and the first woman picked up the peanuts again, and the group continued their chatter. Even though this time Changjung kissed Su Ziking, I heard it's a way of saving someone, so it doesn't ruin her reputation, and he won't be responsible. Another woman said, human nature is contradictory. If Lu Changjung doesn't marry Su Emo, they will say he ruined her reputation, but if it looks like he will marry her, they feel it's a loss. Oh, they say when people are attracted to each other, just look at Su Ziking's looks. If you were a man, wouldn't you be interested? That soft, fair skin looks nice, not to mention touching it. Once the lights go out, it's all the same. You don't understand. The older woman smiled slyly, clearly with some stories to tell. Among the women, this one had the fair skin. That part may be enjoyable, but if he doesn't work, won't he starve? Lu Changjung is an officer. He gets a good allowance. Would he care about a little farm work? As long as that part is good, that's what matters. He only comes back once every few years. Isn't that a loss? Why are you worrying? Won't he take her with him? I heard that those soldiers are strong in that area, and that Su Ziking looks delicate. I wonder if she can handle it. The women laughed, and the topic became more colorful. I don't know if she can handle it, but you definitely can. I heard from Baixiang that she passed by your house and the sounds. Good. I was wondering who spread that. Turns out it was that blabbermouth. Come on, tell us about your husband. Lu Changjung was passing by on another path above and happened to hear the women making risque jokes, which made him a bit embarrassed. But then he thought about it and realized they had a point. Having such a good wife at home seemed like a waste. He needed to figure out a way to take her with him soon. Ma Xiaojun returned after picking peanuts and was shocked to find that Su Emo had already pulled out almost a third of what she had left. How did Su Emo become so capable? Is it because she is in a relationship and feels motivated? Or is it because she will soon settle in the countryside and start working hard? Ma Xiaowan thinks it must be the latter, and I can't help but feel a bit sorry for Su Emo. When Su Emo saw Ma Xiaowan return and noticed it was almost 11 o'clock, she said, Xiaowan, I'll pull weeds for a while longer and then head back. It's our turn to cook today. I'll finish the rest this afternoon. During the autumn harvest, work usually starts at 6 in the morning and ends at noon. In the afternoon, it begins at 1:30 and ends at 6. This is when they are not in a rush. If they are, they eat lunch in the field and work until 8 or 9 at night. Since lunchtime is tight, the young people responsible for cooking usually let the team leader know around 11:30 that they are going back to prepare the meal. The daily tasks are planned, so if they don't finish in the morning, they can continue in the afternoon without much comment from the team leader. Ma Xiaowan nodded eagerly. Sumo had already helped her a lot, and she might even get another plot of land to work on in the afternoon, aiming to earn 4 work points for the day. On the other side, Liui finished her 4 plots of peanuts in the morning and left a bundle for Lu Changjing to pick up before heading home to cook. She had already arranged for 4 familiar aunts to help her propose to the young people and also invited the village's women's director. At noon, she needed to treat these helpers to a simple meal. The main dish would be steamed buns made from mixed flour from last night, along with some coarse corn porridge. She heard from Lao San that he brought back 2 pounds of meat in the morning, so she planned to cut 1 pound to stew with cabbage, stir-fry some green peppers with eggs, and sauté 2 vegetables in lard. That would be nice enough. Just as Li Yui finished cooking, the aunts arrived. They knew they were coming to help, so they came back from work a bit early, and some even changed into nicer clothes at home. Li Yui quickly invited them to the table, setting aside food for the rest of the family so that her group could eat first. After the meal, Li Yui changed into a nearly new outfit without patches. Then she gathered her things, and they headed to the young people's spot. At that time, everyone was having lunch, and many people asked where they were going. Soon, the whole village knew that Lu Changjing was going to propose to Su Emo. When Li Tsuehua heard the news, she was so happy that she had 2 extra bowls of porridge. It was finally happening. From then on, Li Yui would be a head shorter than her. When Li Yui and the others arrived, the young people had just finished their meal. Knowing that someone was coming to propose at noon, Su Emo made a special dish of scrambled eggs with green peppers. If there were any interruptions later, it would be hard for them to say anything. Oh, are you eating? The speaker was Liu Guilon, the women's director of the team. It had already been decided that she would act as the matchmaker. The other young people were confused when they saw the director bringing a group of women to their place. We just finished eating, Director Liu. Is there something you need? Asked Ma Jianmin, the person in charge of the youth center, as he stood up. Yes, there's good news, Liu Guilon replied with a smile. We are here today to propose on behalf of Comrade Liu Chongjing to Comrade Su Mo. Oh. Please have a seat. Ma Jianmin, feeling flustered, quickly asked the young people to clear the dining table and let the women sit down. He then thought about getting something to offer them. Oh no, who could help him? As a young unmarried man, he had no idea how to handle this situation. Once everyone was seated, Liui placed the basket she was carrying on the table. Su Mo took 6 clean bowls from the cupboard and filled each with some water from the large iron teapot, serving each woman. Here, ladies, have some water, Su Mo said with a smile. She knew that people at this time liked sweet drinks, so she had already prepared a pot of sweet water in the large iron teapot. It had just been kept warm, and no one had noticed it yet. The teapot, 2 pots, the cupboard, and a set of bowls and chopsticks were all provided by the production team for the youth center. However, the young people mostly used their own lunch boxes and rarely used the bowls and chopsticks here. One woman took a sip of the water, and her eyes lit up. She whispered to another woman nearby, "It's sweet water." Hearing this, several women picked up their bowls and took a sip. It seemed that this young woman, Su, was quite thoughtful. Seeing her bright eyes and how she welcomed them warmly, they felt positive about her. Liui was also observing Su Mo and felt satisfied seeing her calm and gracious demeanor. Although the room in the youth center was large, it felt a bit crowded with so many people. A few young men took the opportunity to return to their rooms, leaving only Ma Jianmin, 5 young women, and the 6 ladies. Comrade Su, Comrade Liu Chongjing says your revolutionary goals are very much aligned, and he hopes to establish a revolutionary friendship with you soon. What are your thoughts on this? Liu Guilon asked. I will follow Director Liu's arrangements, Su Mo replied, pretending to be shy. Liu Guilon smiled more deeply, indicating her agreement with the arrangement. I think you and Comrade Liu Chongjing are a good match. Since your revolutionary goals align, it would be best to unite soon and continue participating in the revolution together. Okay, I will listen to Director Liu, Su Mo nodded. It was just a formality since they had already discussed it. Director Liu then shared some official remarks with Su Mo and quoted a couple of phrases from the chairman, which were typical for that stage.
Sumo responded obediently.
Finally, Liui spoke up. We don't have many rules in our village. As long as you two live well together, that's what matters. Please share the items in this basket with everyone later, so everyone can celebrate. She then pulled out a thick red envelope from her pocket and handed it to Su Mo. Your family isn't here, but our Liu family will take care of you. We will handle the necessary formalities. This is your bride price. Take it and arrange it as you see fit. Su Mo was surprised by the thickness of the red envelope. It seemed to contain a significant amount, probably several hundred yuan. She remembered that in the stories she read, the bride price in the countryside was usually only a few dozen yuan, and for a moment, she forgot to reach out to take it. Seeing Su Mo hesitate, Liui took her hand and placed the envelope in her palm.
Take it.
When his older brothers got married, they also received a bride price. Since your family isn't here, it's given to you directly. You can discuss it with your parents. Thank you, Auntie. All right then. Everyone is tired after the autumn harvest, so we'll head back and not disturb your rest. Liui was efficient and left after finishing her business. Have another bowl of water. Su Mo quickly poured another bowl of sweet water for the ants. After finishing their drinks, the ants prepared to leave. Today was truly rewarding. It required no effort and they didn't even have to talk much, plus there was sweet water to enjoy. As she saw them about to leave, Su Mo remembered what Liui had said about sharing the items. She picked up the basket and noticed everything inside was in pairs, so she took out one of each item and handed the basket back to Liui. Auntie, I'm not familiar with the customs here. Could you help me share these items with the other aunts? Seeing Su Imo being considerate and generous, Liui happily accepted. If the bride's side didn't give a return gift, she would have to give each of them a small token of appreciation later. Now that there was a return gift, it was no longer necessary. The aunts were pleased to hear about the return gifts and praised Su Imo. Lin Xia watched coldly, feeling a deep sense of jealousy. No wonder the little one had fried eggs and changed clothes at noon. She was waiting here. That thick red envelope probably has 100 or 200 yuan in it, and she bought so many gifts. What a respectable thing. Why did luck have to be blind? How did such a good thing fall on Su Imo? Su Imo sent the aunts out of the youth station and returned to the kitchen, saying to Ma Jianmin, "Ma, please call the other youths out. I want to share the gifts so everyone can celebrate." Since the aunts mentioned sharing the gifts, it must be a local custom, so Su Imo decided to distribute everything. This is a good thing. Don't say anything that might disturb it. We are all comrades, Ma Jianmin said before going to call the other young men. When everyone gathered, Su Imo divided the candy, cake, and dates evenly among them. Each person received about a pound, which was just enough for a piece of cake, a few candies, and a few dates. After returning to the room, Ma Xiaojun looked at Su Imo with admiration and said, "Su Imo, weren't you nervous? If it were me, I would have been so scared I wouldn't know what to do. You handled them so well." Su Imo smiled slightly and didn't respond. Having experienced this before, proposing was nothing to be nervous about. As soon as the aunts left the youth station, they gathered around Liui, asking, "How much bride price did you receive from the party secretary's family? That envelope looks thick." Liui held up 4 fingers. 40? That didn't seem right. Could it be 400?
Liui nodded.
The aunts gasped in surprise. Even Lu Guilon was taken aback.
400 yuan.
Many people have never seen that much money in their lives. Thus, after Lu Chongzheng proposed to Su Imo, the news of the Lu family giving a sky-high bride price of 400 yuan swept through the village. When Li Tsuehua heard the news, her face turned pale. Could she have misunderstood? What special background does this Su youth have? Otherwise, how could Li Yui's family afford such a high bride price? When her son married, they only gave 200 yuan, which was already considered high, and her daughter-in-law was a working woman. The more Li Tsuehua thought about it, the more anxious she became. She stopped picking peanuts and walked back and forth in the drying area. "Tsuehua, what are you doing? You're making me dizzy," one aunt complained. "Nothing, I just ate too much at lunch and need to walk it off." Li Tsuehua waved her hand casually. The aunts exchanged glances. In these times, when people are struggling to eat, why would anyone talk about spending money on celebrations? That's just nonsense. One aunt, who didn't get along with Li Tsuehua, laughed and said, "Could it be that Li Yui offered a high bride price, and now you feel anxious about being overshadowed?" Li Tsuehua was about to shout back when she suddenly paused.
Right.
Maybe this is Li Yui's trick, purposely spreading rumors for her to hear. That money is sealed. It's not like she can just say any amount. Even if it's not that much, Su Jiqing, being from another place, wouldn't dare to openly embarrass her mother-in-law. Perhaps she feels inferior to her older daughter-in-law and is trying to annoy her. Her older daughter-in-law earns a salary, while Su Jiqing is farming in the countryside. It's clear who is more successful. Even if Su Jiqing's family is a bit better off after a year or two, she might still be focused on her daughter, and after 3 or 4 years, who will even remember she has a daughter in the countryside. She might end up living there forever. Understanding this, Li Tsuehua instantly felt happy again. What's there to worry about? If she offers a high bride price, that's her business. In my house, we treat everyone equally. If one gets that much, how can the other daughters-in-law feel good about it? That would just cause trouble for ourselves. As Li Tsuehua spoke, she felt a sense of joy. It would be best if there was a big fuss, even a fight, so that Li Yui couldn't have a peaceful life. Feeling uneasy about the news, besides Li Tsuehua, was Zhao Juxiang, the mother of Lu Hohot. The mother-in-law must be feeling quite proud. Her daughter only received a bride price of 50 yuan. When they came to propose, they only brought a small bag of flour. To put it plainly, they looked down on their family. Over the years, they have been indifferent towards them. Her daughter, after all, had given birth to 2 strong boys for their family. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Zhao Jiuxiang stopped picking peanuts and told the team leader she needed to go to the restroom. She secretly ran to where Lu Hohat was working and grabbed her to ask, "Did your mother-in-law really give that Su Jiqing 400 yuan as a bride price?" Lu Hohat was already unhappy about this. They had clearly said it would be 200, so how did it become 400? I don't know. Why would she tell me, a daughter-in-law, about such things? If everyone is saying it, then it must be true. Zhao Jiuxiang looked at her daughter and felt frustrated. How can you not know anything? You've given birth to 2 boys, and whatever the Liu family has in the future, you should get the biggest share. If all this money is given away, how much will you have left when it's time to divide the family? Get yourself together and make some noise when you get back, understood? Not just 400 yuan, you need to make sure to give at least 200 yuan to the family. Did you hear me? Hey, you stubborn girl, don't just focus on working without responding. Did you hear me? Lu Hohat was impatient with her mother's words and could only wave her hand, saying, I got it, I got it. After you pay the bride price, remember to give half to the family. Your brother is about to get married too, Zhao Jiuxiang reminded her. Lu Hohat pouted and said nothing more. In the afternoon, Su Mo received another 3 acres of land. Because of the marriage proposal and the 400 yuan bride price, Su Mo could clearly feel the villagers' increased attention on her. She often saw a few ants passing by, whispering and pointing at her. When she looked over, they pretended nothing was happening and walked away.
Schon fällt spitzlis.
No wonder people say that gossip in this era can be deadly. A day or 2 of this is bearable, but if it goes on for too long, it would be hard to endure. This wasn't even the worst. If someone faced bad situations and was pointed at like this for days, those with less resilience might really consider drastic measures. In the afternoon, Lu Chongjing first went to the commune post office to make a call but didn't get a clear answer. He had to return to the team and planned to call again in the evening to follow up. After helping his mother pick peanuts, he went to find Su Mo. When he arrived in the field, he found his wife was still diligently pulling up peanuts without taking a break. Lu Chongjing quickly went over to help her, so she could rest sooner. Hey, you don't need to pull. Just help me pick. Su Mo quickly stopped him, not wanting him to tire himself out. I'll help pull until it's almost done, then I'll pick. It won't take long. My field is easy to work with. It doesn't take much effort. You pick first, I'll pull some, then you can take turns. No need, I'll pull with you first so you can rest sooner. Are you not worried about what others will say? That you've forgotten your mother now that you have a wife? Whether I forget or not, my mother knows. Lu Chongxing didn't care what others said. Even if you help me pull, I still can't go back yet. I need to help other youth. They helped me before, so I can't just finish early and leave. Lu Chongxing. Alright then, I'll pick first. Lu Chongxing quietly put down the peanut plants and started picking peanuts. After Su Mo finished pulling, she went to help Ma Xiaowan. By the time they were done, it was almost 6 o'clock. Su Mo told Ma Xiaowan to help Chen Lan while she returned to cook. After Lu Hohat returned home, she started making a lot of noise in the kitchen, banging pots and dishes, and scolding her 2 sons until they cried. Liui, feeling impatient, came out and said, What are you unhappy about? Just say it directly instead of hinting at it. Lu Hohat immediately fell silent. Why aren't you speaking? Here's your chance to express your feelings. Maybe I can help you. After today, it won't be so easy. Mom, you are too biased, Lu Hohat said timidly. Oh, how am I biased? Is it because I gave 400 yuan as a bride price for the 3rd son's family, while you only got 50? The 3rd son's family got 400 yuan because he secretly gave me an extra 200 yuan to include. If you want more, ask your husband to contribute. But the family also spent 200 yuan, so you should be fair. Fair? Liui laughed in anger. The 3rd son has been in the army for 7 years. Besides the first 2 years when he sent 5 yuan a month, for the last 5 years, he sent 20 yuan each month. In total, he has sent 1,320 yuan over these years. The third son hasn't taken anything from the family. If I were to be fair, it wouldn't just be 200. It would have to be at least 500 or 600. But he built a house, which is much nicer than ours, Lu Hohot quietly argued. His house is nice because he sent money for it separately. The money the family used to build his house is the same as what you two families received. Liui was furious. If you want something nice, spend your own money. Don't just take from the family and expect to benefit. We have contributed to the family. Weigwa sends money every month, and I gave birth to 2 healthy grandsons for the Liu family, Lu Hohot protested. The second son contributes money, but doesn't your family eat and drink from the household? Paying money is only a recent thing. What about before? Your family of 4 does the least work, but eats the most. Mom, how can you say that about your eldest grandson? What about the eldest grandson? Let me tell you, I'm not like Zhao Jiuxiang, who only values boys. Having sons here doesn't make you a hero. Here, only those who are filial are truly valuable. If all sons were like the second son, it would be better not to have any. Since Lu Weigua did that for Lu Hohot, she has been disappointed in him. As soon as Lu Weigua returned home, he heard his mother say this, and he felt wronged. Mom, what did I do to upset you? Sometimes I think it would have been better if I had never been born. What did you do? Just look at the wife you married. She's a troublemaker. Once the third son has his banquet, he should split off and take his wife away so she doesn't bother me, his mother replied. What trouble has Lu Hohot caused now? Lu Weigua shouted back. He was exhausted from working hard at the factory, and now he had to deal with this nonsense at home. What can I do? I just said that things should be fair, Lu Hohot cried. Mom gave 400 yuan as a bride price to the third son's family, and I can't even say anything about it. Of that 400 yuan, 200 yuan was from the third son, and the family only contributed 200 yuan, Liui said coldly. Second son, you tell me. Should the family give the third son 200 yuan? Yes, Lu Weigua nodded vigorously. When we gave your wife a bride price of 50 yuan, did the family give less? No, they didn't, Lu Weigua replied. Back then, giving 50 yuan in the countryside was quite respectable. Does your wife have the right to decide how much bride price the family should give?
No.
Then why is your wife making a fuss? If she is unhappy with our family, let her pack her things and go back to her mother's house. I'll find you another wife, Liui said, throwing down this remark before going into her room. Lu Hohot was instantly too scared to cry, pulling her 2 sons back to their room, afraid to cause any more trouble. Amid the chaos, it wasn't just the Liu family that was affected. The Liu family was also in disarray. After starting work, Lu Guangying began to inquire about the educated youth who was dating Lu Chongjing. Because of the quilt-making incident the day before, it was easy to find out. Educated youth who worked in the countryside had their files managed by the publicity department at the commune. Lu Guangying found an excuse to ask the publicity officer, Deng Heng, to check the files of the female educated youth at the commune. Deng Heng initially intended to give her the files right away, but suddenly remembered that the secretary had recently trained them on confidentiality issues. He made an excuse, saying he needed to look for them and would bring them to her later. As soon as Lu Guangying left, Deng Heng immediately went to consult Secretary Geng Chongqing. Lu Guangying waited for a long time in the office, but did not receive the files. Instead, she was called to the secretary's office. Lu Guangying felt a jolt of anxiety and quickly reflected on her recent work, thinking she hadn't made any mistakes. Finally feeling relieved, she took her notebook and went over to listen to the secretary's new instructions. After Lu Guangying arrived, Geng Chongqing waved for her to sit down and then asked, I heard you want to check the files of the female educated youth from our commune. Are you facing problems at work? No, I mainly want to understand the situation of our female educated youth better to facilitate future work, Lu Guangying replied, feeling a bit anxious inside, but not showing it. Her excuse seemed reasonable. I remember that whenever we receive a new group of educated youth, the commune holds a meeting to share their files with relevant officials. Didn't you record the information you needed at that time? Geng Chongqing looked at her with sharp eyes. Lu Guangying felt a bit guilty. I didn't take detailed notes back then. Next time, be more careful with your work, Geng Chongqing said, his tone gentle but his presence overwhelming. I also heard this morning that you were inquiring about which educated youth is dating comrade Lu Chongqing. I also heard that you previously acted as a matchmaker for your niece and comrade Lu Chongqing. Geng Chongqing's fingers tapped lightly on the desk, the sound quiet but resonating in Lu Guangying's ears. Her face turned pale, cold sweat broke out, and her lips moved several times without forming any words. After a moment of silence, seeing she had no explanation, Geng Chongqing continued, as an official, you should focus all your energy on work, serve the people, do practical things, and contribute to socialism. Be more open-minded and avoid bureaucratic practices and retaliation. The files are on my desk. If you really need them, take them. Lu Guangying didn't even know how she left the secretary's office. She didn't dare take the files. Back in her office, she felt restless. Finally, when work ended, she quickly rode her bicycle to her brother's house. As soon as she entered, she unleashed a torrent of scolding on her brother, sister-in-law, and Liu Ping. After years of working in the commune, although she hadn't achieved much, she had been diligent. Now, because of her niece's troubles, she faced such a significant reprimand from the secretary. After declaring that she would no longer involve herself in Liu Ping's matters, she slammed the door and left. The Liu family looked at each other, unsure of what exactly had happened, but they understood that Lu Guangying's inquiry into the female educated youth's files had caused a stir. It seemed that the young woman indeed had someone backing her. Ah, Ping, let's just leave this matter. Mom will find you someone better. We don't want you to lose your aunt's job over this. Lu Daisao quickly reminded Liu Ping, worried that she might cause trouble and affect her sister-in-law's work. If that happened, her sister-in-law could come to her house and create chaos. Although Liu Ping was unwilling, she had no choice but to endure for now. She nodded and said okay, then slammed the door and went into her room. That night, many people tossed and turned, unable to sleep, but Su Mo had a restful night. She had absorbed a lot of energy during the day, and before bed, she repeatedly used her abilities to nurture herself with wood energy. Although the original owner had a good living condition, her body was actually quite weak and in a subhealthy state. Under the nurturing of the wood energy, her body slowly began to heal from the inside out. Even her sun-damaged skin improved, losing its dryness and dullness, becoming fair and supple again. The next morning, while washing up, Ma Xiaojun kept glancing at Su Mo. Xiaojun, what are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Nothing. I'm just looking at your face. How come everyone got darker from our trip to the countryside, but you didn't? You actually look fairer than before. What do you use on your face? Su Mo rolled her eyes at her. What do you think I use? It's just some cream. You have a bottle too. Then why did I get so much darker? You're naturally darker. My fairness is natural beauty. You can't envy that. In a good mood, Su Mo joked. Her fairness came from her abilities, something Ma Xiaojun truly envied. All right, Su Mo, you dare to tease me? Just wait until I tickle you. Ma Xiaojun pretended to reach for Su Mo. Su Mo giggled and dodged. Lin Xia looked at the playful duo with disdain and muttered, they don't work hard every day, just being lazy. How can they stay fair? Ma Xiaojun had sharp ears and immediately retorted, who isn't working hard? Sumo earned 6 work points yesterday. Lin Xia scoffed. That was thanks to comrade Lu Chongqing helping her.
So, what if he helped?
He's still her partner. You can't envy that. Lin Xia was annoyed and stormed into the room. She complained to Zheng Kaiping, look at them, so pleased with themselves. Just let it go. Why offend her? Once she gets married, she'll be the daughter-in-law of the village leader. If she holds a grudge, where will you go to complain? Zheng Kaiping advised. Does she dare? If she does, I'll report her to the commune, Lin Xia said angrily. Zheng Kaiping shook her head and didn't say much more. Lin Xia could be too extreme at times. For breakfast, sweet potatoes were served again. Su Emo casually took two and followed everyone to the team office. As soon as they arrived, she saw Liu Changjing walking towards her, and Ma Xiaojun quickly took Qinlan aside. "Wife, my marriage application has been approved. Let's go to the team office to get a certificate, and we can get our marriage license at the commune today," Liu Changjing said quietly. "Really? So soon?" Su Emo was a bit surprised. She thought it would take several days. "It's not too fast, my dear. After the banquet, I will have to return to the team in a few days." Time was tight, and he wouldn't be able to spend many days with her before leaving again. Since they had already discussed it, there was no need to hesitate. Su Emo and Liu Changjing went to find the team leader to get the certificate and requested the afternoon off. Getting the marriage license at the commune was quick and didn't take long, so Su Emo only asked for half a day off. Seeing how much his wife loved to work, Liu Changjing felt helpless. "Wife, let's set the banquet for October 1st. It's just in time for National Day, which makes it a festive and meaningful date." Su Emo calculated that October 1st was just 4 days away, and by then, the autumn harvest would be over, so she should have time to sew a quilt cover. "Sure, you can arrange it as you like," Su Emo agreed. So, they decided to hold the banquet on October 1st. When Liu Changjing told Liui, she rolled her eyes and simply said she understood. Luckily, she was prepared. Otherwise, they would have been in a rush. She didn't realize her third child was such an impatient person. In the afternoon, Su Emo changed into a dress, put on little leather shoes, and styled her hair into a fluffy braid. Together with Liu Changjing, who was in his new military uniform, they took the certificate from the team and went to the commune office to get their marriage license. At that time, the marriage certificate looked like a diploma and had quotes from Chairman Mao printed on it. Looking at the stamped marriage certificate, Su Emo suddenly felt a bit dazed. She was getting married? To a man she had known for less than 4 days? When getting the marriage license, the commune provided some vouchers, 16 feet of fabric vouchers, 1 cigarette voucher, and 1 candy voucher. There was supposed to be a cotton voucher as well, but since the commune had a workshop, they didn't give that one. Liu Changjing handed all the fabric vouchers to Su Emo wife. "You keep the fabric vouchers. You can use them to make clothes or whatever you need. I'll use the cigarette and candy vouchers for the banquet." Liu Changjing noticed that Su Emo didn't respond and seemed a bit dazed. He felt a pang of concern and raised his voice. "Honey, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I just feel a bit unreal," Su Emo replied, startled by Liu Changjing's voice, and smiled. Liu Changjing took Su Emo's hand and placed it on his chest playfully, saying, "Honey, feel this. It's very real." Su Emo laughed at his antics and gently pulled her hand back, playfully hitting him. If all goes well, she would spend the rest of her life with this man. Su Emo extended her hand, speaking seriously. "Hello, Mr. Liu. Let's take care of each other in the years to come." Liu Changjing shook her hand firmly, his expression serious. "I promise to fulfill my duties." After leaving the commune, seeing that it was still early, Liu Changjing asked, "Honey, do you want to go to the county town for a stroll? We can take some more photos." "Let's go tomorrow. The photos will be ready then," Su Emo replied. "We can go today and still go again tomorrow." He wanted to check if there were bicycles, watches, and sewing machines available. If not, they would have to go to the city. Su Emo thought for a moment and agreed. She wanted to see if there was a suitable watch at the supply and marketing cooperative. If not, she would look in the black market. Since the Liu family had given so much in gifts, she felt she should show her appreciation. She had a watch ticket, so she decided to buy Liu Changjing a watch. His watch looked a bit old and wasn't a good brand, so she planned to get him a Heisher brand watch. "Alright, let's go." Note: in the 1970s, resources were scarce. Shanghai, being the most developed area for light industry in China, produced durable and beautifully designed items like watches, sewing machines, and bicycles. At that time, Shanghai goods were highly regarded, with brands like Diamond, Gemflower watches, and Phoenix bicycles being symbols of pride. Owning something from Shanghai was a matter of great pride. The newlywed couple hopped on their bicycle and hurried off to the county town. Upon arriving, they headed straight to the photo studio to take more pictures. As soon as the photographer saw them, he said, The photos aren't ready yet. Please come back tomorrow afternoon. It was rare to see such a well-matched couple, and the photographer remembered them well. Master, we are not here to pick up photos. We are here to take pictures, Liu Changjing said.
Ah?
More photos? The photographer was a bit surprised. What kind of family treats photography as a regular activity? However, they looked good, so the photos would turn out nice. If they were unattractive, he would have advised them not to waste their money. Yes, let's do a set like last time. The photographer took 2 group photos of the 2 of them and 1 solo photo of Su Mo. At Su Mo's request, Liu Changjing also took a solo photo this time. In total, they took 4 photos and developed 4 copies, enlarging the 2 group photos. It cost a total of $4.92. After taking the photos, they went to the supply and marketing cooperative. As soon as they entered, the older sister who had greeted Su Mo last time spotted them and immediately smiled, calling out, "Little sister, back to buy something?" "Yes, big sister," Su Mo replied with a smile, walking toward the counter where the older sister was. "Once is new, twice is familiar. My surname is Liu. How should I address you?" Sister Liu asked with a smile. "My surname is Su." "Su sister, what do you want to buy this time? Do you have Heischer brand watches?" "The men's model." "Oh, Su sister, you are really in luck. We just got 2 Heischer brand watches today, 1 for men and 1 for women. If you had come yesterday, we only had the Tianjin brand." Sister Liu was also surprised. This was quite a coincidence. If you really want it, you need to act fast, otherwise it might be gone in a few days. The Heischer items were rare. Originally, there were 3, but someone from the cooperative had already taken 1. "All right, I'll take the men's model." When Liu Changjing heard Su Mo wanted to buy a men's watch, he knew it was for him, but he didn't refuse. His watch had broken during a mission, and after being repaired, it didn't keep time well. He was planning to get a new one. Since there was also a women's model available, they could buy both and have a matching set. "I'll take the women's model too," Liu Changjing said. "Is it for me?" Su Mo asked. "Yes." Liu Changjing nodded. "I already have a watch. I don't need to buy one," Su Mo said, showing him her wrist with her watch. This watch was relatively new, bought by the original owner just last year. The original owner had a Rolex, but changed it to a Shanghai brand watch because the Rolex was too flashy for work. However, Su Mo didn't find the Rolex in the original owner's luggage, so it was likely still at home in Heischer, and she wasn't sure if someone had taken it. "When I bought it, I spent over 500 yuan. No way. Nowadays, when getting married, you need the 3 big items. If others have them, you should have them too." Su Mo laughed at Liu Changjing's straightforward thinking and playfully glared at him. "I've already gotten the marriage certificate with you, so why do I care about these things? Since I already have a watch, there's no need to buy another one. Don't waste your money." Sister Liu had been listening and chimed in with a smile. Su Mo is right. If you already have it, there's no need to buy another one. In this day and age, it's better to be careful with money. Saving it for other things is just as good. Seeing both of them agree, Liu Changjing didn't insist any further, though he felt a bit regretful for giving his wife a smaller dowry. At that moment, Sister Liu's colleague brought over the watch. "Su Mo, this model is a 19-diamond stainless steel watch. It costs 125 yuan and a watch ticket," Sister Liu said. Liu Changjing was about to take out the money when Su Mo stopped him. She pulled out the money she had prepared from her bag and handed it over. "This is for you, I'll pay." Sister Liu happily accepted the money, counted it carefully, and then handed the watch to Su Mo. Su Mo immediately put it on Liu Changjing and smiled. "It looks great on you." Although his hands were rough, they were long and well-proportioned, and the stainless steel watch suited him very well. Flattered by his wife's compliment, Liu Changjing's ears turned slightly red, and he cleared his throat, saying, "Yours looks nice too." Sister Liu watched the newlyweds with affection and thought how wonderful it is to be young. She remembered how she and her husband were like that when they first got married. "Soldier, are you planning to buy the other 2 big items as well?" Sister Liu wouldn't miss any chance to help the cooperative. "Yes. Do you have bicycles and sewing machines? We have bicycles, the Fij brand, but no sewing machines. You'll need to check at the city cooperative, Sister Liu replied. Don't you have any Yongjiu brand bicycles? Lu Chongjing frowned, thinking it would be better to have a Yongjiu brand for marriage. Oh, soldier, we rarely have those items in our county. But if you go to the city to buy a sewing machine, you might get lucky and find one there, Sister Liu suggested. Okay, Lu Chongjing nodded. If that doesn't work, he could always check the black market. A Yongjiu brand would be better. Both the bicycle and sewing machine were things Su Mo needed, so she didn't say they shouldn't buy them. Su Mo, do you need anything else? Su Mo thought that she would need to sew a quilt cover later, so she bought a large bundle of cotton thread for 50 cents, which should be enough for many uses. Buying cotton thread also required an industrial coupon. The 50-cent thread cost 0.1 of a coupon. 0.1 industrial coupon. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, Su Mo went to the post office to buy several newspapers, spending a total of 30 cents. At that time, most newspapers cost 4 cents each, while the People's Daily was a bit more expensive at 5 cents. Lu Chongjing saw Su Mo buying so many newspapers and asked, "Are you buying them to paste on the walls?" Usually, people buy old newspapers from recycling stations for that purpose. Did his wife want to keep things clean by buying new ones? But actually, it wasn't necessary. The walls were already painted white and looked clean, so there was no need to paste anything. No, I'm planning to submit an article to the newspaper, so I'm buying newspapers to study the writing style first. Su Mo thought for a moment, but didn't tell Lu Chongjing that the original owner had an extra reporter certificate, which could earn her some payment. Although she was confident in her writing, what if her work wasn't accepted? She decided to wait until she actually received payment before telling him. My wife is really impressive, Lu Chongjing immediately praised her. I haven't even written anything yet, and you already think I'm impressive? Su Mo shot him a playful glance. Other people's wives struggle to read newspapers, but my wife not only reads fluently, but also wants to write. If that's not impressive, then what is? You're just being silly. Wife, do you want to go somewhere else? It was already 3 p.m. If they weren't going anywhere, they could head back. He wanted to take his wife to their home to familiarize her with the surroundings. How about we check out the free market? Su Mo suggested hesitantly, noticing Lu Chongjing still in his military uniform. Lu Chongjing. Why did his wife always want to go to the black market? Although he didn't mind the black market, he didn't want his wife to go there. It was unsafe. If she got caught one day, it would be a problem. Plus, it was still dangerous. With her looks, she could easily attract unwanted attention. But seeing her determination, it was likely that once he returned to his unit, she would sneak off to explore it herself. Rather than waiting for her to figure it out on her own, it would be better for him to take her now and show her the dangers involved.
All right.
But you have to promise me that you won't go by yourself. If you want to go, wait for me to come back. If there's anything you want, just write a letter or send a telegram, and I'll get it for you, Lu Chongjing said seriously. Okay, Su Mo replied without much sincerity. Lu Chongjing sighed. Wife, I'm being serious. The free market here is not as developed as in Haishur. The management is chaotic, and the level of danger is much higher than in Haishur. In larger cities, there are more black markets, leading to greater competition and more mature management, which reduces risk. Because there are more choices, the black markets in big cities tend to value reputation more. Unlike here, where there is only one black market, which is essentially a monopoly. Buyers have only one option, so sellers can be quite arrogant.
Shumo fell silent.
I'll take you there now, and you'll see, Lu Chongjing said helplessly. He suddenly wished to return to his unit and bring his wife along to keep an eye on her. Lu Chongjing rode his bike with Su Mo, winding through the streets until they arrived at a small house. Shumo? Is this the black market? It doesn't look like it. The original family of 3 had decent jobs and received plenty of remittance vouchers, so they didn't need to go to the black market. Therefore, Su Mo had no impression of it at all. Lu Chongjing noticed Sumo's confusion and explained, "This is the home of my high school classmate and comrade. His parents passed away a couple of years ago. He asked me to check on the house while I was back." I came by to tidy up while you were at the clinic. I found some of his old clothes, so I thought I'd change before we go. After saying this, he pulled a set of keys from his pocket and unlocked the gate. Luckily, he had attached the keys to his own keychain. Otherwise, it would have been difficult. The yard was small, about 10 to 20 square meters, and the house seemed to have only 3 or 4 rooms. Liu Changjing opened the door to the house and told Su Emo to sit in the living room while he changed clothes. Since he had just tidied up, the place was quite clean. Su Emo stood in the yard for a while, observing. This place seemed to be behind a factory and many people were coming and going, but there were very few people actually living in this area. It appeared that only 3 or 4 families were nearby, and they were quite spread out. Su Emo noticed a corner they had passed earlier, where there was an abandoned house that seemed perfect for hiding. Liu Changjing came out after changing and rode his bike with Su Emo to another street, observing the surroundings before stopping in front of a small yard with an open gate. Su Emo looked over and saw an elderly man weaving a bamboo basket in the yard. "Excuse me, sir, could you tell me where Mr. Wang next door has moved to?" The old man looked at them, noticing they were unfamiliar faces, and asked, "Who are you to him? What do you need?" "We are from the Red Star Commune and are getting married in a few days. Please invite Mr. Wang to the banquet." The old man understood right away. They were there to buy something. He mentioned a street name. "If he asks who told you, just say it was Mr. Chen." "Okay, I got it. Thank you, sir." After that, Liu Changjing rode his bike with Su Emo toward that street.
Zu Montag was konfuset.
"What are you doing? It feels like a secret meeting. The black market often changes locations." "I'm asking where it is now." "How do you know he knows? Is it always the same person to ask? Isn't that risky?" "Of course not. The people who give directions change frequently. Usually, there's a busy street with a strange sign or something black at the entrance. Isn't that too obvious? Aren't they afraid of being caught? They need evidence to arrest someone. The county committee knows who is involved and their connections. Those who ask for directions won't reveal anything." Su Emo fell silent. It seemed complicated and very different from what she read in novels. In other stories, the female lead easily finds the black market. If it weren't for Liu Changjing, she probably wouldn't find it even after a whole day. She felt like a side character. Without any special advantages, finding a black market was so difficult. They entered the street the old man mentioned, and soon a woman passed by. She cheerfully asked, "You two look a bit lost. Which place are you looking for?" "I know this area well, and can help you. I'm looking for Mr. Wang, sent by Mr. Chen," Liu Changjing replied. "Oh, you mean the old Wang family? Turn left ahead and then right. It's by a crooked tree at the entrance," the woman said loudly.
Thank you, ma'am.
Following her directions, Liu Changjing rode ahead. As they passed a gate, it suddenly opened, and a strong man stepped out, pointing to them.
This way.
Liu Changjing stopped, and they pushed their bike into the yard. Su Emo looked around and saw no crooked tree. It was all a trick. After closing the door, the strong man said, "Park the bike here, pay a dime when you leave, cover your face, and follow me." Su Emo took a scarf from her bag to cover her face, while Liu Changjing used a handkerchief. Su Emo sighed inwardly. Dealing with the black market was tough. Selling things, there was something she needed to think about more. 2 people followed a strong man into a house. In one of the rooms, there was a large wardrobe. The strong man opened the wardrobe door, revealing a hidden door. After going through the hidden door and passing through another room, they finally arrived at the black market. The black market was a large courtyard, with guards stationed at almost every corner. There were many people inside, all with their faces covered, and they spoke in low voices. So even though there were many people, it didn't feel noisy. "You can look around. When you're done shopping, come find me," the strong man said before entering a room behind him. Inside that room, there were several other strong men, likely waiting for customers as well. It seemed that the leader of this black market had considerable power, with many followers. The 2 of them wandered around the courtyard. Su Emo noticed that most of the items for sale were food, primarily grains, with only 3 stalls selling meat, 1 selling pork and 2 selling live chickens. It appeared that the pork stall was run by the black market itself. Should we buy some rice to take home? Liu Changjing remembered that his wife loved rice. No need, I have food coupons. Su Mo shook her head. She still had plenty of rice in her space, and she could also grow her own food, so buying wasn't necessary. Let's buy some meat to celebrate. We just got our marriage certificate, so let's treat everyone, Su Mo suggested, as she was also craving fresh meat. They went to the pork stall and bought 4 pounds of good quality pork belly, dividing it into 2 portions, one for Liu's family and one for Su Mo to take back to her work unit. In the black market, pork didn't require coupons. It was priced at 1.6 yuan per pound, which was double the price at the supply and marketing cooperative. They spent a total of 6.4 yuan for the 4 pounds of meat, paid by Liu Changjing. I want to exchange some meat and cloth coupons here, Su Mo said quietly. I have 10 feet of cloth coupons and 8 pounds of meat coupons. You can have them, and if you need more, just let me know, Liu Changjing replied. Su Mo calculated that with the 16 feet from the wedding allowance, she would have 26 feet of cloth coupons, which was enough to make cotton clothes. She also had 3 pounds of meat coupons, plus the ones Liu Changjing gave her, which would last them for a while. Besides, she still had plenty of ham, cured meat, sausages, and canned food in her space, so there was no rush to exchange. That should be enough. I won't exchange any more, she decided. Liu Changjing wanted to find out about the prices of bicycles and sewing machines in the black market, so he asked one of the guards. The guard looked at them and called someone over to take them into a reasonably sized room. This room seemed to be where the black market sold its goods, with several large shelves filled with various items. A man who seemed like a small-time boss approached and asked, "Are you looking to buy bicycles and sewing machines?"
Yes.
I want to buy a Forever brand 26 model bicycle and a Shanghai brand sewing machine. Do you have them in stock? The 26 model bicycle is more suitable for women. Yes, but you'll need to wait a couple of days. The Shanghai brand is quite expensive. How much? The bicycle is 258 yuan and the sewing machine is 238 yuan, the man replied. Su Mo silently calculated in her mind. At the supply and marketing cooperative, the Forever brand 26 model bicycle sold for 158 yuan with a ticket, and the Shanghai brand sewing machine sold for 138 yuan with a ticket. In the black market, you don't need a ticket, but the price is increased by 100 yuan for each item, which is quite a profit. If you want them, you need to pay a 100 yuan deposit first. I'll think about it and get back to you, Liu Changjing said. He planned to check the supply and marketing cooperative in the city tomorrow. If they had it, he would buy it there. If not, he would have to buy it at the high price in the black market. Okay, the man agreed. Not many people could afford such expensive items. After looking around the room, Su Mo noticed some white rabbit milk candies and bought a pack. From her memory, in Haishur, a 1 kilogram pack of white rabbit milk candy sold for 1.70 yuan, while in the black market, it was 2.50 yuan per pack. Having nothing else to buy, and seeing that it was getting late, the two prepared to leave. At this point, there were many more people than before. They found the strong man who had led them in, and followed him through a winding path to another courtyard, where their bicycles were surprisingly located. Shuma. This black market is really different from what the books say. The boss here must have a background in espionage. After Liu Changjing paid 0.10 yuan, the two rode their bicycles out of the courtyard. Exiting the courtyard, they found themselves on another street. It seemed this black market was truly interconnected. By the time they returned to Liu Changjing's comrade's home and changed their clothes, it was nearly 5 o'clock. They didn't want to waste any time, so they quickly locked the door and rode back. Let's stop by the commune supply and marketing cooperative. I want to find Xiaolon, Su Mo said to Liu Changjing. What's up? When I was in the hospital a few days ago, Xiaolon took care of me, so I want to give her a gift to thank her.
All right.
Liu Changjing wouldn't say she didn't need to give a gift. He respected his wife's way of handling things. If someone helped him, he believed in showing gratitude. Even though Xiaolon was his sister, he didn't think it was a given that she should take care of his wife. Since it was getting late, Liu Changjing rode quickly. Usually, it takes about 30 minutes to ride from the commune to the county town, but Liu Changjing made it in just 20 minutes. After Su Mo jumped off her bike, she shot Liu Changjing a glare. What was the rush for? Her bottom was almost jolted off. Liu Changjing was confused by her glare. What had he done to upset his wife? Su Mo entered the supply and marketing cooperative and saw all the salespeople organizing items. The counters were piled high, likely with new stock arriving. Her guess was correct, as the autumn harvest was about to end. Soon, the busy members would swarm into the cooperative like sheep released from a pen to buy supplies. The cooperative needed to stock up adequately to meet their demands. The period between the end of the autumn harvest and the distribution of grain and money was the busiest time for the grassroots cooperative. Especially during the distribution, the counters would be overwhelmed. When the salespeople saw someone enter, they looked up. Seeing it was Su Mo, Liu Xiaolan stood up and smiled. "Su, are you here to buy something?" They were busy taking inventory today and didn't have time for gossip, so she was unaware that Liu Changjing and Su Mo had registered their marriage. "No, I'm here to find you," Su Mo replied with a smile. "Oh, what do you need?" Liu Xiaolan set aside her items, marked them, and stepped out from behind the counter to talk with Su Mo. Su Mo took out a gift bag made of craft paper from her shoulder bag and handed it to Liu Xiaolan, saying, "Xiaolan, thank you for taking care of me the other day. This is a gift for you. I hope you like it." "Oh, Su, you're too kind." "It was no trouble at all. You should take it back," Liu Xiaolan insisted, waving her hands. She couldn't accept it. What if her brother found out? At that moment, Liu Changjing approached and said to Liu Xiaolan, "Just accept it. It's a token of appreciation from your sister-in-law." Liu Xiaolan's eyes widened in surprise. Sister-in-law? That was fast. Su Mo took the opportunity to push the gift bag into Liu Xiaolan's hands, smiling. "Just take it. It's a small gesture. I hope you don't mind." Liu Xiaolan was about to respond when Liu Changjing's next words left her speechless. "My sister-in-law and I registered our marriage this afternoon. We'll have a celebration on October 1st. Please come help. It's getting late. You go back to your work and we'll head home now." Once they left, Liu Xiaolan finally came to her senses. Oh my! Her brother was truly impressive. He got things done so quickly. It had only been a few days since they got married. It had only been 4 days since he was discharged from the hospital. "I really admire you. As for Su Jiqing, I don't know much, but at least she is very beautiful and matches well with her brother." Liu Xiaolan looked at the gift bag in her hand. It looked very fancy and delicate, but she didn't know what was inside. It wasn't heavy, and since there were many people around, she didn't want to open it. Instead, she took it back to the counter and set it down, planning to look at it when she got home. On the way back to the team, Liu Changjing asked Su Mo, "Wife, what did you give Xiaolan?" He was curious because the bag looked so nice. "Nothing much, just a cotton shirt," Su Mo replied. Liu Changjing raised an eyebrow. Only his wife would say something like that. She probably didn't know how hard it was to find cotton fabric outside Haishur. In Heilongjiang province, it was likely only available in Harbin, and it probably sold out quickly. If you didn't act fast, you wouldn't get any. You might wonder how he knew about this while in the army. It was because he had a comrade who loved fashion. When visiting family in Harbin, he happened to find cotton fabric for sale at a supply and marketing cooperative. He wanted to make himself a shirt and fought his way in, only to find that there was just one last yard of fabric left. That silly guy bought it and made a pair of underwear, showing it off to everyone every day. Note: in the 1960s and 70s, cotton fabric was popular in China for its crispness, durability, and stylish appearance. It was hard to find outside of Shanghai until 1974 when a petrochemical project was completed, leading to better availability. Su Mo originally planned to give Yashuang a gift, but since she was about to get a marriage certificate with Liu Changjing, she felt it was a bit inappropriate, so she decided to give away the cotton shirt that the original owner never wore. She found a vintage brown paper gift bag from her space to wrap it up. Although she didn't particularly like cotton fabric, it was still considered high quality in this era, and it was hard to get even if you had money. She was about the same height as Lu Xiaolan, and people were generally slim back then, so the shirt would fit her too. The supply and marketing cooperative finished counting just before 7, and everyone was packing up to go home. Lu Xiaolan also grabbed her cloth bag and the gift bag, ready to leave. At that moment, Sister Huang suddenly called out to her, "Xiaolan, what did your brother's girlfriend give you?
Show us. We want to see."
The other colleagues also stopped, curious about the fancy gift bag. Lu Xiaolan noticed everyone was looking at her, so she had to stop and smiled, saying, "I don't know yet, I haven't opened it. Let me take a look." She opened the gift bag and took out a beautifully crafted light blue shirt with 4 double buttons. The collar and cuffs were embroidered with small flowers, and it had a fitted design at the waist. As soon as Lu Xiaolan saw the shirt, she liked it. It seemed to be made of high-quality fabric. One of her male colleagues, who had a good eye, immediately exclaimed, "This is a high-quality shirt." The director in charge of their county supply and marketing had a similar shirt, so he recognized it well. The male colleague looked at Lu Xiaolan with envy. Such a high-quality shirt was hard to come by, even with money. "Wow, it's really a high-quality shirt," said Sister Huang, reaching out to touch it, but Lu Xiaolan quickly moved away. "Sister Huang, you haven't washed your hands yet. This shirt is white. Don't get it dirty." "Oh, I was just too excited. Your brother's partner is really generous to give such a nice shirt. I heard making one costs at least 18 yuan, Sister Huang said, looking envious. The family of the village secretary was indeed lucky. She wondered if it was too late to ask her younger brother to make a move. He was also good, working in a factory. They're not just partners anymore. They got their marriage certificate this afternoon. Now she is my sister-in-law, Lu Xiaolan said, feeling very positive about Su Imo. This sister-in-law seemed great. Sister Huang. Lu Chongjing first took Su Imo back to the youth station before heading home. Liui was preparing dinner and asked when she saw him, "Did you get the certificate? Where have you been? Why are you back so late?" "Yes, here it is." Lu Chongjing unfolded the marriage certificate to show his mother briefly before folding it back and carefully placing it in his bag. "I went to the county to buy some things. That's why I'm late." After saying this, he handed Liui the 2 pounds of pork belly he had in his net bag. "I got 2 pounds of meat. We'll cook it for everyone tonight." As he reached out, Liui noticed the new watch on his wrist and was surprised. "You bought a watch too? Where did you get so much money?" When Lu Chongjing asked, she had already given him all her money. Lu Chongjing proudly smiled. "My wife bought it for me. A Heisher brand with 19 diamonds, 125 yuan. Did you not buy her anything?" "No. She has her own watch and doesn't want me to buy one. I'll give you the watch ticket later." Liui fell silent. She was an honest girl. She initially thought giving 400 yuan as a betrothal gift was too much, but then the girl turned around and spent over 100 yuan to buy a watch for her son. Now it made her seem stingy. "Later, get her some good fabric so she can make a couple of outfits," Liui instructed. "Well, let's see," he replied. His wife probably wouldn't like the materials from the supply and marketing cooperative. "What's wrong? Are you hesitant?" "It's not that. She has plenty of clothes." Lu Chongjing made an excuse, planning to buy her something nice later. "When we come back this afternoon, we'll visit Shaolin. The supply and marketing cooperative has received a lot of goods, and they are counting inventory." Lu Chongjing changed the subject. Upon hearing this, Liui suddenly slapped her thigh. "I almost forgot. We should have prepared your room's items a couple of days ago. Otherwise, in a few days, after everyone finishes the autumn harvest, we won't be able to find anything." Each team in the Hongqi commune finishes the autumn harvest around the same time, usually just a few days apart. In their area, finishing the autumn harvest is considered a busy season for weddings. Although everyone is usually frugal, when it comes time to buy, they can be quite extravagant. If you are even a little slow, you might miss out on everything. Liui calculated a bit and realized there was still a lot to prepare. She said, "Forget it, I'll take a day off tomorrow to gather everything for your room. You should come with me. I want to go to the city tomorrow to look for bicycles and sewing machines, and I need to find some connections for meat for the banquet," Lu Chongjing said, a bit confused. "Isn't everything in my room already ready?" What else do we need? Liui gave him a look. Your room is just an empty shell. It still lacks many essentials. Don't you need firewood, rice, oil, and salt? What about bowls and chopsticks for meals? Don't you need a thermos and enamel basin? What about a kerosene lamp? You don't manage a household, so you don't realize how many things a home needs. After hearing Liui, Lu Changzheng immediately understood. His room was just a room. It lacked the warmth of a home. Once they gathered all these items and his wife moved in, it would truly become his home. Okay, then you buy what you need. Just leave it at the supply and marketing cooperative, and I'll bring it back when I return. But don't buy too much. My wife already bought a thermos, enamel basin, and other daily necessities. She also bought bed sheets and made 2 sets of bedding. Lu Changzheng recalled what his wife had purchased that day.
Liui was a bit surprised.
She thought the 2 sets of bedding were the entire dowry, but it turned out there was so much more. All of it added up to quite a lot. They even bought a watch for the 3rd son, making the dowry quite generous. Your wife is quite generous, Liui said. My wife is not a stingy person. Today, she even gave Xiao on a nice shirt, Lu Changzheng mentioned, trying to earn points with his mother. A nice shirt? The kind that Secretary Gung wears, as mentioned in the newspaper? Although Lu Changzheng had never seen Secretary Gung wear such a shirt, he nodded, thinking they were all similar. Liui. This is also a bit extravagant. A nice shirt like that is not something you just give away. Even though it was for her daughter, she felt a bit of a pinch. She would have to tell her to be less generous. Life requires some careful planning. Life is not always smooth sailing. It's important to save some money in case of emergencies. Lu Changzheng was unaware that he was not earning points in the right way. After talking to his mother, he went to his grandfather's room to discuss how to set the table properly. On the other side, after Su and Mo returned home, no one from the youth station had come back yet. With some time on her hands, Su and Mo decided to start cooking. She made a large pot of porridge and boiled a big pot of hot water. In the kitchen, she took 7 or 8 large potatoes, peeled and cut them into big chunks. Then she went to the garden and picked 3 large cabbages, also cutting them into large pieces. She cut 2 pounds of pork belly into big chunks and marinated them with minced garlic, soy sauce, and pepper for a while. Once everything was ready and the water was hot, Su and Mo filled a bucket with water and took it to the bathroom. Then she added some oil to the pan to sauté the pork belly until fragrant, added the potatoes to stir-fry, and finally added the cabbage, letting it simmer on low heat to make a hearty stew. While the stew was cooking, Su and Mo hurried to take a shower, knowing it would be harder to wash later when everyone else returned. Just as Su and Mo finished her shower, Zheng Kaiping and Lin Xia, who were in charge of cooking that day, came back. Zheng Kaiping could smell the delicious aroma from outside the youth station and rushed in. Seeing Su and Mo come out of the bathroom, she happily asked Su, "Are we having meat again tonight?"
Yes, Shumonadid.
I got my marriage certificate this afternoon and bought some meat to celebrate with everyone. Zheng Kaiping was stunned. That was quite fast. They proposed yesterday and got the certificate today. I've already prepared the seasoning for the dish. Just keep an eye on the fire, and when the potatoes are soft, we can serve it, Su and Mo instructed. Since the cooks had returned, she no longer needed to supervise. Su and Mo walked past the 2 of them, drying her hair. Lin Xia, outside, caught a whiff of a charming fragrance and felt a pang of jealousy. That girl only knows how to act all fancy and doesn't have a hint of simplicity. She might be using these tricks to attract men. Taking a shower so early in the morning might mean she did something shameful with a man. Zheng Kaiping turned around and saw Lin Xia staring at Sumo's back with a frightening look, making her heart skip a beat. It's better not to get too close to Lin Xia in the future. When the other youths returned and heard there was meat to eat, they naturally congratulated and thanked Su and Mo. She accepted it calmly, knowing she wouldn't be here much longer. There was no need to become too close or to make enemies. Everyone enjoyed a hearty meal, and after washing up in line, they returned to their rooms. In her room, Su and Mo used the flashlight she brought to read a newspaper for a while before lying down to rest. The next day, Su Mo went to work again. She had already told Liu Chongjing that she would work one more day and then spend the next 2 days making quilt covers at the youth station. Since Liu Chongjing was going to the city today and needed help picking peanuts, Su Mo only took on half a mu of land. After distributing the land to everyone, Lu Guoping walked over to Su Mo and whispered, "Sister-in-law, after you finish picking the peanuts, just bundle them up and leave them in the field. I'll help carry them. No need to trouble you. I can do it myself." Su Mo quickly waved her hand.
Don't be polite, sister-in-law.
Brother Chongjing told me to help you. If I don't, he'll be mad at me, Lu Guoping said with a silly grin. Oh, in that case, thank you. I'll help you pick, so it won't slow you down. No, it's fine. Lu Guoping waved his hands. Brother Chongjing has always looked out for me. Helping you is the least I can do. He was joking. He wouldn't dare ask his sister-in-law for help, or Brother Chongjing would be furious. Su Mo smiled and didn't say more. She would just go pick later. Su Mo picked at about the same speed as before. Around 10 o'clock, she stopped picking her half mu and went to help in Lu Guoping's field. Even though Lu Guoping insisted she take a break, Su Mo insisted on picking her own. She never liked owing favors to others. If she could repay them right away, why wait? Today, while absorbing energy, Su Mo clearly felt that the speed was faster than yesterday, indicating her abilities had upgraded a bit. Not bad. Every day, making a little progress means that upgrading abilities is not just a dream. However, the land that Lu Guoping is working on is really tough. Su Mo's hands are hurting from pulling it. No wonder the team members are afraid to offend the production team leader at this time. They fear facing consequences. The difference in land quality greatly affects work efficiency. This shows that Lu Guoping is indeed a sincere and proactive young man. He gives the good land to others and takes the worst land for himself. When Lu Guoping came back after checking the land again and saw Su Mo still working, he quickly walked over and said, "Sister-in-law, this land is hard to pull. You should take a break. If you can pull it, I can too. Although I'm not as fast as you, I can still help share the work," Su Mo replied. Lu Guoping suddenly felt touched. His brother really is impressive, finding a wife who is not only understanding but also kind. In the afternoon, after finishing her own work, Su Mo was about to go to Lu Guoping's land when she saw a young boy running towards her, shouting, "Su Jiqing, someone from the team is looking for you. The team leader wants you to come back." "Okay, I understand. Thank you." Su Mo smiled and walked over, taking out 2 fruit candies from her pocket to give to the boy. The boy was thrilled to receive the candy and ran off laughing. Su Mo thought about asking who was looking for her, but the boy was already gone. She realized she should have waited a bit longer to give him the candy. When Su Mo arrived at the team office, she noticed a familiar figure among the chatting women. Upon closer inspection, it was the production director from the workshop. Seeing Su Mo return, the director smiled and approached her, saying, "Su Jiqing, your bedding is ready. I happened to be in your team for something and brought it over for you. Come, let me take you to your youth point," Director Chi said, walking towards the bicycle parked at the entrance of the team office. The back of the bicycle was tied with 2 large bamboo baskets, which held 2 thick quilts that were sticking out. Su Mo thought, "Thank you so much. Soon everyone in the team will know I made 2 quilts." "Wow, Director Chi, your workshop provides great service having the director deliver it personally," one of the women joked. "Of course. Serving the people means we must provide good service to the community," Director Chi replied cheerfully. His personal delivery also had a purpose. By showing off the quality of the quilts, he hoped that some wealthier families might come to their workshop to make quilts. After the autumn harvest, many people are getting married, so we need to prepare well for the cotton work. "Hey, Su Jiqing, you lead the way," Director Chi said, pushing his bicycle towards Su Mo. "Okay. Thank you, Director Chi," Su Mo replied with a polite but slightly awkward smile. Once Su Mo and Director Chi left, the ants picking peanuts started chatting again. Su Jiqing is quite generous. She made 2 large quilts right away. Generous? If I had received 400 yuan as a bride price, I would have made 3 quilts, one ant scoffed. Not just that, I heard from Zhao Jiuxiang that she also bought a Heisher brand watch that costs over 120 yuan. The village gossip spread as quickly as the internet in later times. The aunts gasped in surprise. The secretary's family must be well off. Getting a bride costs over 500 yuan. Some were envious. You heard wrong. It was Su Jiqing who bought a Heisher brand watch for Lu Laosan, not the secretary's family buying it for her. You should be clearer when you speak. Well, Su Jiqing's dowry seems quite decent. Hey, Suehua, what did your daughter-in-law bring as a dowry? One curious aunt asked. When Li Suehua's daughter-in-law got married, they gave 200 yuan as a bride price and bought a bicycle for her. She brought a new quilt and her clothes when she came in. But so what? My daughter-in-law earns 28 yuan a month. My daughter-in-law didn't bring much. She brought some money and said she would save for the future. This was a subtle jab at Su Mo, implying that she didn't know how to manage a household. Why make 2 quilts for just the 2 of them? Was she wasting money? The aunt curled her lip. Didn't your son get a watch or anything? My son already has a watch. It's a waste of money. How much food could you buy with over 100 yuan? You can't be so wasteful, Li Suehua insisted. The aunts laughed. Everyone knew each other well. I heard they got their marriage certificate yesterday. I wonder when the secretary's family will host a feast? Zhao Jiuxiang said it's on October 1st. Oh, that's just a couple of days away. Why hasn't there been any news from the secretary's family? Are they not planning to host a feast? They will host it. I heard it will be a big one, inviting the whole brigade. Did you see that Liui took the day off today? She must be busy preparing. Inviting the whole brigade? That must be at least 20 tables, which will cost a lot. The secretary's family is really well off. I heard they are only providing grain and vegetables. The rest is covered by Lu Chongjing. With over 20 tables, there will be a lot of food, but I worry that it might take a month or 2's worth of supplies for the whole family. Are you going to a banquet empty-handed? After deducting the gift money, you won't have much left. Lu Chongjing has been in the army for a long time. He must have saved quite a bit. The banquet should be decent, and there will definitely be at least 2 meat dishes. One aunt was already drooling, as she hadn't had meat in a long time. Of course there will be. He is still an officer. I remember that Suehua's son had 3 meat dishes at his wedding. Right, Suehua? Suehua's son's wedding indeed had 3 meat dishes, a stewed chicken with mushrooms and noodles, pickled vegetables with pork belly, and fish with radish. Although there was more vegetable than meat, it was still quite respectable. However, she only set up 10 tables and invited close friends and family. Li Suehua nodded. Yes, there were 3 meat dishes, stewed chicken with mushrooms and noodles, pickled vegetables with pork belly, and fish with radish, served with steamed buns. This was a respectable matter, and there was nothing wrong with admitting it. The aunts began to calculate in their minds. Given Li Yui and Li Suehua's tendency to compete, the banquet for Li Yui would likely not be worse than Li Suehua's. They all felt a sense of anticipation, unsure if the entire team was really invited, as there was no confirmation yet. In the evening, Ma Xiaojun returned from work and saw 2 soft and comfortable quilts on Sumo's bed. Ma Xiaojun touched them and thought they were really well made. Sumo, did the commune workshop really make these? And no tickets needed? Ma Xiaojun asked, already forming a plan in her mind. It's hard to get cotton tickets in the city. You only get one when you get married. Usually, people buy cotton to make their own quilts, but homemade quilts are nowhere near as good as those made by skilled craftsmen. They harden over time, and the cotton often shifts. In her family, most of the quilts were handmade by her mother, whose skills were not the best. They had to be taken apart and redone almost every year, which was quite troublesome. If they could make cotton quilts here, she would need to make a few to send home. Yes, no tickets are needed. They only charge for cotton and labor. It's 1.15 yuan per pound of cotton, and the labor for a quilt is 1.50 yuan. For a mattress, it's 1 yuan, Su Mo confirmed. Ma Xiaojun was so excited she almost jumped up. In her area, the black market price for cotton was at least 1.80 yuan or more, and in years of low production, it could even go up to 2 or 3 yuan per pound. She remembered that when she had just started middle school, her mother wanted to make her a new cotton coat, but since cotton was too expensive, she only made her a pair of cotton pants. Are you sure we can make this as young workers, and it's not just because you're getting married into the team? Ma Xiaojun asked again. At that time, many benefits from the collective economy in the commune were only available to its members. The director Qi said that young workers coming to the Hongqi commune are also part of the commune. So young workers should be able to make it, Su Mo replied, unsure. You can go ask. The workshop is not far from the commune supply and marketing agency. There's a sign for the collective workshop. It's easy to find. I think they also have a carpenter shop there, so if you need to make a cabinet, you'll probably go there. When they first arrived, Ma Jiamin also mentioned that the commune had places to make cabinets and stools, so it was probably the same place. What do you think? If I make a few quilts to send home, would that work? Ma Xiaojun leaned in and whispered. I'm not sure. But if you're not selling them and just sending them to your family, it should be fine, Su Mo thought. From Director Qi's words and actions, he likely wouldn't refuse if there was a chance to earn income. Or after the autumn harvest, you could try to order 2 quilts and say you want to send one home. See if Director Qi agrees to make them for you. If he does, then it's no problem. But don't make too many at once. Start with 2 this year, and you can make the rest next year. This way, they wouldn't attract trouble, as there were always people who disliked seeing others do well. Okay. Ma Xiaojun nodded. I didn't expect the commune to have such good opportunities. I had heard that some young workers bought grain to send home, but I didn't think I could also send quilts back. Ma Xiaojun felt a bit excited. Coming to the Hongqi commune was indeed a good choice. Unlike other rural areas in the mountains, it only took about 20 to 30 minutes by bike from the Liui village production team to the commune, and about an hour to the county town. It was nothing like her cousin's place, where it took 2 hours by donkey cart to get to the commune, and going to the city was even more exaggerated, taking 3 to 4 hours. She was lucky not to be assigned to a remote area. After that, Su Mo didn't go to work anymore but stayed at the young workers' point to sew quilt covers and prepare for her marriage. The autumn harvest in the Liui village production team finished with the peanut harvest on September 29th, and the work in the fields was announced to be done. The remaining tasks, like drying and storing the crops, were given to the older aunts and uncles. The young man and the strong workers rested for a few days. After finishing their grain delivery, they would go back to digging the water channels. Sewing the quilt cover wasn't difficult. After asking Su Mo for advice, Chunlon finished it in half a day. Looking at the 3 remaining cotton-filled quilts, Su Mo understood the hardships of that time. No wonder people said new for 3 years, old for 3 years, patching for another 3 years. The fabric tickets were just not enough. The remaining quilt cover would have to wait until she got more fabric tickets to make. Su Mo neatly folded the quilts, placing the one with the cover on top, and then realized she was missing 2 pillows. She hurried to the collective workshop to ask Director Qi if there were any pillow fillings for sale. Fortunately, Director Qi had just received a set of samples from the cotton shop, which included 2 pillow fillings, and he sold them to Su Mo at a good price. For the 2 pillow fillings, including cotton and labor, Su Mo paid a total of $1.50. After buying the fillings, she thought about getting a ready-made set of pillow covers from the supply and marketing cooperative. She remembered reading in a novel that pillow covers from that time were embroidered and quite delicate. Since the production team had finished the autumn harvest, the cooperative was especially crowded today. Lu Xiaolan was so busy she barely had time to drink water. Amid the hustle, Lu Xiaolan caught a glimpse of her sister-in-law and called out, "Sister-in-law, come over here." Su Mo nearly got squeezed by a group of women but quickly made her way over when she heard Lu Xiaolan call her. "What's going on today? Why are there so many people?" Su Mo asked nervously. The production team finished their autumn harvest, and the members came to the market. "Sister-in-law, what do you need to buy?" "I need to buy pillow covers," Su Mo replied quickly, noticing some women were already unhappy with her cutting in line. Lu Xiaolan's eyes lit up. She was just about to give a pair of pillow covers and pillow towels to her brother and sister-in-law, so she said, "The pillow covers are sold out, sister-in-law." Su Mo. Then I'll just buy fabric to make my own. Please give me 3 feet of cotton fabric. Suemo figured that 3 feet would be enough to make 2 pillow covers. At that time, pillows were not the same size as today, which are 48-74 centimeters, but rather 50-30 centimeters. 3 feet of fabric was sufficient for 2 pillow covers, with some extra for decorative trim. Liu Xiaolan quickly got 3 feet of cotton fabric for Suemo. After Suemo paid, she saw Liu Xiaolan was busy and didn't want to disturb her further, so she took the fabric and hurried back to make the pillow covers. While Suemo was busy, Liu Changzheng had also been leaving early and returning late these past few days, hardly seen at home. The Liu family was equally busy, with Liui taking leave to prepare for various things. Liu Qing'an mentioned at the morning meeting of Team 29 that on October 1st, Liu Changzheng would be marrying and inviting the team members to a banquet. Of course, only 1 or 2 representatives from each household would attend, as it was not possible to invite everyone. On the 30th, the Liu family was almost fully mobilized, with both adults and children helping out. Liui also called many friends and relatives for assistance. Some were cutting vegetables, others were preparing the ground, and many borrowed tables, chairs, and dishes from other families in the team. Liu Qing'an estimated that they would need to prepare at least 25 tables for the banquet. With so many tables, they definitely needed to borrow chairs, stools, and dishes from others, and a suitable place for setting up the tables had to be arranged. Thus, the Liu family's yard and vegetable garden, as well as Liu Changzheng's small family's garden, were all put to use. In the afternoon of the 30th, Liu Changzheng somehow borrowed a military truck and returned with half a truckload of supplies. When the items were unloaded, the friends and relatives who came to help were astonished. There were a permanent brand bicycle, a Heischer brand sewing machine, a stylish dressing table, half a pig, 2 slaughtered sheep, 10 chickens, 5 large geese, and 2 big bags of flour, along with a large jar of liquor. The friends and relatives were already drooling, eagerly anticipating the next day. On October 1st, the weather was beautiful and clear, with a refreshing autumn breeze. Suemo got up early to wash up and packed her belongings, as those who would be moving her dowry would also be going to the new home. She still had a dozen eggs that Liu Changzheng had given her, and she didn't want to leave them behind. A few days ago, while at the youth station, she secretly moved some to her storage space, leaving only 2 in the grass basket for Ma Xiaowan. Ma Xiaowan looked at Suemo with reluctance, saying, "Suemo, I'm really going to miss you. Can I come to visit you later?" Although they had known each other for less than a month, Ma Xiaowan already considered Suemo a good friend. Suemo chuckled. "Of course. We're in the same team, just a few steps away. If you miss me, feel free to come by anytime." "Okay." Ma Xiaowan smiled. "Hurry and change your clothes. We'll help you cut the red paper." The red paper had been sent by the Liu family the night before, to be cut and pasted on the dowry. "All right," Suemo replied, taking out a red corduroy long dress from her large suitcase. This dress style, even in later years, was timeless and very popular as a vintage style. In an era filled with black, white, and gray, this dress was quite elegant. Among the clothes the original owner had brought, this was the only red one. Suemo was initially worried it might be too flashy, so she hesitated to wear it. Last night, when Ma Xiaowan mentioned that the daughter of their committee director got married in a beautiful red dress, Suemo decided she would wear one too. These days, the situation in the city is tougher than in the countryside. If city folks can wear it, why should those in the countryside hold back? If all goes well, this will be the only marriage in her life, and who wouldn't want to be a beautiful bride? When Suemo changed into her dress, both Ma Xiaowan and Chenlan were amazed. "Wow, Suemo, you look stunning." "Suemo, your dress is so pretty," they both exclaimed at the same time. Suemo smiled and asked, "Does it look good? Is it too flashy?" "Not at all. It's your wedding, and brides should wear something beautiful," Ma Xiaowan quickly replied. "You look better in this dress than the director's daughter." Suemo smiled and then picked up a makeup mirror to style her hair into 2 lovely braids, tying the ends with 2 red hair ties. While Ma Xiaowan cut out some decorative characters, she watched Suemo braid her hair. Suemo, your braids look amazing. Can you teach me later? Sure. Suemo nodded. This was a popular 4-strand braid style, and she had no reason to keep it a secret. After finishing her braids, Suemo took out the original owner's lipstick and applied a bit to her lips. Once done, she looked at the charming girl in the mirror and felt very satisfied. After cutting out the decorative characters, Ma Xiaowan and Chunlon stuck them on Suemo's 2 suitcases and placed 2 on the bedding. Suemo quickly took out the hot water bottle, enamel basin, enamel bucket, and 2 vests belonging to Liu Chongjing from the bamboo basket. She packed away the used daily items and covered everything with a rough cloth, ready for the wedding procession to move to the new home. When Chunlon saw Suemo pulling out so many things, her eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything. These items already had decorative characters on them, so there was no need to add more. Once Chunlon left, Ma Xiaowan took out a pair of pillowcases from her bag and handed them to Suemo. Suemo, I wish you a happy marriage. Earlier, she had asked Chunlon if she wanted to give a gift together, but Chunlon said they didn't know each other well enough yet, so Ma Xiaowan didn't want to bring it up in front of her. Suemo was surprised. She didn't expect Ma Xiaowan to give her pillowcases. These probably cost a couple of dollars, and for her to give them alone was quite generous. Thank you, Xiaowan, Suemo said, accepting them and putting them in her suitcase with her other things. When Ma Xiaowan gets married in the future, she will return the favor with something even better. Suemo brought over the grass basket and secretly put back 2 eggs, handing it to Ma Xiaowan. Xiaowan, there are still 4 eggs left, so I won't take them with me. You can keep them to cook and eat. Ma Xiaowan accepted, without hesitation. Then the 2 chatted inside the house. Around 9 o'clock, the entrance of the youth station became lively. Liu Chongzheng, dressed in a brand new military uniform and riding a bicycle, arrived with the wedding party to pick up the bride. At this time, the ceremony was simple, without the elaborate customs of later years, like blocking the groom at the door. When the people carrying the wedding gifts entered the house, Suemo came out of her room. Seeing his bride, Liu Chongjing's heart raced. He thought she looked incredibly beautiful today. He believed that in the entire Hongqi commune, or even Qingxi County, there was no one as beautiful as his wife. When the bride appeared, everyone laughed and cheered. Then, surrounded by the wedding party, Suemo rode on Liu Chongjing's bicycle to their new home. Onlookers saw the wedding gift bearers carrying 2 large beds, new matching thermoses, enamel basins, enamel jars, and 2 big suitcases, feeling a bit envious. The bride's dowry was quite impressive, especially when they saw the bride's red dress. Its material and style were unlike anything they had seen before. Could an ordinary family afford something like that? It seemed that Sumo's family was better off than they had imagined. Many young men began to feel envious. Liu Chongjing was truly lucky to marry such a beautiful bride from a good family. Today was Sumo's first time at the new house. The new house was not far from the Liu family. It took at most 5 minutes to walk, and it was even quicker by bicycle. Entering through the bamboo fence gate, there was a row of 3 brick houses in the center, with 2 earthen houses on the left and a well on the right. The yard was about 3 acres, used for growing vegetables. The house was a typical 3-room layout found in rural northeast China, with bedrooms on both sides and the middle room divided into 2 sections. The front section was the kitchen, and the back section served as a dining and living area. There was only 1 door to the row of houses, while the bedrooms had doors leading into the main room. Liu Chongjing took Sumo's hand and led her through the door, directly into the eastern bedroom designated as their wedding room. With bright eyes, Liu Chongjing said to Suemo, "Wife, you can rest in the room first. I'll go greet everyone, and later we'll go to see Mom and Dad."
주문하리.
Soon, several women brought Sumo's dowry into the wedding room. The bedding was neatly arranged on the kong, the thermos bottles were placed on the table, and Sumo's 2 suitcases were stood up on the floor. The bamboo basket for miscellaneous items was not brought in, likely left in the main room. The women didn't stay long. After placing the items and exchanging a few good wishes with Su Mo, they left. Once they were gone, Su Mo finally had time to carefully examine the room. She didn't expect Liu Changjing's new house to have a cement floor, whitewashed walls, and even a ceiling made of fine wooden boards. For a rural area in this era, this was quite luxurious. The bedroom was spacious, at least over 30 square meters. The kong was also large enough for a family of 5 to sleep comfortably. A bamboo mat was already laid on the kong, with a kong table in the middle holding a plate of peanuts and a plate of red dates. There were also 2 kong pianos, one tall and one short on either side. Next to the kong was a large wardrobe with double doors, one of which had a full-length mirror. Additionally, there was a dressing table, a desk, a sewing machine, and 2 armchairs in the room. The bedroom had a window on each side, which were quite large, making the room bright. The windows were fitted with screens to keep insects out. The window facing the courtyard had glass doors, while the one at the back was a wooden window. This setup provided both privacy and good lighting. The window on the kong's side even had curtains. Su Mo was amazed. It seemed Liu Changjing had spent a lot of money on this house. Their wedding photo was framed and hung on the bedroom wall. After looking for a while, Su Mo sat on the kong, listening to the lively voices outside. This was going to be her home, and the conditions were much better than she had expected. At that moment, someone outside called for Liu Changjing, urging him to hurry with his new bride, as the leaders from the commune were arriving soon. For the banquet, not only had they invited people from the brigade, but Liu Qing'an had also invited several leaders from the commune. Liu Changjing quickly took Su Mo over. They needed to be courteous to those attending their wedding. As soon as Su Mo entered the street gate, she saw Liu Xiaolan and several young brides setting up tables and arranging bowls. The previously abundant dishes were gone, replaced by round and square dining tables. Seeing them, Liu Xiaolan smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you look beautiful today. You must be the prettiest bride in the whole commune." Su Mo smiled shyly. "Don't tease me." "Hey, the chairman can testify that I'm speaking the truth." Liu Xiaolan laughed. Her sister-in-law was indeed beautiful. You couldn't find anyone more attractive in the whole area. At that moment, Liui came out of the house and said to the two, "Your father went to meet the leaders of the commune. You two should greet them at the door." They returned to the entrance of the courtyard and soon saw Liu Qing'an leading a few people who looked like leaders coming their way. When Liu Qing'an saw Su Mo's outfit, he slightly frowned. His third daughter-in-law seemed to be dressed a bit too extravagantly today. Although she was the bride, her dress looked too much like a capitalist style. Su Mo looked up and was shocked to see a young and refined man walking ahead. Isn't that Geng Chongqing, raised by the original owner's grandfather? Geng Chongqing's parents were revolutionary martyrs who sacrificed their lives in the war, leaving him as a child. Su Zhongli felt sorry for him being alone, so he brought him to the Su family to raise and educate. Geng Chongqing came to the Su family at the age of 4 and was considered part of the family. Even though the original owner called him Uncle Geng, he was only 12 years older than her, just 30 this year. Geng Chongqing approached them, first shaking hands with Liu Changjing to congratulate him on his marriage. Then he turned to Su Mo and smiled. "Xiao Mo, you've grown so much in these few years. You didn't even tell your uncle you were getting married." Su Mo smiled awkwardly. "Uncle Geng, long time no see. I didn't know you were here." "You?" Geng Chongqing shook his head helplessly. She was as willful as ever. He hadn't kept an eye on her, and she got married. Fortunately, the person she married was decent. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain it to Qian Ge. During the years when the original owner was the most mischievous, Geng Chongqing was in middle school and had to deal with her antics, so he found her quite troublesome. Geng Chongqing took out 2 thick red envelopes from his pocket and handed them to Su Mo. "One is from me, and one is from your uncle. Call him in a few days." Su Mo took them, feeling a bit guilty, and said, "I've already written to him." Then she quickly added, "I'll call him in a few days." The leaders behind them looked surprised, not expecting that the new daughter-in-law of the Liu family was actually related to Secretary Geng. Liu Qing'an was also shocked. Wasn't this third daughter-in-law here because of a family issue? How did she know Secretary Gung, and their relationship seemed quite special? Comrade Liu Chongjing, Su Mo is a kind and upright person with a strong revolutionary spirit. I hope you treat her well in the future. Yes, I promise to fulfill my duty, Liu Chongjing replied with a salute. This Secretary Gung seemed to represent the bride's family, so his attitude needed to be respectful. Su Mo, Comrade Liu Chongjing is an excellent soldier who protects our country at the front. You must manage things well at home so he can focus on his duties without worries, understand?
Understood.
When the other leaders saw Secretary Gung take out a red envelope, they also took out their own red envelopes and handed them to Liu Chongjing. In those days, when attending a banquet, it was common to bring gifts, daily necessities, and most people gave red envelopes ranging from 50 cents to 2 yuan. The leaders each gave 2 yuan and 4 ration tickets, as it was important not to take anything from the people. After the leaders from the commune entered the room, the two welcomed the members of the brigade, who came to the banquet at the door for a while. At noon, with the witnesses of many members and several leaders, they held a simple ceremony. They swore in front of a portrait of the chairman, then bowed 3 times to Liu Chongjing's parents and grandfather, and to Gung Chongqing, who represented the bride's family, followed by the bride and groom bowing to each other. With that, the ceremony was complete. They prepared 25 tables, all filled to capacity. Since the vegetable garden was dug up, all the dishes were set up at Liu's side for convenience, without using their small family's yard. The main dish was steamed buns made from a mix of wheat and corn flour, about the size of an adult's fist, with each person getting 2. They also cooked 2 large pots of coarse grain porridge. If there wasn't enough food, people would drink the porridge. The first dish served was a very hearty lamb soup. The lamb meat, ribs, and offal were chopped and stewed until tender, then white radish was added, and just before serving, some goji berries and green onions were sprinkled on top. The soup was milky white, and the lamb was fragrant. One bowl warmed the stomach instantly, bringing immense happiness. By this time, the weather had started to get cold, making the warm lamb soup just perfect. When the lamb soup was served, except for the table of leaders and educated youth, the other tables eagerly rushed to eat, with those who were quick getting more. The second dish was a large bowl of cabbage and pickled vegetables stewed with pork, served in a big enamel basin. The third dish was old hen stewed with mushrooms and vermicelli, with more mushrooms and less chicken and vermicelli. In those days, vermicelli was considered a fine grain and was expensive. The mushrooms were foraged and dried, so they were inexpensive. The fourth dish is potato stew with goose. Although there are more potatoes than goose meat, it is so delicious that it makes your mouth water. After the 4 hearty dishes, 2 vegetable dishes were served. Since the greens were different, each table had a unique selection based on what was available. Additionally, at the men's table, there was a pound of bulk white liquor and a pack of cigarettes, while the women's table had a handful of candy. Everyone at the banquet was enjoying their meal, truly having a better time than during the New Year celebrations. Liu Chongjing and Su Mo didn't go around to toast everyone. They only toasted their leaders and a few relatives, including the table of educated youth. Gung Chongqing noticed the dishes and realized that the Liu family valued Su Mo, which eased his mind a bit. After the meal, Gung Chongqing visited the newlyweds' new home. After seeing it, he felt relieved. With these conditions and Liu Chongjing's allowance, they should be fine. Since he had work, Gung Chongqing didn't stay long and reminded Su Mo to call Su Tingda before leaving. What Gung Chongqing didn't mention was that Su Tingda nearly lost his temper when he learned about Su Mo's marriage. If Gung hadn't assured him that the groom was a good match, Su Tingda might have come over in a fit of anger. Su Tingda had 2 sons and no daughters, treating Su Mo like his own daughter and occasionally sending her some pocket money, which decreased after she started working. It's fair to say that Su Mo's nice clothing and living conditions were largely thanks to Su Tingda's support. Once everyone left, and only the newlyweds were left, Liu Chongjing excitedly took Su Mo's hand and began to show her around their home. Liu Chongjing was in a good mood and had a bit too much to drink during the toasts, feeling slightly tipsy. He first led Suemo to the main room, saying, "Wife, we have 2 large stoves here. The one on the east side has a firewall, so we use it in winter. It can cook food and keep the room warm." He then took her to the cupboard, opened the doors, and showed her what was inside. "Wife, we have all the cooking supplies ready. I bought plenty of rice and flour, as well as some cured meats and eggs. You can eat whenever you want, no need to hold back. I'll send my allowance back home later." Suemo peeked inside and saw that they had all the essentials like rice, oil, salt, and vinegar, along with plenty of bowls and chopsticks and several jars likely filled with rice and flour. Then he took Suemo to the guest area, which had a round dining table, several stools, and 2 wooden benches, along with a low table that seemed to serve as a tea table. A permanent brand 26 type bicycle was also placed nearby. "Wife, if someone comes over in the future, you can host them here. Don't let them sit on the Kong. Those aunties don't like to bathe, which is quite unpleasant." He then led Suemo to the west room. "This is the guest room. Guests can sleep here in the future." Suemo looked around the west room. It was similar to their wedding room but had fewer pieces of furniture. There were 2 Kong pianos, one large and one small, and a Kong table. On the floor was a large wooden cabinet, and beside it was a big bathtub, making the room look quite empty. There are also 2 earthen rooms outside. The larger one is a storage room for firewood and other items, and the smaller one is a toilet, which is a dry toilet and not dirty. After saying this, he looked at Suemo with bright eyes. Seeing Liu Changjing's eager expression for praise, Suemo couldn't help but smile. She didn't expect that a slightly tipsy Liu Changjing could be so charming. "The house is great. I really like it," Suemo said with a smile. "I'm glad you like it, wife." He then took Suemo to their wedding room. "Wife, let me know if there's anything else you want to add. I can go buy it." "That's not necessary. I have everything I need." "Changjing, this house is really special, and I like it a lot," Suemo affirmed again. Liu Changjing chuckled, and seeing him like this, Suemo guessed he was truly drunk, so she comforted him. "The afternoon is still long. Do you want to take a nap first?" "Okay, then wife, you can sleep with me."
"Shuma."
Don't argue with someone who's drunk.
"All right."
Suemo decided to agree, planning to sit in the main room once he fell asleep to avoid anyone thinking they were up to something during the day. She first laid out a mattress, then put a new sheet on top, arranged a new pillow, and helped Liu Changjing onto the Kong to rest. At this time, there was no need for a thick quilt, so Suemo took out the thin blanket she used at the youth station to cover Liu Changjing. "Wife, aren't you going to sleep?" "I'm not sleeping. I'm watching you sleep." Liu Changjing must have been really tired, as he quickly fell asleep. Once he was asleep, Suemo sat on the wooden bench in the main room and took out the 2 red envelopes given to her by Gung Chongqing from her skirt pocket, lost in thought. She had just realized that Gung Chongqing was the top leader here, and his attitude didn't seem like someone trying to avoid suspicion with the original owner. Moreover, he should have had some contact with the original owner's uncle. She has only been married for 4 days, and the original owner's uncle already knows, which clearly means that Gung Chongqing told him. So, after the original owner died in the book, why didn't Gung Chongqing collect her body? Instead, it was the Liu family village team that sent a telegram to Haisher, and Yang Xuyin traveled a long way to take away the original owner's belongings. Was it that Gung Chongqing didn't want to? Or did something happen that prevented him from stepping in? Suemo was puzzled and felt there was a lot of mystery surrounding this situation. After thinking for a while without finding an answer, Suemo decided to stop worrying about it. After all, things would work out in time, and she would understand when the moment came. She opened the 2 red envelopes and counted, finding they each contained 200 yuan, totaling 400 yuan. Suemo was surprised. Getting married earned her nearly a year's salary for others. After putting the money away, Suemo took the opportunity to calculate her current finances. After buying some things, she had 933.27 yuan left. Then she received 400 yuan as a wedding gift, spent 125 yuan on a watch for Liu Changjing, 0.5 yuan on white cotton thread, 0.3 yuan on newspapers, 2.5 yuan on a big white rabbit from the black market, 1.5 yuan on a pillow, and 0.84 yuan on 3 feet of cotton fabric, leaving her with 1,202.63 yuan. Adding the 400 yuan gift she received today, she now had 1,602.63 yuan. Su Mo felt a bit happy. Getting married had brought her nearly 600 yuan. She was one step closer to her courtyard in the capital. Liui came over and saw her new daughter-in-law sitting in the room in a daze, while her son was nowhere to be found. Seeing Liui carrying something, Su Mo quickly stood up. "Mother, you're here." "Yes," Liui nodded and set down the items. "Where's the third one?" "He drank some alcohol and is sleeping now," Su Mo replied. "Did you cover him with a blanket?" The weather had turned cool, and a drunk person could easily catch a cold if not covered. "Yes, I covered him and put a mattress on the bed," Su Mo assured her. Liui nodded in satisfaction. As long as she cared for her man, it was fine. Even if the third one threw himself on the bed, while drunk, that was not good. Liui placed most of a bag of flour on the dining table. "This is the flour the third one bought for the feast, and there's still this much left. You can keep it for later." Su Mo quickly waved her hand. "Mother, you don't need to bring it over. Take it back home and keep it for yourselves." Seeing her daughter-in-law's thoughtfulness, Liui felt pleased. "You keep it. The grain distribution is coming soon, and your father and I have enough to eat. You seem to need to buy a lot of food. When the time comes, buy some corn, grind it into cornmeal, and mix it with white flour. That should last for quite a while." During the 10 days the old daughter-in-law worked, she probably didn't earn 50 work points. After repaying the grain borrowed from the team, how much would be left? This half bag of white flour likely weighs about 15 or 16 pounds. Even if she mixes it with an equal weight of cornmeal, the old daughter-in-law could eat for 2 months. Su Mo felt a bit embarrassed. She really didn't have many work points and was supposed to buy grain. "Quickly put it away." Liui waved her hand. "Okay." Su Mo put the items away, but didn't know where to store them, so she placed them on top of the wooden cabinet in the west room. It seemed she would need to make a wooden rack to hold the grain when she bought it. "This load of iron buckets is a gift from your older brother and second brother," Liui said, pointing to the 2 buckets on the ground. "Thank you, big brother and second brother." Liui took out a pair of pillowcases and pillow covers from one of the buckets. "These are from Xiaolon for you." "Thank you. Please tell Xiaolon I appreciate it." Liui waved her hand, indicating it was no trouble. "When the third one wakes up, you and he can come over for dinner. There are some dishes left, and we can all enjoy a good meal together tonight." She also invited her daughter and son-in-law to join, so the family could gather. The third one's wife was married in a hurry, and she probably didn't know all the family members well. It would be good for her to recognize everyone. It would be embarrassing if she didn't recognize her own family when they met on the street. "Okay."
Shumo nodded quickly.
Liui didn't stay long and went back home. There was still a lot of work to do, with so many tables, benches, and dishes to wash and return. After Liui left, Su Mo saw her bamboo basket in the corner of the main room. She took out the used daily items and organized them, then carried the remaining items along with the basket to the west room. Next, she checked the side room. The larger side room had some firewood and a few large jars, likely for pickling vegetables. The smaller room was a clean flush toilet, which was nice. Su Mo was quite satisfied with this. She had to hold her breath every time she used the toilet at the youth station a few days ago. However, she looked around and didn't find a bathroom. She wondered how she would take a shower. Would she have to use the large bathtub in the west room? After exploring, Su Mo planned to return to her room to organize her suitcase. Just as she opened the door, she saw Lu Chongjing suddenly sit up on the Kong, looking at her sharply. Su Mo was startled by Lu Chongjing's fierce gaze, realizing at that moment that he was a soldier fighting on the front lines. Previously, Lu Chongjing had always been gentle in front of her and had never shown such a sharp side. Lu Chongjing was a bit dazed from sleep, as he rarely took naps in the afternoon. His instincts from combat made him ready to defend himself at the first sound. Seeing that he seemed to have frightened his wife, Lu Chongjing felt a bit regretful. Relaxing his expression, Lu Chongzheng reached out his hand, saying, "Wife, come here." Su Emo walked over, thought for a moment, and placed her hand in his. Lu Chongzheng pulled her into his embrace and gently laid her back on the bed. Su Emo was startled and met Lu Chongzheng's intense gaze, feeling momentarily frozen. He looked at her surprised expression and leaned down to kiss her deeply. He had wanted to do this for a long time, and now he could do it openly. Su Emo was taken aback by Lu Chongzheng's boldness and momentarily lost her composure, allowing him to take the lead. But when his hands began to wander, she snapped back to reality and struggled, saying, "Chongzheng, my mother said to come over for dinner tonight. Please don't get carried away." Lu Chongzheng paused for a moment, then smiled dreamily. "Wife, I won't get carried away now. We'll have our fun tonight." Su Emo felt a bit shy and pushed him away, saying, "Get off. I still need to tidy up." Although intimacy was normal, Su Emo had never experienced it before and felt a bit embarrassed. Lu Chongzheng obediently got up and helped her. His wife was not a timid little rabbit, but a feisty little kitten. If he annoyed her, he might not have a good evening. After Su Emo got up, she filled a basin with water and wiped down the wardrobe. Then, she took everything out of the 2 suitcases, placing clothes and items on the bed to organize later, while finding a spot by the door for the shoes. Lu Chongzheng helped her with the tasks. As Su Emo tidied up, she told him about Liui bringing flour and gifts. Once the wardrobe was dry, Su Emo categorized and folded the clothes, placing them inside. Hair ties and creams were set on the dressing table. Being from the south, she habitually overlooked the bed as a place to store things. After organizing everything, Su Emo closed the 2 suitcases, thinking about where to put them. Lu Chongzheng reached out and placed it directly on top of the wardrobe.
Shumo.
This is indeed a way people from this era store things. While it may not look very nice, it is still a practical solution. "Wife, let's head over early so we can finish dinner and get some rest." It was already 5 o'clock, and nowadays it gets dark around 6, so having an early dinner is a good idea. Su Emo nodded and took the bag of white rabbit candy she bought last time, planning to share it with the kids. When they arrived, Liui was preparing to send Lu Fengqin to call them for dinner. The food was ready, just needed to be heated up. Since it gets dark early, it's better to eat while it's still light outside. Seeing them arrive, Liui immediately called everyone to the table. The whole family, a total of 16 people, was seated at 2 tables, one for the adults and one for the 5 children. Su Emo handed the white rabbit candy to Liui to share with everyone. Liui gave 2 pieces to each child and 1 piece to each adult, saving the rest for later. The children were thrilled to receive 2 pieces of candy, happier than if they had received meat, calling out joyfully to their aunts. Lu Chongzheng introduced Su Emo to many of his family members for the first time. His older brother Lu Xingjuan, sister-in-law Lu Yuji, niece Lu Fengqin, second niece Lu Aiqin, and nephew Lu Guoqiang. His second brother Lu Weigua, sister-in-law Lu Hohot, nephew Lu Guodong, and second nephew Lu Guoyang. His younger brother-in-law Yang Jingming. Su Emo remembered each name. As a top student, her memory was impressive, so she wasn't worried about mixing them up. Today was Lu Chongzheng's wedding, and the whole family gathered together. Lu Boming was happy, so he looked well and even ate half a bun more than usual. After dinner, the family sat in the living room chatting. Now that the third one is married, our job as parents is done. Lu Qing'an took the opportunity to speak. As the saying goes, a tree grows branches. Our family doesn't have a rule about staying together, so while everyone is here, we'll divide the household tomorrow morning. Since this had been agreed upon long ago, everyone remained calm. However, Lu Xingjuan, the older brother, spoke up. "Isn't it a bit inappropriate to divide the household the day after the third one gets married? There's nothing wrong with it. The third one won't be home for long, so it's better to divide it early so he can settle his wife in." Everyone agreed to divide the family property tomorrow morning. Since it was their wedding night, no one stayed long to chat with the couple and soon sent them home. On the way home, Su Emo could clearly feel Lu Chongzheng's intense gaze, making her too shy to look him in the eye. Once they arrived home, Liu Changjung lit the oil lamp and began to heat water. Wife, there's no bathroom here. You can wash in the tub for now, and we'll have someone build a bathroom in the spring. The bathroom was only used in summer. In winter, it was too cold, and everyone preferred to go to the bathhouse. When they built the house, they planned for the toilet and bathing area to be shared, but he didn't think his wife would want to bathe in the toilet. After the water boiled, Liu Changjung prepared a large basin of hot water for Su Mo to bathe in and took a bucket of water to the toilet for himself. Wife, when you're done, just leave the water here, and I'll take care of it later.
Sumonadit.
It was natural for newlyweds to share intimacy, and she had been mentally prepared for it. But when the moment came, she still felt a bit nervous. Not only was Su Mo nervous, but Liu Changjung was too. He had finished washing but waited by the door since he could still hear water running inside. Su Mo chose a lightly scented body wash for her bath, wanting to create some beautiful memories for their first time. After bathing, she changed into a pure cotton nightgown and waited in the room. The oil lamp flickered in the dim light, making her even more anxious. Just days ago, she thought she might have to teach Liu Changjung about intimacy, but now that it was happening, she felt a bit hesitant. Su Mo smiled wryly, realizing she was just talking big. After waiting for a while without hearing any water, Liu Changjung called out, "Wife, are you done?" His voice was noticeably more hoarse than before. Su Mo suddenly remembered she forgot to tell him and quickly replied, "I'm done." Liu Changjung entered and first poured out the bathwater. After emptying the tub into the drainage outside, he checked the fence gate to ensure it was secured before coming back inside and locking the door. Feeling a bit nervous, he entered the room and saw his wife sitting by the bed, her head slightly lowered, looking so beautiful in the lamp's light. Liu Changjung felt his throat go dry and said softly, "Wife, let's settle in. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." After everything was over, Su Mo, feeling extremely tired, didn't care much and fell asleep while sobbing. Liu Changjung got up and wiped his wife's face with a warm towel before joining her in sleep. The next day, since there was no autumn harvest, Su Mo woke up around 6 o'clock without an alarm. Thinking about visiting the Liu family later as the new daughter-in-law, she didn't want to be late and got ready to get up. However, a certain man who enjoyed himself held her down for a morning exercise, making Su Mo so angry that she bit his chest, leaving a deep mark. By the time they got ready to leave, it was already 8 o'clock, and Su Mo's eyes were red from anger. Seeing that his wife was ignoring him, Liu Changjung felt a bit anxious. He quietly intertwined his fingers with hers and apologized. "Wife, I'm sorry. I promise I'll only do this at night next time, not during the day." Su Mo, trying to ignore the soreness in her legs, walked ahead with big strides, turning her face away from him. Liu Changjung quickly moved to the other side. "Wife, I'm really sorry. Can you please talk to me? Otherwise, if Mom and Dad see us, it won't be good. I'll go home and kneel on the washboard." Su Mo paused and finally spoke. "Is this something to do during the day? You knew we were going to see Mom and Dad this morning, yet you still did that. Now it's so late. What will others think of me? They won't think anything. It's still early, just 8 o'clock. We got married yesterday. They'll understand," Liu Changjung reassured her. Su Mo kicked him in frustration. Knowing he had upset her, Liu Changjung quickly whispered, "Wife, the later you go, the happier they'll be, because it means they can hold their grandchild soon." Su Mo kicked him again, really not wanting to talk to him anymore, and continued walking ahead. Liu Changjung chuckled and caught up, thinking his wife was truly adorable. He didn't mean to be so reckless, but how could he resist when his wife was so beautiful and charming? If it weren't for her, he could have gone on all night. Liu Xiaolan was in the vegetable garden helping her mother with the soil when she saw Liu Changjung and Su Mo hurrying over. She smiled and greeted them, "Third brother, third sister-in-law. Good morning." Su Mo stopped, feeling a bit shy, and replied, "Good morning." Since she was in a hurry, Su Mo hadn't even braided her hair today. She just brushed it back behind her ears and rushed out. At that moment, a gust of wind blew, lifting Su Mo's hair and revealing her fair neck with some red marks on it. Lu Xiaolan saw this and burst into laughter. Wow, third brother is quite bold, leaving all those marks on third sister-in-law's neck. Xiaolan, what are you laughing at? Su Mo felt a bad premonition rising in her heart. Third sister-in-law, pull your collar up a bit and smooth down your hair. Lu Xiaolan leaned closer to Su Mo and winked. You have lipstick marks on your neck. Su Mo felt a rush of heat and turned bright red, wishing there was a hole in the ground to hide in. Lu Chongjing shot a glare at his clueless sister. Was this something to joke about? His wife was already upset with him, and now being teased like this would only make her angrier. Wife, it's fine. She's from a supply and marketing cooperative. She has sharp eyes and others won't notice. Lu Chongjing reassured his wife. If she really got mad, he wouldn't have any meat to eat tonight. What would he do? Seeing Su Mo's face turning almost crimson, Lu Xiaolan realized her third sister-in-law was shy and stopped joking. Right, third sister-in-law, it's not a big deal. Just smooth down your hair and it'll be fine. After spending so much time at the cooperative, she had become thicker-skinned from all the gossip. Su Mo felt embarrassed, but luckily, Liui heard the commotion and came out to help. Are the third couple here? Then go sit in the main room. Xiaolan, stop working in the field. Call Jingming to join us in the main room. Lu Chongjing quickly took his wife to the main room, and soon everyone gathered. When Lu Hohot entered the main room and saw Su Mo sitting there with rosy cheeks, she asked, Third family, why is your face so red? Are you sick? Her youngest son always had rosy cheeks when he had a fever. I was in a hurry earlier, and it got warm, Su Mo quickly denied, thankful that she felt cold today and had put on a jacket. Lu Hohot didn't suspect anything, while Lu Xiaolan chuckled quietly. Except for the 5 little ones, all the adults were seated in the main room. Even Lu Boming was sitting there with a light blanket. As the party secretary and with the accountant being his eldest son, Lu Qing'an didn't invite anyone to witness. He planned to divide the family assets himself. Clearing his throat, Lu Qing'an said, When you were younger, our family struggled financially and had little savings. When you grew up and we finally saved a bit, the eldest and second had to get married, and then we faced 3 years of natural disasters. Only after the third went to the army could we start saving properly. The third went to the army in October 1964, and it's been exactly 7 years now. Except for the first 2 years when he sent back $5 each month, for the last 5 years, he has been sending $20 every month, totaling $1,320 for the family, Lu Qing'an said, looking at the records in his hand. I kept the remittance slips, so if anyone has questions, you can take a look later. Next, let's talk about the second child. The second child started working at the commune's wood processing factory 2 years ago. After starting work, he contributed 20 yuan to the family every month for a total of 23 months, amounting to 460 yuan. Then there's Xiaolan, who's been working at the commune supply and marketing cooperative for 3 years. Before getting married, she also contributed 20 yuan each month for 26 months, totaling 520 yuan. I officially began my role as the village secretary in 1966. The secretary receives a monthly allowance of 7 yuan, and I have received this for 5 years and 9 months, totaling 483 yuan. Although the eldest child hasn't contributed money to the family, he has been the village accountant since 1961. His work points are calculated at the same rate as the highest in the team, contributing nearly 2,000 work points to the family each year. Based on the average value of work points over the years at 0.05 yuan each, he has contributed a significant amount to the family. Lu Qing'an also praised his eldest son. Hearing this, Lu Xingjuan felt reassured. At the end of the year, after deducting the grain and meat shares, the distributions were as follows. In 1964, we received 61.75 yuan. In 1965, 83.27 yuan. In 1966, 91 yuan. In 1967, 98 yuan. In 1968, 115.5 yuan. In 1969, 100.3 yuan. And in 1970, 108.43 yuan. The distributions were lower in the last 2 years because the second child and Xiaolan started working, reducing the available labor and increasing the food share for 2 more people. In these 7 years, the family received a total of 658.25 yuan in distributions. This is the source and amount of the family's income over the years. I have the ledger here, and the eldest can verify it later. The third child contributed 1,320 yuan, the second child contributed 460 yuan, Xiaolan contributed 520 yuan. The family received 658.25 yuan in distributions, and my salary allowance was 483 yuan, making a total income of 3,441.25 yuan. Now that we've discussed income, let's talk about expenses. First, for building the house. The total cost of the house we currently live in, excluding our own labor and materials, was 986.94 yuan. The third child also contributed 300 yuan towards the house. The total cost for building the house was 1,286.94 yuan. Next, we have the purchase of large items. The family bought 3 large items, 2 bicycles and a sewing machine. The bicycles cost 280 yuan, and the sewing machine cost 138 yuan, totaling 418 yuan. When Xiaolan got married, we bought her a bicycle and gave her 100 yuan as a dowry. We consulted the eldest and second child about these expenses. Xiaolan got married, and the family spent 258 yuan on the wedding gifts, which they also let their daughter take back. When Lu Xiaolan got married, she also bought a permanent brand 26 type bicycle for 158 yuan. For the third son's wedding, the family gave 200 yuan as a wedding gift, bought a bicycle for 158 yuan, making a total family expense of 358 yuan. These are the larger expenses over the years, totaling 2,320.94 yuan. The rest includes everyday expenses like making clothes, buying things, and food when someone is sick. The family hasn't kept track of every detail, but it's definitely several hundred yuan. Over the years, the family has mostly only bought some flour occasionally and hasn't purchased much grain. Now, the family has 573.61 yuan left. Your mother, and I think we should divide this money into 4 parts. 1 for each of us old folks and 1 for each of your 3 families. Xiaolan won't get a share. Do you have any objections? Lu Qing'an mainly looked at Lu Chongzheng, knowing that this division would be unfair to the third son. However, since the money sent back was pooled together, they could only divide it this way. It was hard to be precise among family. Lu Chongzheng quickly waved his hand. I have no objections. He never expected to get back the money he sent home. Lu Xiaolan also quickly expressed that she had no objections. When she got married, not only did she take back the wedding gifts, but her dowry was also substantial, so her in-laws have always respected her, and she is very grateful to her parents. Lu Xingjuan and Lu Weiguan naturally had no objections either. All right, then we will divide the 573.61 yuan into 4 parts. Each of your 3 families will get 143 yuan, and the rest will go to us old folks. Lu Qing'an quickly counted out 3 portions of 143 yuan, giving each brother 1 share. Now that the money is divided, dividing the house will be easy. It will be based on where you currently live. Each brother will get 3 rooms, and the middle row will belong to us old folks. As for what happens later, you 3 brothers can discuss it. For the larger items, the first and second brothers each get a bicycle, and the third son also bought a bicycle for his wedding. The sewing machine will stay with us old folks. Anyone who needs to use it can come and borrow it. The third son's family has prepared new pots and pans, so the old ones will be divided into 3 parts, 1 for us old folks and 1 for each of the first and second brothers. The family still has about 200 jin of corn, 70 to 80 jin of cornmeal, about 10 jin of flour, and around 200 jin of sweet potatoes left. There isn't much left, and it's not worth much. I had mentioned to the third son before that we wouldn't divide the grain with him. Now, we will divide what's left into 3 parts, 1 for us and 1 for each of the first and second brothers. During the meal preparation and food counting, Liui mentioned the food situation to Lu Chongzheng. Seeing that there wasn't much food left, and it was mostly coarse grains, and since he had already prepared rice and flour for his wife, he decided not to take any. The vegetable garden at the entrance is a total of 5 acres. The eldest and second families have 2 acres each, and we old folks have 1 acre. Is everyone okay with this distribution? Lu Chongjing said he had no objections, and Lu Xingjuan and Lu Weigua also agreed. All right, if there are no objections, I will write this down in a document, 5 copies. You all will sign it, and each of our 4 families will keep 1 copy, with 1 left at the brigade. Dad, we haven't discussed the issue of elder care, Lu Xingjuan quickly reminded. Your mother and I can still manage for now, so you don't need to worry about taking care of us. When we can no longer work, you 3 brothers can provide us with food based on the situation then, Lu Qing'an replied. That won't do, Lu Xingjuan disagreed, as taking care of the elderly is a natural duty. Lu Qing'an smiled, feeling somewhat comforted. Although the eldest seemed less capable, he was actually a good person and treated his siblings well. All right, since your children are still young and your mother and I can still manage, you don't need to worry about us. Just take care of your own families. We can discuss elder care when the time comes. If you really want to show your filial piety, just bring us a bowl of good food whenever you have some. Okay. If there are no objections, I will write it down, Lu Qing'an said as he began to write. Lu Hohot calculated and felt that her family was at a disadvantage. Her husband contributed 460 yuan but only received 143 yuan in the end, which seemed too little. Moreover, she felt that each family shouldn't receive just 143 yuan. In her mind, each family should get at least 200 or 300 yuan. There must have been a miscalculation in the income. As she was thinking, she noticed Lu Boming and suddenly realized where the mistake was. Dad, wait, you missed counting the income from Grandpa, she said. He has a disability allowance of 18 yuan every month since a few years ago. The atmosphere in the living room suddenly froze, and everyone looked at Lu Hohot in disbelief. What kind of people are they? Not only are they not showing respect for the elderly, but they're also trying to take money from them? Lu Weigua's face turned red and then pale, feeling both embarrassed and angry. Did this woman have no shame? Shut up, Lu Weigua shouted. You're trying to take money from Grandpa. Are you even human? Lu Hohot was confused and felt a bit wronged. What did I do? Isn't our grandfather also part of our family? That money your grandfather received is from the government. If you keep trying to take advantage, just go back to your mother's house. Lu Weigua was very angry seeing Lu Hohot's attitude. Dad, don't worry about her. Keep writing. We have no objections. Liui sneered, but everyone seemed to know Lu Hohot's nature and ignored her. Once Lu Qing'an finished writing, the 3 brothers stepped forward to sign. Lu Qing'an stamped all 5 documents, and each brother received a copy. Now that the family is divided, the first and second families should go with your mother to divide the grain and kitchen items. He then added, in another half-month, the team will settle accounts. This year, each of you will go to collect your share on your own. The second family only has the second brother's wife working, so the grain will definitely not be enough. You will have to buy more from the team. Now that the family is divided, the 2 boys should start helping out like gathering pig feed to earn some work points. As for the third family, remember to buy grain from the team. The work points for the third family might not even be enough to avoid hunger. Everyone agreed, and just as they were about to leave, Lu Boming spoke up. Wait a moment. As your grandfather, I don't have much to give you. Since the family is divided, focus on living your own lives. Lu Boming took out a stack of money. Here are 400 yuan. You 4 siblings can each take 100 as support for your new homes. Lu Weigua wished he could disappear. Grandpa, don't listen to that woman. We can't take your money. His grandfather was already suffering from illness, and medical expenses were high. It was enough that they didn't show filial piety. How could they take money from the elder? Lu Boming pressed the money into Lu Qing'an's hands. Distribute this among your siblings. Everyone refused to take it. Finally, Lu Qing'an spoke up. Accept your grandfather's kindness. In the future, buy more things to show your respect for him. Then he distributed the money to them. When they got home, Lu Chongzheng handed over the 243 yuan he just received, along with the red envelope from Liui, which was from the banquet yesterday, To Su Mo wife, keep this money. From now on, all our family's finances will be managed by you. He then took Su Mo back to their room, retrieved a military backpack from under the bed, and pulled out 2 bank books, handing them to Su Mo wife. This is the money I've saved over the years. These 2 bank books are from different banks, one from my military base and the other from our hometown, Liu Chongjing said, gesturing for Su Mo to take a look. Following his cue, Su Mo opened the first bank book from the military bank, which showed a last deposit in 1968, totaling 1,000 yuan. She then opened the second bank book from the Qingxi County Bank, which had 1,500 yuan. Originally, there had been 2,000 yuan, but she had withdrawn 500 yuan a few days ago. Su Mo was a bit shocked. She didn't expect Liu Chongjing to save so much money while also sending home so much. Have you not spent any money over the years? She asked instinctively. The military doesn't have many expenses, and I got promoted early, so I saved some money, Liu Chongjing replied. He often had missions and didn't have much time to spend. So, dear, if you don't want to do farm work, you don't have to. You can just stay at home. We have savings and my salary is decent enough to support you, Liu Chongjing said seriously. He couldn't bear to see his wife struggle. How much is your salary now? Su Mo asked, curious. After my promotion to deputy company level last year, my salary is 89 yuan a month, Liu Chongjing replied. What was your salary at the beginning? Su Mo was interested in the salaries of soldiers during that time. Seeing that his wife wanted to know more about him made Liu Chongjing happy, so he explained in detail. In the first 2 years, I was just a soldier, and there was no salary, only allowances, 6 yuan a month in the first year and 7 yuan in the second year. In the third year, I got promoted to squad leader, and my salary was 57 yuan. But after the promotion, I had to pay for meals according to the soldier's standard, which deducted 14 yuan each month, leaving me with only 43 yuan. In the fourth year, I earned a merit and got promoted to deputy platoon leader with a salary of 63 yuan. In the fifth year, I became a platoon leader, earning 72 yuan. Last year, I was promoted to deputy company level, and my salary is now 89 yuan. Although Liu Chongjing spoke lightly about his promotions, Su Mo knew that he had earned them through hard work and sacrifice. She had noticed many scars on his body this morning, reminders of his dangerous work. Don't push yourself so hard in the future, Su Mo said. Okay, Liu Chongjing replied casually. How could he not work hard? He needed to ensure she could join him in the military soon. I'm serious, Su Mo insisted, noticing his nonchalant response. Are you worried about me, dear? Liu Chongjing asked.
Shumonari.
If you truly care about me, will you follow my wishes tonight? Liu Chongjing whispered close to Su Mo's ear. Su Mo rolled her eyes at him, thinking he was being inappropriate. Fine, there's nothing to feel sorry for. She should care for herself instead. Liu Chongjing smiled and turned her face towards him, giving her a deep kiss. Su Mo was almost exasperated. How could he think of such silly things at such a serious moment? She intended to return the bank book to Liu Chongjing but realized something was off and quickly calculated in her mind. Based on the salary Liu Chongjing just mentioned, even if he spent nothing over the years, he could only save up to 2,232 yuan. Yet their 2 bank books together had 2,500 yuan, not to mention he built a house and spent quite a bit on their wedding. Do you have any other allowances besides your salary? Su Mo asked. There are no allowances, but there are rewards for completing tasks, Liu Chongjing replied, feeling a bit proud that his wife was smart enough to notice the discrepancy in their savings and salary. Their team leader often had conflicts with his wife because he hid money, and Liu Chongjing didn't want to follow that example. He preferred to be clear about every income and expense with his wife. Over the years, I've received about 1,500 yuan in rewards for tasks. I haven't had many big expenses. The largest was when I built the house, and I sent back an additional 300 yuan. The rest was spent on our wedding. I paid 200 yuan for the bride price, then 138 for a sewing machine, and the rest was for meat, drinks, and things for our little home, totaling nearly 300 yuan. Su Mo calculated and realized Liu Chongjing had been quite frugal, spending less than 300 yuan over the years. Don't worry, my dear. Your man hasn't hidden any money, Lu Chongjing said with a smile. Su Imo shot him a playful glare. It's fine if you do. A man should always have some money on hand. After saying that, she returned the bank book to Lu Chongjing, not wanting to strip him of all his money. But Lu Chongjing didn't take it. I've said it before. You handle the money. From now on, I'll keep a few yuan for pocket money and send the rest back. Really, you'll give it all to me? Yes, Lu Chongjing replied seriously. Su Imo thought for a moment and handed him the 1,000 yuan bankbook. Keep this bankbook with you. In case something urgent comes up in the army, you'll have money available. Su Imo believed that was why Lu Chongjing had kept his money in two separate places initially. Both sides have money, so if either side needs cash urgently, they can take it out. At that time, banks did not have the function to withdraw money across provinces. Lu Chongjing thought for a moment and agreed. Wife, I'll keep this savings book and I promise not to spend it carelessly. Also, your monthly salary will stay the same as before, just send back 20 yuan. The rest you can save and bring back later to deposit in the bank. Lu Chongjing frowned, wondering how 20 yuan would be enough for his wife.
Just listen to me.
20 yuan is quite a lot in the countryside. It's not about having little but about fairness. If there's too much, it might cause trouble. In that era, privacy was limited, and the amount sent was clearly stated on the remittance notice, making it easy for others to see. She didn't want any issues arising from Lu Chongjing sending her too much money. 20 yuan was just the right amount, not too much and not too little. Lu Chongjing realized she was right. Besides, they still had some money at home, enough for his wife for a while. If you run out, just go to the county bank and withdraw money yourself, Lu Chongjing instructed. Don't hesitate to spend. When I return to the army, I'll trade food stamps with my comrades and send rice back for you. I won't run out, Su Imo said, noticing the big bag with red envelopes nearby and remembering she hadn't told Lu Chongjing how much Geng Chongqing had given her. Uncle Geng gave me 2 red envelopes yesterday, each with 200 yuan, Su Imo added. Lu Chongjing was surprised. It seemed Geng Chongqing had a good relationship with her family. He thought for a moment and asked, Wife, what is Geng the secretary's relationship with your family? He was raised by my grandfather. Although he wasn't formally adopted, it's almost like being a son. Lu Chongjing understood. Given their relationship, it made sense that a 200 yuan envelope was possible. Geng Chongqing's salary should be similar to his, so 200 yuan was manageable. Speaking of this, Su Imo suddenly became curious about Su Tingda's salary and asked, How much does the commander earn? Salaries vary by region, but they usually fluctuate by a few yuan, roughly between 200 to 217 yuan. Their unit was a frontline danger zone, so salaries were generally higher, and their commander earned 217 yuan.
Audit.
Let's open the red envelopes. Write down the names for those with them, so we can return the favor next time, Su Imo suggested. The two of them opened the red envelopes again. They received a total of 223 envelopes, 100 with 50 cents, 75 with 1 yuan, 46 with 2 yuan, 1 with 5 yuan, and 1 with 10 yuan, totaling 232 yuan in gifts. There were also 4 food stamps worth 4 liang each. The 5 yuan envelope was from the team leader, Lu Baogua, and the 10 yuan envelope was from Lu Guoping. Lu Chongjing chuckled when he saw this. This guy is getting married this year. I asked my dad to give him 10 yuan, and now he's returning it to me. Su Imo had a good impression of Lu Guoping and said, I think he's a nice person. If we can help him in the future, we should. In front of Lu Chongjing, Su Imo locked the savings book and money in a small cabinet by the Kong piano, planning to store it in her space after he returned to the team. She quietly calculated that she had 63 yuan in cash. She never expected her first earnings in this era would come from marriage. As it was almost noon, Su Imo decided to make lunch. She opened a cupboard and found rice, flour, eggs, sausages, and cured meat. After thinking for a moment, she decided to make handmade noodles with eggs. Unfortunately, there were no vegetables at home, and she couldn't take any from her space while Liu Changjung was around. Without hesitation, Su Emo scooped out 2 bowls of flour and started kneading the dough. Liu Changjung was surprised to see his wife skillfully making the dough. "Wife, you can knead dough."
He thought she only ate rice.
"Of course. My parents were busy with work, so I usually cooked," Sumo casually lied. "In the apocalypse, there were no restaurants, so you had to cook for yourself." Su Emo quickly finished kneading the dough, let it rest for a while, then took a rolling pin to flatten it. Soon, she rolled it out wide, flat, and thin, then cut it into noodles of suitable width. Watching Sumo work so efficiently, Liu Changjung's eyes sparkled. He thought his wife was delicate and couldn't do much, but she surprised him with this skill. After cutting the noodles, she asked Liu Changjung to start the fire. Once the pot was hot, she added oil and cracked in 4 eggs, frying them until both sides were golden. Then she added 2 spoonfuls of water and waited for the egg broth to turn creamy before adding the cut noodles and a pinch of salt. After cooking them, she lifted them out. She filled 2 bowls, one small for herself and a larger one for Liu Changjung. 2 golden fried eggs were placed on top, and she poured the creamy broth over them. Just looking at it made Liu Changjung think it must be delicious. After entering, just as Liu Changjung thought, the noodles were smooth and chewy, and the soup was very fresh and sweet, making it exceptionally delicious. "Wife, you did really well. This is even better than what the chefs at the state-run restaurant make," Liu Changjung praised without holding back. Su Emo responded with a proud humph. Her cooking was indeed good. If only she had some vegetables and other seasonings, it could be even better. Seeing his wife's little expression, Liu Changjung felt a rush of affection and leaned in to give her a quick kiss, saying, "This tastes even better." His playful behavior made Su Emo kick him again. After finishing the meal, Liu Changjung washed the dishes and asked his wife, "What should we do this afternoon?" Su Emo pointed to the empty space in the yard. "Can you help me turn the soil this afternoon? While there's still time, I want to plant some vegetables before the snow comes." She wasn't sure if other people's vegetables would grow well before the snow, but she was confident hers would. With the help of the land and her special ability, she estimated she could harvest in 3 to 5 days. Of course, she couldn't be too obvious about it, but she could encourage the vegetables to grow a bit faster each day. Many of the seeds she had were improved varieties from the future, with much better yields and appearances than the current ones. Perhaps she could package these new varieties as her own creations and get a job in agriculture at the commune. Suemo thought this might be a good plan. "Sure, I promise to finish turning the soil this afternoon," Liu Changjung assured her. "But won't you get too tired planting so many? We can just plant a little and trade with others if we need more. Let's plant first. If it's too tiring, I'll just plant less next time. Okay, you take a nap this afternoon, and I'll get to work."
Muun muassa sunnuntai emo nodded.
She was indeed tired. She had gone to bed late last night, and with Liu Changjung around, she couldn't use her ability to relax. This morning had been quite exhausting as well. She planned to use her ability to recover during her nap. Su Emo slept until after 2 o'clock and woke up feeling refreshed, no longer sore, and the red marks on her skin had faded significantly. She opened the curtains and peeked outside. Liu Changjung had already turned over most of the yard. Not only had he turned it, but he had also organized it into roughly equal-sized plots for her to plant vegetables. Su Emo smiled and took out the newspaper she had bought earlier to study it. After thinking for a bit, she began to write. While Liu Changjung was working hard, she couldn't fall behind. "Since we are married now, let's live our lives well together." Liu Changjung came in after finishing his work in the fields and saw his wife sitting on the kong, writing something at the table. Noticing the newspaper nearby, he remembered she had mentioned submitting something, so he understood. Liu Changjung quietly stepped back outside to avoid disturbing her. He planned to go to the village to trade for some vegetables and dried goods, otherwise they would only be eating rice or noodles for the next few days. He could manage, but his wife would surely find it hard to adjust. When Liu Changjung returned from the village, he carried a bamboo basket in his right hand and a sizable hen in his left. Su and Mo heard the noise and came out, asking, "Where did you go? Where did the hen come from?" "I went to the village to trade for things." "I'll prepare this chicken for soup to help you regain your strength," Liu Changjing replied, bringing the basket inside and then going to boil water for the chicken. Su and Mo rummaged through the basket and found that Liu Changjing had indeed traded for quite a few items: dried mushrooms, dried black fungus, red dates, and fresh vegetables like cabbage, asparagus, radishes, and potatoes, along with some garlic and ginger. She took the dried goods to the west room and also retrieved a few cans from her storage, removing the packaging and placing them with the items she had set aside yesterday. Luckily, Liu Changjing was not around when she was organizing, or it would have been difficult to take them out. Once Liu Changjing had prepared the chicken, Su and Mo took a clay pot from under the cabinet, cleaned it, and placed the whole chicken inside. She added a handful of dried mushrooms and red dates, then filled another pot with water to steam it. Since there was no small stove to heat the clay pot, she had to use the steaming method. Although the pot was on the fire, the evening temperatures were low, so it wouldn't get too hot. Seeing the asparagus, Su and Mo decided to steam some white rice and stir-fry the tender leaves of the asparagus with fermented black bean fish. While the chicken was simmering, Su and Mo also started steaming the rice. When the chicken soup was nearly ready, she ladled out enough for 2 servings, covered it, and said to Liu Changjing, "Please take this soup to our grandparents." Liu Changjing nodded. His wife had a kind heart, so he naturally wouldn't refuse her. He walked quickly and returned in just a few minutes. The fragrant white rice, paired with the mouth-watering fermented fish stir-fried with lettuce, made Liu Changjing feel that tonight's meal was truly wonderful. His wife was great in every way. Not only did she suit his taste, but her cooking was also perfect for him. After dinner, Liu Changjing started urging Su and Mo to take a shower. "Wife, take a shower early so we can rest sooner." Su and Mo thought to herself, "If your gaze weren't so intense, I might actually believe you." Su and Mo hesitated but finally went to take a shower after being urged a few times around 8 o'clock. This time, Liu Changjing didn't wait outside. He had already showered and was waiting in the room. As soon as Su and Mo entered the room, the eager man picked her up and tossed her onto the bed, leading to some playful moments. After a while, the man wanted to continue, and Su and Mo hurriedly said, "Liu Changjing, we should take it slow. We can't do this too many times in one day." "How many times can we do it in a day? Once a day?"
"Shumopander."
"All right, then once a day," Liu Changjing replied decisively, leaving Su and Mo a bit stunned. "So, wife, you need to be ready these days. Once a day means 365 times a year. I won't be home for long, so just bear with me for a few days."
"Shumo."
The next day, Su and Mo woke up with a sore back. The man was already gone from the bed. Hearing sounds from the kitchen, she guessed he was making breakfast. Su and Mo finally understood why women in later generations said not to marry soldiers. It was tough during both droughts and floods. She hadn't experienced drought yet, but she certainly felt the flood, and it was quite overwhelming. Liu Changjing entered the room, saw that Su and Mo was awake, and quickly brought in hot water for her to wash up. He knew he had been a bit excessive last night, and if he didn't behave well today, his wife would probably be upset. Su and Mo ignored him and got up to wash outside. Liu Changjing carefully accompanied her, saying, "Wife, it's cold. Don't use cold water. I've heated some for you." He then poured out the cold water she was about to use and replaced it with the warm water he had prepared. Seeing his eager demeanor, Su and Mo felt both amused and annoyed. After brushing her teeth, Liu Changjing wrung out a towel and handed it to her. "Here, wife, wipe your face." Su and Mo. She shot him a glance but took the towel anyway, saying, "You don't have to do this. It's no trouble. I enjoy taking care of my wife." As Su and Mo wiped her face, Liu Changjing took the towel, washed it, wrung it out again, and handed it back. His wife liked to be clean and always wiped her face several times. After washing up, Su and Mo went to the bathroom before having breakfast. For breakfast, Liu Changjing made porridge and served it with pickled vegetables, which he probably got from his parents that morning. He also heated up a bowl of chicken soup left over from last night for Suemo. After breakfast, let's go to the county. I want to buy some vegetable seeds and some cotton to make a cotton coat. It's getting cold, and I didn't bring one with me. I also want to call my uncle, Suemo said. Sure, whatever you say, dear, Liu Chongjing replied. His task these days was to keep his wife happy, and he was willing to do anything she wanted. After finishing breakfast, Liu Chongjing washed the dishes, hopped on his bicycle, and took his wife into town. As the couple reached the village entrance, they saw a small car speeding towards them. At that time, small cars were quite rare, so they couldn't help but take a closer look. The car suddenly stopped in front of them, and a young man got out, calling out to them. Comrade, are you Liu Chongjing? Liu Chongjing stopped and asked, Yes, is there something wrong? The young man hurried over, Great. Comrade Liu Chongjing, I'm from the County Armed Forces. We received a call from your unit saying there is urgent military duty and you need to return immediately. We are here to take you to the train station. There was no train station in Qingxi County. They had to go to the city. Liu Chongjing was taken aback, got off his bike, and saluted. Thank you for your hard work, comrade. Please wait for me at our team office. I'll let my family know, and I'll be there in about an hour. Okay, the young man replied before rushing back to the car and speeding off to the team office. Although Liu Chongjing knew he would be returning to duty soon, the sudden news left Suemo a bit stunned. Dear, I can't go with you to the county, Liu Chongjing said reluctantly. But as a soldier, this was his duty. Whenever the country needed him, he would respond immediately. It's okay, let's go back. I'll help you pack, Suemo said. All right. Liu Chongjing turned the bike around and headed back home. They rode in silence. Once home, Liu Chongjing parked the bike and said, Dear, you start packing. I'll go tell my grandfather and parents. Okay, Shumonari. The clothes from yesterday were washed by Liu Chongjing that morning and were still damp on the drying rack. Fortunately, he had worn casual clothes yesterday, but he wasn't sure if he should take them with him. Suemo returned to the room and took out Liu Chongjing's bag from under the Kong. Inside, there were only 2 military uniforms and nothing else. Suddenly, Suemo felt a bit uneasy. She remembered that it would take him 2 or 3 days to get back to the army, and he would need food for the journey. She quickly started a fire and boiled 10 eggs from the cupboard. They say a poor family has a rich road. Liu Chongjing had given all his money to her, so he probably didn't have much left. She hurried back to the Kong and counted out 10 large bills from a small drawer, also taking some food coupons, as it seemed he would need them to buy food on the train. After gathering the money and coupons, she wasn't sure what else to prepare and suddenly felt a bit empty inside. After thinking for a moment, she took out 2 cans of luncheon meat from her storage, removed the labels to ensure there were no identifying marks, and stuffed them into Liu Chongjing's bag. As for the material, the imported goods from the friendship store were different from those made domestically. When Liu Chongjing returned, he saw his wife sitting by the Kong with her head down. When she heard him, she looked up, and her eyes seemed a bit red. His heart ached. Wife, I'm back. Oh. I boiled some eggs for you, but you'll have to wait a bit. Your clothes are in the bag. There's not much to pack. The clothes from yesterday are still wet. Do you want to take them? Suemo quickly stood up and asked. Leave them here. Okay. I also got you 2 cans of luncheon meat for the journey. And I put 100 yuan and some food coupons in your bag. Remember to keep them safe and not lose them. Wife, I have money. You don't need to give me any. Keep it for yourself and take the luncheon meat back to eat. A poor family has a rich road. Take it just in case you need to spend money on the way. Bring the cans too. If you don't eat on the road, you can have them when you get to the unit. Liu Chongjing watched his wife trying to appear calm and walked over to embrace her. Wife, I'm sorry. He needed to find a way to bring her along with him soon. Don't say that. You need to protect our country. It's your mission. Suemo felt a bit confused. When she married Liu Chongjing, she thought they would just live together and support each other. But now, hearing that he was leaving, she felt a sense of reluctance and sadness. Had she become so accustomed to loneliness that, after entering a peaceful era and having a caring husband, she started to feel attached? After holding her for a while, Liu Changjing finally released her. Wife, I have to go. If it's not an urgent matter, the army would know he was getting married and still send the county's armed forces to pick him up. Okay, safe travels.
Suemo said.
Don't worry, I will take care of Grandpa and my parents for you. Liu Changjing gave her all the money and would send more each month. She would honor his elders, which was perfectly fine. The eggs were also boiled. Su and Mo went out, fished them out, and after searching for a while without finding a container, she used a lunchbox from the youth station. Liu Changjing looked at the lunchbox full of eggs and said, "You don't need to take so many. Just a few will do. Keep the rest for yourself. Take them all. I can buy more here, and you'll be on the road for 2 or 3 days, Su and Mo insisted. Take the other things too. To reassure his wife, Liu Changjing compromised. All right, I'll take everything, but I really don't need that much money. 50 is enough. Okay, Su and Mo agreed, without pushing further. Liu Changjing took out some money from his bag, counted out 5 bills, and handed them back to Su and Mo before putting a lunchbox of eggs into his bag. Wife, remember to lock the yard and house doors at night. If anything happens, go find my parents or my brother. You don't need to worry about firewood for winter. I told Liu Guoping yesterday, and he'll help you. Just give them some money when the time comes, Liu Changjing instructed, feeling uneasy. And don't work too hard. If you want to do farm work, go ahead. If not, don't worry about it. We're not short on work points. Just take care of yourself. When I get to the army, I will write to you. If you need anything, just write me a letter or send a telegram. You can also call. I wrote the phone number down and left it on the Kong table. Listening to Liu Changjing's chatter, Su and Mo suddenly felt tears in her eyes. I know, you don't have to worry about me. I will take care of myself. You take care of yourself in the army too. You are a married man now.
Liu Hangsken kissed Sumo esporid.
Don't cry. I'll come back when I have time off. Okay. Su and Mo forced a smile and nodded. Let's go. I'll see you off. Seeing Su and Mo like this made Liu Changjing's heart ache. He hugged her tightly and gave her another kiss before picking up his bag and striding out. He needed to leave quickly. If he stayed any longer, he wouldn't want to go. Su and Mo hurried to catch up. As they passed the Liu family home, Liu Qingyan and Liui were already waiting at the door, with Liui holding a small bundle. Third son, your mother boiled some eggs and made some pancakes for you to eat on the road. Mom, my wife also boiled eggs. Liu Changjing took the bundle, thinking of giving the eggs back to his parents. Take them with you. If you can't finish them on the way, bring them back for your comrades. You're in such a hurry, and there's nothing prepared for you at home. Liui pressed down on Liu Changjing's hands as he tried to unpack. The 3 of them accompanied Liu Changjing to the brigade office, where his older brother, Liu Xingjuan, was chatting with a young man who was driving. When Liu Changjing arrived, the young man quickly turned the car around. Dad, Mom, my wife, big brother, I'm leaving. Don't worry, third son. I'll take care of things at home, Liu Xingjuan said. Liu Changjing waved and then strode toward the car. Once he got in, the car sped away. Liui looked at her daughter-in-law, whose eyes were red, and felt a bit guilty. Everyone says it's good to marry a soldier, but only the families of soldiers can truly understand the feelings involved. They hardly spend any time at home throughout the year, and often live in fear of receiving bad news. Now, there was one more person sharing that fear. They stood for a while until the car was out of sight. Third son's wife. Let's go back, Liui said. If you need anything, just come to the house. We're family, so there's no need to be polite. Okay. Su and Mo nodded and walked back with Liui. Liu Qingyan and Liu Xingjuan went into the brigade office, where they were busy preparing to submit grain and settle accounts for the year. Liu Xingjuan was reviewing the brigade's accounts, checking the income and expenses carefully. This information needed to be made public to the brigade members, and he wanted to avoid any discrepancies that could lead to accusations of embezzlement. When Liu Qingyan entered the office and saw no one else was around, he took out a watch from his pocket and handed it to Liu Xingjuan. This is the watch from the third brother. He said to give it to you. Liu Xingjuan was surprised and pleased. For me? Will the second brother have any objections? Liu Qingyan waved his hand. The third brother said it was for you. He won't have any objections. He's earning his own salary and can buy what he needs. Only Liu Qing'an had a watch in the Liu family, which was a reward given to Liu Boming by the state. After Liu Boming stopped being the secretary, he gave it to Liu Qing'an. Back then, the quality of watches was excellent, and after all these years of careful use, it was still in great condition. Third brother said that during the last mission, he broke it once. After it was fixed, it seems to be a bit off. At least it needs to be calibrated every 2 days. Okay, no problem. Liu Xingjuan happily put on the watch. Honestly, calibrating it once a day would be fine too. It seems third brother is quite close to him as an older brother. Then you keep busy. I'm going to check on the pig farm, Liu Qing'an said as he walked away with his hands behind his back. The pens were about to open, and aside from the task pigs, the others were for the team's profit, so he couldn't be careless. Liu Qing'an and team leader Liu Baogua had clear roles, one focused on production and the other on the economy, side businesses. Liu Qing'an was in charge of the side businesses. Over the years, the Liu family village team had developed pig, chicken, and sheep farming. While it wasn't incredibly profitable, it was much better than just relying on farming. The increasing value of teamwork points each year showed that. This year, with the new water channel in use, their team had good land, growing many grains with great yields. A few collective side businesses were also doing well. As long as there were no issues, selling these to the collection station would secure their team's chances of being recognized this year. Liui looked at her quiet daughter-in-law, who was walking with her head down, and sighed helplessly. She wondered if she might be pregnant after these 2 days. If she had a child, she wouldn't feel so lonely. When Su Mo arrived at the Liu household, she looked up at Liui and said, "Mom, I'm heading back now." Liui waved her hand. "Go ahead. If you need anything, just come home and tell me. I've been at home gardening these days and not going to work." Although the autumn harvest was over, there was still corn husking to do, which earned 6 work points a day. The families of the first and second sons were busy with that. Since the third son's family had already planted their vegetables, she had to help with the planting. Even though it was late to plant now, eating fresh vegetables was better than having none. After arriving home, Su Mo looked at the empty house and suddenly felt very lonely, even though it was just one person missing. Sitting alone on the Kong, Su Mo began to feel down. After a while, she started to encourage herself. "Su Mo, cheer up. It's time to start your new life." Thinking about her parents in the cowshed and recalling her ambitions when she first arrived, she realized she needed to take action. Have the fruits and vegetables been sold? Have you written your drafts? Have you found the ginseng? Are you starting to earn money? No, right? Are you just planning to stay at home and spend the wages that Liu Changjing earned through his hard work? After giving herself a pep talk, Su Mo felt revitalized again. Due to her personality, Su Mo could always quickly lift her spirits and face life with a positive attitude, no matter the situation. Remembering that Liu Changjing had left his contact information, Su Mo went to look for it. Sure enough, she found a piece of paper on the Kong table with Liu Changjing's military communication address and phone number written on it. His handwriting was strong and bold, just like him. Su Mo folded the note neatly and put it away. After taking an apple from her space and eating it, she went to the west room to collect the coarse cloth from the bamboo basket, hung the basket on the back of her bicycle, and headed out. After locking both the house and yard doors, Su Mo rode her bike to the Liu family to inform Liui. "Mom, I'm going to call my uncle and buy some cotton and fabric to make a cotton jacket. I didn't bring one with me. Do you need me to get anything?" Liui waved her hand. "No, just go and come back early." The old man had mentioned this to her before, and it was better to make the call early. The third family probably had their own issues and hadn't discussed things with the family. Su Mo felt a bit touched that Liui didn't ask anything. They all seemed to know there was trouble at her home, yet they chose to act as if they didn't, which was a form of respect for her. Su Mo set off on her bicycle. She initially planned to buy from the commune supply store, but seeing the crowd, she quickly decided to continue to the county instead. After riding for a while, she stopped when she saw no one around and took out a bamboo basket of apples from her space, covering it with the coarse cloth. The basket weighed about 50 pounds. Although it was a bit heavy, she adjusted and rode steadily. Upon arriving at the county supply store, Suemo parked her bicycle against the wall and locked it before going inside. The county supply store was busier than during her previous visits, but it wasn't as overwhelming as the commune store. It was the same enthusiastic Sister Liu who spotted Suemo and called out, "Sue girl, you're here. What are you buying today?" "Sister Liu, I'm here to buy cotton and fabric to make a cotton jacket," Suemo replied with a smile. "I need 5 pounds of cotton, 13 feet of cotton fabric, and 7 feet of khaki fabric." "Sure, no problem. Let me help this lady first, and then I'll get your items," Sister Liu said with a smile, quickly assisting the customer and processing the payment. "Sue girl, what color do you want for the khaki fabric? We just received a roll of military green a couple of days ago, and there's still some left."
How about that?
In this day and age, army green fabric is the most popular. Sume is quite lucky. Every time she comes, she finds trendy items. "All right, I'll take the army green," Suemo said, not having many demands. "What color do you want for the cotton fabric?" "For a cotton coat, white looks nice on the inside, but it gets dirty easily. Floral patterns are more durable and also look good." "Okay, I'll go with your recommendation and choose the floral pattern," Suemo replied decisively. Sister Liu smiled widely, quickly going to the fabric counter to get the 2 types of fabric. This floral cotton fabric is a bit more expensive than the white cotton, costing 2 yuan and 95 cents per foot. For 13 feet, it totals 3 yuan and 83 cents. The khaki fabric is 4 yuan and 65 cents per foot, so for 7 feet, it's 3 yuan and 25 cents. Altogether, that's 7 yuan and 9 cents plus 2 fabric tickets. "All right, I also need 5 pounds of cotton. Cotton is 1 yuan and 15 cents per pound, so for 5 pounds, it's 5 yuan and 75 cents plus 5 cotton tickets." Suemo handed Sister Liu the fabric and cotton tickets along with 15 yuan. Sister Liu returned 2.16 yuan. When she got married, the commune provided her with 16 fabric tickets, and later, Liu Chongzheng gave her 10 more. She used 3 feet for pillowcases and now has used another 20 feet, leaving her with just 3 fabric tickets. It's really hard to get clothes these days. At this time, cotton isn't as tightly packed as in later years, so 5 pounds of cotton still takes up some space. Sister Liu got a large net bag to pack it for Suemo. "Sume, do you need anything else?" Thinking about how Liu Chongzheng had no thick clothes when she helped him earlier, she asked, "Do you have yarn?" "Yes, do you want pure wool or blended yarn?" "Pure wool is 16 yuan and 30 cents per pound, and blended is 13 yuan and 94 cents per pound. Which one do you prefer?" "Pure wool sweaters are warmer and softer." "I'll take pure wool," Suemo said. Since Liu Chongzheng wants the best, she can't give him anything less. "Are you knitting for yourself or for your partner?" "For my partner. Given his build, you'll probably need 2.5 pounds of medium-thick yarn." "Then I'll take 2.5 pounds. Sister Liu smiled. "What color do you want?" "We have black, gray, and dark blue." "I'll take gray." "All right, that's 2.5 pounds of yarn for 40 yuan and 75 cents, plus 8 industrial tickets." Suemo paid, and Sister Liu wrapped the yarn in a newspaper, placing it in the net bag. Then she took out a few knitting needles from the corner. "These knitting needles have some flaws, but they're still usable. Since you and I get along well, I'll give them to you." She wrapped it up and put it in the bag. Suemo was always straightforward and generous when shopping, and Sister Liu really liked that. If she had more customers like Suemo, she would surely win the annual award. Not to mention the bonus, just the honor itself would be quite prestigious. Knitting needles aren't worth much, so giving them away is no big deal. "Thank you, Sister Liu," Suemo said with a smile. "There's a lot here. Let me help you carry it out and put it away," Sister Liu said, smiling as she helped Suemo. Seeing the large bamboo basket on Suemo's bicycle was full, Sister Liu was a bit surprised. "Wow, Suemo, you bought quite a lot." Suemo smiled. "These aren't all mine. This year, the team distributed some apples, and my family asked me to deliver some to a relative. But the person isn't home today, so I have to take them back. Suemo was also trying to test the waters, so she made up an excuse. As she spoke, she lifted the rough cloth covering the apples and took out two, handing them to Sister Liu. Sister Liu, try these. They were just picked yesterday. When Sister Liu saw the big, red, and juicy apples, her eyes widened. She had worked at the supply and marketing cooperative for many years and had never seen such fresh and appealing apples. They looked delicious. Sister Liu took the apples from Sumo's hand, leaned in to smell them, and the fruity aroma was strong and delightful. Her eyes sparkled as she quietly asked, Suemo, do you have more of these apples at home? Yes, I have some left. Could you share some with me? Sister Liu asked softly. Indeed, after her 2 visits to buy things, Sister Liu's sales champion attitude made Suemo feel that she probably wouldn't just sell items at the cooperative. She remembered reading about employees in supply and marketing cooperatives who secretly sold things on the side. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Suemo pretended to hesitate. My child is sick and keeps asking for apples. I see that your fruit looks better than what we have at the cooperative. Please help me out and share some, Sister Liu said sincerely. How many do you want? Suemo asked. How about this whole basket? It would save you the trouble of carrying it back, Sister Liu suggested thoughtfully.
Well.
Suemo seemed conflicted and took a moment before saying, Okay, I guess that's fine. Then come with me, Suemo. My house is just behind the cooperative. It's very close, Sister Liu said, greeting her colleagues before leading Suemo home. Sister, I won't take advantage of you. The apples at the cooperative are over 40 cents per pound, but since yours are better quality, I'll give you 50 cents per pound. Sister Liu's house was indeed just behind the supply and marketing cooperative. It took only about 5 minutes to walk there with a bicycle. It was a single-story house with a yard. After arriving home, Sister Liu closed the yard gate, took out a bamboo basket, and moved the apples from Sumo's basket into hers. Once she finished, she shook it a little. This basket probably weighs around 50 pounds, so let's count it as 50 pounds, okay? Suemo nodded, and Sister Liu happily counted out 25 yuan and handed it to her. On the way out, Sister Liu added, Sue girl, if anyone in your team doesn't like apples, you can bring them to me. I have many relatives, and I can share them around easily. In truth, both sides knew that the stories they were telling were completely false. Sister Liu wouldn't be generous enough to give away so many apples to her relatives. Those so-called relatives were likely her customers. Sumo's apples couldn't have been locally grown either. Their quality indicated they came from elsewhere. Both parties understood the situation, but chose not to expose each other since they both benefited. Seeing Sister Liu's attitude, Suemo guessed she had been doing this for a long time and likely had support behind her. There should be some who wouldn't want to eat them. But is it okay to send them to you?
Suemo pretended to hesitate.
Regardless of her acting skills, she felt it was necessary to put on a show. Of course, it's fine. When you go back, just say your relatives really like these apples, and you don't have many left at home, so you want to trade some for gifts. I often have relatives from the countryside bringing me things, and from now on, you can be my sister and bring me some vegetables or fruits. What could go wrong? Sister Liu smiled and offered her advice. You want vegetables too?
Sumo feigned surprise.
Yes, why wouldn't I? Do city people not eat vegetables? But they need to be fresh and look good. Although Qingxi County isn't a big city, where you need special coupons to buy vegetables, the supply at the cooperative is limited and not always fresh, with some leafy greens looking wilted. When fresh produce is available, everyone is happy to eat it. So, Sue girl, when do you think you can bring me more apples? That last basket would probably be gone by tonight. I'm not sure. I need to go back and ask. I probably don't have many left. She estimated she had around 600 pounds of apples in her storage, and she could sell a maximum of 400 pounds, leaving the rest for herself. Apples take about 2 to 3 years to bear fruit after planting, and her wood-based abilities would need to reach the 3rd level to speed up the growth of the apple seeds to fruiting. With her current speed of absorbing wood energy to level up, it will take at least 2 years to reach the 3rd level. So, for fruits that take a long time to grow, she needs to keep some for herself. Okay, once you're done, send it over. Your apples look great, so no worries, Sister Liu smiled, waved goodbye to Sumo at the corner, and went back to work at the supply and marketing cooperative. Sumo then went to the post office to call Su Tingda, while the items from the cooperative were placed in a bamboo basket, still covered with coarse cloth. At that time, long-distance calls were still very expensive because they required constant switching and were charged by the minute. The cost for long-distance calls was 1.1 yuan per minute. Local public phones were cheaper, costing only 4 cents per call, with no time limit. If a message needed to be relayed, there was a 3-cent fee for that. After Su Mo told the phone operator the area and number, the operator began connecting the call. Once connected, the operator handed the phone to Su Mo, stepping out of the small booth. This phone number was given to her by Gung Chongqing on her wedding day. The original owner's family had a phone, but since Su Tingda usually called home, she didn't know the number. At that time, the quality of long-distance calls was quite poor, with a lot of static in the receiver. Uncle? Su Mo tentatively called out. You actually know how to call? You didn't even mention your wedding in advance, he replied. I wrote you a letter. You probably haven't received it yet. Besides, I forgot the phone number. Uncle Gung just told me the day before yesterday, Su Mo quickly explained. Su Tingda was taken aback. She didn't even remember the phone number. To make it short, what's the situation with the guy? His name is Liu Chongzheng, 24 years old, from the production team in Lijiakan, Hongqi Commune. He is currently the deputy commander of a battalion under the 11th Regiment of the Shenyang Military District. Su Tingda raised an eyebrow. Clearly she knew quite a bit. Why the rush to get married? Were you pressured? From what he knew about his niece, she should prefer someone gentle and refined, not a soldier. He's handsome, and I like him.
Shutinde.
How could she say something so bold with a straight face? Was this really his shy little niece? Had her personality changed because of family matters? It wasn't impossible. She had always had an easy life and had never faced such hardships. As a man, Su Tingda felt it was not appropriate to discuss such matters with his niece, so he changed the topic. Is he good to you? Yes, he is. How about him? Let him come and talk to me for a bit. He had to return to duty urgently today.
Shutinde fell silent.
This is the downside of being a soldier. He just got married 2 days ago, and now he's gone. How are his parents?
How's his family?
Do they treat you well? They're all good. We have our own house and don't live with them. With that, Su Tingda felt a little relieved. Do some farm work, just a little to show you're helping. Every month, your uncle will send you money. We won't rely on those work points. Later, when there's an opportunity, let Chongqing see if he can find you a job. Uncle, there's no need. My husband will send me money. He's him, and I'm me. I, Su's family, don't need to rely on others for support.
Sumo.
What a bossy declaration. But I have to admit, I like it. Uncle, really, it's not necessary. Before I went to the countryside, I got a temporary correspondent certificate from a newspaper in Haishur. I can earn money by submitting articles. How much can you earn from that?
Keep it.
A woman should have her own money. Being able to rely on her family gives her strength in her husband's home. Depending on a man means losing your independence. I have to say, Su Tingda is genuinely looking out for his niece. Su Mo felt touched and didn't refuse. Once she really received the payment for her articles, she'd send him proof, and he would believe her. Thank you, uncle. Since she entered the story, aside from Liu Chongzheng, he was the second person to show her real care. This girl is still being polite with your uncle. He had sent her money before, but she had never been this polite. She has really grown up. By the way, I received your letter. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Su Tingda changed the subject. Received it? That was pretty fast. Su Mo calculated. It had only been 9 days. This time it was sent by air, which is why it was so quick. Usually it would take at least half a month. Su Tingda said, so if there's something urgent, just send a telegram or call me. Mailing a letter is too slow. Okay. Su Mo nodded. How did you know they would go there? That information was only known to insiders. How would Xiao Mo, so far away in Hejiang province, know? Yang Xian wrote to tell me. Su Mo said this on purpose, wanting Su Tingda to investigate the Yang family. Yang's father harmed the original owner's family. He shouldn't think he can just get away with it.
Su Tingdes gaze sharpand.
How could the Yang family know? All right, I'll handle this. You don't need to worry. Just don't take too many risks. Taking care of yourself is the most important. These things are not suitable to discuss over the phone, so I just mentioned them briefly. I'll have your aunt visit you in a while. If you need anything, just tell her when the time comes, and she'll bring it to you. Su Tingda thought for a moment but still felt uneasy. He decided to send his wife to see her, as that would put his mind at ease. No need, uncle. It's too far, and it would be too much trouble for aunt. From Guizhou province to Heilongjiang province, with the current train service, it would take at least 10 days, right? That would be quite a hardship with all the transfers. It's fine. She was already planning to go to Haishur for some matters. Since she's going there, she might as well head north to see you.
Shuma.
That's not just heading north. That's reaching the northernmost part of the country. All right, phone calls are expensive, so I won't say much more. Don't worry about the matters in Haishur. Your uncle will handle them. You can trust me. Your aunt will contact you when she sets off, so just let her know what you need. Take care of yourself, and for other matters, do what you can. Su Tingda, used to being in charge, ended the call after giving his instructions.
Shuma.
Listening to the busy tone, Su Mo had no choice but to hang up and quietly pay for the call. Just a few sentences took 8 minutes, costing 8.8 yuan at 1.1 yuan per minute. Su Mo felt a bit pained. How many letters could that money send? After Su Tingda hung up, his aunt, Fu Manhwa, who had been listening the whole time, scoffed. Did I say I was going to Heilongjiang province? You're deciding that for me. Su Tingda smiled and said, your niece is married now. As her aunt, you should go see her. Fu Manhua sneered, but didn't outright refuse to go. Her husband, old Su, always worried about his brother's family, acting like a father rather than a brother. Your niece has become more sensible after this incident. She even wrote to ask her uncle to take care of himself and not to worry about their family.
What are you talking about?
Xiao Mo has always been sensible. She just didn't know how to express it before, Su Tingda countered.
Fu Manhwa remained non-committal.
She actually didn't like her brother-in-law's family much, feeling they were too showy. Their lifestyle was too extravagant, completely contrary to the country's advocacy for simplicity and frugality. Especially Su Mo, who only wore clothes from the friendship store, as if she was afraid others wouldn't know they had overseas connections. Look, this is what happens. When something happened to their family, old Su rushed around trying to use connections, fearing he might get dragged into trouble. Your niece has written to you, urging you to take care of yourself first, and to be cautious during this time. Did you hear that?
Fu Manhwa advised.
Your position is already sensitive. Don't let anyone take advantage of you. I know what I'm doing, Su Tingda waved his hand dismissively. You don't know anything. Your niece understands this well. Can't you see it? Fu Manhua was angry. As long as you are in a position of power, their family has hope. If you fall, who will support them? Also, Xiao Mo said she will take good care of her parents over there. Chongqing is there too. He's just working hard, but there's no danger to his life.
Su Ting decide. I understand.
If you understand, then you need to act accordingly. The moment Tiqian gets into trouble, he will immediately announce that he has cut ties with you, and Xiao Mo don't waste his efforts. Fu Manhua was somewhat satisfied with her brother-in-law on this point. Yes, I understand, Su Tingda nodded. Su Tingda was 8 years older than Su Tingqian. When they were young, their parents were busy with work, so he and the servants raised his younger brother, which created a strong bond between them. Even after growing up and choosing different paths, their feelings for each other remained unchanged. He knew that Tingqian was not as carefree as he appeared. He was also a person with deep thoughts. Their unique background meant that one person had to stay home at that time. As the eldest son, he should have taken on the family responsibilities. It was Tingqian who, out of compassion for his years of hard work, chose to shoulder the family burden, allowing him to stay in the military without worries. His smooth promotion in the military was also due to the efforts of his father and Tingqian behind the scenes. Moreover, Tingqian took on almost all the risky connections. The remittance from their uncle was sent to Tingqian, who then exchanged it for the tickets and items they needed before sending them back. Even when their father passed away and they divided the inheritance, Tingqian gave him the family savings book, keeping the one with the dividends for himself. At that time, the dividends book had very little money left, and no one knew if there would be more in the future. With his brother treating him this way, how could he not be worried now that Tingqian was in trouble? Furthermore, there were hidden reasons behind Tingqian's situation. The Su family had been in business for generations, so they could not have just that little bit of wealth. His father, being such a visionary, would not have failed to make multiple preparations. His father had early on exchanged a batch of gold bars and antique paintings, dividing them into two parts, one hidden in Yangcheng and the other in Haisher. The secret was well kept, and those who knew about it were long gone. If it weren't for what his father said before passing away, the two brothers would have remained unaware. After their father's death, they followed his wishes. The property and collection in Yangcheng went to him, while the ones in Haisher went to his brother. However, the situation had already begun to get chaotic. For safety, the brothers didn't even mention this to their closest ones, nor did they go to check on the collections. Somehow, news leaked that the Su family had another batch of treasures, attracting the greed of those financial wolves who plotted against his brother. Thinking of this made Su Tingda clench his fists. But now, in this special time, his identity as a capitalist's descendant was already awkward. If he started running around, he could easily be dragged into trouble by those with ill intentions. His wife was right. They needed to protect themselves first for the hope of a better future for the Tingqian family. After this incident, Xiao Emo seemed to have matured and should be able to take care of their parents. He planned to have his wife visit them and send them more money and supplies, waiting to get through these tough years first. Having made up his mind, Su Tingda said, "Manhwa, call old Xia and tell him that he doesn't need to worry about that matter anymore." "Okay, I'll call him right away." Seeing that her husband finally understood, Fu Manhua was very pleased. "From now on, let's send more money and supplies to Xiaoemo. If we run short at home, we can use the savings account." That savings account had a balance of 100,000 yuan. Fu Manhua shot him a look. "With our salaries, can't we support Xiaoemo without touching that account? During these times, we absolutely cannot touch that account to avoid drawing attention." Her husband had a decent salary of 200 yuan a month, and she, being a doctor, earned 65 yuan a month. Their two sons were also serving in the military and had good positions, earning salaries as well. Their household expenses were not high, and over the years, they had saved several thousand yuan. At that time, the regions were divided into 11 categories, with the lowest wages in the first category and the highest wages in the highland areas of the 11th category. After leaving the post office, Su Emo rode her bike to the street where her comrade Liu Chongjing lived, relying on her memory. As she approached a corner that was hard to see, Su Emo looked around to ensure no one was nearby. She then got off her bike, stored it away, and slipped into a nearby abandoned building. Inside, Sumo changed into work clothes, applied dark foundation to her skin, thickened her eyebrows, put on a pair of old-fashioned black glasses, and wore a men's wig. In no time, she transformed from a delicate young woman into a somewhat thin and simple-looking young man, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old. After confirming that no one was around, Su Emo stepped out, retrieved her bike from storage, and left the same way she came. She had observed this place well when Liu Chongjing brought her here. It was not only isolated but also had an abandoned house for cover, with 2 entrances. Once she changed her appearance, as long as no one was at the corner, anyone who saw her leaving would think she came from the other direction and would not suspect anything. Su Emo then rode her bike to the street where the black market was located, curious to see if it was always this complicated or if it was just because they were unfamiliar faces. It was the same woman from last time who passed by and cheerfully asked Su Emo, "Young man, which place are you heading to?" I know this area well and can help you find your way. Sumo lowered her voice and replied, the team distributed some fruits and vegetables, and I'm delivering them to Grandpa Su. Oh, Grandpa Su. Just keep going straight along the left side, and you'll reach the end, the woman said with a smile. Sumo rode along the left side and soon reached the end. The people inside heard noise at the door, peeked out, and seeing someone with a bike and a basket, opened the door to let her in. Once inside, they closed the door and asked, are you buying or selling? Selling. 2 dimes, the person replied. Sumo handed over 2 dimes. It was quite expensive. 2 dimes could buy a pound of flour. The person took the money and said, cover your face and follow me. Sumo wrapped a towel around her face and pushed her bike to follow the man. This time, she didn't have to lock her bike up, indicating a different way of entering. It was quick this time. After passing through a door, she arrived at the same courtyard as last time. So, was it because they were too unique last time that they had to go through all that? Sumo didn't know that Liu Chongzheng was showing off his power to discourage his wife from coming to the black market. Anyone who saw him would understand what he was doing and would be careful. Find a spot, sell your goods, and leave quickly.
Don't linger, he said.
Sumo nodded and found a corner to park her vehicle. Then, using the bamboo basket as cover, she reached inside, took out a large net bag, and swapped it for a basket of apples. She placed the bamboo basket on the ground and lifted the coarse cloth, revealing a basket full of bright, fragrant apples. A man from the black market passing by came over and asked, how much are your apples? Sumo was mainly there to check things out and didn't want to stay long, so she quoted a price that was quite low for the black market. 60 cents per pound. The man immediately replied, I'll take 5 pounds. These apples looked good, and 60 cents was a fair price. Even the supply and marketing cooperative charged over 40 cents for average ones. Since his partner loved apples, he decided to buy more. Okay, Sumo agreed, then realized she didn't have a scale. I don't have a scale, she said, feeling a bit embarrassed. The black market has scales for rent, 2 dimes each time, the man replied. Sumo quickly took out 20 cents and asked him to bring her a scale. The man soon returned with a scale, and Sumo quickly weighed out 5 pounds, earning $3. Before long, a few more men came over to buy apples, probably encouraged by the previous customer. Just from the black market workers, Sumo sold over 20 pounds, and the remaining apples were sold out in less than an hour. In total, she sold 55 pounds of apples for $33. Adding the $25 from Sister Liu, she made $58 that day, which was more than a month's salary for others. After assessing the situation, Sumo felt that the black market had a decent flow of people, but it could be a bit troublesome to come often. Occasional visits were fine, but frequent ones could attract attention, as the black market bosses had a strong grip on things. It seemed safer to develop her business with Sister Liu. Although the wholesale prices were lower, it was more convenient and secure. After selling her goods, Sumo packed up the bamboo basket and wandered around the black market for a while. She bought 2 pounds of pork, saw some lard for sale, and bought 4 pounds to render into cooking fat. She also bought 2 pounds of eggs. The pork cost $1.6 per pound, so 2 pounds cost $3.2. The lard was $2 per pound, totaling $8 for 4 pounds. Pork fat is a high-quality meat, and it costs 1.2 yuan per pound at the supply and marketing cooperative with a ticket. It sells for 2 yuan on the black market, which isn't too expensive. Eggs are sold for 0.78 yuan per pound at the cooperative with a ticket. Sumo bought them at a private stall after haggling, paying 1.1 yuan per pound for 2 pounds, totaling 2.2 yuan. In total, she spent 13.4 yuan, which was more than a third of what she earned selling apples on the black market. Money really doesn't last long. After shopping, Sumo left the black market and went back to the same place to remove her makeup and change her clothes. Once she got her bicycle, she used the bamboo basket for cover to switch things around. First, she stored the meat and eggs in her space, which keeps them fresh indefinitely. After taking out a large net bag, Su Emo put away 3 pounds of cotton and decided to cut the cloth when she got home. Then she took out about 10 apples, placed them in the bamboo basket, and covered them with coarse cloth before riding her bicycle out through another exit. When she returned to the village, Su Emo first went to the Liu family to find Liui. "Mom, I bought some apples at the supply and marketing cooperative.
Here are a few for you to try."
Su Emo took out 7 apples from the basket, wrapped in coarse cloth. Liui peeked in and exclaimed, "Where did you buy these apples? They are so big, red, and juicy." It was her first time seeing such beautiful apples. "Just at the county supply and marketing cooperative. There weren't many, and I only managed to get this much. Give 2 to Big Brother and Second Brother's families, and the remaining 3 can go to you, Dad, and Grandpa, 1 each." They had given a pair of buckets as a wedding gift, so this was a return gift. "Okay." Liui didn't refuse and took a bamboo basket to collect the apples. "Mom, do you know how many stitches it takes to knit a sweater for Chongjing?" Su Emo asked, wanting to ensure it wouldn't be too small for him. "Are you making a sweater for the third one?" "Yes, I bought some yarn to knit him a sweater," Su Emo nodded. "I really don't know, but the 3 brothers are about the same size. The third one is a bit sturdier, so you can compare him with his older brothers." Liui felt a bit ashamed, as she had never knitted a sweater for the third one. Indeed, only a woman would care for a man like that. "That works," Su Mo replied, then asked, "Mom, do you know how to make cotton-padded jackets?" "Yes, why?" "I want to learn how to make cotton-padded jackets. If it's convenient for you, could you teach me sometime?" "Sure, I finished planning today, so I can come teach you tomorrow. By the way, are you planting anything in your yard?"
"Here are the vegetable seeds."
"I've already bought vegetable seeds today," Su Emo replied. She must be using improved seeds from the future. After returning home, Su Emo put her things away and started balancing the accounts as usual. Today, Liu Chongjing took 50 yuan, the supply and marketing cooperative cost 53.59 yuan, phone calls cost 8.8 yuan, and the black market cost 13.8 yuan, totaling 126.19 yuan. She earned 58 yuan from selling apples today, so she now has 2,944 yuan left. Fortunately, the loss wasn't too much. After finishing the accounts, Su Emo went to the main room, scooped several large bowls of flour, and took out the cornmeal she brought from the youth station, mixing 2 bowls together to start kneading the dough. The cornmeal was borrowed from the team and had lasted about half a month at the youth station, leaving only about 3 or 4 pounds. Once the dough was ready, Su Emo covered it and let it rest for a while. Then, she took some rice flour from her storage to soak. After that, she grabbed a large handful of chives, a few fresh cabbages, and several carrots, went to the well to fetch water, and washed them clean. After washing, Su Emo thought for a moment and went to the west room to grab a handful of mushrooms to soak. She planned to chop the 2 pounds of meat she bought today and mix it with the vegetables to make some dumplings. She decided not to render the pork lard now. She would wait until the team slaughtered pigs and distributed the meat. By then, everyone would be eating meat, and her lard would smell better, so no one would complain. Otherwise, if her family ate meat every day, it would attract envy. Steamed dumplings were different. They didn't have much smell. Once steamed, she could store them in her space and take them out whenever she wanted to eat. This way, she could enjoy meat daily, without drawing attention. She could also occasionally send some to the 3 elderly people. Although her abilities couldn't heal, the vitality in the food she produced was beneficial for the body when consumed over time. The vegetables in her space were grown during the 6th level of the apocalypse, containing even stronger vitality. While they couldn't cure Uncle Lu Ming, they could help ease his pain a little. The elderly man didn't have much time left, so she tried her best to show filial piety to Liu Chongjing, making the last days of the old man a bit better. After chopping the meat, Su Emo felt it was still a bit lacking, so she took out a can of luncheon meat, scooped it out, and cut it into small cubes. Next, she chopped the washed chives into small pieces and put them into an enamel basin, also preparing the diced carrots. Su Emo first added the edible salt she brought from the end of the world to the chives and mixed them well with chopsticks. Then she added a bit of baking soda to prevent the chives from changing color. After mixing, She added some peanut oil to keep the moisture in the chives and make their color brighter. Next, she added diced carrots and diced luncheon meat. She took a large handful of soaked vermicelli, chopped it up, added a bit of soy sauce, mixed it, and then added it to the filling. Then she started seasoning. She added a spoonful of salt, some 5-spice powder, a little pepper, a bit of sugar, some chicken essence, a dash of oyster sauce, and a little sesame oil. She mixed everything well with chopsticks until the seasonings were fully blended, creating a large bowl of fragrant chive, vermicelli, and meat filling. Although there were more vegetables than meat, it was still a good meal in this era. After preparing the filling, Suemo took a portion of the dough, rolled it into a long strip, and divided it into small pieces. She then began to roll out the dumpling skins and fill them. Her dumplings had thin skins and generous fillings. With nearly a basin of filling, she managed to make just over 50 dumplings, which fit perfectly into 2 steamers. She had 3 steamers ready from her new house. Suemo boiled water and placed the chive, vermicelli, and meat dumplings in the steamer first. Then she continued to chop cabbage, took half of the meat filling, seasoned it the same way, and made cabbage and meat dumplings. After 20 minutes, the chive dumplings were done. Suemo emptied a transparent storage box used for clothes, rinsed it with water, dried it, and took the chive dumplings out of the steamer, placing them in the storage box. Having not eaten much all day, Suemo was hungry. After steaming, she tried one and found it delicious and fragrant. Once she finished with the chive dumplings, she placed the cabbage and meat dumplings in the steamer as well, making 2 more steamers full. However, she had used up the prepared dough, so Suemo made a new batch. While the dough rested, she cleaned and chopped mushrooms, mixed them with the remaining meat and vermicelli, and prepared a mushroom, vermicelli, and meat filling. She made enough for 2 drawers, leaving a bit of dough, which she stored for next time. After taking out the cabbage dumplings, she placed the mushroom dumplings in the steamer. With 3 types of fillings, she made a total of over 150 dumplings, using about 5 to 6 pounds of white flour and finishing off the remaining 2 to 3 pounds of cornmeal. With so many dumplings, she would have enough to eat for a while. By this time, it was already evening. Suemo took a bowl, picked up 3 chive-filled buns, and then grabbed a cabbage, placing it in a bamboo basket. She carried it and headed to the Liu family. When Suemo arrived, Liui was getting ready to cook. "Mom, I made some chive buns for you to try. I also bought some cabbage today. I forgot to bring it earlier, so I brought one for you." Liui took the bamboo basket, surprised. "You can make buns?" The third daughter-in-law didn't seem like someone who could cook. Although the third son had said his wife cooked well, she thought he was just saying that to make her feel better. "I can. I used to cook at home," Suemo replied. Although the original owner couldn't cook, she had made her own meals every day during the apocalypse. Liui looked down and saw that the buns were well made and quite large. As for the taste, that would be known after trying them. "These are good," Liui praised. "Oh, this cabbage looks nice and fresh. Where did you buy it?" Liui didn't mention not to buy vegetables. When the third son got married, they had cleared out their land, so she had to trade with familiar people in the village for vegetables. The third daughter-in-law wasn't familiar with the villagers, so if she didn't go out to buy, where would she get vegetables? "I bought it at the county supply store," Suemo said. "The stuff from the county supply store is definitely better than what we get from our commune," Liui replied. "If you run out of vegetables, just tell me, and I'll take you to the village to trade. It's easier than going into town."
Okay, thank you, Mom.
Liui waved her hand. "We're family, no need to be so polite." Liui took a bowl to exchange for the buns and handed the basket back to Suemo. "You should head back now. I'm getting ready to cook. Eat the buns while they're hot. Don't let them get cold." Suemo nodded, took the basket, and left. Seeing that the buns were quite large and there were still some steamed buns for lunch, Liui decided not to make anything else. She warmed up the steamed buns and stir-fried the cabbage Suemo brought. That would be dinner. Just as Liui finished stir-frying the cabbage, Liu Yuji and Liu Hohot returned from work. Liui went to the room and brought out 4 apples, calling out, These are from the eldest son's family and the second son's family. They're from the third family for you. Each of you can have 2. Let's share and enjoy." Liui looked at the big, red apples and smiled as she accepted them.
Thank you, third sister-in-law.
These apples look delicious. Lu Hohat also said as she took hers. Life is good for the third sister-in-law. She gets to enjoy such nice apples. Liui paused. "Do you want some? Don't just give us old folks food. You haven't even said a kind word after giving us something." When she cut the apple for her father in the afternoon, she had a piece herself. It was really fragrant, crunchy, and sweet. Delicious. "Why not? The 2 boys at home need to eat," Lu Hohat said as she quickly took the apple back to her room. At dinner, Lu Qing'an was surprised to see steamed buns on the table. "Did you make buns today?" "No, they were sent from the third family's house. She made them herself," Liui replied. "She also brought apples and cabbage. The cabbage on the table is from her." Lu Qing'an found his third daughter-in-law to be quite a mystery. He thought she was avoiding trouble at home, but it turned out she was familiar with Secretary Gung. She looked like a delicate young lady but could also cook. However, she was a thoughtful child. In just a few days since marrying in, she had already brought many gifts. Yesterday it was chicken soup, and today it was buns and apples. After helping Lu Boming sit down, the 3 of them began to eat. Lu Qing'an broke open a bun, and a delightful aroma wafted up. The green chives were mixed with bright orange carrot bits, transparent noodles, and a little bit of meat. Just looking at it made one's mouth water. Lu Qing'an quickly took a big bite, and the taste was incredible. He had never had such delicious buns. They were even better than the meat-filled ones. "Dad, Yue, hurry and eat. These buns are really good," Lu Qing'an said. Liui took a bite as well, and her eyes lit up. To be honest, the third family's bun-making skills were quite impressive. After returning home, Su Emo first stored the steamed mushroom-filled buns in her space and ate 2 herself, which made dinner easy. Then she quickly washed the pot and boiled water. While it was still light outside, she went to the well and fetched a few buckets of water to pour into the kitchen's water tank. Once the water was hot, Su Emo mixed it with cooler water for her bath. After finishing her bath, she washed her clothes as well. Finally, she returned to her room and lit the kerosene lamp. She closed the wooden window at the back and took out a thick curtain she had found earlier to hang by the bedroom window. Then she took out a rechargeable lamp, turned it on, and checked outside to see if any light was shining through. After confirming it wouldn't, Su Emo returned inside, closed the door, and turned on another lamp. Instantly, the room was bright. Su Emo sighed in relief. She no longer had to live in darkness. After resting for a while, Su Emo quickly took apart the bedding she had sewn earlier, removed the quilt inside, and replaced it with the quilt she brought from the end of the world, then sewed it back up. The quilt she took out was used to make a cover from rough fabric, which she stitched together. Although it didn't look very nice, it wouldn't be noticeable in the cow shed as long as it kept her warm. The mattress was also stitched together with rough fabric. This way, her parents would have bedding for the cow shed. Then she took out a thinner quilt to replace the mattress here. However, the quilt from later times was quite different from the one now. Su Emo also used a printed bedsheet she had bought from the supply and marketing cooperative, adding some rough fabric to make a cover for the mattress. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about anyone noticing that her mattress was different. She had washed that printed bedsheet when she was at the youth point. Once she finished, Su Emo looked at the little rough fabric left and smiled wryly. Not having experience was troublesome. It seemed she would need to buy another piece of rough fabric, otherwise, she wouldn't have enough to make a cotton coat for one person. After putting the finished bedding and rough fabric into her space, Su Emo checked the time and realized it was already past 10. She lit the kerosene lamp, turned off the table lamp, took down the curtains, and put them back into her space before blowing out the lamp to sleep. While Su Emo was sewing the bedding, things were also not calm at the Lu family's main and secondary houses. After dinner, Lu Yuji cut 2 apples, giving each of the 3 children half, while she and Lu Xingjuan shared the remaining half. The delicious apples made the 3 children very happy. They almost swallowed the cores. These apples are really tasty. I wonder where the third family bought them, Liui said. They had eaten apples from the supply and marketing cooperative before, but they couldn't compare at all. Previously, they thought the apples from the cooperative were great, but after tasting these, they realized the cooperative's apples were just average. Where else could they be bought? It's either the public supply and marketing cooperative or the county's cooperative, Lu Xingjuan replied. When have you ever seen the cooperative sell such good things? Liui was skeptical. Sometimes they do have good stuff. Didn't Xiao Lan bring back quite a few nice things before? That's different. I think the third family's apples might be from the market, Liui whispered. Lu Xingjuan straightened up. Don't say such things. The woman from the third family wouldn't have the guts to do that. Liui pouted. Just wait and see. Even though the woman from the third family looks delicate, she's definitely not ordinary. Lu Xingjuan laughed. What makes you think she's not ordinary? If she were an ordinary person, would the third brother be in such a hurry to marry her after just a few days of knowing her? That's true, Lu Xingjuan nodded and added. The third brother treats our family well, so don't criticize him. Lu Xingjuan was happy today because he received a watch. Of course, you don't need to tell me that. Do you think I'm as foolish as the second brother? Unlike the calmness of the main house, the second house had a bit of tension. Originally, there were 2 apples and each of the 4 family members could have half, which was fine, but Lu Hohot wanted to keep one for her family. The 2 boys, who could have each had half, suddenly found themselves with only a quarter, and naturally, they were unhappy. After some commotion, the 2 boys ended up with half each. The remaining apple was split in half. Lu Weigua and Lu Hohot took one half, and Lu Hohot took the other half back to her family. Lu Weigua looked at his wife, who was taking half an apple back to her family, and suddenly felt regret. He wondered if it was a mistake to marry Lu Hohot against his parents' advice. It seemed his mother was right. Without her pressure, Lu Hohot would have probably emptied their home to her family. Now that they had separated, no one was watching, and even half an apple was going back to her family. Lu Weigua suddenly felt powerless. But with 2 children already born, what could he do? He could only be more careful in the future. The next day, before 6 o'clock, Su Emo woke up. After folding the bedding, Su Emo quickly took out some floral cotton fabric, measured 4 feet, and cut it. She placed it with some khaki fabric and 2 pounds of cotton, ready for when Liui came over. After finishing this, she went out to wash up and use the restroom. After cleaning herself, she took 2 buns from her storage as breakfast. After eating, she started sorting vegetable seeds from her storage, preparing to plant in the yard. Radishes and cabbages were a must, and then Su Emo found seeds for spinach, lettuce, cabbage, and chives to plant together. These vegetables were more tolerant of low temperatures, and lettuce grew quickly, allowing for a harvest before the snow. The yard was divided into 8 sections by Lu Chongzheng, and Su Emo chose 4 larger sections to sprinkle cabbage and radish seeds. Her method was simple. Once the seedlings grew, she would thin them out. The other 4 sections were sprinkled with spinach, lettuce, chives, and cabbage seeds. When Liui arrived, she saw Su Emo watering the ground, which seemed to have some wood ash sprinkled on it. What's going on at your place? I'm watering the plants, just scattered the vegetable seeds. Oh, what vegetables did you plant? I planted some radishes, cabbage, and also some lettuce and spinach. Liui looked at the square plots of land and felt something was off. How did you plant them? I just scattered the seeds on the ground and sprinkled some ash on top, Su Emo replied. Liui was shocked. You planted radishes and cabbage like that too? Su Emo nodded. Oh no, you can't plant them that way. For radishes and cabbage, you need to dig holes, put a few seeds in each hole, sprinkle some ash, and then cover it with soil. Otherwise, they might not grow. And if they do, they'll be too crowded. It's fine, Mom, they'll grow. If they are too crowded, I can just pull out the extra ones later. Others might not succeed, but hers will. Seeing her confidence, Liui thought it made some sense and stopped arguing. If she ended up with no vegetables, they could always share some from their own garden. Liui originally planned to teach Su Emo how to make a cotton jacket, but seeing her watering the land, she helped finish watering the rest. After they finished, Su Mo quickly welcomed Liui into the house, got a porcelain jar, and made her a cup of brown sugar water. She had 3 jars of brown sugar, each weighing 2 pounds, and had taken one out yesterday. Liui was surprised to see the brown sugar water, feeling pleased inside but still said, "It's not a holiday and we're family. There's no need for brown sugar water. It's precious. Save it for when you really need it." The family was generous, but it felt a bit excessive. "It's okay, I can buy more later. You've worked hard during the harvest. You need to replenish your energy. Take some home with you," Su Mo said with a smile. "Oh, we farmers are used to it. We don't need brown sugar to recover. A little rest is enough. You keep it for yourself. If someone visits, you can serve them a cup. It looks nice. Good things should be shared with family. Even if others offer something good, it's just words," Su Mo replied. Liui completely agreed with this, and her gaze towards Su Mo became warmer. Since the start of the collective system, their family had always been the leader's family, and both Lu Boming and Lu Qing'an were quite selfless, so Liui often missed out on good things, giving them to others. Having always put others first, Liui decided it was time to be a little selfish for once. "You are right, so I won't be polite anymore. When we go back later, I'll take some with me for your dad and grandpa," Liui said with a smile. She hadn't had brown sugar water in a long time, almost a year. Brown sugar was rare, and she usually saved it for when her daughter-in-law was resting after giving birth. "Okay," Su Mo nodded with a smile. After resting for a bit, Liui took a few more sips of the brown sugar water and said, "All right, now I'll teach you how to make a cotton coat. Have you ever made a simple shirt before?" Su Mo shook her head. "All right, then I'll start from the beginning. To be honest, in the whole village, I'm the best at making clothes." Liui's father was a tailor. Although the skill was traditionally passed down to sons, she often watched her father and brother make clothes when she was young and learned a lot. Unfortunately, her father and brother were killed by invaders during those difficult times. Thinking about those days made Liui's eyes a bit misty, but she quickly composed herself. She was now a mother herself, and life was stable, which was good. Her father and brother in spirit would surely feel comforted. Liui taught in great detail, starting from taking measurements, to how to cut fabric efficiently, to how to sew edges, how to layer cotton, and how to stitch everything together, explaining as she worked. With a sewing machine and her skill, she worked quickly, and by noon, she had mostly finished the cotton coat. All that was left was to reinforce the seams and add a few more stitches in the middle. "It's getting late. I need to go back and cook for your grandpa and dad. After I eat, I'll come back to teach you how to make pants," Liui said. "Mom, don't worry about cooking. I'll handle it here, and you can take some back later." "You've worked hard all morning. You should rest," Su Mo replied. "I still have some buns from yesterday. I'll heat them up, stir-fry some vegetables, and make a tomato egg drop soup." Thinking of the taste of the buns from yesterday, Liui nodded before she realized it. "Then thank you for your hard work. I'll go back and let them know, so your dad doesn't worry when he comes home and finds no food," she said. "Okay," Su Mo nodded vigorously. As soon as Liui left, Su Mo quickly took 8 or 9 chai-filled buns and placed them in the steamer. She boiled water and set the steamer to heat. Then she took out 2 tomatoes and 2 eggs to make the tomato egg drop soup. After washing some greens, she started to stir-fry. When Liui returned with the basket, she saw Su Mo already stir-frying the vegetables and thought to herself that her third daughter-in-law was quite efficient. After Su Mo finished frying the vegetables, she first scooped 3/4 of them into the bowl that Liui brought over, and then put the rest into her own bowl. Next, she poured more than half of the egg drop soup into the covered enamel basin that Liui had brought, and then took another bowl to fill with 6 buns. "Hey, that's too many." "3 buns are enough," Liui said. There was still some porridge left from the morning, so 3 buns would be sufficient. "It's fine, Mom. I still have 8 or 9 left. They won't last long," Su Mo replied. Seeing that there were indeed 8 or 9 buns left, Liui accepted them. When Liui returned home, Lu Hohot was also cooking. Seeing her come back with food from the third family, she couldn't help but curl her lip. The new daughter-in-law wants to show off by bringing food every day. She wanted to see how long the third family's supplies would last. While Su Mo and Liui were making cotton jackets, far away at the border, Liu Chongjun was leading a team on a covert mission. Due to a major event that occurred in mid-September, the relationship between the two countries at the border was very tense. After arriving in the county town yesterday, Liu Chongjun received another call from the army, instructing him to go directly to the city, where a helicopter would pick him up. So, just 3 or 4 hours after leaving home, he took a helicopter away. The team arrived at the designated location and stopped to rest for a bit. Liu Chongjun chewed on some hard rations, thinking about what his wife might be doing at that moment. He took out a photo of Su Mo from his inner pocket, looked at it for a moment, and then carefully put it back. A sharp-eyed comrade nearby noticed and asked, "Captain, is this your girlfriend? She's really beautiful." "No, she's my wife." "When did you get married?" the comrade asked in surprise. "Just a couple of days ago," Liu Chongjun replied. The comrade fell silent, unsure of what to say, and after a while managed to say, "Congratulations." After dinner, Liui came to teach Su Mo how to make cotton pants. Su Mo was quite a quick learner. After watching Liui make cotton jackets in the morning, she had a general understanding of the process. So, she volunteered to make the cotton pants herself, with Liui guiding her. Su Mo first restitched the edges of the cotton jacket she made in the morning to get familiar with the sewing machine, then fixed the cotton in place, and soon she was operating the sewing machine smoothly. Liui couldn't help but sigh to herself. Su Mo, being a city girl, was indeed smart. She had taught the eldest and second families to make clothes before, but they didn't learn as quickly. After finishing the cotton jacket, Su Mo started measuring herself, cutting the pants pattern, and then sewing, stuffing with cotton, and hemming. Under Liui's guidance, she did it all quite well. In just 2 hours, she completed a pair of cotton pants. Liui checked her work and smiled, saying, "You did well. Thanks to your good teaching, Mom." Su Mo flattered her. Clothes back then didn't have many styles, and Su Mo wasn't picky. As long as they kept her warm and didn't look too bad, that was enough. Looking at the newly made cotton jacket and pants, Su Mo felt happy inside. In a few days, she would go to town again to buy a roll of coarse cloth, and during the evenings, she would make cotton clothes for both of them. Calculating the time, they should reach the cattle shed in about 3 or 4 days. At that time, she would find an opportunity to scout the neighboring team. "By the way, Mom, I heard that there are many wild products in the mountains around here in the Northeast. Every autumn, people go to collect them, and they gather them in big baskets," Su Mo asked. Liui smiled and said, "Who told you that? If there were really that many wild products, how could farmers be living so poorly? There are quite a few wild products, but there are many people too. When everyone is short on food, they all go into the mountains, and with so many people, there's not much left to find. Are there wild boars and wild chickens up there?" Su Mo asked curiously. "Of course, but they are deep in the mountains. The outer areas hardly see any, and even if a few come down, the militia teams from various groups catch them to improve everyone's meals." The militia teams were not to be taken lightly. They were equipped with hunting rifles. Any wild animal that dared to come down and ruin the crops would be dealt with. "Does our team's militia go into the deep mountains to hunt wild boars for everyone?" Su Mo asked again. "Every winter, they go hunting to bring back some food for everyone. But they don't dare go too deep. They only circle around the outskirts. They don't catch much, just a few wild chickens or rabbits. Wild boars aren't guaranteed every year. It takes good luck to catch 1 or 2. The current militia leader was Li Tsuehua's husband, and with his timid nature, always fearing danger, what could he possibly catch? Just a few small animals each year to keep people from saying he was taking credit for nothing. Why don't they go deeper into the mountains?" "Oh, the deep mountains are dangerous. I've heard there are tigers, wolves, and bears in there, dangerous animals that eat people. We can't go there," Liui said, adding more to convince Su Mo. A few years ago, a team had a poor harvest, and the militia bravely went deep into the mountains. They sent in more than 10 people, but only 5 came back. If you want to gather food in the fall, just look around outside, but don't go deep into the mountains, okay? No matter how much is out there, your life is more important, Liui warned. Yes, I understand, Suemo nodded. She thought about the female protagonists in those stories from that time, who would go into the mountains and easily find wild boars and chickens. She was considering going to the mountains to solve her meat problem, not knowing if she would be safe. Do you really want to gather food? Liui casually asked, surprised that the third family actually wanted to go. Yes, I want to pick some mushrooms and wild goods to make mushroom sauce to send to Chongqing, Suemo replied. She really did plan to finish knitting a sweater and send some mushroom sauce to Liu Chongqing. The hazelnuts are almost out of season, so we need to hurry, Liui said. The third family was caring, making mushroom sauce and knitting sweaters. She had previously sent some pine nuts and walnuts. How about this? Tomorrow I'll ask Day to go with you. You're not familiar with the area, so don't get lost. In the past 2 years, there were young people who got lost while gathering food in the mountains. It was said that they were found after 2 days, and when they were found, they were almost in shock. Okay, I'll go to the mountains with Day tomorrow to see what wild goods we can find. Day was Liu Xingjuan's eldest daughter, Liu Fengqin, who was 9 years old this year. At this time, there are still some hazelnuts, pine nuts, and walnuts in the mountains, along with some chestnuts and shepherd's purse. However, they are not as tender as in spring. If you dig them up and dry them, they can be cooked in winter when there are no fresh vegetables, and they taste good. The two talked for a while longer, and then Liui prepared to go home. Suemo quickly found a jar and filled it with about a pound of brown sugar for her to take back. After Liui left, Suemo noticed it was still early, so she took out paper and a pen to start her writing. She planned to write 3 or 4 short stories of about 1,000 words each to send in, focusing on positive and interesting experiences of young people going to the countryside. The country was encouraging young people to go to the countryside, so these articles should be easy to get selected. She wrote until it got dark, then stopped and put away her drafts. Tonight, Suemo decided not to eat buns. Instead, she planned to make a clay pot rice with preserved meats. She closed the back window of the living room, took out her small stove from the apocalypse, and then got a small clay pot. She gathered some small twigs to light the little stove, then oiled a small pot, added the washed rice, and poured in the right amount of water before placing it on the stove to cook. While the rice was cooking, she sliced some cured sausage and cured meat. When the rice was almost done, she spread the sausage and meat on top. Then she chopped a small handful of cilantro and green onions. Once the rice was ready, she sprinkled the cilantro and green onions on top and added a bit of soy sauce. A delicious pot of savory rice was ready. As Suemo enjoyed her rice, she looked at the handy little stove and thought about finding an opportunity to let this old companion, which had been with her for several years in this harsh world, see the light of day again. This stove was specially made for the tough times, sturdy and portable, perfect for teams on missions, and for someone like her who is single. After finishing her meal, Suemo put the now-cooled stove back into storage and cleaned the pot before putting it away as well. She lit an oil lamp to start boiling water for a bath. Once she was all set, Suemo returned to her room, closed the doors and windows, drew the curtains, turned on her desk lamp, and continued her writing. She wrote until after 10 at night before turning off the light and going to sleep. The next morning, Suemo got up early and went to the garden to encourage the seeds in several plots to sprout. She discovered that using the land here to grow plants was actually very efficient in terms of her abilities. In this harsh world, the soil contained zombie viruses, so crops relied on Earth-type ability users for planting. However, the soil created by Earth-type users lacked the minerals needed for plant growth, making it quite barren. Seeing that encouraging growth directly in the soil was just as effective, many Wood-type ability users preferred to do it this way, and Suemo was one of them. This discovery was truly a pleasant surprise. In winter, she planned to have someone make a few wooden frames to hold soil in her living room, allowing her to encourage the growth of vegetables daily while pretending to conduct research. This way, her new vegetable varieties would have a source. For breakfast, Suemo fried 2 eggs and ate a bun. Just as she finished, she heard someone outside the yard calling her. Auntie, are you home? Su Emo stepped outside and saw Lu Fengqin, who was carrying a basket and peeking in through the gate. The Lu family was tall, and Lu Fengqin had inherited that height advantage. At 9 years old, she was about 130 centimeters tall. However, in this era, there wasn't much food, so she was quite thin, with big eyes and 2 small braids, making her a pretty little girl. When she saw Su Emo, Lu Fengqin quickly said, "Auntie, my grandma asked me to take you to gather the autumn harvest." "Fengqin, come in and sit for a bit while I change my clothes," Su Emo called to Lu Fengqin, who then pushed open the courtyard door and walked in. Su Emo led Lu Fengqin into the main room and pretended to take a bun out of the steamer. "Here, have a bun." Seeing the bun, Lu Fengqin's eyes lit up. "Annie, is this a chive bun?" Yesterday, Liui brought home 6 buns and shared 2 with the children from the first and second families. After eating one, Lu Fengqin remembered it well. It was the best bun she had ever tasted. "Yes, it's a chive bun, but there's only this one left. You eat it yourself and don't tell anyone," Su Emo said. With many children in the first and second families, it was fine to share some treats occasionally, but she couldn't give too much, and she understood the saying about how kindness can lead to resentment. Lu Fengqin was thinking of taking it home to share with her siblings, but after hearing Su Emo, she decided against it and quickly finished the bun. It wasn't that she didn't understand her role as the eldest sister. It was just that Annie said not to mention it, so she ate it herself. Su Emo changed into work clothes, put on her shoes, grabbed a basket, and headed out with Lu Fengqin. Su Emo felt a bit excited. They were going up the mountain to gather autumn harvests, absorb energy, and look for wild ginseng. The 2 of them took a small path up the mountain, with Lu Fengqin leading the way and Su Emo following behind. This mountain is part of the Wandishan mountain range called Bukai Mountain. The Lu family village production team is spread out along the foot of Bukai Mountain. From the village entrance to the end, there are several paths leading up the mountain, so they didn't encounter anyone else along the way. As they walked, Su Emo chatted with Lu Fengqin about everyday life. "Fengqin, have you started school yet?" "Yes, I'm in 2nd grade now," Lu Fengqin replied proudly. Many girls in the team didn't get to go to school, but she did. At this time, children started school later, usually around 8 or 9 years old. Elementary school lasted 5 years, middle school 2 years, and high school 2 years. "Then why didn't you go to school today?" If she skipped school just to accompany her for the harvest, that would be wrong. "We're still on autumn harvest break. We won't go back for a couple of days," Lu Fengqin explained. Education was quite casual back then, and rural schools would have long breaks for the autumn harvest. "Oh, how much is the school fee?" Su Emo asked curiously. "The miscellaneous fees are 1 yuan per semester, and the book fee is 50 cents, so a total of 150 per semester," Lu Fengqin said. Su Emo nodded. That really wasn't expensive. To know about the future, there are many expensive elite schools, and even kindergartens are quite costly. People jokingly call them kindergarten university students, referring to how a year's tuition at kindergarten can be more expensive than that of college students. "Did your younger siblings go to school?" "My younger sister didn't go. She'll start next year." "My older brother went this year," Lu Fengqin replied. The younger sister refers to her sister Lu Aiqin, and the older brother refers to Lu Weigua's eldest son, Lu Guodong. Both are 7 years old, but boys start school a year earlier than girls. Although the Lu family doesn't favor boys over girls, there is still a slight preference for boys in general. Where did they go? Why aren't they collecting autumn crops together? "My younger sister and older brother went to gather pig grass," Lu Fengqin explained. If she weren't taking her aunt to collect autumn crops, she would also be gathering pig grass to earn work points. Su Emo felt embarrassed. It seemed she had delayed Lu Fengqin from gathering pig grass. "By the way, what is pig grass? Is it a specific type of grass?" Su Emo had been very curious while reading novels, as they often mentioned gathering pig grass. "What exactly is it?" Lu Fengqin stifled a laugh. Her aunt clearly came from the big city and didn't even know about pig grass. Pig grass is various types of grass that pigs can eat. We usually look for things like dandelion, purslane, and ryegrass. Even shepherd's purse, which older people don't eat, can be dug up for pig grass, Lu Fengqin patiently explained. Su Mo smiled shyly. I haven't seen these before, so I'm a bit curious. It's okay. My mom said it's normal for you to not know these things since you come from the big city. The two chatted along the way, and after about half an hour, they arrived at the outskirts of Bukai Mountain. At this time, the leaves were starting to turn yellow, marking the most beautiful season. The entire mountain was in colorful mode, with vibrant yellows, reds, and greens, making it feel like they were in a painting. Both the original owner and Su Mo, being from the south, rarely saw such beautiful scenery and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so beautiful." Lu Fengqin looked around and didn't see what was so beautiful. "Aunt, are you here to pick hazelnuts?" Lu Fengqin asked. "Yes, but not just hazelnuts. I'll gather whatever I find," Su Mo replied. In the forest, feeling the rich energy from the trees, Su Mo felt completely at ease. "Okay, I know where to find hazelnuts. I gathered some there recently, and there are still many small ones. And I'll take you there," Lu Fengqin said, leading the way. Su Mo quickly followed, reaching out to touch the plants around her to absorb their energy. About 10 to 20 minutes later, Lu Fengqin brought Su Mo to a shady slope. "Aunt San, this is the spot. I picked a big basket of hazel mushrooms here a while ago." Su Mo nodded, and the two began searching the area. They quickly found a patch of hazel mushrooms. Although they were sparse, there were still quite a few, so they hurriedly crouched down to gather them. Soon, both of their baskets were filled with a layer of hazel mushrooms. At that moment, they heard voices nearby. 3 little girls approached, chattering away. When they saw Lu Fengqin, they called out, "Lu Fengqin, what are you doing over there? Are you picking hazel mushrooms?" Hearing the voices, Lu Fengqin quickly stood up, spreading her arms in a protective stance. "Lu Lanhua, we found this spot first. You should go look somewhere else." Lu Lanhua scoffed. "The mountain belongs to everyone. Why can't we pick just because you found it first?" As she spoke, she continued walking closer and then realized that the person next to Lu Fengqin was not her sister, but a very pretty adult. "Lu Fengqin, who is this person?" "This is my Aunt San," Lu Fengqin said proudly. Her uncle San was a source of pride for their family. Everyone in Lijiakan knew that Lu Changzheng was an officer, and the children were a bit scared of him, so they felt a little intimidated by Su Mo, the officer's wife. Seeing that Su Mo was silent and just staring at them, the 3 girls started to back off. "Then you can keep picking. We'll go look somewhere else," Lu Lanhua said before leading the other 2 away. "Do they often bully you?" Su Mo asked quietly after they left. "Not really. It's mostly because their grandma doesn't get along with my grandma, so she doesn't like me either," Lu Fengqin replied. Her grandfather was the village secretary, her father was an accountant, and her uncle was an officer, so not many kids dared to bully her. Lu Lanhua was the eldest granddaughter of Li Tsuehua. "Aunt San, let's hurry and gather more, or someone else might come," Lu Fengqin said. "Okay, let's split up. I'll look over here, and you look over there," Su Mo suggested. After parting ways with Lu Fengqin, Su Mo began searching for hazel mushrooms while absorbing the wood energy from the weeds and surrounding trees. Since the weeds would die in winter, she absorbed all their energy. For the trees, she took about 1/5 of the energy from each, leaving enough for them to survive the winter. For some trees that looked weak, she secretly provided them with a little extra energy. After finding the hazel mushrooms, Su Mo used her abilities to encourage the growth of any nearby mycelium, and soon, another patch of hazel mushrooms sprouted in the ground. Su Mo picked mushrooms while putting most of the hazelnuts into her storage space. Only a small portion went into her basket. After searching the entire slope, her basket was more than half full, and she estimated there were about 2 baskets worth in her storage. At that moment, Lu Fengqin called out from a distance, "Aunt San, have you finished over there?" "I'm done here."
How about you?"
Su Mo replied as she walked toward Lu Fengqin. "I'm done too," Lu Fengqin answered. Used to moving quickly in the mountains, she soon reached Su Mo's side. "Aunt San, how much did you gather?" Su Emo set down her basket to show her. Seeing it was more than half full, Lu Fengqin was very happy. She had completed the task her grandmother gave her. I have half a basket too, Lu Fengqin said, showing her own basket to Su Emo. It's getting late. We should head back, Su Emo said, noting it was almost 11 o'clock. It would take about an hour to walk back. Once home, Su Emo asked Lu Fengqin to wait in the yard for a moment while she went inside. Pretending to take something from the house, she actually retrieved a small handful of about 7 or 8 fruit candies from her storage for Lu Fengqin. Seeing the candies, Lu Fengqin was very happy and cheerfully went home. Before leaving, she shouted, "Aunt San, I'll take you to gather pine nuts, chestnuts, and walnuts this afternoon." After resting for a while, Su Emo decided not to cook. Instead, she filled her stomach with 2 pork and cabbage buns. Then she went to the well to clean the large amount of hazelnuts she had gathered. She left the ones in her storage there, as fresh ones taste better than dried ones. After cleaning, she took 2 bamboo sieves, spread the hazelnuts on top, and placed them in a sunny spot under the eaves to dry. Su Emo was quite grateful to Liui for providing her with the everyday items she needed. Lu Changzheng had mentioned that there weren't many things in the house until his mother bought them when they decided to get married. Once everything was set, Su Emo planned to take a short nap on the wooden bench in the hall. Just as she lay down, she heard Lu Fengqin calling from outside. Su Emo got up to see Lu Fengqin approaching with her basket, followed by her sister Lu Aiqin and the eldest son of the second household, Lu Guodong. When they saw her, the 3 children looked at her with bright eyes. Lu Fengqin said, "Aunt San, my sister and big brother are coming with us to gather autumn harvest."
什么?
It seems that no matter the era, candy has a huge appeal for children, even more than playing outside. Okay, wait here, I'll go get the basket. Su Emo took the basket, locked the door, and set off with the 3 children. She knew they came for the candy, so before leaving, she gave each of them a piece of malt candy. The children received the candy, their eyes brightened, and Lu Guodong asked, "Aunt San, what kind of candy is this?" "Malt candy," Su Emo replied with a smile.
This is malt candy.
The 3 children exclaimed together, quickly tearing open the wrappers and stuffing the candy into their mouths. The first time Su Emo visited the Lu family, she had given malt candy to Lu Guoyang and Lu Guiqiang, and those 2 little rascals ate it all themselves, then boasted to their siblings about how delicious it was, making them crave it. Now, finally tasting the malt candy they had been thinking about, the 3 children closed their eyes in happiness. This flavor was so delicious, just as good as the white rabbit milk candy Aunt San gave last time. Because they had candy, the 3 children were very excited along the way, chattering nonstop, sharing lots of gossip about the families in the production team, making Su Emo laugh continuously. From the children's chatter, Su Emo gained a deeper understanding of the Lu family's village production team. She learned that the team raised 40 pigs this year, and Lu Qing'an checked on them at least 3 times a day, treating them like treasures. She also found out that there was a chicken farm in the team, and a lazy man from the team had been caught stealing eggs and was locked up for several days, being publicly reprimanded in front of everyone. There was also an old man in charge of the sheep pen who loved to drink. Once, he got drunk and fell asleep in the sheep pen, scaring the person responsible for herding the sheep the next day, who thought the old man had died in there. It seems that Uncle Gung Chongqing is doing a good job as the commune secretary. During this special time, if the leaders above don't give orders, the production teams below wouldn't dare to engage in these side businesses. After all, many places still strictly follow the chairman's guideline of focusing on grain and developing comprehensively, only emphasizing grain production and neglecting comprehensive development, fearing that those involved in side businesses would become wealthy while grain farmers would remain poor, leading to polarization. "Does our team have a cow shed?" Su Emo casually asked. "Yes, we not only have a cow shed but also a donkey shed. Our team has 5 cows and 10 donkeys, more than other teams," Lu Guodong proudly said.
How do you know so much?
Su Emo asked with a smile. "My classmate told me," Lu Guodong replied. In the elementary school of Lijiakan, Students come not only from this village, but also from nearby production teams that do not have their own schools. Children often compare themselves to each other, so Lu Guodong is very aware of this. Will you go play in the cow shed and donkey shed? Su Mo asked again. You can't go there. Bad people live there. Aunt San, you shouldn't go either. It's dirty and messy, Lu Guodong replied.
How do you know they are bad people?
Everyone says so. They say those who did bad things were punished and sent to live in the cow shed, Lu Guodong explained. Sumo's eyes flickered, and she changed the subject, asking, Guodong, which production teams do your classmates come from? There are many, like Longjiakin, Bailing Lijiakeo, and Qingshui. Lu Guodong tried to remember. That's a lot. Have you been to Lijiakeo? She read in a book that the original owner's parents were sent to Lijiakeo.
I have.
I go there every year with my grandma to pay respects. Lijiakeo is the hometown of Liui. Su Mo didn't expect this coincidence and asked, is it far? Not far. If you go along Bukai Mountain, you'll get there quickly. Lu Guodong was still young and didn't have much sense of time. Grandma says it takes about half an hour to get there, Lu Fengqin added. The kids first took Su Mo to look for chestnuts, but they were clearly very popular. After visiting several places and finding them all picked clean, they finally found one last spot with an old tree that still had some left. The three children looked up at the chestnuts still in their green shells, feeling a bit disappointed. These shells are still so green, they won't ripen quickly. We need to come back later, but who knows if they'll still be here then. They loved chestnuts because they were so delicious. However, their family could never collect many each year since others always picked them first. The chestnut trees now are not like the shorter ones from later times. They are very tall. This chestnut tree has been around for a while and is even taller, estimated to be about 20 meters high at its peak. The lower ones have already been picked, and the remaining ones are high up, requiring someone brave to climb up to get them, or they would have to wait for the chestnuts to fall naturally when they ripen. Su Mo quietly noted this place, planning to come back later to collect the chestnuts when they were ready. It's okay, if we can't find chestnuts, there are other things. Let's go collect pine nuts, Su Mo encouraged the children. Children's moods changed quickly, and soon the three kids were excited again, chattering as they led Su Mo to gather pine nuts. One afternoon, everyone collected a large basket of pine nuts. Don't ask why Su Mo, an adult, gathered as much as the children. It was partly because her basket was bigger and partly because she secretly stored some in her space. Otherwise, carrying it all would be too hard. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Mo prepared to head back with the kids. As they chatted and walked down the path, a sudden rush of wind came from behind. Instincts developed during the apocalypse kicked in, and Su Mo quickly performed a spinning kick toward the source of the sound. Though Sumo's fighting ability was weak compared to the superpowered zombies of the apocalypse, she could easily handle normal creatures from the regular world. Her reaction was purely instinctive, but since her body wasn't trained, she ended up straining a muscle with the kick, causing her to wince in pain and spill most of the pine nuts from her basket. Everything happened so fast that the three kids were stunned. After a moment, Lu Fengqin asked, Aunt San, what happened? Something flew by, and I kicked it away, Su Mo replied, pointing to the bushes where the object had fallen. She hadn't seen it clearly. It felt soft, so it must have been some kind of animal. After resting for a bit and using her powers to ease the strain, she went to check the bushes. To her surprise, she found a gray wild rabbit lying there, not small at all, probably weighing around 3 to 4 pounds. It was now bleeding from the mouth, having met its end at Sumo's kick. Su Mo raised an eyebrow. When did she become so lucky? A wild rabbit just came to her. Grabbing the rabbit by its ears, she said with a smile, Look, everyone, we'll have meat for dinner tonight. Once the kids recovered from their shock and saw the rabbit, they remembered Sumo's earlier action and looked at her with a mix of joy, excitement, and admiration. Aunt San, you're amazing. You kicked a wild rabbit to death with one kick. Lu Guodong exclaimed, stuttering with excitement. Boys naturally admire strength, and Lu Guodong looked at Su Mo with great respect, declaring that besides his uncle, She was the second person he admired. Just a coincidence, Sue-mo said modestly, waving her hand. Her foot still hurt, so it seemed she would need to start exercising again tomorrow. Two little girls happily shouted, "Auntie, you are amazing! We will have rabbit meat to eat tonight, haha." Sue-mo was worried that the children's laughter would attract others, so she made a shushing gesture.
Shh.
Be quiet, or we won't get any rabbit meat. The three kids immediately quieted down, still excited, their sun-kissed faces turning a bit red. "Quick, help Annie pick up the pine nuts so we can go home early and eat rabbit meat." Sue-mo called them over to gather the spilled nuts. The kids rushed over to help Sue-mo, moving quickly. After they finished picking up the nuts, Sue-mo placed the wild rabbit in her basket and covered it with some grass. On the way home, the three were very excited but dared not speak, exchanging glances and communicating in a way only they understood. Sue-mo found it amusing to watch them. Kids really are the most fun. Once home, Sue-mo told the kids, "Go tell your mom and grandma that Auntie will bring over the rabbit meat. They just need to make some rice and stir-fry some vegetables." The three kids nodded vigorously and dashed home. They were thrilled about the rabbit meat, but even more eager to share what had just happened. When they got home, they ran into Liui and her family returning from work. Lu Guodong rushed over, grabbed Liui's hand, and exclaimed, "Grandma, my aunt can fight." "What do you mean?"
Liui asked, confused.
"Just now, when we were coming down the mountain, we saw a wild rabbit, and my aunt kicked it and killed it." Lu Guodong explained with gestures. "Your aunt kicked a wild rabbit to death?"
Liui asked, sounding skeptical.
She thought maybe the rabbit was already dead when they found it, and they just kicked it. Yes. This time, not only Lu Guodong but also Lu Fengqin and Lu Aiqin nodded eagerly. Lu Yuji, who knew her children well, said, "Don't rush. Tell me exactly what happened." The three kids chattered excitedly, recounting the story in detail, and added, "Auntie said you just need to cook rice and vegetables. She will bring the rabbit meat over later." Liui and Lu Hohot were very surprised, while Lu Yuji remained calm, thinking that her daughter's family was not ordinary. Liui thought for a moment and said, "No, I need to go check." After saying that, she hurried away. It wouldn't be good if someone really picked up a dead rabbit and, tempted by the meat, brought trouble to the whole family. When Liui arrived, Sue-mo was boiling water, and the wild rabbit was lying on the ground nearby. Liui approached and touched it. It was still warm and soft, likely just recently dead, and it looked quite plump, not like it had died from illness. Could it really have been kicked to death by the family of the third child? "Did you really kick this rabbit to death?"
Liui asked, puzzled.
"I could say I kicked it, but it might also be that it ran into my foot," Sue-mo replied. "When I was young, my family hired someone to teach me a few self-defense moves. When I saw something coming at me, I kicked out my foot, and maybe it was running too fast and hit my foot, causing its death." Liui believed her. There had been cases in the village where wild boars had died after running into something because they couldn't stop in time. She thought about how the third child seemed delicate. It was surprising that he could kick a rabbit to death, but it turned out to be a coincidence. After the water boiled, Liui helped Sue-mo skin the rabbit. Sue-mo initially wanted to throw away the organs, but Liui couldn't bear to waste them and took them to wash, as it was still meat. Once the rabbit was prepared, Liui got ready to go back to cook and reminded Sue-mo, "You don't need to make the staple food. We'll eat together at my place later."
"Okay," Sumo nodded.
She didn't mind eating with the elders. After being alone for so long in the apocalypse, having family around felt nice. Remembering that Lu Chongjung had traded for radishes in the village a few days ago, she planned to make a rabbit and radish stew for dinner. When she took the radishes out of the bamboo basket, Sue-mo was surprised. She had forgotten that the radishes here had red skins, while she had grown white radishes in her field. Never mind, she would just tell the supply and marketing cooperative that it was a new variety from the south and that she was trying it out. Sue-mo first braised the rabbit meat, and after simmering it for a while, she added the chopped radishes. She let it cook on low heat for half an hour until the radishes absorbed the flavor. Then she transferred everything into a large clay pot. After washing the pot, Suemo filled it with water and heated it up again, then took the pot on her back and headed to the Liu family. Liui divided the large pot of rabbit and radish stew into 3 portions, one for each family. Since they had just separated and it wasn't a holiday, Liui decided not to invite everyone over to eat together, allowing everyone to adjust to the new situation. Although there was more carrot than rabbit meat, Liui divided it evenly, with each portion having about a pound of meat. Everyone was very satisfied, especially since Sumo's cooking was truly delicious. Liu Xingjuan and Liu Weigua, the 2 brothers, even used the leftover sauce to dip their corn buns. Wow, I didn't expect my sister-in-law to cook so well, Liu Weigua said, patting his belly. My aunt's cooking is great. Yesterday, Grandma gave us buns made by her, and they were especially tasty, the newly impressed Liu Guodong chimed in. It's delicious. Seeing his father and brother praise her, the eager Liu Guoyang joined in. Liu Hohot was not pleased. I cook for you all day, but you never say anything nice to me. The 3 men fell silent. There is a big difference between being able to eat and food tasting good. Look at this rabbit meat. She used so much oil and seasoning. If I had that much oil and seasoning, I could cook even better, Liu Hohot grumbled. In the past 2 years, the commune had its own oil mill, making it easier for members to access oil. If it were still like before, relying on the little oil distributed each year, she would like to see how the 3rd family managed. This meal probably used up a week's worth of oil. Meanwhile, after finishing their meal, the family in the big house was quietly chatting. I told you the 3rd family is special, right? They can kick a rabbit to death, Liu Yuji said to Liu Xingjuan. Mom said it was just a coincidence, Liu Xingjuan replied, not suspecting anything. Even he, a strong man, might not be able to kick a rabbit to death. Do you think it was just a coincidence? Liu Yuji asked Liu Fengqin. I'm not really sure. Liu Fengqin was at the front and didn't see much. By the time she heard the noise and turned around, Suemo had already finished kicking, and she only saw Sumo's landing motion. But Ant's movements were so quick. Liu Yuji was speechless and turned to Liu Aiqin. Area, what do you think?
Huh.
Anyway, Anne is really amazing kicking the rabbit to death, Liu Aiqin said, not understanding either. Liu Yuji. Alright, they have rabbit meat for you to eat, so just enjoy it. Why dig deeper into this? Liu Xingjuan said. Liu Yuji felt a bit stumped. Somehow, she seemed to be the bad guy in this conversation. After dinner, Suemo helped Liui wash the dishes and then sat in the living room to chat with the elders for a while. Liu Yuji and Liu Hohot, finishing their tasks, saw Suemo still there and joined her for a bit. As Suemo was getting ready to leave, Liu Fengqin spoke up, Aunt, I will go with you to harvest tomorrow. Her mother asked her to go gather pigweed tomorrow, but she wanted to go harvest autumn crops with Aunt San. As long as Aunt San agreed, her mother wouldn't mind. Suemo smiled. Aren't you starting school soon? You've had a long break, so you should stay home and review your textbooks for the next couple of days. Aunt San already knows how to do it, so you won't need to help her. With the kids around, she couldn't do many things.
But
Liu Fengqin wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Liu Qing'an. Aunt San is right. You two should stay home and focus on your studies these next few days. The Liu family values education. As long as someone wants to study, they will support them no matter what. The 4 siblings of Liu Changzheng all completed at least middle school, and even Liu Xiaolan finished junior high. Seeing that her grandfather had spoken, Liu Fengqin had to agree. When she got home, Suemo quickly took a shower, hung up the curtains, turned on the desk lamp, and began her writing. She was almost done with her 4 articles and just needed to polish them before sending them out in a couple of days. Suemo wrote until after 10 at night before turning off the light and going to bed. Before sleeping, she took out the battery and charged the lamp. The next day, Suemo woke up around 5, put the charged lamp and battery away, and went to the fields to infuse some energy into each vegetable patch. Upon closer inspection, she could already see tender sprouts emerging. After finishing that, Suemo took care of her personal hygiene. At this time, it was just getting light outside. She filled a kettle with warm water, locked the door, and headed up the mountain with her basket. Fear? Not at all. Having seen zombies that could run and attack, small animals like mice and snakes seemed cute to her. As she walked, Suemo absorbed energy, heading straight for the large chestnut tree from yesterday. Once she arrived, she looked around to make sure no one was there before starting to ripen the chestnuts. Soon, the green shells hanging from the tree began to turn yellow and split open. As the cracks widened, the chestnuts fell with a rustling sound in the morning breeze. Seeing that it was almost done, Suemo stopped the energy infusion, her face slightly pale.
Sigh.
Her ability level was still too low. Not taking a break, Sumo hurried to collect the fallen chestnuts, worried that someone might come and she would have worked hard for nothing. She collected more than half a basket, probably around 30 to 40 pounds. Suemo typically stored most of them away, leaving only 2 to 3 pounds in the basket. After picking up the chestnuts, Suemo stood up and absorbed some energy back from the chestnut tree to prevent it from losing leaves too soon, which might attract attention. Once she finished, she carried her basket and followed the direction that Lu Guodong mentioned yesterday, heading down the mountain towards Lijiao. The mountains here are connected, and there is a main road at the foot leading to Lijiao, so there must be smaller paths up the mountain as well. As Suemo walked, she looked for mountain goods and collected anything she found along the way. Finally, after more than 2 hours, she vaguely saw some houses below and began to walk down the mountain. After walking for another half-hour, she spotted a few earthen houses halfway up the slope. Sumo's eyes brightened. She remembered reading that cow sheds are usually built on the slopes, but she wasn't sure if that was one. As she approached, she saw a young man coming out, carrying a bundle of wheat straw. He was dressed in patched old clothes, looked thin and worn, with messy hair and black-rimmed glasses. "Hello. May I ask where this is? I'm a youth from Liujia village and got separated from my group while gathering in the autumn," Suemo called out. The man clearly did not want to engage, and simply replied, "There are people below. You can ask them," before returning inside with the straw. Confirming her suspicion, Suemo decided not to press further and continued down the mountain. After about 7 or 8 more minutes, she turned a corner and found herself in a clearer area. Following the valley down, she saw several houses scattered around. She guessed this must be Lijiao. At that moment, an older woman was coming up with a heavy load. Suemo hurried to greet her. "Annie, I'm a youth from Liujia village, and I got separated from my group while gathering in the autumn. Can you tell me where I am and how I can get back to Liujia village?" She offered the woman some fruit candies she had in her hand. The woman accepted the candies and smiled. "Oh, how did you end up here? You must have walked quite a bit." She looked at Sumo's basket, noticing walnuts on top and some wild vegetables peeking out, confirming that Suemo was indeed gathering. "This is Lijiao. It's not far from the main road to Liujia village. You can get there in about half an hour. Just follow the village down, and when you see the main road, head out, and you'll reach Liujia village." "Thank you, Auntie." Suemo quickly expressed her gratitude, and then walked down the village path, soon reaching the main road. The Lee family production team is not large, and the whole village has only a few dozen households. When Suemo reached the main road, she walked out, and after more than half an hour, returned to the Liu family village team. It seemed she took a longer route on the mountain. There should be a shorter way. Suemo decided to continue exploring tomorrow. When she got home, Suemo first washed the shepherd's purse she had dug up, moved the hazel mushrooms from the bamboo sieve to a bamboo basket, and spread the shepherd's purse on the bamboo sieve to dry. The weather here is dry, and the hazel mushrooms she dried yesterday are almost ready. They should be fully dried by evening if left out for the afternoon. At this point, the shepherd's purse was no longer fresh, and since she didn't plan to use it for dumplings, she decided to dry it completely and see how to use it in winter. After finishing this, Suemo steamed a large pot of rice, sliced some ham, cured meat and sausages, and stir-fried 3 or 4 pots of vegetables. She prepared a lot at once to avoid cooking meat too often and attracting attention. Although every household has their own garden and the houses are spaced apart, people are very sensitive to smells, especially the scent of meat, and can detect even a small amount. She set aside enough for lunch and stored the rest in a cool place for later. Eating buns every day can get quite boring. After lunch, Sue and Mo took a short nap on the wooden bench in the living room. In the afternoon, she went back up the mountain to look for wild ginseng. Every plant has its unique energy, which ordinary people cannot sense, but for those with wood-based abilities, this feeling is very clear. It's like how ordinary people see colors. As long as they are not colorblind, every color is obvious. Sue and Mo spent 2 days wandering around the mountain. After finding a closer area, she began to explore deeper. After 2 days, she didn't find any wild ginseng, but she did collect plenty of hazel mushrooms, chestnuts, walnuts, and even caught 2 wild chickens and picked up a few wild chicken eggs. On the way to the Liui family's cow shed, Sue and Mo found a shorter route from the mountain that would take about an hour. Over the past 2 days, she absorbed a lot of wood energy, and her abilities showed signs of advancing to the mid-level of the first stage. At this time, the plants had not mutated, and the wood energy was very pure. It is also easier to level up abilities in the first stage. On the 8th, after coming down from the mountain at noon, Sue and Mo decided not to go back up in the afternoon. Calculating the days, she realized that Su Tingqian and his wife should arrive at the cow shed soon, so she needed to go to the county to buy some coarse cloth to make them cotton clothes. Moreover, she has finished polishing her 4 articles and plans to send them today as well. After lunch, Sumo picked up her pen to write a letter to a familiar editor, informing him that she has gone to the Northeast to work as a youth volunteer. She asked him to calculate her manuscript fees and to provide tickets that are valid nationwide, as she cannot use others. After a short rest, Su Imo took her bicycle and went out. On the way, she ran into Li Tsuehua. Su Imo did not know about the conflict between Li Tsuehua and Liui. Seeing her as the aunt who warmly greeted her when Lu Chongjing brought her back, she called out, "Auntie." Li Tsuehua recognized Su Imo and huffed, turning away. Su Imo was puzzled. Had she unknowingly offended this aunt on some day? Li Tsuehua had been feeling uneasy lately. She initially thought Lu Chongjing had married a useless youth volunteer, but she later discovered that this youth volunteer was actually a relative of the commune's secretary, Secretary Gung. On the day of the banquet, Secretary Gung even represented the bride's family and received gifts, indicating that the two families were quite close. Having a relative who is a secretary meant that the Su family was likely not a small household, which allowed Liui to benefit from the situation. How could she have been so blind to think that Su Imo was unremarkable and tried to matchmake them? It truly was a case of losing more than gaining. She could only hope that this youth volunteer would turn out to be a slacker, so her daughter-in-law could still be above her. Su Imo was unaware of Li Tsuehua's inner turmoil. Seeing her turn away, she pedaled her bicycle and sped off. In a remote area on the way to the county town, Su Imo took out a bamboo basket of apples and another basket of pears she had prepared earlier, hanging one basket on each side of the back seat. The other bamboo basket was prepared by Liui, containing 2 baskets. Now, with one basket on each side, the bicycle was balanced and much easier to ride than last time. Su Imo rode directly to the entrance of the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative, peeking inside. When Sister Lu looked over, she quickly waved at her. Seeing Su Imo, Sister Lu hurriedly gathered the items a customer wanted, settled the payment, and then made an excuse to step outside. "Oh, I haven't seen you in a while. Girl, your niece has missed you," Sister Lu greeted with a smile, as there were many people at the entrance. "I've been busy gathering autumn harvests in the mountains and brought you some local goods to try," Su Imo replied casually, using it as an excuse. In Qingxi County, it was common for relatives from the countryside to send mountain goods to their city relatives, so no one thought much of it. "Oh, I feel embarrassed. Come on in, make yourself at home," Sister Lu said with a smile, leading Su Imo into her yard. Once they entered and closed the door, Sister Lu said, "Sister, why have you been gone so long? Your apples look great, and my relatives ask about them every day. I had some things to take care of at home." "As soon as I had time, I came right over," Su Imo replied. "Are both of these baskets full of apples?" Sister Liu asked, reaching to lift the cloth covering them. One basket has apples, and the other is pears. Do you want any pears? Oh no. Why are there so few apples? Sister Liu said, a bit disappointed. Apples sell very well. She sells them for 70 cents a pound and sells out quickly. This year's apples are good, and everyone wants to keep them for themselves, Su Mo said, making up an excuse. The pears are also nice. I traded for a basket. Do you want any? Although she had a lot of fruit in her storage, the quantity of each type was actually limited. It's best to sell them in a mix so that she doesn't run out of one kind when she needs it later. Sister Liu lifted the cloth from the other basket and saw the large, yellow pears that smelled sweet and looked just as good as the apples. She immediately decided, I'll take these pears too. But they are a bit cheaper than the apples. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative sells them for 40 cents a pound.
I'll give you 45 cents. Okay, je m'agrée.
For wholesale, this price was quite good. Sister, I bought a large scale a few days ago, so we can weigh them this time without taking advantage of you, Sister Liu said, remembering that the last basket was a bit heavier. The scale they used was not like modern ones. It had a long pole with a weight hanging from it, and someone had to hold it to weigh the items. Su Mo and Sister Liu weighed the two baskets together. After removing the weight of the bamboo baskets, the apples weighed 56 pounds and the pears 53 pounds. The income from the apples was $28, and from the pears, it was $23.85. Today, the total income from selling fruit was $51.85. After selling the fruit, Su Mo went back with Sister Liu to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, where she bought a piece of coarse cloth and 2 pounds of kerosene. She had heard from Liui a few days ago that her kerosene was running low, so she decided to bring back a pound for her. The coarse cloth cost 15 yuan, and the kerosene was 42 cents a pound, totaling 0.84 yuan with the receipt. Su Mo did not plan to go to the black market today. She needed to hurry back to make cotton clothes. After sending the letter with the manuscript at the county post office, Su Mo rode her bike straight home. On the way, Su Mo found a quiet spot to put away the coarse cloth and bamboo basket into her space. She hung the kerosene on the bike handle and took out her small stove from the apocalypse, tying it to the back seat with a rope. As she passed the commune supply store, Su Mo glanced inside and saw it was still crowded with people. It seems that no matter the era, we should never underestimate the determination of the older generation. Calculating the time, the grain from the production team should be drying soon, and they would soon need to pay their grain tax, followed by the distribution of grain and money. Su Mo felt a bit excited. Although she didn't have many work points, she was curious about the grain tax and work point settlement. This was a significant event for all production teams in this era, and she wanted to witness it. When she arrived at the production team, Su Mo deliberately chose a small path, but still ran into a group of women carrying peeled corn to the team's warehouse, including Liui. Seeing Liui, Su Mo had to stop and called out, "Mom, did you go to the supply store?"
Liui casually asked.
"Yeah, I went to send a letter. I brought you a pound of kerosene. I'll deliver it to you tonight," Su Mo replied. "I can pick it up myself after work." Liui waved her hand and then noticed the stove on the back seat. "Where did you get that stove?" "It was given to me by someone who didn't want it. I traded for it. Cooking for one on a big stove wastes too much firewood, so a small stove is more convenient," Su Mo explained. This stove had been used for many years and was quite old, so saying it was unwanted made sense. Liui walked over and gave it a pat. Although it looked a bit worn, it was still sturdy and should last a while longer. "Not bad. It's definitely convenient for one person," Liui said, waving her hand. "You can go home now. I'll come by after work to get the kerosene." The family was thoughtful. She just mentioned it casually, and they remembered and brought it back for her. When Su Mo got home, she put the stove away and immediately went to her room to start cutting the coarse cloth. Mo Yuyong had a similar figure to hers, so she decided to make hers first and would measure Su Tingqian when she saw him. Su Mo quickly got to work, and by around 5 o'clock, she stored everything away to avoid being caught by Liui later. Then she went to the well to fetch water and watered the vegetable patches in the yard. Each patch had small green seedlings sprouting up, creating a lovely sight with a layer of fresh green covering the ground. Liui hadn't visited Su Emo for 2 or 3 days. When she entered the yard, she was amazed to see that the vegetables had grown well. She was shocked. Looking at her own sparse vegetable seedlings, Liui began to question her gardening skills. Had she been doing it wrong for decades? Should she have just scattered the seeds on the ground like the family next door to get better results? After watering the plants, Su Emo looked up and saw Liui standing at the gate, lost in thought. Surprised, she said, "Mom, you're here? Why don't you come in? How come your vegetables are growing so well? Did you use fertilizer?" Liui asked, noticing there was no smell in the yard, which didn't seem like it had been fertilized. Besides, the neighbors hadn't lived there long enough to have any fertilizer. "I didn't use any fertilizer. I just watered them," Su Emo replied. "Really? No fertilizer at all? Really?"
Oh.
Liui felt a bit dazed, as her understanding of gardening had been turned upside down. Maybe their method was wrong, and she would try it the same way next spring. Liui lost her desire to give Su Emo gardening advice, quickly grabbed some kerosene, and left, forgetting to give Su Emo the money she had planned to bring. After dinner and washing up, Su Emo closed the doors and windows, drew the curtains, turned on the lamp, and continued making her cotton coat. She worked until 11 at night and finally finished making a coat for Mo Yulong. Although it didn't have much style and looked quite ordinary, most cotton coats from this era were like that. As long as they kept you warm, they were good enough. After putting everything away, Su Emo went to rest. The next day, around 4 o'clock, Su Emo set off with her backpack. She climbed the mountain and hid on the opposite side of the cow shed at Lee's family's place, quietly watching. She wasn't sure what was happening at the cow shed, and she knew she couldn't just approach them. She needed to find an opportunity to meet her parents and ask about the situation there. After waiting for about half an hour, a man and a woman came out of the cow shed carrying backpacks. The moment Su Emo saw them, tears started to flow. She didn't know why, but it seemed that she had absorbed the original owner's memories and emotions. Wiping her tears away, Su Emo continued to observe her surroundings to see if anyone else was around. The man and woman walked up the mountain, and after waiting a bit longer to ensure no one else was around, she followed them from the other side of the mountain. Before leaving, she took out 2 pork and cabbage buns wrapped in oil paper from her space and placed them in her backpack. She had saved the oil paper from when she bought egg cakes and kept it in her space. Su Emo walked quickly and soon caught up with the 2 people. She picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the grass beside them. Hearing the noise, they turned to see Su Emo, and their eyes widened in surprise. Mo Yulong's tears began to fall. Although they were excited, neither of them moved. Instead, they secretly waved at Su Emo, using lip movements to signal her to leave quickly. The sky was starting to brighten, and soon villagers would come up the mountain. Su Emo shook her head and gestured for them to follow her. Seeing her determination, they nodded and, keeping a distance, followed her up the mountain. After about 10 minutes, the 3 arrived at a secluded spot in the mountains. Su Emo had chosen this place earlier. It was very hidden and had a good vantage point to see if anyone was coming below, while those below could not see them. By this time, it was bright enough for Su Emo to clearly see the 2 of them. In her memories, Su Tingqian had always been handsome and elegant, while Mo Yulong was gentle and graceful, a typical beautiful middle-aged woman. Now, however, the 2 were wearing old, rough clothes, and Su Tingqian's hair was graying at the temples. He looked very haggard with a lot of stubble. Mo Yulong had also cut her long hair into a short style, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were very noticeable. She looked quite worn out. The emotions that Su Emo had suppressed before could no longer be held back. She choked out, "Dad, Mom," and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Mo Yulong was already crying uncontrollably and rushed to hug Su Emo, whispering, my dear." Su Tingqian's eyes were also red. He felt guilty for the suffering of his wife and daughter. After the mother and daughter cried for a while, Su Tingqian finally asked the question on his mind. Mo, how did you know we were here? They had just arrived yesterday. Yang Suyun wrote to tell me. Su Mo replied. Well, that was what she said. The letter from Yang Suyun had been ruined by the river, so she couldn't provide any evidence if questioned. The Yang family had harmed them and they wouldn't get away with it. Su Tingqian frowned, wondering how the Yang family could know. But now is not the time to delve into that. Mo, after you come today, don't come back again. Just focus on being a youth worker and don't worry about us. Uncle Gung is the secretary of this commune. If you need anything, go find him, Su Tingqian instructed. Su Mo shook her head. Be obedient. You went out so early. The other youth might notice something unusual, and it could be bad for you. If they find out, it could affect you. I'm not worried. I don't live at the youth center. I've married here and have my own house, so no one will find out, Su Mo replied. Hearing this, Su Tingqian felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes wide with shock. In an instant, all the tragic stories he had heard about youth sent to the countryside flashed through his mind. After a moment, he trembled and asked, Did they force you? Su Tingqian's eyes were red, and Mo Yurong covered her mouth, afraid she would cry out, tears streaming down her face. Her daughter. Her beautiful daughter. Seeing their expressions, Su Mo realized they had misunderstood and quickly explained. Mom and Dad, you misunderstood. I married him because we liked each other, not because anyone forced me. Fearing they wouldn't believe her, Su Mo mentioned Uncle Gung. Uncle Gung knows about it too. He even came to the wedding. Uncle also knows and gave me 200 yuan as a gift. I'm marrying the son of our village leader, named Liu Changzheng. He is 24 years old and serves in the Shenyang military region as a deputy battalion officer. He's tall and handsome, treats me very well, and lets me manage all the money. He sends his salary home every month. He's just gone back to his unit. Otherwise, I would have brought him to meet you. He understands our situation and doesn't mind it. He even said he would help check on you when things settle down. My in-laws are nice people. His grandfather is an old Red Army soldier. He built a new house, and I don't live with his parents, so you don't need to worry. After Su Mo's explanation, her parents calmed down and looked at her again. Although she was dressed in work clothes, her skin was fair and healthy, and she didn't seem to have suffered. Their worries eased a little. But knowing their daughter, even if she liked someone, she shouldn't rush into marriage like this. There must be more to the story. Why are you in such a hurry to get married? Aren't you going to date first? Su Tingqian asked. I fell into the river, and he saved me. You know how conservative rural areas are. There were some rumors in the village, and since we liked each other, we decided to marry, Su Mo briefly explained, not wanting to say more. If the two of them knew that their daughter was gone at that time, they would surely be heartbroken. Now she has come, taking on everything from the original owner, and from now on, she will be their daughter. She will take good care of them in place of the original owner. Thinking of this, Su Mo quickly put down her backpack, took out the buns wrapped in oil paper, and handed them to the couple. Mom and Dad, I brought you some buns. Please eat them quickly. After walking for a while, the buns were no longer too hot. They were just right, as if they had cooled down from the journey. Su Tingqian took one look and saw there were 2 big buns. He handed one to Mo Yurong. During this time, they had been through a lot, not eating or sleeping well, and his wife had lost a lot of weight. He split his bun in half and handed one piece to Su Mo. Let's eat together. Su Mo quickly waved her hand. I've already eaten. Mom and Dad, you eat. I have more at home. The couple was indeed hungry and didn't hesitate, finishing the buns in just a few bites. Su Mo quickly handed over the water bottle, though her eyes were already a bit moist. Her parents were such refined and dignified people. When had they ever eaten like this for a bun? Once they had some water, Su Mo asked, Mom and Dad, what's the situation in the cowshed? How many people are there? Is it safe? I will bring you things regularly. No, Mo, don't come anymore. It wouldn't be good for you if someone finds out. Your mom and I can take care of ourselves. You don't need to worry. Su Mo shook her head. It won't be discovered. I can come down from the mountain earlier. There's a path up there. Mo Su Tingqian wanted to persuade her again, but was interrupted by Su Mo. Dad, as your child, how can I ignore my parents suffering here? You know me. I'm not that kind of person. Su Tingqian fell silent for a moment before saying, in the cow shed, there are 6 people, including your mom and me. There's Grandpa Zhang and his former secretary, along with a middle-aged couple from Beijing, who are also teachers. Grandpa Zhang? Su Mo searched her memories of the original owner and recalled that the only person who could be called Grandpa Zhang was the mayor of Haisher, Zhang Zhen, a friend of Su Zhongli. Yes, your Grandpa Zhang. He was sent here 6 months ago, Su Tingqian said. Before, Zhang Zhen had always looked after the Su family. Those people dared to act against the Su family precisely because something had happened to Zhang Zhen, which made them bold. How is he? Is he in good health? In her memories, this elder had treated the original owner very well. Zhang Zhen lived his life unmarried, truly dedicating himself as a public servant for his country. Such a person, unwilling to compromise his principles, was wrongfully sent here. This is truly a sorrowful aspect of this time. Fortunately, his secretary chose not to distance himself and came to take care of him. Su Mo thought of the young man with glasses she had seen a few days ago. She silently praised him for being a loyal and caring person. Mom and Dad, it's very cold here in winter. I've prepared blankets and warm clothes for you. I will bring them over tomorrow, and we can meet here around 6 in the morning. Also, check if Grandpa Zhang has blankets and warm clothes. If not, I'll bring some for him too. Do you have enough food? What are you eating? If you need any daily necessities, just let me know, and I'll buy them and bring them over. Su Tingqian looked at his daughter, who seemed to have matured overnight, feeling both proud and bittersweet. She should have been cared for by her parents, but now she had to take on the responsibility of looking after them, even carrying things over mountains in the middle of the night. His eyes became moist. We have enough. There's nothing we lack. He really didn't want his daughter to take too many risks by frequently going out to buy things. A careful observer could easily notice something was wrong. At that moment, they heard faint voices below. It seemed the early risers were starting to head up the mountain. All right, I'll keep an eye on things. If you need anything, make sure to tell me. Your daughter is quite capable. It will be fine, Su Mo said in a low voice. Someone is coming. I have to go now. Take this path. Su Mo pointed to another route nearby. Remember, we meet here at 6 in the morning. After saying this, Su Mo quickly headed up the mountain with her basket. Once Su Mo left, the couple also took the path she had indicated. Although they noticed a significant change in their daughter, they had no other suspicions. After all, they had both changed a lot due to recent events, so it was only natural that their daughter had too. Su Mo moved quickly, soon reaching the mountain and continuing deeper into the forest. For the past few days, she had been wandering near the edge of the deep mountains in Liui village, and today she decided to explore the area around Lijiao to see if she could find anything. As she walked, she tuned into her surroundings, occasionally absorbing some wood energy, and soon found a few chestnut trees. At this time, most adults were still finishing up the autumn harvest, and the ones coming to gather were mostly children. They only dared to wander around the edges and didn't go too deep inside. So, there were still quite a few chestnuts hanging on the trees, clearly untouched. Su Mo quickly used her abilities to clear the wild grass under the trees, pulling out the dry weeds and picking up the chestnuts that had already fallen, managing to collect almost half a basket. Then, she used her powers to ripen the chestnuts and found a stick to knock down the ripe ones from the trees. From a few small trees, she gathered 2 full baskets of chestnuts, all without shells. Su Mo kept about 4 to 5 pounds of chestnuts in her basket and stored the rest in her space. Her space was already small, and she had not left much room. After selling 4 baskets of fruit, it was quickly filling up again. She planned to clear some space after giving blankets to her parents tomorrow. As she walked, she selectively collected items. For example, she picked only the good-looking hazelnuts and left the others. She already had plenty of pine nuts and didn't particularly like them, so she didn't collect more. She gathered all the chestnuts and walnuts she found, but these mountain goods were relatively scarce, so her collection wasn't large. In total, she had about 4 baskets of chestnuts in her space and 1 basket at home. There were around 3 baskets of walnuts, with 2 at home. She had about 3 baskets of hazelnuts in her space, and more than half a basket of dried ones at home. She had 1 basket of pine nuts at home, and about 2 baskets in her space. Her harvest was quite abundant. However, she only caught 2 wild chickens. It wasn't that she didn't encounter animals. They were just very clever and ran away at the slightest sound. Since her main goal was to find wild ginseng, she didn't chase after them.
Well,
Even if she did chase, she probably wouldn't catch up. As for wild boars, she didn't have the luck of those main characters and didn't even see a shadow of one. The day she encountered the wild rabbit was probably her best moment. Suemo didn't plan to go back for lunch today, so she kept searching. Around noon, as she passed a grassy slope, she felt a powerful energy she had never experienced before, strong and majestic. Suemo was taken aback and quickly took her stick, carefully clearing the wild grass. In the heart of the grass, she discovered 2 clusters of small red fruits. Suemo was so excited that tears filled her eyes. Oh my! She still had a bit of luck on her side. She had found wild ginseng so quickly. She just said something wrong. This is her shining moment. Suemo carefully used her abilities to dry up the surrounding weeds and then pulled them out. After clearing the area, she discovered 3 wild ginseng plants, 2 with 4 leaves and 1 with 5 leaves. The one with fruit is the 5-leaf variety. Suemo first carefully picked the red fruits and stored them in a bag. This is the key to her future wealth. Since she didn't have special tools for digging wild ginseng, Suemo took a dagger and crawled on the ground, carefully digging to avoid breaking any roots. It took her 3 to 4 hours to dig out the 3 wild ginseng plants. Suemo wasn't very good at telling the age of these wild ginseng plants. The 2 with 4 leaves looked smaller and had less energy. The 5-leaf plant had strong energy and seemed older, with many small bumps and several long roots. Suemo guessed that while it might not be 100 years old, it was definitely around 50 or 60 years. She carefully stored the wild ginseng and planned to go back and find some jars to plant them in, using her abilities to help them grow faster. Seeing that it was almost 4 o'clock, Suemo hurriedly packed up, shouldered her bag, and headed down the mountain. On the way, she picked up a large branch and tied it with a rope to drag it home. Liui forgot to give Suemo the money for oil yesterday. She came by in the morning, but Suemo wasn't home. She returned at noon, and still, Suemo was not there. Now that work was over, she was worried something might have happened to Suemo on the mountain. As Liui considered whether to go back and ask her husband to find some people to search the mountain, she turned and saw Suemo coming from a distance, carrying a bag and dragging a large branch behind her.
Liui.
She really misjudged her. She thought the 3rd family's daughter was someone who couldn't manage on her own, but here she was, gathering food and even bringing back firewood. Liui quickly walked over and took the branch Suemo was dragging. Where did you go to gather food? You've been gone all day. I just wandered around the mountain, walked too far, and brought back some food. I didn't come back for lunch, Suemo replied. Fortunately, when she was almost back, she filled her bag with chestnuts and walnuts. Otherwise, it would have been hard to explain being out all day without anything. Liui peeked inside. Wow, how did you gather so much? This bag of chestnuts and walnuts weighed at least 30 or 40 pounds. The 3rd family's daughter was quite strong to carry all that back from so far up the mountain. Carrying such a heavy load, don't drag firewood next time. Didn't Lao San say that guoping would help you with the firewood? You shouldn't trouble yourself with it. It's fine, I saw it on the way and thought it would be a waste, so I brought it back. After getting home, Liui helped Suemo put the large piece of firewood into the woodshed before coming out and handing Suemo 50 cents. This is for the kerosene. I forgot to give it to you yesterday. Suemo quickly waved her hand. Mom, you don't need to. It's just a few cents. Why are you counting it? Liui pressed the money into Sumo's hand. A few cents is still money. Since we've split the household, we need to be clear about things. It's fine for daily meals, but you should still pay for the things you buy. How much can you and Lausen cover? After saying that, Liui tried to leave, but Sumo called her back. All right, I'll take the money. I collected a lot of chestnuts and walnuts today. You should take some home to eat. Seeing that there were indeed plenty, and since she was busy with work and hadn't harvested in the fall, Liui didn't hesitate. She took a bamboo basket from Sumo's house and filled it halfway before leaving. Once inside, Sumo first went to the west room and stored the chestnuts, walnuts, and pine nuts that had dried for the past few days in a corner of the room. Then she emptied the chestnuts and walnuts from her backpack onto the floor to let them dry out slowly. When she goes to the supply and marketing cooperative, she plans to buy a few burlap sacks and have a wooden rack made at the carpenter shop in the commune to store everything, so she can enjoy them gradually. After organizing that, Sumo went to the storage room and found 3 medium-sized jars for pickled vegetables. She dug up 3 jars of soil from the vegetable garden and, taking advantage of the daylight, planted the 3 ginseng plants into the jars. She also used some of her special abilities to help them take root better. Then she moved them to the back window of her bedroom so that they could get some sunlight during the day when the window was open. Once all this was done, Sumo boiled water for a bath. By the time she finished washing her clothes and had dinner, it was already past 8 in the evening. Sumo had gone out early that morning and walked around the mountain, feeling a bit tired. Since she needed to get up early again the next day, she decided to go to bed. The next day, Sumo woke up around 4 o'clock, went to the west room to fill a grass basket with the dried chestnuts and walnuts, estimating it to be about 5 or 6 pounds, and stored them in her space. After quickly washing up, she grabbed her backpack and set off. Fortunately, Liu Changjing's house was built at the edge of the village, in a relatively secluded spot, close to the mountain path. Since no one kept dogs in those days, it made things easier for Sumo. About 10 minutes away from the agreed meeting place, Sumo took out the bedding and Mo Yurong's winter coat from her space and packed them into her backpack. However, the backpack could only fit the quilt and the coat, so she had to carry the mattress in her arms. Then she took out a grass basket filled with chestnuts and walnuts, grabbed a new gray towel, cut off the tag, wrapped 3 or 4 buns in it, and stuffed them into the mattress. Finally, she put on the backpack, carried the grass basket, and held the mattress as she headed to the meeting spot. When Sumo arrived, her parents, Su Tingqian and his wife, had been waiting for a while. Seeing their daughter come with a large load, they were both startled and quickly rushed over to help her. They were worried about how tired she must be carrying so much up the mountain. "Mom and Dad, did you wait long?"
Not long, we just got here, Su Tingqian replied.
Looking at the large pile of items, both parents felt a bit anxious. Yesterday, when their daughter mentioned preparing bedding and coats for them, they thought it would just be a thin quilt, but seeing the amount, it was a rare thick quilt. In these times, getting a quilt was quite difficult. Where did their daughter get this from? And she even sewed the quilt cover. Could it be? Mo, you didn't bring the bedding your in-laws gave you for your wedding, did you? Mo Yurong asked. No, don't worry, I prepared this myself, Sumo replied. Sumo pulled out the buns wrapped in the towel, took one for herself, and handed the rest to Mo Yurong, planning to eat while explaining everything. She hadn't had time to clarify many things yesterday.
Mom and Dad, let's eat while we talk.
So, the 3 of them ate buns while Sumo explained everything, from the 400 yuan bride price given by Liu Changjing to how much dowry she prepared, and how she was managing on her own. Once they understood the situation, her parents finally relaxed. But Mo, you brought a quilt over. It's fine for now since you live alone, but if a guest comes, it will be obvious. Mo Yurong still looked worried. They hadn't had time to prepare winter supplies when they were sent down, and they were hoping that Gung Chongqing would send someone to help them, but they didn't expect their daughter to have already taken care of it. Don't worry, I can get another quilt later and say that a relative thought it was nice and wanted one, Sumo said confidently. She thought that would work. If not, she could ask Gung Chongqing for help. As the secretary, he would surely be able to assist. The whole family came here, which means that Gung Chongqing helped them. This shows that he won't ignore their situation. Is this okay? Su Tiqian didn't know much about the collective economy of the commune. Yes, we have a young person in our area who did the same thing. Su Mo told a little white lie to reassure Su Tingqian. She planned to ask Ma Xiaojun about the situation when she got back. Only then did Su Tingqian feel relieved. Su Mo took out a cotton coat she made for Mo Yurong and said, "Mom, look at the cotton coat I made for you. What do you think?" Mo Yurong took the coat and almost cried. Even though it was made of rough, dark brown fabric and looked quite plain, it was perfect for their needs at that moment. It felt thick and warm, truly practical and understated. Her daughter had really grown up and considered everything well. Good. Mom really likes it. Thank you, Mo. Mo Yurong said, choked up. Su Tingqian was also moved. Their daughter was much better than they had imagined. Dad, I made one for you too, but I didn't know your size before. I'll measure you today and bring it to you in a couple of days, Su Mo said, taking out a measuring tape to measure Su Tingqian. Okay. Su Tingqian quickly stood still for Su Mo to measure him and added, Dad isn't in a hurry to wear it, so don't tire yourself out.
Take your time.
I have a sewing machine, so it won't take much effort. It will be quick, Su Mo replied. Su Tiqian felt indifferent about this son-in-law. However, from Mo's words, it was clear that he cared about her. In the countryside, building a new house, giving 400 yuan as a betrothal gift, buying a bicycle, a sewing machine, and hosting over 20 tables for the wedding was quite impressive. From what Mo said, he even contributed savings, showing that he valued her. As long as he treats her well, that is enough. Su Mo noted down the measurements and said, Mom and Dad, you should take the bedding back to avoid being seen by anyone coming up the mountain. Take this gray towel back with you. It's not too noticeable. And this is a bag of chestnuts and walnuts I picked up in the mountains. You can take them back to eat. By the way, can we trust that middle-aged couple? If they are trustworthy, I can deliver directly to the barn next time. Meeting outside isn't very safe. She was mainly worried that Su Tingqian and his wife might run into villagers on their way back. She was different. She had space and special abilities, making her senses much sharper than ordinary people. If someone was coming, she could notice quickly. Grandpa Zhang said it's trustworthy, so that couple is good.
Su Tingqian said.
All right, then I'll directly send things to the barn next time. I'll throw some small stones at the door first and make a few bird calls. If everything is fine, you can come and open the door for me. If there's a problem, don't come out. I'll wait for 10 minutes, and if you don't come out, I'll leave. The next day, we'll still meet here at 6.
Shumë instructive.
Okay. The couple nodded. Although they didn't want their daughter to go to the barn, she was right that it wasn't safe outside, and since she had thought everything through, they agreed. Su Mo helped the couple pack their things into their baskets, trying to press them down so they wouldn't stick out too much. Go back now, Mom and Dad. I'll bring you some food next time, Su Mo said, and as for what else they needed, she planned to check the barn first before gradually getting more supplies for them. And about Grandpa Zhang, she would see if he had any warm clothes. If not, she would get him some too. After waving goodbye to Su Mo, the couple carefully made their way back, cautious of running into anyone. Qian, Mo has really grown up. Mo Yulong sighed on the way. She had worried that such a big change would overwhelm her daughter. Although her daughter didn't live in luxury, she had always been raised with care and had never experienced hardship, let alone farm work. Unexpectedly, her daughter not only adapted well but also had the energy to take care of them in return. Grandpa was right. The Su family had no weaklings. Although their daughter hadn't shown it before, when faced with a big challenge, she was tougher than most. Su Tingqian sighed as well. Yes. I have burdened you both. How could someone grow up overnight? It was all due to their circumstances. Qian, don't say that. We are family. We should share both joy and hardship. Mo Yulong comforted him, knowing how much pressure her husband had been under lately. Fortunately, they encountered no one on the way back to the barn. Zhang Zhan had been waiting by the door. When the couple returned, he let them in and quickly closed the door behind them.
Did you see them? Zhang Zhen asked. Yes.
Su Tingqian nodded, carrying the basket back to their sleeping area. They brought us warm blankets and a basket of chestnuts and walnuts. The barn housed not only cows and donkeys but also 3 adobe rooms, perfectly accommodating the 2 couples and Zhang Zhen with a secretary, each in their own room. The kitchen is another thatched hut with a simple stove. There isn't even an iron pot, so they can only use a large earthenware jar to cook rice. Zhang Zhen looked at the big cotton quilt they took out of the basket, surprised. This child is like her grandfather. Usually quiet, but when it matters, she can really do great things, Zhang Zhen said. Su Tingqian stuffed the quilt into a broken water jar used for storage and covered it with something, saying, Uncle Zhang, use this quilt when it gets cold. Uncle Zhang has always been good to their family. When it snows, the younger ones can manage, but Uncle Zhang, being older, cannot endure it. Zhang Zhen smiled and waved his hand. We'll see when the time comes. If that little girl truly inherited her grandfather's character, she would surely bring him a warm quilt when she saw he didn't have one, so there would be no need for Tingqian's help. Su Imo wandered around the mountain again, picking some hazel mushrooms and digging up wild vegetables. The number of people she encountered was noticeably larger than a few days ago, mostly older women or young wives. It seemed that the autumn harvest in the various teams had finished, and the adults were starting to gather the autumn bounty from the mountains. With more people on the mountain, many things became inconvenient. Plus, since they had gathered quite a bit, Su Imo decided not to wander around anymore. She had many other things to do, and it was a good time to focus on those while everyone else was busy in the mountains. Around noon, Su Imo headed down the mountain with half a basket of wild grass and hazel mushrooms. Back home, she took out the rice she had cooked a few days ago from her storage, estimating there was just enough for one meal. She finished it all and planned to cook new rice for dinner. After eating, Su Imo went to the well to fetch water, washing the newly picked hazel mushrooms and wild grass to dry. While she was busy, she suddenly heard someone calling her from outside the yard. Su Imo, are you home? Peeking out, she saw it was Ma Xiaojun and Chen Lan. She thought it was a nice coincidence since she was just about to look for Ma Xiaojun, and here they were. Su Imo quickly stood up. Yes, Xiaojun, Chen Lan. The gate is open. You can come in. Ma Xiaojun was very happy to see Su Imo at home and hurriedly pushed the gate open. Upon seeing the lush vegetable garden, she was a bit surprised. Su Imo, did you plant these vegetables? They look great. Yes, Su Imo replied with a smile. I guess I'm good at growing vegetables. As she spoke, she placed the cleaned hazel mushrooms into a bamboo sieve. Come on, let's sit inside, Su Imo said, welcoming the two into the main room after putting down the mushrooms. This is the first time for both of them. After entering, Chen Lan's eyes were filled with amazement and envy, while Ma Xiaowan was more straightforward. Su Imo, your house is great. Compared to this, the youth station looks so shabby. I used to think our team's youth station was nice. Su Imo smiled and joked, yeah, thanks to my husband, I can live in such a nice house. Ma Xiaowan laughed. It's true that getting married makes a difference. You seem much more cheerful now. Su Imo used to be quiet. Su Imo invited them to sit in the living room, took out 2 clean cups, and poured them each a glass of water. Was that hazelnut mushroom you washed earlier? Ma Xiaowan asked. Yes, I picked it this morning on the mountain. Where did you find it? We went to the mountain this morning too, but only picked up some pine nuts and dug up a few wild vegetables. We didn't see much else.
I found it a bit deeper in the mountain.
I've been wandering around there for several days, Su Imo replied. No wonder we haven't seen you working lately. You went up the mountain to gather food. You're clever, Ma Xiaowan said. She had been helping with corn husking for 6 work points a day, and her hands were almost sore. But they had to work. It was easy work, and many people in the team wanted to do it. The team leader arranged it for the new youth since they didn't have many work points. The other young people in the team were sent to harvest wheat, which was tough work. They came back covered in dust. Ma Jianmin and Zhao Guoping went to harvest wheat and returned looking very dirty. Did you find much? Ma Xiaowan asked curiously. Just chestnuts, walnuts, and pine nuts, and I picked some hazelnuts and wild vegetables too, Su Imo said. Is that a lot? Not bad. You can take some back to the youth station to eat later. No, 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 Ma Xiaowan waved her hands. I was just asking, not asking for any. I know, Su Mo smiled. Anyway, you haven't picked these things from the mountain, so I'll share some with you. Ma Xiaowan felt a bit shy. By the way, Xiaowan, you mentioned making quilts. Did you finish them? Su Mo changed the subject. Ma Xiaojuan's eyes lit up. I did. How many did you make? Ma Xiaowan held up 3 fingers. 3. Did Director Qi say anything? He asked, and I told him that I heard there was this benefit at home and wanted to see if I could make some to send back. Director Qi didn't say much and just gave me a list to pay. Ma Xiaowan said this with a smile. She called home, and her brother and sister were very happy to hear that she could send cotton back. Finally, they wouldn't have to use the quilt made from the cotton her mother made. The cotton could also be used to make a new cotton jacket. Are you thinking of sending one back too? Ma Xiaowan asked. Yes, a few days ago, I called my relatives and asked if I could send a quilt back. I've been busy with the autumn harvest, so I was planning to ask this afternoon. Why not ask the commune secretary? Oh right, you didn't mention that your uncle is the commune secretary. Yeah, I haven't heard you mention it. Chun Lon finally seized the opportunity to chime in. She needed to stay on good terms with Su Mo, since her husband was an officer, her father-in-law was the village secretary, and her uncle was the commune secretary. If she got along well with Su Mo, her life in the village would be much easier. She regretted not sending a wedding gift together with Ma Xiaowan when she had the chance. I only found out on the day of the banquet. My family never told me he was the secretary here. Leaders have to be careful about their image, so I can't even make a quilt for my relatives, fearing people would say I'm being biased. That's true. Officials are always careful about their reputation, Ma Xiaowan replied. Her uncle was the same. When the street office encouraged people to go to the countryside, he immediately sent her cousins, which almost caused her aunt to divorce him. Seeing that Ma Xiaowan hadn't mentioned anything important, Su Mo asked, Xiaowan, did you come to see me for something specific? Hee. Ma Xiaowan laughed shyly. Well, my family sent me some money, and I want to buy a bicycle in the county. I was hoping you could accompany me. The Hongqi commune is closer to the county than others, but they still haven't received a bus service to the county. To get there, one has to walk, ride a bike, or take a donkey or ox cart. But now that the autumn harvest is over, the village's donkeys and oxen are exhausted, and there are none available for the trip. It takes about an hour to ride a bike from Lujia village to the county, and at least 3 hours to walk. Ma Xiaowan didn't want to walk, and since she knew Su Mo had a bike, she came to ask. Sure, I'll go with you tomorrow, Su Mo replied happily. She also needed to buy some things in the county. Good sister, Ma Xiaowan clapped her hands and smiled. Tomorrow, I'll treat you to a nice meal at the state-run restaurant. All right, I'll save some space in my stomach for a nice meal tomorrow, Su Mo said with a smile. After chatting for a while longer, Ma Xiaojun and her friend prepared to leave, as they wanted to go back up the mountain in the afternoon to see if there were any other wild goods to collect. Su Mo took a grass basket and filled it with a little less than half a basket of chestnut and walnut shells for Ma Xiaojun to take home, which was only about 2 or 3 pounds. After the two left, Su Mo finished washing the remaining wild vegetables, rested for a bit, and then rode her bicycle out. Su Mo rode her bike directly to the commune's collective workshop. Compared to her first visit, the workshop was now quite lively. Especially in the oil mill, the aroma of beans filled the air, indicating that some production teams had already started pressing oil. In those days, rural areas were different from cities, as they had a monthly quota of oil tickets. Rural households relied on their production teams to grow peanuts, sesame, rapeseed, and other crops to press their own oil, which was then distributed to members each year. When Director Qi saw Su Mo, he greeted her with a big smile. Su, are you here for something again? He had heard that Su Mo was the niece of Secretary Geng. I wanted to ask if I could make some bedding. I have relatives who need it, Su Mo said, pretending to be shy. Of course, we can do that. It's all about serving the people. If our members need something, we must help them, Director Qi replied with a smile. Their commune was not a major cotton-growing area and had no assigned tasks. Instead of selling the cotton at a low price to collection stations, it was better to utilize it to generate income for the commune. As long as it wasn't for speculation, helping relatives was perfectly fine. This year, the cotton harvest was good, and there was plenty of it. Thank you, Director Chi. I would like to order another quilt, just like the one I made before. The quilt is 7 pounds, and the mattress is 3 pounds. Su Mo had 2 reasons for ordering another set of bedding. First, if Grandpa Zhang needed it, she could give it to him directly. If not, she could keep it at home. Although it was currently covered with a quilt cover, if someone discovered it while washing, it could reveal her secret. Director Chi smiled and quickly wrote up the order. The cost for the cotton and labor is a total of 14 yuan. After Su Mo paid, she added, I also want to order a large wooden frame for storing grain and a few flat wooden basins. Flat wooden basins? Are those the ones for kids to take baths? Director Chi didn't quite understand what she meant. No, they're square and about 20 centimeters deep. They don't need to be very fine, just sturdy enough to hold soil. Su Mo borrowed Director Chi's pen and quickly sketched something for him. Director Chi understood the drawing, but was confused about its purpose. Su Jiqing, what do you plan to do with this? In winter, we can use it indoors to grow vegetables. Otherwise, we won't have any vegetables to eat, Su Mo explained. At that time, the concept of greenhouse vegetables didn't exist, and she wasn't sure if he would understand. After hearing this, Director Chi had a realization. Yes, it's very cold in northeast China. If we make some wooden tubs to keep indoors, we could grow vegetables. This way, we wouldn't have to eat only cabbage and potatoes every meal in winter. Wow, Su Jiqing, that's a great idea. It deserves to be promoted. I will order a few for myself and ask my wife to start planting, Director Chi said happily. Su Mo replied, Director Chi, this is just my idea. It might not work. We need to try it first. She felt confident because of her special ability, but she couldn't guarantee he would succeed. Don't worry. The chairman said we should try everything, Director Chi said. Come on, let's go to the carpenter's shop and ask the workers how much wood and labor we need, then calculate the costs. Director Chi took Su Mo to the carpenter's shop, where only 2 or 3 carpenters were working and the others were missing. Old Li, where is everyone? Director Chi asked, looking displeased. It seemed like they were slacking off. Oh, Director Chi, they all went to the restroom. The cafeteria used too much oil in the meals lately, and those guys couldn't handle it, Old Li replied. Director Chi was speechless. People who rarely eat oily food would indeed have trouble if they suddenly had too much. When making oil, there are always some leftovers, and he didn't want to waste them, so he asked Old Song to use them in cooking. Who knew he would add so much? The food smelled good, but it was too much for the stomach. After Old Li spoke, he suddenly groaned and ran outside, holding his stomach, mumbling, using so much oil makes the food smell good, but it's hard on the stomach. Director Chi awkwardly smiled at Su Mo. This group is used to rough living and can't handle a little richness. You'll have to wait a bit. Su Mo smiled back. It's no problem. She suddenly felt a bit sad. Life for people these days isn't much easier than in the apocalypse, but at least they have hope. Before long, a middle-aged man returned, likely the head of the carpenter's shop. Director Chi quickly waved him over. Dashing, come here. Director Chi quickly shared Su Mo's needs with him. The man named Dashing calculated and said it can be done in 2 days. He also mentioned the amount of wood needed to Director Chi. The wooden frame needed to be a bit detailed, but the wooden boxes didn't require much precision and wouldn't cost much in labor. Back in the office, Director Chi asked Su Mo how many she wanted. After considering the space, she requested 4. Director Chi wrote up the order. 1 large wooden frame, for wooden boxes, wood and labor, a total of 7 yuan. The large wooden frame Su Mo ordered was 3 layers, measuring 1.5 meters long and about 1 meter wide, which made it a bit more expensive. After leaving the collective workshop, Su Mo noticed there weren't as many people in the supply and marketing cooperative as before, so she decided to go in. Lu Xiaolan was very happy to see Su Mo. Sister-in-law, you're here. What do you want to buy? I want to buy some burlap sacks for storing grains and mountain goods, Su Mo replied. Okay, Lu Xiaolan said, quickly going to the grocery counter to get the sacks. She spread them out a bit on the counter and asked, which kind you want? Then she explained the prices. The burlap sacks varied in size, priced from 0.8 to 0.3 yuan. The 0.3 yuan ones were very large, likely needing 2 strong men to lift when full. Since Su Mo was small, she chose the 0.1 yuan ones. I'll take 10 of the 0.1 yuan ones, Su Mo said. She also requested 2 bars of soap, 2 rolls of toilet paper, 1 tube of toothpaste, and a pack of matches. These items were consumables, so she wanted to stock up while she could. The soap was 0.38 yuan each, the toilet paper was 0.23 yuan per roll, the toothpaste was 0.36 yuan, and the matches were 0.2 yuan per pack. The total for these items came to 1.78 yuan. Su Mo paid and put her items into one of the burlap sacks, preparing to leave when Lu Xiaolan called her back. Sister-in-law, wait a moment. Can you take something back for me? Lu Xiaolan said, rushing to the back and soon returning with a bag. I bought 2 bags of milk powder and 2 cans of peaches for our grandfather. Can you take them back for me? I was planning to go home tonight, but the director just said there's a meeting. When they divided the family assets, Uncle Lu Ming had given them 100 yuan, and they felt quite guilty about it. Yang Jingming had managed to get 2 milk powder coupons a few days ago, so they hurried to buy milk powder for the elderly. As a result, she had to work overtime these past 2 days, and Yang Jingming was also very busy. Just then, Su Mo came to buy something, so she asked her to take it back. Sure, I'll help you take it back, Su Mo said with a smile as she accepted the items. When Su Mo returned to the village, she first went to the Liu family. She didn't see anyone outside, so she called out a few times before hearing a voice from Uncle Lu's room. Su Mo, there's no one else at home, just me. What's the matter? I just came back from the commune and Xiaolon asked me to bring something back for you, Su Mo replied. That child is thoughtful. Please bring it in for me, Uncle Lu said, coughing a few times afterward. Okay, Su Mo responded, then took out a net bag filled with 5 or 6 white pears from the sack. The weather was dry, and since Uncle Lu was coughing, the pears would be good for soothing his throat. Su Mo carried the items into Uncle Lu's room. The room was very clean, unlike what one might expect from an elderly person's home. Uncle Lu was sitting on the bed, wrapped in a blanket. Grandpa, Xiaolon asked me to bring you 2 bags of milk powder and 2 cans of peach preserves. I bought these pears. They look fresh and will help soothe your throat, Su Mo said, placing the items on the desk beside the bed. Seeing that Uncle Lu was still coughing, she quickly handed him a cup of water. After drinking some water, Uncle Lu's coughing eased a bit. That's very kind of you. You are all good kids. I'm getting old, so don't spend money on me unnecessarily, he said, sensing that his time was limited. Grandpa, don't say that, Su Mo replied, feeling a bit sad inside. She could sense that the elder's vitality was weaker than before. Unfortunately, her special ability couldn't heal him. She felt helpless. Watching a respected elder approach the end of life was disheartening for her. Suddenly, she thought of the wild ginseng that had been growing for decades and wondered if it could help him. Su Mo decided that when she returned home, she would channel more of her energy into the ginseng to enhance its vitality. Then she would consult a doctor. If there were no issues, she would give the ginseng to Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu smiled gently. Aging and illness are part of life. There's no need to be sad. Your mother told me you're doing well, keeping the house in order, growing vegetables nicely, and gathering many wild goods. Su Mo, Longzheng is lucky to have you. Su Mo quickly replied, marrying Longzheng is also my good fortune. When someone praises you, it's only right to return the compliment. You two should live a good life together. Lu Chongjing is a caring person. Once he decides on someone, he gives his all. I can see that he is truly sincere about you. Su Mo smiled shyly and replied, yes. We will be good together. Even though they had only spent a few days together, Lu Chongjing had treated her very well. She was the kind of person who reciprocated kindness. If someone treated her well, she would do even better for them. Since Liu Changzheng was good to her, she was also willing to help care for his 3 elderly family members. Liu Boming nodded. Among his 3 grandsons, he liked the youngest the most, and among his 3 granddaughters-in-law, he also favored the youngest one's family. Go ahead and take care of your things. You don't need to stay with this old man. Liu Boming waved his hand, then began to cough again. How about I help you lie down? It might feel better, Su Mo suggested. Liu Boming waved his hand again. No need, I'll sit for a while. Lying down all day is uncomfortable. You go ahead and do what you need to. Su Mo poured some hot water into Liu Boming's enamel cup before leaving. After returning home, Su Mo stored the items she bought from the supply store, then packed the dried walnuts and chestnuts into burlap sacks. She filled 1 sack with chestnuts, 2 with walnuts, and 1 with pine nuts, while the hazelnuts and wild vegetables each filled more than half a sack. Once everything was packed, it looked like a good amount, giving her a sense of harvest. Once the items drying on the ground were ready, she could fill another sack. When the shelves arrived, she would store everything away. After finishing that, Su Mo went to the vegetable garden and used her abilities to help the plants grow lush, but not excessively so. Then, she gave energy to 3 wild ginseng plants, especially focusing on the oldest one, until her energy was used up. Once done, Su Mo took out the new coarse cloth she had bought and began cutting it according to the measurements she took for Su Tingqian in the morning. She also took out the leftover floral cotton fabric to cut for the lining. After cutting, she used the sewing machine to stitch the coarse cloth and the floral fabric together. By the time she finished, it was getting late. Su Mo put the fabric pieces away, planning to cook first and then stuff the cotton later. Just as she was about to start cooking, she heard a voice from outside the yard. Sister-in-law, are you home? When Su Mo went out, she saw a young woman with a noticeable belly, holding a fish, standing at the gate. When the young woman saw Su Mo, she smiled and said, Sister-in-law, I'm Long Xiumei, Liu Guoping's wife. He caught some fish today and asked me to bring one for you to try. After speaking, she lifted the fish tied with a straw rope. Oh, I can't accept this. Su Mo quickly opened the courtyard door to let Long Xiumei in. Since they kindly brought it, Su Mo naturally wouldn't refuse. Long Xiumei handed the fish to Su Mo, smiling. Zhongqing often takes care of Guoping, and we don't have much to offer. This fish was just caught, it's fresh. Sister-in-law, you can cook it tonight. Okay, Su Mo replied, smiling. Thank you both. I'll have meat to eat tonight. Come in and sit for a bit. No, sister-in-law, I need to go back and cook. Long Xiumei waved her hand and started to leave. Seeing her pregnant belly, Su Mo guessed she hadn't gone to gather crops, so she said, Xiumei, wait for me a moment. She quickly ran back inside, grabbed a basket, and filled it with chestnuts and walnuts, bringing it out to Long Xiumei. I don't have much, but I pick some mountain goods these days. Take this back to try. Long Xiumei repeatedly shook her head. Sister-in-law, I can't accept this. You should keep it for yourself. She even took a few steps back, making Su Mo hurry to support her. Be careful with your belly. It looks quite big. How many months along are you? 7 months, Long Xiumei replied, her face glowing with maternal pride. Su Mo insisted, there's nothing wrong with it. I can eat your fish, so why can't you have this little bit of mountain goods? Or, do you dislike it? Hearing this, Long Xiumei finally picked up the basket. How could I dislike it? These chestnuts and walnuts are great. These items are quite sought after, and everyone keeps an eye on them. Not many are collected each year. That's good to hear. Take it home and enjoy, Su Mo said with a smile. Long Xiumei was happy, and after saying goodbye to Su Mo, she left cheerfully with the basket. Before coming, she was worried that Su Mo, being from a big city with a good background, might look down on them as country folks. She didn't expect her to be so easy to get along with. Guoping was right. Zhang Cheng's choice was a good one. After Long Xiumei left, Su Mo sighed. Now, she only had 3 baskets left, and she had given them all away. It seemed she needed to find someone to weave a few more baskets or learn to make them herself in the future. These baskets were made from wheat straw, sturdy and durable. Su Imo lifted the fish Long Shumei brought, estimating it to be about 2 pounds, and quickly took it to the well. She used a knife to clean and cut it into pieces. She planned to use some green onions and ginger with soy sauce to braise the fish, while the head and tail would be used for fish soup. Su Imo first lit the small stove, took out her pot, and added oil to fry the fish head and tail until they were golden brown. Then she added ginger and a few drops of cooking wine to enhance the aroma, followed by cold water. She brought it to a boil over high heat and let it simmer slowly. Thinking about Liu Boming's health, Su Imo went inside the house, planning to dig up 2 ginseng roots to add. Unsure of the right amount, she hesitated to use the older root and instead took one from the 4th-grade leaves, digging up 2 small roots. After washing them, she tossed them into the fish soup to cook. Next, she started another pot to prepare braised fish. Once the fish soup turned a milky white, Su Imo added some cilantro to reduce the fishy smell. After it boiled, she served herself a bowl and put the rest into a clay jar to take to Liu Boming later. When the braised fish was ready, Su Imo filled a basin, strapped on her backpack, grabbed a flashlight, and headed to the Liu family. When she arrived, the 3 elders were preparing to eat dinner. Seeing only a plate of stir-fried vegetables and a bowl of porridge on the table, Su Imo quickly set down her backpack. Guoping's wife brought me a fish in the evening, so I made some fish soup and braised fish for you to try, she said. You can eat the fish yourself. Why give it all to us? Liui's fondness for Su Imo grew every day. I have plenty left. The fish is big, and I can't finish it alone, Su Imo replied with a smile, taking out the clay jar and basin from her backpack and placing them on the table. Grandpa should drink more of this fish soup. It's good for your health, Su Imo instructed before picking up her backpack and leaving. Liu Boming's cough was due to weakness, not the kind of cold cough from the future, so eating fish was fine for him. Watching Su Imo leave energetically, Liu Boming said to the others, Xiao Imo is a good person. With the long march away, you two should treat her well. They both nodded quickly. There was no doubt about Su Mo's cooking skills. The 3 of them finished everything. Liu Qing'an drank 4 bowls of the fish soup, and even Liu Boming, who usually had little appetite, managed to drink 2 bowls. That night, Liu Boming felt lighter all over and slept more soundly than before. However, Liu Qing'an felt a bit restless, tossing and turning in bed. Looking at his wife beside him, he reached out his hand. But Liui swatted it away, saying, What are you trying to do? At your age, you should know better. Liu Qing'an awkwardly replied, I don't know why, but I just feel unusually restless.
Liui.
Wild mountain ginseng is great for boosting energy. Even though they were just small roots, their effects were still significant. The fish soup was fine for Liu Boming, who was weak, and for Su Imo and Liui, as they were women. However, Liu Qing'an, although in his 50s, was still strong and drank a lot, which made him a bit restless. In the evening, after Su Mo finished dinner and washed up, she closed the doors and windows and continued working on Su Tingqian's cotton coat. While Liu Hohot was getting ready for bed, she whispered to Liu Weigua, You know, the family of the 3rd son keeps bringing food over, making us seem ungrateful. Your parents really don't see it, do they? It's one thing for the 2 girls, but they don't even invite the 3 grandsons over for a meal. They drank all that big jar of soup themselves. Liu Weigua replied impatiently, It's fine that we don't have good food to share with your parents, but do you really expect to take what the 3rd family offers? I'm not trying to eat it. It's just that the kids are craving it, Liu Hohot said. The food from the 3rd family did smell good. At first, separating households felt great, but now everything depended on them, and they had to worry every day about what to eat. All the vegetables at home were used up when the 3rd son got married, and the new ones they planted were still sparse. They might have to buy cabbage for the winter. Now, she had to go back to her parents' house every day to get vegetables. She thought about getting some meat, but since the 3rd family often brought food over, it felt awkward to ask for some. If they gave it, they wouldn't have much left for themselves, which was frustrating. After working all night, Su Mo finally finished the cotton coat for Su Tingqian. After checking it several times to ensure there were no issues, she put the coat away, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. The next day, Liui came early to drop off a jar, a basin, and the bamboo basket used for chestnuts. She noticed that the vegetables from the third family had grown even better in just 2 days, while her own were still sparse. Although growing vegetables in this season was challenging, it shouldn't be that far behind. It must be a problem with the planting method. It seemed that not only other things needed improvement, but even the way of growing vegetables needed a revolution. At that moment, Suemo was in the cat's restroom. When she heard Liui calling her, she responded and told her to go inside. After Liui put down her things and was about to leave, she caught a glimpse of the filled burlap sacks in the west room. Peeking in, she was secretly surprised. It seemed that the third family had a good harvest from the mountains these past few days. She had also gone to the mountains to collect crops yesterday, but with so many people, there was little meat to be found, and she didn't pick up much. When they were husking corn earlier, the other sisters had asked why she didn't bring the new daughter-in-law along to help, suggesting she let her wander around the mountains. Now it seems that the third family is the smartest. With just a little work on the corn, it's not enough to trade for so many mountain goods. Being a step ahead means that the rewards are something those who come later can't catch up to. No wonder people say, fish find fish, shrimp find shrimp, and turtles find turtles. Her eldest son is clever, and he found a smart wife. The second son is a bit foolish, which is why he ended up with that troublesome Liu Ho-hot. Liui left happily, seeing the fresh vegetables in the garden and thinking about getting some wheat straw from the team later. It's likely to get colder soon, and there will be frost in the mornings. Such tender vegetables need to be covered with straw to prevent frost damage. With the daughter-in-law's vegetables growing so well, they might have to rely on her for winter vegetables. Not long after Liui left, Ma Xiaojun arrived, shouting from outside the yard. Suemo had to hurry out of the bathroom, feeling quite annoyed. She couldn't even have a moment of peace. "Why are you here so early?" Suemo asked helplessly. She had stayed up late making cotton clothes the night before and had been waking up early lately, so she slept in a bit today. Hee. Ma Xiaojun laughed awkwardly. "I've gotten used to waking up early since coming here." She was just so excited about going to the county town that she couldn't sleep. She never thought she would be this excited about going to the city one day. "Here, your grass basket." Ma Xiaojun returned the basket she borrowed yesterday. Suemo was happy to have it back. "Have you had breakfast yet?" she asked. "No, I was thinking about getting big meat buns at the state-run restaurant when we get to the county," Ma Xiaojun replied. "Better eat something first, or you won't have the energy to ride." "I still have some egg cake." Suemo had bought the egg cake during her first trip to the county with Ma Xiaojun, but she hadn't eaten much of it and had kept it stored. Suemo pretended to go inside and brought out 3 pieces of egg cake, sharing 1.5 with Ma Xiaojun. Since Ma Xiaojun looked a bit taller and stronger than Suemo, they decided she would ride the bike, while Suemo sat behind. Suemo grabbed a bamboo basket to hang on the back of the bike, and Ma Xiaojun pushed the bike out while Suemo locked the door, and they set off. When they passed the commune post office, Ma Xiaojun went in to collect a remittance. It was quite a bit, 200 yuan. All the way, Ma Xiaojun chattered excitedly. After being stuck working in the countryside for so long, getting a chance to go to the city was just too thrilling. Upon arriving at the county supply and marketing cooperative, Suemo noticed 2 trucks unloading goods next to it. One truck was unloading honeycomb coal, and the other was surprisingly unloading firewood. Suemo didn't expect that the cooperative sold firewood. She thought everyone in the city used coal. In her memories, her family used to burn coal when she was young, but after 1965, when liquefied gas became available, they switched to gas canisters. A canister of liquefied gas cost 3.2 yuan and lasted over a month for 3 people. She planned to ask Sister Liu how much the fire would cost, so when Lu Guoping helped her get it, she could pay the right amount. Suemo entered the cooperative with Ma Xiaowan. When Sister Liu saw Suemo, she immediately smiled, but since there was someone with her, she didn't say much. "Sister Liu, I brought my friend to buy a bicycle. Do you have any available?" Yes, Sister Liu replied with a smile. "You're so thoughtful," Suemo's sister Liu took them to see the bicycles, which were also 26-inch models from a northern brand, priced at 140 yuan plus a bicycle ticket. Ma Xiaowan quickly took out the money to buy one, and then she shopped for various daily necessities, buying a lot of food as well, which made Sister Liu very happy. Sumo's friend was just as generous and decisive as she was. Ma Xiaowan also bought a bamboo basket, filling it to the brim. Once Ma Xiaowan finished shopping, Suemo asked Sister Liu, how much is the firewood here? Sister Liu was surprised. Sister, do you still need to buy firewood in the production team? My husband asked someone to help me get firewood, so I wanted to check the price to pay him later, Suemo replied with a smile. The firewood here is sold already chopped, and it's a bit expensive, 30 cents for 10 jin, Sister Liu explained. Suemo was taken aback. She didn't expect firewood to be so costly. Firewood is a bit more expensive in the city since everyone uses honeycomb coal, but honeycomb coal requires a ticket, so people buy firewood when they run out. Does firewood not require a ticket? We don't need tickets here, but big cities do, Sister Liu explained with a smile. In the countryside, firewood is usually collected from the mountains, so it shouldn't be that expensive. You could pay about 1 cent per jin. Suemo understood the situation better and bought the daily necessities she had purchased yesterday at the cooperative again, spending 1.78 yuan. These were consumables that her parents also needed, so she preferred to stock up in small amounts each time she visited. I bought 10 more pounds of cornmeal to mix for Satinkian and the others. They only have rice and white flour at home, and eating too well in the cow shed isn't good. The cornmeal costs 9 cents per pound, so 10 pounds cost 90 cents. I also bought a pound of fruit candy, a pound of sponge cake, and 2 pounds of red dates. The fruit candy was 1 yuan, the sponge cake was 1.3 yuan, and the 2 pounds of red dates were 0.78 yuan, totaling 3.08 yuan. Lastly, I thought about buying a few mesh bags to carry things. Otherwise, I wouldn't have anything to give to people. Sister Liu sold a lot today and was happy, so she gave me a few bags without charging. After all, these bags are for customers from the supply and marketing cooperative and are free. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, Ma Xiaojun leaned in mysteriously and said, Suemo, let's check out the recycling station. Sumo's eyes lit up, and she asked, what for? Ma Xiaojun looked around to make sure no one was listening and whispered, to see if there's anything to find. Her dad found several small yellow fish at the recycling station, which they can't use right now, but he said gold is always valuable and will be useful someday. She only dared to say this to Suemo. She wouldn't say it to anyone else. Suemo thought, as expected. She hadn't considered the recycling station because she believed that in every era, there are clever people. If there were good things, they would have been taken long ago. She didn't think she was particularly lucky, so she didn't want to take a chance. However, since Ma Xiaojun wanted to go, she would accompany her. Who knows, they might get lucky and find something good. They asked a passerby for directions to the recycling station. Once they arrived, they gave a few candies to the old man at the gate and asked him to watch their bicycles. Inside, they searched thoroughly, but came out hungry and empty-handed. Ma Xiaojun said she was looking for books and spent 20 cents to buy a few old ones. The old man at the gate had seen many people like that and didn't even look at them. Did they really think the recycling station was a treasure trove? There aren't that many good things to find. If there were, he wouldn't let them go. He had to give a lot of gifts to get this job. Ma Xiaojun felt a bit down. Looks like I'm not lucky. Suemo smiled. Those things are hard to come by. True, Ma Xiaojun replied. Let's go. I promised to take you to the state-run restaurant for a big meal, so let's go now. The two arrived at the state-run restaurant. Ma Xiaowan was quite generous and ordered a serving of braised pork, a dish of stir-fried greens, a chicken and mushroom stew, and 2 bowls of rice. Seeing lamb soup on the menu, she ordered a bowl as well. They spent a total of 4 yuan. In northeast China, the portions are large, and the two of them ate until they could barely walk. Ma Xiaowan rubbed her full stomach and sighed. It would be great if I could eat like this every day. What kind of family do you think you have? You can't eat like this every day, Suemo laughed. You should save your money and only buy what you really need. She noticed that Ma Xiaowan was quite carefree with her spending, buying things on a whim. After reading many novels where characters started with financial support from their parents but ended up struggling, she worried about her friend. Although Ma Xiaojuan's parents seemed to care for her, it was wise to save some money for herself. Ma Xiaowan nodded. I understand. I heard our commune is doing well and developing the collective economy. I'm thinking about finding a job next year, maybe as a worker. If I have my own income, I won't have to rely on my family all the time. Ma Xiaowan understood this too. She had volunteered to go to the countryside, and her family felt guilty, so they gave her money without hesitation. But with many siblings, they might have opinions if it continued for too long.
Yeah.
Let's see if there are any job opportunities next year, Su Mo said, knowing it was good for her to have plans. The two rode their bikes around the county for a while, taking in the sights before heading back. As they passed the commune office building, Su Mo saw Geng Chongqing hurriedly walking inside. Remembering how much wedding money she received from him and how she also got some mountain goods, she decided to bring some mountain products to visit him the next day. By the time they got home, it was around 3 in the afternoon. Su Mo took her usual care of the vegetable garden, watering the plants and putting the dried hazelnuts and wild vegetables into a sack inside the house. The hazelnuts and wild vegetables only needed to be dried enough. If they were too dry, it would affect the taste. After finishing, Su Mo went back to her room, took out the yarn she had bought earlier, and prepared to start knitting a sweater for Liu Chongjing. She pulled out a stack of miscellaneous books from her space and found one called 100 Ways to Knit a Sweater. After putting the other books away, she began to study it carefully. In the end, she decided to knit a simple and elegant diamond check pattern. This design was not too flashy and looked better than plain knitting, and it was also suitable for her as a beginner. Su Mo followed the recommendations in the book and started with 280 stitches based on Liu Chongjing's build. She knitted a small section first, planning to compare it with Liu Dage, who has a similar build, later in the evening. With some time left, Su Mo took a basket and organized the items she planned to send to her parents in a couple of days. She packed 5 pounds of cornmeal, about 2 pounds of white flour, and around 2 pounds of rice. The rice and flour were from Liu Chongjing's previous stock, which was much better than what she had now. Since the situation with the cattle shed was uncertain, she decided to use the local supplies for now. Next, she packed a bar of soap, a roll of paper towels, a tube of toothpaste, a pack of matches, and 2 toothbrushes. She also filled a small bottle with about 1 pound of oil and packed half a pound of salt. She decided not to take soy sauce for cooking yet, planning to assess the situation later. After organizing everything in the basket, she placed Su Tingqian's cotton jacket on top and covered it with a piece of coarse cloth before putting the basket away. She planned to take it out again when she was close to the cattle shed. Once she finished, Su Mo noticed it was getting late and guessed that Liu Xingjuan should be home by now. She grabbed some candy and took the small knitted sample she had just made, preparing to go compare it. When Su Mo arrived, Liu Yuji was cooking. Su Mo peeked in and smiled. Sister-in-law, are you cooking? Liu Yuji was surprised to see Su Mo send Daimiai. What brings you here? Come in and sit. Their house layout was similar to Su Mo's, with a central hall and a kitchen living room style. Where are the kids? Su Mo asked, noticing they were not around. Daya and Arya went to wash vegetables, and the third boy is off playing somewhere. He hasn't come back yet. Su Mo took some candy from her pocket and handed it to Liu Yuji. Sister-in-law, these candies are for the kids. Liu Yuji smiled as she accepted them. It's nice that you came. No need to bring candy, we shouldn't spoil the kids. Next time, please don't bring any. By the way, where's Dage? He hasn't come back either? He's been busy handling the grain tax these past few days, so he'll probably be late.
Why?
Do you need to see him?
Yes.
I want to knit a sweater for Chongjing, but I'm worried it might be too narrow. Since their builds are similar, I thought I'd compare with Dage. What kind of yarn are you using? How many stitches did you cast on? Medium thickness yarn. I cast on 280 stitches, Su Mo replied. That should be enough. A couple of years ago, I knitted a sweater for your brother with medium thickness yarn, and I cast on 270 stitches. Chongzeng is a bit sturdier than your brother, so 280 stitches will be fine. The issue with the body is not a problem. The main concern is the position of the shoulders and cuffs. When you get to that part, come find your brother for comparison, Liui said. Okay, thank you, sister-in-law. With the problem easily solved, Su Mo felt happy. What are you thanking me for? It's just a quick question between sisters-in-law, and you brought so many candies. The candies are for the kids. Su Mo waved her hand. You keep busy, sister-in-law. I need to go home and cook. After saying that, she left. Since she had a big lunch, Su Mo didn't cook dinner and instead took 2 buns from her supplies for her meal. She also washed a bunch of grapes for dessert. These rare and hard-to-transport fruits were only for her to enjoy. After taking care of herself, Su Mo locked the doors and windows and began her knitting project. Knitting is a detailed task. According to the book, if she knits both morning and night, she could finish in about a week. If only at night, it might take half a month or even longer. Su Mo planned to work diligently to finish the sweater quickly and send it to Lu Chongzheng before the snow arrived. Since many people were going up the mountain to harvest, she decided not to go up now and would wait until later. Her battery still had half a charge, which should last about a month with her current usage, but she needed to fully charge it before the snow to ensure she had power in winter. When it was about time, Su Mo went to bed. The next day, she got up early and checked on her vegetable garden. When she had sown the seeds earlier, she had scattered them directly, so some areas were too crowded. Su Mo started by thinning the radish patch, pulling out some seedlings in the crowded spots and leaving the stronger ones to ensure they had enough space to grow big radishes. She ended up with a full basket of radish seedlings. The tender seedlings are delicious, perfect for stews or stir-fries, so she couldn't let them go to waste. Su Mo stored some in her supplies, dividing the rest into 2 portions, one for her lunch and one to take to Liui. After transferring energy to the ginseng, Su Mo sat on the Kong and resumed knitting. Around 10 o'clock, she heard Liui calling her. Are you home, third family? Since Su Mo was sitting on the Kong, she didn't plan to go down to greet her, but she leaned out the window and called, Mom. I'm inside. Come in. Liui entered with a bamboo basket and saw Su Mo knitting a sweater on the Kong. She had already made some progress and smiled, asking, Is this sweater for the long march?
Yes, Shumonadid.
Liui wiped her hands on her clothes and touched the sweater, finding it very soft and comfortable. She exclaimed, Is this pure wool? Su Mo smiled and replied, Yes. Liui clicked her tongue. Pure wool is quite expensive, and the family really splurged. You really care for your man. Mom, what do you need?
Su Mo asked.
Liui sat down by the Kong, lifted the cloth covering the bamboo basket, and took out 2 pieces of fabric. This checked fabric is from Shaolin for you. You should make yourself some clothes. You gave her a nice shirt, and she was very happy and has remembered it. When you got married, she didn't want to stand out too much from her 2 older brothers, so she didn't give you anything. Now that she found this nice fabric, she immediately asked me to bring it to you. Su Mo was surprised. She didn't expect Lu Xiaolan to give her fabric to make clothes. Mom, we're family, so no need to be so formal. During my hospital stay, Xiaolan took time off to take care of me. Giving me a piece of fabric is no big deal. I have plenty of clothes. She should keep it to make something for herself. Fabric tickets are hard to come by these days, and Lu Xiaolan must have saved up for a long time to get such a large piece. Just accept it. She works at the supply and marketing cooperative, so it's easier for her to get fabric, even if it's slightly flawed. Just don't mention it outside, so the older siblings don't get jealous, Liui said. Liui placed the checked fabric on the Kong, and then took out another piece of black fabric. This is for you to make some pants, so you'll have a complete new outfit. Su Mo quickly stopped knitting and waved her hands. Mom, I have enough clothes, really. Take it back and make something for yourself or Dad. Liui pressed down Su Mo's hands. You must keep this. It's our family's goodwill. It should have been given to you when you got married, but your husband didn't get you any fabric for new clothes. Su Mo defended Liu Changzheng. He gave me the fabric tickets. I just didn't make anything because I have enough clothes. The fabric for my cotton jacket was bought with those tickets. Liui laughed. That's different. Just keep this fabric and make yourself a new outfit in the spring. Since Liui insisted, Su Mo accepted it.
Thank you, Mom and Xiaolan.
Liui smiled and waved her hand. When we divided the family, the third son suffered a lot, but there was nothing Mom and Dad could do. He had the most potential, and while we were still together, they had to support him. Now that you all have your own families, Mom and Dad feel their job is done. You can live your own lives now.
Understood.
In this era, it's common for families to have both successful and struggling members. Liui and her husband were quite open-minded. They divided the family once everyone was settled, allowing everyone to live their own lives. It would be tough if the in-laws still wanted to control the finances after marriage. Liui nodded with satisfaction, worried that the third son's family might hold a grudge. You're a good person. You should knit some sweaters. I will head back now. Liui stood up to leave, and Su Mo quickly got off the bed to give her the radish seedlings. Liui smiled and accepted them before going home. In the afternoon, Su Mo filled a large net bag with chestnuts and walnuts and also packed some dried mushrooms. She filled a burlap sack with more chestnuts and walnuts and wrote a letter explaining the situation here, which she tucked into the sack. The net bag was meant for Gung Chongqing, while the burlap sack was for Su Tingda. After placing everything in a bamboo basket, Su Mo rode her bike to set off. First, she went to the commune post office to send the items to her uncle, which cost her 1 yuan due to the distance. Then, she carried the net bag into the commune office building. She informed the staff on the first floor that she was Gung Chongqing's niece and had something to discuss. The staff made a phone call, and soon a young man came down to meet her. I am Fu Ming, the party secretary. Secretary Gung asked me to take you upstairs, the young man said. Su Mo followed Fu Ming up to the 3rd floor and into Gung Chongqing's office. When Su Mo entered, Gung Chongqing was eating from a lunchbox. The food had long gone cold and was stuck together. He poured some hot water from a thermos, mixed it up, and continued eating. Seeing Su Mo looking at him in surprise, he pointed to a chair by the desk. Why are you just standing there?
Sit down.
Uncle Gung, why are you eating so late? Su Mo had come in the afternoon, thinking he would be less busy then. After all, mornings are usually busier at work, right? That's how the original owner remembered it. Gung Chongqing smiled. I've been busy preparing for the grain tax lately. In reality, he was always busy and often forgot to eat. Su Mo lifted the net bag in her hand and said, Uncle Gung, I collected some wild goods from the mountains recently. I brought some for you to try. Did you pick them yourself?
Gung
Chongqing smiled. I didn't expect you to do this. Su Mo chuckled. Now that I'm in the countryside, I should follow local customs. All right, since you picked them yourself, I have to try them. Just put them over there. Gung Chongqing pointed to the table by the window. Su Mo walked over, placed the net bag on the table, and then returned to her seat. Gung Chongqing quickly finished his meal, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and then got up to pour Su Mo a glass of water. Why did you come to see me today? Su Mo smiled awkwardly. I just dried the wild goods and wanted to bring them to you, Uncle Gung. She added, I really didn't know you were here. My family didn't tell me. As soon as I got to the countryside, it was time for the autumn harvest, and I didn't have time to come to the commune or learn about the local leaders. Gung Chongqing waved his hand, no problem. If you need anything in the future, just come to me.
Gung
Chongqing opened a drawer, took out a stack of money, and handed it to Su Mo. Take this. You'll need money for many things. Su Mo's eyes brightened. Understanding his implication, it seemed he knew about her bringing things to her parents. She cautiously asked, you know? Gung Chongqing nodded. Mo, you're doing great. If you ever have trouble, come to me. But you also need to be careful. In some situations, it was indeed easier for Su Mo to handle things than for him. Su Mo quickly nodded, relieved that he clearly expressed his willingness to help. After all, She hadn't seen Uncle Gung in 3 or 4 years, and she wasn't sure what his attitude was. Gung Chongqing pushed the money forward again. Take the money. When you were little, you often asked me to buy you candy, and now you're being polite. Su Mo laughed and accepted the money.
Ah.
It's really hard to get used to a life where everyone wants to give her money to spend. Starting tomorrow, we will submit public grain, Gung Chongqing suddenly said. The team in Liui will be the first to submit grain tomorrow morning. Su Mo's eyes lit up, knowing that Gung Chongqing was reminding her that if she wanted to send something, she could go tomorrow morning. When will the Liui village team submit?
Su Mo asked.
The day after tomorrow in the afternoon. They will be the fourth to submit, Gung Chongqing replied. Su Mo nodded, thinking that she should come by the day after tomorrow to witness the public grain submission. Paying public grain is a very important matter for the production teams. It is the time to check the results of a year's work. Every time public grain is collected, about 80% of the members from the team attend. They come to help carry the grain, to show support, and to see what is happening. Some curious people follow along to observe how other teams handle their grain, so they can share stories later. The Hongqi commune has 16 production teams. To prevent conflicts over the order of grain collection, Gung Chongqing established a lottery system. Before each grain collection, he would gather the secretaries and team leaders of the 16 production teams to assign tasks and draw lots to determine the order of collection. It's based on luck. Whatever day you draw is your day. 2 teams collect grain each day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. This way, it avoids long lines and improves efficiency. Before Gung Chongqing took office, there were times when all 16 teams rushed in, and some people waited for 3 days without even getting through the gate. Since Gung Chongqing arrived, collecting public grain is no longer a test of endurance. The grain station staff also stopped making excuses about the quality of the grain. Therefore, Gung Chongqing is well loved by the members of the Hongqi commune. He is a sincere and hardworking official. Seeing Su Mo's bright eyes, Gung Chongqing asked, "Are you curious?"
Sumonadi digerli.
She had only imagined these scenes before, but now she could witness them firsthand, which made her very curious. Gung Chongqing smiled and shook his head. "What are you curious about?" "I can explain. Everyone talks about paying public grain, but what exactly is it? Do we get paid for it?" She had read in novels that sometimes public grain came with money, and sometimes it did not. Public grain is a general term. There are 3 types. One is the agricultural tax, which is the true public grain, the second is the procurement grain, and the third is surplus grain. The agricultural tax must be paid unless there is a natural disaster and the government provides relief. Procurement grain is also mandatory, and the amount depends on the total grain production of the team. Surplus grain is not mandatory. Teams with good harvests can keep enough grain for their members and reserves after paying the agricultural tax and procurement grain, and they can sell any surplus to the grain station for money. The public grain for agricultural tax does not come with money, while procurement grain and surplus grain do, but the price for procurement grain is lower than that for surplus grain. Su Mo learned a lot. She realized there were many details about public grain. How is the agricultural tax determined? Is it fixed every year? Su Mo asked again. It's not fixed. It depends on the economy of each region. The national average tax rate is 15%, but it can vary based on local conditions, with a minimum of 7% and a maximum of 25%. This year, the tax rate in Qingxi County is 10%. Then wouldn't regions with a 25% tax rate be at a loss? Su Mo blurted out. Gung Chongqing smiled slightly, but didn't respond. Su Mo felt a bit embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. If some teams hide their actual grain production, wouldn't they pay much less in agricultural tax? Gung Chongqing laughed this time. Xiao Mo, they won't hide it. Not reporting more is already considered responsible. In many areas, team leaders often exaggerate grain production to show their abilities. Otherwise, how could they claim such high yields? Gung Chongqing, raised by Su Zhongli, understood the profit-driven nature of business. He truly didn't expect that Su Mo resembled a real member of the Su family more than De Ge and Qian Ge did. Su Mo felt genuinely embarrassed. her face turning a bit red.
Oh.
How did she suddenly adopt modern thinking, forgetting that the mainstream idea of this era emphasizes contribution and collective benefit, all for the honor of contributing more to the country? This made her seem quite radical. Do you have any other questions? Gung Chongqing asked with a smile.
Shumo? Feelings Chai quickly replied, no, no.
I won't bother Uncle Gung anymore. I'll head back now.
All right.
When it's time to pay the grain tax, I'll be at the collection station every day. If you want to come by, just find me. Otherwise, I worry that you might get lost in the crowd, Gung Chongqing joked. Su Mo made a face and quickly ran off. Gung Chongqing laughed heartily. This little Mo had become much more lively after a few years. Just then, Fu Ming, the party's secretary passing by outside, was surprised. Secretary Gung was usually someone who didn't show his emotions, so it was unexpected to see him laughing so joyfully. After returning home, Su Mo counted the money Gung Chongqing had given her. There were 10 large Unity notes, along with some meat tickets, grain tickets, food tickets, and industrial coupons, plus 4 yards of cloth tickets.
Shumo.
She thought she was entering a difficult mode, but it felt more like a transition to an easy, pampered mode. How could a person who had relied on herself since the age of 14 suddenly have 3 influential people competing to give her money? Why did she feel a bit flustered? She truly didn't know how to enjoy good fortune. She seemed destined to work hard. What's the point of working hard? It's better to just relax and wait for help from the big shots. Su Mo talked herself into it and finally felt at ease. What the big shots give is for them, and she will earn her own. If she can't use it all, she'll save it. Who would say no to having more money? When she has the ability, she will give back. With a calm mindset, Su Mo continued to knit. For dinner, she had the leftover radish and egg soup from lunch, mixed with rice, and opened a can of braised pork, enjoying a nice meal. The next day, Su Mo was woken up by noise. The usually quiet village was a bit loud at that moment. She turned on her flashlight and checked the time, realizing it was only 5 o'clock. Since she was awake, Su Mo decided to get up and see what was happening. Stepping outside, she found the noise was coming from the main road to the commune. There were torches and shouting everywhere. Surprised, Su Mo quickly went back inside, put on an extra layer of clothing, locked the door, and hurried towards the Liu family's house with her flashlight. She needed to find out what was going on. As she approached the Liu family's house, a person came out from a nearby home. Su Mo shone her flashlight on him. She recognized him from the day of the banquet. Liu Chongzheng called him Uncle Heir. She asked Uncle Heir, "What's happening?" After a moment, he recognized Su Mo and replied, "Oh, it's you from the Chongzheng family. What's up? There's a lot of noise on the main road. What's going on?" Uncle Heir laughed and said, "Nothing much. It's just the team from Shatian Brigade bringing in their grain." The city youths hadn't seen this before, so it was no wonder they were startled and woke up early. "Oh, I thought something serious had happened." Su Mo sighed in relief. The Shatian Brigade should be the one where Li Jiao is located. Some smaller villages can only form one production team, which then merges into a production brigade. In larger villages like Liu Family Village, it's less common to have one brigade per village. Why are they up so early? Are they starting work at the collection station this early? The spirit of hard work in this era is truly unmatched by later generations. They're just waiting before work starts. The collection station has people during the day and night, so the earlier they go, the sooner they can finish and not affect the brigade in the afternoon. Otherwise, they might get criticized. Finishing early means the brigade can distribute money and grain sooner. Have you seen this before? Do you want to go watch together? Su Mo thought for a moment and replied, "Sure. I haven't seen it before, so I'll go with you." Just then, she found an excuse to slip away and deliver some things to the barn. If anyone asked where she went, she would say she went to see the excitement. Su Mo followed Uncle Liu to the main road and noticed it was bustling with people carrying torches, pushing carts, pulling wagons, and watching the scene. This seemed to be just the middle of the line. She couldn't see the start or the end. Su Mo felt a bit shocked. She didn't expect it to be so grand. Uncle Liu asked someone he knew, Tai Tu, Which section is this? The person named Tai Tu replied, Grain collection. Uncle Liu smiled and said, It looks like the Shatian team had a good harvest this year. The grain collection line is so long. Farmers are happy when they see a good harvest. With more grain, everyone can eat well, and when they're full, they have the energy to work for the revolution and socialism. Su Mo watched for a while, and after the grain collection team passed, there was another line for leftover grain, which was also long, followed by people herding pigs and carrying other crops. Su Mo guessed they arranged it this way to make the line look longer and clearer, likely a way for the team to show their strength. Uncle Liu had already gone with the team to the commune to see the excitement. When Su Mo saw the line was almost gone, she walked along the main road and, when no one was watching, quickly headed up the mountain. She hurried along, and when she was near the barn, Su Mo took out the prepared basket and put it on her back. She also took out a few pears from her space and placed them inside, split some fruit candies and cake, and added 10 dumplings filled with chives, wrapped in the big oil paper that Sister Liu had given her. She also stuffed in half a piece of cured meat. Finally, she arrived at the barn. After checking that no one was around, Su Mo picked up a few small stones and threw them at the barn door, then hid and mimicked a few bird calls. Soon, Su Tingqian came to open the door. Seeing this, Su Mo quickly went out and followed Su Tingqian into the barn, to their room. Mo Yurong and Zhang Zhen, upon seeing Su Mo, quickly put down their work and came into the room. Girl, why did you come today? Did you run into anyone? Mo Yurong asked nervously. Today, the team was collecting grain and there were people everywhere. Even the cows and donkeys were taken away early in the morning. Mom, don't worry, I didn't see anyone. I came because I knew they were collecting grain today. Everyone went to the commune, so there are actually fewer people here, Su Mo replied. Dad, Mom, Grandpa Zhang, I brought you some food, Su Mo said, taking out the items from her basket one by one. Zhang Zhen noticed that although Su Mo didn't bring much, she had a good variety of essential items. He couldn't help but admire her. The couple quickly put everything away in the small hole they had dug recently. Mo Yurong felt a bit sorry as she saw her daughter carrying so many things, fearing she might be tired. Su Mo opened the oil paper bag with dumplings and held it out to Zhang Zhen, saying, Grandpa Zhang, I made these dumplings. Please try one. Okay, Zhang Zhen replied, clapping his hands. He picked one up and took a bite. His eyes lit up and he took another big bite, saying, When did your skills get this good? My mother-in-law taught me, Su Mo said, making up an excuse. Zhang Zhen had heard from Su Tingqian about Su Mo's marriage and sighed, If he treats you well, then live happily together. If he doesn't, don't worry. These days, divorce is not uncommon.
Yes, Shumonadi.
When she saw Zhang Zhen finish the dumpling, she said, Grandpa Zhang, have another one. Zhang Zhen was quite thin, which showed how hard life had been for him lately. He waved his hand, saying, Save it for later. I brought 10 so everyone can have some. The weather isn't too cold yet and dumplings don't last long. If you like them, I can bring you more in a few days. She had planned for 6 people, which is why she brought 10 dumplings. All right, Grandpa Zhang will eat some for lunch. Let's save some for your dad, Zhang Zhen said. At that moment, Su Tingqian was holding the cotton jacket Su Mo made for him, looking around as if he needed to hide it somewhere safe. This was a precious gift from his daughter. Su Mo wrapped the oil paper bag again and handed it to Su Tingqian. Seeing his expression, she asked, Dad, what's wrong? Nothing, nothing, Su Tingqian quickly replied, taking the items and putting them away. After a while, Zhang Zhen returned and handed Su Mo a roll of money. Little Mo, my secretary Xiao Ding rushed down with me and didn't bring much. Grandpa Zhang wants to ask you to make a cotton jacket for him. His size is similar to your dad's, so just follow your dad's measurements. Su Mo waved her hand, saying, Grandpa Zhang, I can't take your money. Was another wealthy person trying to give her money? Little Mo, Grandpa Zhang is here, and there's nothing I can spend money on. You take it, and if I need something, I'll ask you to buy it, Zhang Zhen insisted. Su Mo thought for a moment and decided to accept it. She needed to relax and enjoy the support from someone generous. She took the money and said, "All right, Grandpa Zhang, if you need anything, just let me know, and I'll find a way to get it. Do you have bedding and a cotton jacket?" Zhang Zhen was not polite, saying no need for a mattress. Just bring a quilt like your parents have. I already have a winter coat, and you can buy some daily necessities. After being mayor for so many years, he still had some pride, and when he was reassigned, they made sure he had enough supplies. Zhang Zhen reminded Su Mo a few more times not to rush, to take her time, and to be safe. Then he left to give the family some space to talk. "Dad, yesterday Uncle Gung gave me 100 yuan and a lot of tickets," Su Mo told Su Tingqian. "Okay, if he gave it to you, just keep it," Su Tingqian replied. He always considered Gung Chongqing as his brother. After being transferred here, he often sent things to him. Plus, when the old man passed away, he left some inheritance for him. They are all family, and now that he is in trouble, if Gung wants to help, it's fine. If he can get back on his feet later, he can repay him. Mom and Dad also saved some money to bring. You should keep it, buying these things will cost quite a bit. As he spoke, Su Tingqian dug out a bag from a broken water jar, pulling out a good amount of money from various pockets and corners. Mo Yurong also searched her bag and quickly found a decent amount of money. Mo, your parents will keep 10 yuan for emergencies, and the rest is for you," Su Tingqian said, counting out 10 yuan in change and giving it to Mo Yurong to keep safe. Su Mo felt calm, knowing they wouldn't need to spend much here, and she reached out to accept it. She would just bring more supplies later. "Mom and Dad, is there anything else you need? I can buy and bring it. That's enough. We'll add things slowly, so it doesn't attract too much attention. If we suddenly have too many items, it might raise suspicion." Although the production team leader here looked out for them, they still needed to be discreet. Mo, don't come too often. Once a month is enough. Just bring some food." The people in the cow shed were not eligible for fine grains. They only received coarse grains like corn and sweet potatoes. The couple had just arrived, and their food was still from Zhangzhen, and they didn't have any work points, so they wouldn't get any grain this time. Su Tingqian was worried about how to manage during the winter when his daughter showed up. Thankfully, she was capable, which made their lives a bit easier. "Dad, don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Su Mo said. "By the way, Mo, you must keep the savings book and the house deed safe. Don't tell anyone, and it's best if Lu Chongjing doesn't say anything either," Su Tingqian instructed. "I've taken care of it, Dad. You can rest assured. I haven't mentioned it to him," his daughter replied.
Good.
"Also, don't return to Haisher for the next few years," Su Tingqian said seriously. "Those people are currently looking around. If they can't find anything here, they might turn their attention to our daughter. As long as she stays here, their reach won't be too long. Also, tell your uncle to stop searching for people. He should focus on keeping himself safe. If he can manage it, he should try to protect our house in Haisher and prevent any damage. Haisher is their stronghold, and his brother may not have the ability to handle it. He has been targeted by someone from that group, and if it weren't for the connections the Su family has built over the years, it wouldn't have been easy for their family to escape. Now, being together in this countryside is a blessing amidst their misfortune. Even though their daughter is getting married here, they haven't seen each other, and everything is based on what she has told them, which worries them. But given their current situation,
Sigh.
I called your uncle before. He said he knows and will make arrangements. He mentioned that your aunt will visit Haisher soon and plans to come here to see me. That's great. We're grateful to your uncle and aunt, Su Tingqian and Mo Yurong said, touched by the news. They understood that Fu Manhua would travel a long way because she heard about their daughter's marriage and wanted to come and support her. If no one from her family steps in for a long time, who knows if the in-laws will mistreat Mo. Although there is Chongqing as a single man, he can address some issues directly. Their sister-in-law is capable and resourceful. Once she arrives, the in-laws will surely think twice before mistreating Mo. Yes, my uncle even said he would send me money every month. Now I have money and people are giving me money to spend, Su Mo joked. The couple laughed. That money isn't just for you to spend. It's for buying things.
Montag Jurong gently tappet Sumos head.
After exchanging reminders, Su Mo took her basket and left. Although there aren't many people in the village now, it's still possible someone might come by. Suemo didn't return the same way. Instead, she stored the basket away in a safe place and took a small path to the main road, heading back to Liui village. This way, if she encounters anyone, she can say she was curious about the grain collection team she saw in the morning and went to check out the village. Sure enough, as soon as I reached the outskirts of Lijiakan, I ran into Long Xiaomei and a few young wives carrying baskets filled with vegetables. Seeing Suemo, Long Xiaomei was surprised. Sister-in-law, why are you out so early? Suemo shook the flashlight in her hand and smiled. I was woken up early by the grain collection team, and out of curiosity, I walked in and explored a place called Lijiao before coming back. Long Xiaomei smiled, thinking her sister-in-law was quite adorable for wanting to see the excitement of the grain collection. What are you doing with those vegetables? Suemo changed the subject. Oh, these are old vegetables that we don't eat at home. We're taking them to the chicken farm to feed the chickens, Long Xiaomei replied. These old vegetables also counted towards work points at the chicken farm, with each basket earning 1 point. Since they were not eaten anyway, everyone was happy to exchange them for points. Does our team raise a lot of chickens? About 200, but we have to sell most of them to the collection station tomorrow, except for the laying hens. Wow, that's a lot of chickens. So, there must be many eggs? Yes, quite a few. If you want eggs, you can buy them at our team's chicken farm without needing a ticket, Long Xiaomei said. She was also planning to buy a few pounds of eggs today. Since the hens were laying during winter, if she didn't buy now, there wouldn't be any left once they sold them to the collection station. Then I really need to buy some. I love eggs. She planned to stock up and share some with the cows for extra nutrition. You should hurry. Most will be sold to the collection station tomorrow. I'll go with you, Suemo said. Sister-in-law, you need to find the accountant, Brother Liu, pay him, and he'll give you a note so the lady at the chicken farm will sell you eggs, Long Xiaomei reminded her. Okay, I'll get the note first. You all go ahead, Suemo waved and hurried to the team office. By this time, Lu Xingjuan was surely already there. At the team office, Suemo found Lu Xingjuan, paid him, and got the note. The price of eggs at the team was the same as the supply and marketing cooperative, 0.78 yuan per pound, but without needing a ticket. Suemo ordered 5 pounds. She initially wanted 10 but didn't want to seem too greedy. She spent 3.9 yuan on 5 pounds of eggs. With a note in hand, she confirmed the location of the chicken farm and rushed over. When the lady at the chicken farm came out carrying 2 familiar baskets, Suemo, it seemed she had idealized Lu Changzheng. He gave her the eggs he had traded in the village, and she thought he had exchanged them with different families. It turned out he bought them directly from the collective. Carrying the eggs home, Suemo placed about a pound into the egg jar in the cupboard and stored the rest in her space. When Lu Changzheng left home, Suemo had boiled all the eggs in the cupboard for him to take. Now, the jar still contained the ones Lu Changzheng had given her at the youth station, which she had secretly stored in her space. She had eaten a few over the past few days, leaving only a few behind. With a new batch of over 10 eggs, she now had more than half a jar, enough to last her for a while. In her space, along with the 2 pounds she bought from the black market earlier, she had about 6 pounds of eggs. In the future, she would take about a pound each time to have them boiled for nutrition. After putting away the eggs, Suemo took out the money given by Grandpa Zhang and her parents to count it. The roll from Grandpa Zhang was all in large bills, totaling 300 yuan. The stack from her parents had both small and large bills, amounting to 573.4 yuan.
什么?
So this is the joy of being a wealthy second generation? Just what she received from her elders is something most people could only dream of in a lifetime. What should she do? She really wanted to take it easy. But, as the chairman said, one must endure hardships to rise above others. She couldn't be lazy. She still needed to work hard. Although she didn't earn much, little by little it would add up. Thinking this, Suemo went to provide some energy to the 3 ginseng plants, focusing on the oldest one. After that, she checked on the vegetable garden outside, providing some energy there too. She also lightened the load on the cabbage patch by pulling up several tender cabbage seedlings. After lunch, Sue and Mo carried a basket of cabbage seedlings and placed a few white pears underneath before heading to the Liu family. The three elders had just finished eating and were resting and chatting in the main room. Liu Qingyan was discussing the grain tax with Liu Boming. When they saw Sue and Mo, they quickly invited her to sit down. She wasn't sure if it was the effect of the ginseng, but Sue and Mo felt that Liu Boming's vitality seemed stronger than before. In a couple of days, she would make him some soup to try. She took out a wild chicken from her space and planned to stew it in a large pot. Half would be for the elders, and the other half would go to the cowshed for her parents and Grandpa Zhang. Sue and Mo handed the bamboo basket to Liui, saying, "Mom, these cabbage seedlings I pulled up today are quite fresh. You can stir-fry them for dinner." Liui took the basket and, seeing the vegetables inside, lost her irritation. The ones in her field were still growing like bean sprouts, while these could be cooked like small cabbages. It was truly incomparable. Once she successfully plants using the new method next year, she will definitely start a new revolution in vegetable growing in the village. Liui took her vegetable basket to exchange for some produce. When she saw the white pears inside, she said, "Where did you buy these white pears from?" "From the Lao Sin family. Next time you see them, please buy a basket for me. These pears are good. Your grandfather eats them, and his cough gets better at night. I bought them from a lady at the county supply and marketing cooperative. I will ask her the day after tomorrow, and if she has more, I will buy a basket," replied Sue Mo. "Okay." Liui nodded. There are many people she knows at the cooperative, and some have other connections. After returning the bamboo basket to Sue Mo, she noticed that Sue Mo was still sitting there, clearly with something on her mind, so she asked, "Is there something you need?"
Yes.
"Tomorrow afternoon we need to deliver the grain. The village will have donkey carts and ox carts, right?" Sue Mo asked. Liui nodded. "I ordered a wooden frame for storing grain from the commune workshop, and I also ordered a quilt for my uncle. I was hoping that after delivering the grain tomorrow, the donkey cart could help bring my things back," Sue Mo explained. With so many items, her bicycle couldn't carry them all. Liu Qingyan frowned slightly, about to speak, when Liui slammed her hand on the table. "What's wrong? Are you going to say we can't do this? It's not like we're making a special trip. It's just a side trip on the way back. Is that not allowed?" Liu Qingyan was startled by Liui's loud voice. This old woman was getting bolder with age. "I didn't say it wasn't allowed," Liu Qingyan replied, "but it's not right to take advantage of public resources. Just give a couple of cents for the transportation costs." "That's fine, no problem," Sue Mo immediately agreed. As long as the items could be brought back, that was all that mattered. Liui rolled her eyes at the stubborn old man. The village leader's family had already taken plenty of advantages from the village, yet he remained so rigid. With her goal achieved, Sue Mo went home. In the afternoon and evening, she continued knitting her sweater. After a full day of hard work, she managed to knit over 10 centimeters. She estimated that in another couple of days, she would finish the body part. The next morning, the entire Liu family village was busy. The young and strong men took the sacks they received from the commune and started filling them with grain from the village warehouse. The best first harvest grain had to be used to pay the agricultural tax. The production team leader and the squad leaders checked each sack to ensure the grain was dry and free of dirt, small stones, or dust. These were serious issues. If not handled properly, the grain could be deemed unqualified and would have to be returned for reprocessing. They were busy until after 11 o'clock. The people going to deliver their grain each had a piece of dry food before setting off in a grand procession. The first group was the agricultural tax convoy, consisting of 15 vehicles, each loaded with several large sacks of grain stacked high. The second group was the human-powered cart team, with many carts lined up. 2 people worked together. One pulled in front while the other pushed from behind, and their carts were also piled high with sacks. The third group was the porters, each carrying 2 large sacks or 2 big baskets filled with various crops, including peanuts, soybeans, mung beans, and sweet potatoes. At the back was the side business team, made up of several men and women. Some carried chicken coops, while others herded sheep and pigs. In those days, animals didn't have vehicles, they were all driven to their destinations. The Liu family village had raised 40 pigs and over 80 sheep this year. They kept 10 pigs for slaughter and sold the rest, along with more than 50 sheep. With such a large group of livestock, the scene was quite impressive. The members of the team were all smiling, and those from other teams who came to watch were secretly amazed. It seemed that the Liu family village would surely win the award for Outstanding Team this year. Su Mo and Ma Xiaowan watched with great interest. When Liu Xingjuan passed by on his bicycle and found it amusing, he asked sister-in-law, "Is it really that impressive?" Su Mo and Ma Xiaowan nodded vigorously. They had never seen such a scene before. Liu Xingjuan chuckled to himself. City folks often said that country people had never seen the world, but it seemed there were some things in the countryside that city people hadn't seen either. "Enjoy the view. I have to go ahead," Liu Xingjuan waved. As the accountant, he needed to go check the numbers with the purchasing station. After watching for a while, Su Mo went home, grabbed a canvas bag, and rode her bicycle to the commune. Ma Xiaowan didn't join her, complaining about the crowd. At the commune, Su Mo parked her bicycle in front of the supply store and asked Liu Xiaolan to keep an eye on it before walking to the purchasing station. At that moment, the purchasing station was busy checking the grain from Liu family village meant for agricultural tax. Su Mo blended in and quickly found Geng Chongqing, who was talking to a man who looked like an official. She hurried over and waited until the official left before approaching. "Uncle Geng." Geng Chongqing felt a bit helpless. This girl really showed up. It was chaotic here, like a battle, and he didn't understand what she found so interesting. Su Mo noticed that Geng Chongqing looked a bit tired, with his lips dry and peeling. She reached into her canvas bag and pretended to take out a white pear. "Here, Uncle Geng, have a pear to refresh yourself." Geng Chongqing saw that the pear looked quite fresh, so he took it and took a bite. The flesh was crisp, sweet, and juicy, making him want to take another bite. "This pear is good. Where did you buy it?" "Hee. From a sister I know," Su Mo chuckled. Geng Chongqing guessed it might be from a black market and lightly tapped her forehead, saying, "Be careful when going to those places." This girl had become much bolder after not seeing her for a few years. But if she weren't bold, she wouldn't dare to walk the mountain path in the dark. She really had it tough. Su Mo smiled and nodded. "If you like it, I'll buy some for you next time." Geng Chongqing finished the pear in a few bites and nodded. It was indeed delicious. He usually wasn't one to indulge, but now he felt like having another. "Let's go. Follow me," Geng Chongqing said. Su Mo noticed he was holding a piece of paper and thought she saw some prices on it, so she asked Uncle Geng, "What do you have in your hand?" "This is the purchasing price list for agricultural products this year. Can I take a look?" Geng Chongqing handed her the price list, saying, "Sure, it's not a secret. Everyone knows." Su Mo took it and looked at it while following Geng Chongqing. The prices were listed per 100 kilograms. Wheat, 26 yuan per 100 kilograms, rice, 19 yuan, sea beans, 32,52 yuan, mung beans, 40 yuan, peanuts, 56 yuan, corn, 10 yuan, sweet potatoes, 5 yuan. Pigs were categorized into 3 grades, each with different purchasing prices. Pigs over 160 pounds were grade 1, over 140 pounds were grade 2, and 120 pounds were grade 3. Grade 1 pigs were purchased at 0.52 yuan per pound, grade 2 at 0.5 yuan, and grade 3 at 0.47 yuan. In principle, pigs under 120 pounds would not be accepted by the purchasing station and would need to be raised again. Goats were priced at 80 yuan per 100 kilograms, chicken meat at 132.4 yuan, and eggs at 129.6 yuan per 100 kilograms. These prices were the listed prices, and the actual purchasing prices for grain and task pigs would be about 20% lower. Su Mo was surprised to see that the purchasing price for Huanglian reached as high as 1,600 yuan per 100 kilograms. In terms of economic benefits, growing coptis is much better than growing grains. However, coptis takes 3 to 4 years to harvest, which seems unrealistic in an era focused on grain production. Uncle Gung, does our commune have any teams growing coptis?
Su Mo asked.
No, the harvest period for coptis is too long. But there is wild coptis on the mountain. If the members dig it up and process it, they can sell it to the collection station, Gung Chongqing replied. Right now, the country doesn't have enough grain, so they don't encourage farmers to plant these crops on arable land. These specific crops are usually only grown by the military farms, he added. Su Mo understood that rare items are valuable, and scarcity naturally drives up prices. After wild ginseng, she found another crop with high economic potential. When she returns, she plans to look for wild coptis and dig some up. Every time a team comes to deliver grain, Gung Chongqing rotates through each collection point. First, he checks the quality of the grain and agricultural products from each team. Second, he can address any issues that arise. At each collection point, he has arranged for 2 commune officials to assist, acting as a bridge between the members and the collection station staff. During this time, the common people are somewhat wary of those who eat the country's food. Sometimes, the quality inspectors at the collection station are overly critical, and the farmers dare not argue back, silently suffering losses. With these commune officials present, the collection station staff tend to be more restrained. Gung Chongqing first went to the grain crop area. The situation there was overseen by team leader Liu Baogua. This year, the harvest was good, and Liu Baogua was all smiles. Seeing Gung Chongqing approach, Liu Baogua quickly came forward, saying, "Secretary Gung, we have exceeded our targets this year. The grain we submitted even received praise from the quality inspectors." Getting praise from the grain quality inspectors is no easy feat. Gung Chongqing picked up a shovel used for checking grain and sampled a few bags, confirming their quality was indeed good. The yield and quality are both impressive. "You and your team have worked hard," he said. "Not at all. It's all thanks to the support from the country and your leadership," Liu Baogua replied. This year, the secretary secured a significant amount of fertilizer for their commune, leading to increased production not just for their team, but for the entire commune. Gung Chongqing waved his hand and continued to check other areas. It was then that Liu Baogua noticed Su Mo following Gung Chongqing and exclaimed, "Su, you're here too?" "Yes, team leader. Our team had a good harvest, so I came to see for myself," Su Mo replied with a smile. Lu Guangying, who was helping the weighmaster, heard the term Su, the educated youth, and immediately looked up in surprise. The woman following Gung Chongqing was truly graceful and beautiful, deserving to be called a rare beauty. Just based on looks alone, his niece was at a disadvantage. Moreover, she was the niece of Secretary Gung. When she first heard about it, she was quite shocked. No wonder the secretary had warned her. If she had known she was his niece, she wouldn't have dared to have any thoughts. After hearing the news, she immediately told her brother and sister-in-law, hoping that their niece wouldn't cause any trouble. At the entire collection station, besides Gung Chongqing, there was also the team accountant, Liu Xingjuan. He was extremely busy today. Just as he finished settling accounts with the collection station's accountant and collected the money, he was urged to hurry over to the next task. However, he was happily busy, as the money could be settled on the spot without delays, allowing everyone to receive their payments on time. This year, both agriculture and side businesses had good harvests. He conservatively estimated that their team's work points would be worth over 10 cents each. The Liu family village team was busy settling public grain until around 6 or 7 in the evening. A large group returned to the team with bright smiles on their faces. Of course, Su Mo didn't stay for the whole event. After watching for a while, around 4 o'clock, she left with a cart that was delivering goods. When she got home, Uncle Dian, who was driving the cart, helped her carry everything inside. Su Mo was very grateful. Besides giving him 2 dimes for travel expenses, she also gave him a small handful of fruit candies to take home for his children. Uncle Dian was very happy, thinking that the secretary's daughter-in-law was quite considerate. That evening, when Liu Xingjuan returned home, he lit 2 oil lamps and began to calculate accounts. As he was working, he suddenly looked up at Liu Yuji and said, "Third sister-in-law, didn't you say that you bought 5 pounds of eggs yesterday? Do you think she might be pregnant?" Liui immediately sat up straight. No way. It's only been half a month. How would she know? Then why would she buy so many eggs? Lu Xingjuan replied. In those days, unless someone was expecting, who would buy that many eggs? Can't she buy them just to eat herself? The third family situation is different from ours. Liui rolled her eyes, thinking she might really be pregnant. Given how much the third brother valued his family, he probably sent back 30 or 40 yuan every month. Buying a few pounds of eggs was nothing, especially since they didn't require tickets. Lu Xingjuan thought for a moment and agreed. 5 pounds of eggs would have to be saved for the entire winter. In the evening, Su Emo continued to knit her sweater. As for the bedding, she planned to find an excuse tomorrow to make it disappear reasonably before dealing with it. The next day, after finishing her work in the vegetable garden, Sumo set off on her bicycle. She had 2 bamboo baskets on the back seat, one for the quilt and one for the mattress. When passing by the Liu family, she ran into Liui. Mom, I'm going to the post office to send the bedding to my uncle and see if there are any pairs for sale, Su Emo said. Liui waved her hand. Go ahead. Su Emo rode straight to the county. As she passed the commune, she saw a large group delivering grain, and it was still quite lively. She glanced over and noticed that this group seemed to have a good harvest and plenty of goods. When she reached a quiet, deserted road, Su Emo took the bedding out of the baskets and replaced it with apples and pears, covering them with coarse cloth before heading to the county supply and marketing cooperative. She waited at the entrance for Sister Liu to come out, then delivered the fruits to her home. One basket of apples weighed 56 pounds and sold for 28 yuan. The basket of pears weighed 50 pounds and sold for 22.5 yuan. Su girl, if you have any other fruits, you can bring them to Sister Liu as well. Winter is coming soon and relatives are stocking up on fruits, Sister Liu said. Sumo's fruits clearly weren't locally grown. Their quality was too good, likely sourced from elsewhere. However, everyone was aware, but chose not to speak about it. Just like Su Emo, she wouldn't believe her fruits came from relatives. Everyone just needed a plausible excuse. Sister Liu's dealings were obvious to anyone paying attention, but she had been doing this for so long without being reported, indicating she had strong connections. Selling to her was convenient and trustworthy. After thinking for a moment, Su Emo replied, I'll bring you 2 more baskets this afternoon. Su Emo wasn't in a hurry to sell all her fruits. She mainly needed to clear some space. Plus, it was starting to get colder, and she expected snow in November. Once it snowed, she wouldn't want to go into the city anymore. So, selling a couple of baskets today was fine. Sister Liu smiled widely. Sumo's fruits sold so well that they were quickly divided among 2 or 3 people every time. Back at the cooperative, Su Emo noticed a crowd gathered at the meat counter, so she squeezed in. On the counter were 2 large pieces of pork, and the butcher was methodically cutting them. It seemed that all the communes were delivering grain, and the meat supply station had plenty of meat. Even though it was past 10 o'clock, there was still so much pork available. Usually, it would be sold out by the time it opened in the morning. There was a lot of meat, and Su Emo didn't rush to grab it. She waited until the people around her had taken their share before she squeezed in and waved her meat ticket, saying, Master, I'll take 5 pounds. This immediately drew angry looks. The meat didn't seem to be much, and here she was asking for 5 pounds right away. By the time it got to them, there might not be any left. Su Emo chuckled. Sorry, we have a celebration at home. This meat ticket has been saved up for 2 or 3 months, just for today. At that time, each person only received half a pound of meat tickets and a few oil tickets each month. Since she had a celebration, others couldn't say much. The butcher was kind and cut her a piece with more fat. Su Emo handed over the 5 meat tickets and 4 yuan. The butcher wrapped the meat in paper and gave it to her. After squeezing out, Su Emo placed the meat in her bamboo basket and went to find Sister Liu to buy some things. First, she got 2 rolls of coarse cloth to avoid having to buy more later. She also got 4 feet of cotton fabric and 3 pounds of cotton. Then she bought 2 bamboo thermos bottles, 2 toothbrushes and toothpaste, 2 towels, 2 aluminum lunch boxes, 2 enamel mugs, and a pack of toilet paper. Seeing some seaweed, She bought 2 pounds as well. The salt at that time was non-iodized, so she planned to send the seaweed to the cattle shed to provide some iodine. The coarse cloth cost 30 yuan for 2 rolls, the cotton fabric was 1.12 yuan for 4 feet, and the cotton was 3.45 yuan for 3 pounds. The bamboo thermos bottles were 2.5 yuan each, totaling 5 yuan for 2. The toothpaste and toothbrush together cost 1.4 yuan, the towels were 1 yuan, the aluminum lunch boxes were 2 yuan, the enamel mugs were 1.96 yuan, the toilet paper was 0.5 yuan, and the seaweed was 1.12 yuan per pound, totaling 2.24 yuan for 2 pounds. In total, she spent 48.67 yuan, plus fabric tickets, industrial coupons, and food coupons. Sister Liu was surprised to see Su and Mo buying so much. Sister, why are you buying so much? People in the village asked me to buy for them since I have a bicycle, Su and Mo replied with a smile. After finishing her shopping, Su and Mo went to a state-run restaurant for lunch. She ordered a braised fish, a stir-fried vegetable, and a bowl of rice, spending a total of 1.3 yuan and 2 grain tickets. After eating, Su and Mo strolled around for a bit and then returned to that corner where she stored her things, swapping out the bamboo basket for 2 baskets of oranges. When Sister Liu saw the bright yellow, large oranges, her eyes nearly popped out of her head. These were grown in the south and were very rare in their area. They were also delicate and hard to transport, so unless you had strong connections, you wouldn't be able to get them. It seems that this girl Su is quite capable and has some connections. Sister Liu took one, peeled it, and tasted it. The flavor was truly sweet to the heart. Sister, this citrus is 60 cents a pound. How much do you have left? I want it all, okay? Su Imo shook her head. Sister, you know how rare this is. I only have this much, and I kept a few pounds for myself to taste. The rest is for you. Can't you give me a little more? Su Imo shook her head again. Seeing this, Sister Liu didn't press her further. The citrus weighed 123 pounds in total, earning 73.8 yuan. After selling the citrus, Su and Mo headed home. In a secluded spot, she took out a basket of white pears and a basket of various vegetables from her space, along with a few pounds of citrus. Back at the village, Su and Mo first went to the Liu family. Just then, Liui was home, so Su and Mo asked her to bring a basket for the pears. Mom, I only managed to buy 1 basket of pears, and I'm giving you most of it, Su and Mo said. Okay, you can divide it. I didn't expect you to actually get a whole basket. Liui was surprised, as she had only mentioned it casually before. She thought getting 10 pounds would be the limit, but she was amazed that Su and Mo brought back a whole basket. The third family really is capable. Su and Mo divided most of the pears for Liui and then lifted the cover of another basket made of coarse cloth, placing 7 or 8 citrus fruits inside. I also found some citrus and bought a bit for you to try. Liui's eyes lit up when she saw the other basket filled with fresh vegetables. Smart people are different. The third family always buys the best things. Even the vegetables are better than others. Thinking about the cabbage that the second family brought back from her mother's house today, Liui felt disdain. Although they claimed it was a gift from her mother's family, she didn't believe it at all. With Zhao Juxiang's stingy nature, would she really give her daughter a whole load of cabbage for free? Where did you buy these vegetables, third family? They look really good. I got them from the county town. They looked cheap, so I bought some. You should take some to eat too. Su and Mo intentionally brought out so many because these vegetables were also enhanced by her abilities and would be good for Liu Boming's health. All right, then you can give me some, Liui said, planning to settle the cost with the pears later. After eating the vegetables from the third family a few times, she felt they tasted sweeter and better than others. Su and Mo divided half of the various vegetables for Liui and helped her carry the bamboo basket back to the house. How much is it in total, third family?
Liui asked.
Su and Mo waved her hand. Mom, this is something I prepared for Grandpa with Chongzheng. It doesn't cost anything. That won't do. Liui became anxious and tried to take money. How could they keep eating from the third family supplies? Mom, when we divided the family assets, Grandpa gave us 100 yuan. As the younger generation, We can't just take from the elders. Su Mo held Liui back. This pear will help him cough less, so let him eat more. Whatever your grandpa wants to eat, your dad, and I will buy it. It's not your turn. We should show our respect, Su Mo said, then quickly left the room. Mom, I'm heading back now. Seeing Su Mo leave so quickly, Liui felt helpless but warm inside. The third son really has good taste. He chose the right daughter-in-law. I left a few bundles of wheat straw in your yard. The weather is getting colder, and it might frost in a few days. Please cover the vegetable garden at night to protect the plants, Liui called out. Okay, Su Mo replied and rode her bicycle home. After bringing the items inside, Su Mo checked the yard and indeed saw a few bundles of wheat straw in the corner. The vegetable garden had also been watered, likely by Liui. Su Mo then used her abilities to nourish the various vegetable plots before returning inside to take out some coarse cloth to make a quilt cover for Zhongzhen's comforter. She was quite skilled at this by now. First, she used a sewing machine to stitch the coarse cloth into an open quilt cover. After putting the comforter inside, she sewed the opening shut with white cotton thread. In just over an hour, she finished. Once done, noticing it was getting late, Su Mo began preparing dinner. Before cooking, she cut the 5 pounds of pork she had just bought into 5 pieces, each about a pound, and set aside a little for later, putting the rest away. Each time she visited the cattle shed, she would prepare a portion. After chopping the reserved meat, Su Mo took 2 tomatoes and diced them, then retrieved some flour from her storage and mixed it with water to make small dumplings for soup. Using her small stove from the apocalypse, she heated oil in a pot, sautéed the tomatoes into a paste, added the minced meat, and stirred in some sugar and pepper. After adding water and bringing it to a boil, she slowly poured in the dumplings while stirring. While the dumplings cooked, Su Mo cracked an egg, whisked it, and poured it into the soup, stirring quickly to mix it well. She then added chopped green onions and a pinch of salt before serving. It was simple and delicious, and Su Mo enjoyed it thoroughly. After dinner, Su Mo began to take stock of her supplies. Earlier, the 150 dumplings with chive filling were all eaten. There are still about 10 dumplings with cabbage and pork filling left, and there are more with mushroom filling, around 20. When the team slaughters pigs and distributes the meat, she hopes to buy more meat to make more dumplings and buns. Once the weather gets cold, she plans to hide them in the snow, so they can be taken out and steamed when they want to eat. They have consumed about 500 or 600 pounds of fruit, but not much of the other food. Surprisingly, she has 3,054.74 yuan. She received 873.4 yuan from the cow shed, plus 100 yuan from Gung Chongqing, which brings her close to 1,000. It's all thanks to her elders that she is doing well financially. However, she also earned over 200 yuan from selling fruit, which is considered a good income by current standards. As for her article, it should have reached the newspaper in Haishur by now. In about 10 days, she will know the result. That evening, Su Mo locked the doors and windows and tailored a cotton coat for Xiaoding based on Su Tingqian's measurements. After making several sets, she became skilled and finished the coat that night, just needing to sew and reinforce it the next day. The next day, Su Mo continued knitting a sweater at home. She aimed to finish it in the next few days and send it along with some meat sauce to Liu Chongzheng, so he would have something warm to wear in the cold. At that moment, Liu Chongzheng was swiftly moving through the jungle with a team, occasionally hearing gunfire nearby. The team looked dirty and scruffy, like wild men, but everyone wore happy expressions, clearly having completed their mission. In the afternoon, an announcement suddenly came over the team's loudspeaker, asking Su Mo to go to the team office to sign for a money transfer. The postal worker couldn't deliver letters to each household, so they were left at the team office for people to pick up. Some letters required a signature, which was also announced over the loudspeaker. Upon hearing this, Su Mo quickly put down her knitting and went over, wondering if Liu Chongzheng had sent money. During the announcement, the broadcaster also mentioned who had letters, so when Su Mo arrived, there were many people picking up their letters, mostly young intellectuals and a few villagers. After greeting some acquaintances, Sumo went to sign for the notification from the postal worker. A nearby lady curiously asked, "Su, did your man send money back?" Seeing that the sender was Fu Manhwa, Sumo replied, "No, it's from my family." The lady leaned in to look and exclaimed, "Oh, they sent 50 yuan. Your family really cares for you, Su."
Shuma.
These days, the remittance notices have no privacy at all. If you pay a little attention, you can see everything. Remittance notice soon. News spread in the village that Sumo's family sent her 50 yuan. Li Tsuehua was so angry when she heard this that she skipped dinner and went to lie down. That night, Liui lay on the bed and said to Lu Qing'an, "I wonder what the situation is with the third family." At first, the third just mentioned it briefly. If they can send money, their situation must not be too serious. This made Liui a bit worried, fearing that her in-laws might look down on their son for being from the countryside. What did the third say to you back then? Lu Qing'an wondered. She said her father is a university teacher, her mother works at a food factory, and she has an uncle who is a division commander in the military in Guizhou. There was some trouble at home, but it's not a big deal, and it won't affect the third's marriage, Liui explained. Is that all? Did she say anything else? No, Liui shook her head. Why didn't you ask more questions at the time? Lu Qing'an said, a bit anxious. Liui got angry and retorted, "Didn't I tell you? When the third was here, why didn't you ask yourself?" This old man just knew how to get mad at her. He wouldn't dare say a word in front of the third. Lu Chongzheng had been away from home for many years and was a soldier on the front lines, so he had a strong aura about him. Plus, he had always been independent, so neither parent could control him. They had to discuss everything with him first. Even though they were his parents, sometimes they were a bit intimidated by Lu Chongzheng. After being scolded by Liui, Lu Qing'an fell silent for a moment and finally said, "The third didn't say anything because she didn't want us to worry. Since that's the case, let's pretend we don't know and just carry on as usual. She's a good daughter. We should treat her well." Liui rolled her eyes, "As if I needed you to tell me that." After spending more than half a month together, Liui's fondness for Sumo had grown day by day. She brought a big basket of pears and vegetables yesterday and refused to take any money. "Tomorrow the team will distribute grain, so let's give some of our grain to the third's family to save her from having to buy it," Liui said. Lu Qing'an waved his hand, "Just arrange it as you see fit. And when the meat is distributed, we should send some to her too. It can't always be her bringing food." "Okay," Lu Qing'an agreed. On October 17th, 1971, early in the morning, the broadcasting station of Lijiakan village began playing red songs. The members of the village were in high spirits because, after 2 days of careful calculations by the village leaders, the value of their work points was finally determined. Today was the day they would receive their grain and money. After having breakfast, everyone took their sacks, baskets, and carts to gather at the grain drying area of the village office. Sumo also went after finishing her breakfast, but unlike others who brought tools, she came empty-handed. She recalled that she only had 71 work points. With that few points, she knew she wouldn't get much grain. She planned to check in first and then return later by bicycle to buy grain. The members waiting at the drying area were guessing how much this year's work points would be worth. Last year, 1 work point was worth 8 cents, and everyone expected this year to be higher. Most guessed it would be 10 or 11 cents, while some boldly predicted 12 cents. However, many believed it would be at most 11 cents, and a 3-cent increase would already be impressive. Once all the representatives arrived, Lu Qing'an and Lu Baoguo took turns speaking passionately, expressing gratitude to the country and the party, and encouraging the members, which drew thunderous applause from the crowd. Finally, accountant Lu Xingjuan took the stage to announce this year's work point value. When the crowd heard it was 12 cents, they erupted in excitement. After the excitement settled, the village leader announced the start of grain distribution. The village officials had already set up tables and scales at the warehouse entrance, and the staff were ready inside. The members waited nearby, and when their names were called, they entered to verify with the accountant, then went into the warehouse to collect their grain and money. In Qingxi County, the grain rations were classified by labor levels into 5 categories. Adult male laborers received first-class grain, 600 jin per year. Adult female laborers received second-class grain, 500 jin per year. Third-class laborers and children aged 8 to 12 received third-class grain, 420 jin per year. Children aged 3 to 7 received fourth-class grain, 300 jin per year, and children under 2 received fifth-class grain, 180 jin per year. Liui village distributed grain based on the principle of 70% for people and 30% for work points, excluding children. For example, with the first-class grain, there's 600 pounds of grain, with per capita grain accounting for 70%, which means 420 pounds can be distributed. The rest will be divided based on work points. For every 10 work points, 1 extra pound of grain can be received. If there are 1,900 work points this year, then 190 pounds of grain can be distributed based on work points, making a total of 610 pounds of grain this year. Of course, not all the grain can be fine grain. It will be distributed according to the 3-4-3 principle. This means that fine grains like wheat and rice will make up 30%, corn will account for 40%, and sweet potatoes will also be 30%. Taking first-class grain as an example, 180 pounds of wheat/rice can be distributed, 240 pounds of corn, and 180 pounds of sweet potatoes. Some families with more members and less labor can negotiate with the team to exchange all fine grains for an equivalent amount of coarse grains. Soon, Lu Qing'an's name was called, and Liui asked Su Mo to come over to help. Lu Qing'an is the village leader, and he has the highest work points in the team, with 2,100 points. Liui has 1,560 points. The couple has one person receiving first-class grain and the other second-class grain. Lu Boming, the elder, is considered a third-class laborer and receives third-class grain. Lu Qing'an has 420 pounds of per capita grain and 210 pounds of grain from work points, totaling 630 pounds. Liui has 350 pounds of per capita grain and 156 pounds from work points, totaling 506 pounds. Lu Boming has 294 pounds of per capita grain and no grain from work points, totaling 294 pounds. In total, the 3 family members can receive 1,430 pounds of grain. According to the 3-4-3 principle, they can get 429 pounds of fine grain wheat/rice, 572 pounds of corn, and 429 pounds of sweet potatoes. Which do you prefer, white flour or rice from the third family?
Liui asked Sumo.
I can eat both. I'm not picky, Su Mo replied, a bit confused. For fine grain, I want 100 pounds of rice, and the rest can be wheat, Liui told the team leader in charge of packaging, then handed over the bags she brought. Soon, the packers prepared the corresponding grain and carried it out, weighing each one on the scale at the door. After confirming the quantity of grain was correct, it was time to divide the money. Liui and her husband have a total of 3,660 work points. This year, each laborer must complete 32 days of mandatory work, which means each person loses 320 work points. The remaining work points can then be converted into money. After accounting for the mandatory work, the couple has 3,020 remaining work points. The net value of work points is 0.12 yuan, totaling 362.4 yuan. However, this amount must be reduced by the cost of grain and meat distribution, and only the remaining amount can be given to individuals. Grain is calculated based on the national purchase price, with wheat priced at 0.13 yuan per pound, so 329 pounds would equal 42.77 yuan. Rice costs 0.095 yuan per pound, so 100 pounds is 9.5 yuan. Corn is 0.05 yuan per pound, making 572 pounds 28.6 yuan. Sweet potatoes are 0.25 yuan per pound, totaling 10.73 yuan for 429 pounds. The total for the grains is 91.6 yuan. Next is the meat distribution. The standard is 1 pound of meat for every 500 work points. Liui and her husband have enough points for over 7 pounds, but Liui directly requested 8 pounds, which includes 3 pounds of lard and 5 pounds of meat. The prices are set by the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Lard is 1.2 yuan per pound and meat is 0.8 yuan per pound, totaling 7.6 yuan for the meat. The team also gives each household 2 pounds of cotton, which costs 2.3 yuan. Oil is allocated at about 3 taels per person for Lu Qing'an's family of 3. That amounts to 1 pound of oil per month, totaling 12 pounds a year. Peanut oil costs 0.9 yuan per pound, making the total for oil 10.8 yuan. In addition, Liui requested 20 pounds of yellow beans and 20 pounds of green beans, costing 3.34 yuan and 4 yuan respectively, totaling 7.34 yuan. All these items add up to 119.64 yuan. The Lu family had no debts with the team, so the total amount Liui received was 242.76 yuan. She could hardly contain her joy. The large sum is partly due to this year's work points being more valuable, increasing by about 50% compared to previous years. Additionally, with 3 family members and 2 strong workers, Lu Qing'an calculated his points at the highest rate, and Liui is also capable, earning 7 to 8 points daily. With more labor and no burdens, they naturally received more money. In contrast, families with fewer workers and more children received less. Some even had to pay off past debts to the team, leaving them with little to share. After receiving the money, Liui called over a cart and asked some nearby young men to help load the grain. She invited 2 young men to return with her. Su and Mo wanted to help, but Liui waved her off, telling her to wait, saying she would likely be called soon. Onlookers were very happy to see Liui receive so much money, and they expected to do well this winter. Lu Yuji was also excited. Her family's work points were similar to her in-laws, and they only had 1 less child, so their share was also good. Lu Hohot, however, was not as happy. Since Lu Weigua became a worker, she had not been very motivated to work, only earning the 6 points needed for second-class grain each day. Therefore, she only had 1,280 points, and after deducting her family's expenses, she feared there would be little left. After finishing with Liui, the next is Lu Xingjuan, and Lu Yuji quickly steps forward. Lu Xingjuan is an accountant and earns a total of 2,100 work points. Lu Yuji works every day, comparing her points to Liui's. She doesn't aim to earn more than her mother-in-law, but she definitely doesn't want to earn less, so Lu Yuji has 1,580 work points. Adding the 1 or 2 work points her children earn daily from gathering pig feed, she has a total of 315 work points, making Lu Xingjuan's family total 3,995 work points. Lu Xingjuan receives first-class grain, with 420 jin for household grain and 210 jin for work grain, totaling 630 jin. Lu Yuji receives second-class grain, with 350 jin for household grain and 158 jin for work grain, totaling 508 jin. Lu Fengqin, aged 9, receives third-class grain, with 420 jin for household grain. Lu Aiqin and Lu Guiqiang, aged 7 and 4, respectively, receive fourth-class grain, with 300 jin of household grain each year, totaling 600 jin for both. Lu Xingjuan's family has a total grain allocation of 2,158 jin. Following the 343 principle, they receive 647.4 jin of fine grain, 863.2 jin of corn, and 647.4 jin of sweet potatoes. Lu Yuji requests 200 jin of rice, and the rest in wheat. The cost for rice is 19 yuan, and for wheat, it is 58.162 yuan. The cost for corn is 43.16 yuan, and for sweet potatoes, it is 16.185 yuan. The total cost for grain is 136.51 yuan. Lu Xingjuan's family also has an allowance of 8 jin for meat, but only 2 jin for lard, making the meat cost 7.2 yuan. For a family of 5, they use 1.5 jin of oil per month, totaling 18 jin a year, costing 16.2 yuan. The cost for cotton is 2.3 yuan. Liu usually always matches her mother-in-law, so she also requests 20 jin of yellow beans and 20 jin of green beans, totaling 7.34 yuan. The total amount to be deducted is 169.55 yuan. Liu Xingjuan's family has 3,995 work points. After deducting 640 work points for expenses, they have 3,355 work points left, worth 402.6 yuan. After subtracting 169.55 yuan, they can still distribute 233.05 yuan. When she receives the money, Liu usually feels proud. This amount is not much different from her uncle's annual salary. Over the years, since their family hasn't contributed money to the household, she has always felt a bit inferior, while the second branch often claims they are taking advantage. Looking at the money allocated after the division, according to her, their family has also not been shortchanged over the years. After Liu Xingjuan's family is done, it's time for Liu Weiguo's family. Liu Weiguo works at a factory in the commune, so their grain is still with the production team. In Liu Weiguo's family, only Liu Hohot works, and with 2 small children who usually don't gather pig feed, they only have 1280 work points. Liu Weiguo is a commune worker and receives first-class grain, but only has 420 jin of grain for his family. Liu Hohot receives second-class grain, with 350 jin for her family and 128 jin as work points, totaling 478 jin of grain. Their 2 sons both receive fourth-class grain, each with 300 jin. In total, Liu Weiguo's family has 1498 jin of grain. According to the distribution rules, they have 449.4 jin of fine grain, 599.2 jin of corn, and 449.4 jin of sweet potatoes. Liu Hohot takes 100 jin of rice, costing 54.92 yuan. The corn costs 29.96 yuan, and the sweet potatoes cost 11.24 yuan. The total cost of the grain is 96.12 yuan. They are only allocated 2.5 jin of meat and do not qualify for any lard, costing 2 yuan. The oil costs 12.96 yuan, cotton costs 2.3 yuan, and they also took 20 jin each of 2 types of beans, totaling 7.34 yuan. The total deductions amount to 120.72 yuan. Liu Hohot has a total of 1280 work points. After deducting 320 points for distribution, she has 960 points left, worth 115.2 yuan. After deductions, she still owes the team 5.52 yuan. Liu Hohot felt overwhelmed. While others received so much money, she not only got less but also had to pay the team. What frustrated her the most was that the big house received over 200. With more men in her family, the grain they received might barely last 6 months, and to last a year, they would definitely need to buy more. Liu Hohot grimly paid the money, looking as if someone owed her thousands. After Liu Weiguo finished, he went to Liu Chongzheng, who is a soldier, and his grain allocation is not managed by the team, so only Su Mo was present. Su Mo was surprised to find she also had grain allocated to her and quickly went up when her name was called. In previous years, newcomers like Su Mo did not participate in grain distribution, but this year, due to a good harvest, the team made an exception. As she approached, Su Mo saw her name followed by the words third-class labor in bold letters.
什么？忘得发？
Does she not care about her reputation? Why does everyone else get second-class grain while she is labeled a third-class labor with third-class grain? Big brother, why am I a third-class labor? Su Mo asked Liu Xingjuan in a low voice, feeling unfair. Liu Xingjuan cleared his throat. This was decided by everyone. Your work points are indeed a bit low. Although she had been there for a short time, 71 work points were too few. Even Ma Xiaojun, who often slacked off, had 128 work points. Being rated as a third-class labor was likely due to her being the secretary's daughter-in-law. Come on, sister-in-law, check this and see if there are any issues. Liu Xingjuan quickly changed the subject and handed the registration book to Su Mo. Su Mo, a third-level laborer, received 294 jin of staple food and 7 jin of work points food, totaling 301 jin of grain. According to the 343 principle, she received 90.3 gin of fine grain, 120.4 gin of corn, and 90.3 gin of sweet potatoes. Su Mo wanted all of her fine grain and rice, which cost 8.58 yuan, corn 6 yuan, and sweet potatoes 2.26 yuan, making a total of 16.84 yuan for the grain. She was not eligible for meat. For oil, she received 3.6 gin for the year, totaling 3.24 yuan. Cotton was valued at 2.3 yuan. She also received 20 gin each of yellow beans and green beans, totaling 7.34 yuan. The total deductions amounted to 29.72 yuan. Sumo earned 71 work points and did not need to participate in the distribution when she first arrived. The value of her work points was 8.52 yuan, but after deductions, she owed the team 21.2 yuan. Additionally, when she first arrived, she borrowed 10 gin of corn flour, 20 gin of corn husks, and 30 gin of sweet potatoes from the team. Lu Xingjuan asked Su Mo if she wanted to repay with grain or money, and she chose to repay with money. The corn flour cost 0.09 yuan per gin, totaling 0.90 yuan for 10 gin. The corn husks were 0.07 yuan per gin, totaling 1.40 yuan for 20 gin, and the sweet potatoes were 0.25 yuan per gin, totaling 7.50 yuan for 30 gin. This added up to a total debt of 2.75 yuan. Therefore, Su Mo owed the team a total of 23.95 yuan. She quietly took out money to settle her debt. Third sister-in-law, if you want to buy grain, remember to come early. This year everyone is getting more money, so there will definitely be many people wanting to buy grain, Lu Xingjuan reminded her. Okay. Thank you, big brother, Su Mo replied gratefully. Although the grain she received seemed like a lot at first glance, it was meant to last a year, and when properly calculated, it was just enough to keep her from going hungry. However, since the grain quality was limited, they couldn't distribute much more. So, when the harvest was good, everyone would share the money and buy more grain from the team. When money was tight, they would buy coarser grains. This year, since everyone received more money, it was expected that many would buy fine grains. When people have money, who wouldn't want to eat better? Lu Xingjuan noticed that Su Mo didn't seem used to coarse grains, so he reminded her to avoid missing out on fine grains. If she needed to buy from the supply and marketing cooperative, it would be expensive and require tickets.